Hey everyone, it's me, Goku! Don't forget to subscribe to UnrealEntGaming. Here, you'll find the latest Dragon Ball news and content. Also, don't forget to like the video and follow Unreal on both Instagram and Twitter.
Kakarot! You, Kakarot, you will be the first to turn on notifications. And give this video a like right now, or else I'll destroy you!
The once former governing angel of the now destroyed Universe 13 Myrno now looks to seek out his revenge in wanting to now wipe out the very totality of existence itself following his original exile eons ago. Myrno now for billions of years had been plotting, waiting, and orchestrating a master plan and looking to take down both Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. The story of Myrno's ultimate revenge comes from a perspective of pain, suffering, greed, betrayal, and more importantly than anything else, power and the lust for the very power that Myrno is now seeking in wanting to shift the balance of all of reality to suit his own liking. Our story now tells the tale of a once existing angel that was on the side of good, who had ultimately fallen out of grace due to his own lust and envy, in ultimately wanting to become something that he was never ever destined to be, as right now we tell the tale and the final story of Myrno's ultimate revenge and final battle against the multiverse. Now before we dive any further into this video, if you are new to the channel and of course have a love and passion for all things Dragon Ball related, including its manga, anime, video games, fan animations, fan mangas, and more, in which would also like to be kept up to date with everything in regards to the Dragon Ball Super manga, the Dragon Ball Super anime, Dragon Ball video games, and any and all additional content within the Dragon Ball universe, then I do encourage you guys to head on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications by clicking on the bell icon to always be notified whenever a brand new video is posted onto the channel, as well as giving this video a big thumbs up by slapping that like button down below if you guys are simply excited to see what the future holds for the Dragon Ball franchise. And with all that being said, I want to thank you all so much for your time, thank you all so much for supporting the channel, and now let's dive straight into the video. As the story of the original Myrno opens up with the Grand Priest being shown on Beerus' planet alongside both Goku and Vegeta, and from there being shown having to look up in the sky and now sensing that Myrno has indeed entered the multiverse, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, "The process is complete. Myrno, the once guardian of the former 13th universe, is reborn. His presence can be felt all throughout the 12 universes. I feared this day would come," he adds, "but now I see what must be done. This was never intended to happen," the Grand Priest says, and from what I'm sensing, his heart is overwhelmed by rage and hatred. I sense both a great loss and burning desire at getting revenge settling in. He is too far gone to be reasoned with, he adds. I can't sense his power or life energy, Beerus adds. Can you, Whis? Has he truly transcended beyond what he was? As Whis went on to respond, it's more than just transcending. It's as though he is an entirely new being, a soulless one, he adds. This is how I remembered him by, except he wasn't consumed by this darkness and hatred. So, how strong do you think Myrno is now compared to how he was before, Goku asks? I can't seem to feel his energy at all. You think he truly is everything he said he was going to be? By the expression on Whis' face, Vegeta adds, I'd say we are not going to be dealing with the same person, Kakarot. There's no telling what we are in for once we run into him again. We are going to need to give it our all if we even hope to survive, let alone beat him, he adds. Especially if his clones were difficult to deal with, let alone his true body. I don't like this, Vegeta says. This might be one fight we cannot win, Kakarot. Wait, so if his true power and original body is now restored, then where exactly is he, Goku asks? As in the meantime, with Myrno then shown having to exit through the dark dimension and now having to enter Universe 8, it was during this point in time where Myrno had finally gone in initiating his plans and seeing it through, as he then went on to comment, "Now to begin, Universe 8 will be the leading example of my judgment. I sense a universe teeming with life that has no purpose to exist in my world. These mortals here don't pose any threat to me," he adds, "and to think these gods would rather choose to protect these creatures over their own kind. It's been generations since the last time I came into this universe. Look how far it's fallen. Pathetic. It's time to purge you from this paradise you call life," Myrno says. "Your loss of life will not be remembered. Let this be an example to the gods." As with one simple glare, what Myrno had gone and doing was Myrno was then shown wiping out multiple planets just by having to simply exist. As Myrno from there went on to continue, "The loss of billions doesn't come close to the exile I've faced, to be condemned for wanting better. No, it will be you who will be condemned," Myrno says. "It's been a very long time since I was able to do this. By only using a small portion, let's see how many will fall," Myrno adds. They brought this onto themselves, as out of nowhere what Myrno had gone and doing was Myrno from there had taken initiative in firing a gigantic blast deep into outer space, in going as far as to wipe out trillions of life forms by blowing up hundreds of planets. As even the Grand Priest was able to sense this on Beerus' planet, that's when Whis went on to walk on over by asking, "Grand Minister, do you also sense this great loss of life in the 8th? "I do," Whis says the Grand Priest. "It has begun. I wasn't expecting for him to enter Universe 8, but rather come here first. But why? There must be a reason for this," the Grand Priest says. As hundreds of different planets are then shown being destroyed in Universe 8, it was only from that point on where a voice went on to ask Myrno, "And just what the hell do you think you're doing?" As from behind Myrno we then see how both the Universe 8 God of Destruction Liquior and his angel Corn had then confronted Myrno. As Liquior went on to continue, "How the hell did you manage to come into this universe undetected?" he asks. "You will not go any further. This ends right now." As Myrno went on to respond, "Your threats mean nothing to me, Destroyer." "Hello, Corn." "So it is true," Corn says. "Myrno, but how? How are you alive?" "So that's him, huh?" Liquior asks, "the one the Grand Priest warned us about." "It's been far too long," Myrno says. "Surely you haven't forgotten about me, have you? You seem to be doing well for yourself. Tell me something. How has your position been treating you in this universe?" "I ask because there won't be one once I'm done here. The last time I saw your face, you stood in silence and watched me suffer." "Don't do this, Myrno," Corn shouts. "This is not the way, my brother. Think about what you're doing." "Grr, there won't be a universe, huh?" Liquior asks. "Not if I don't see to it to end your life, there won't. You're no angel. You disgraced your title a long time ago. I'm calling your bluff." "Then if you're bold enough to call my bluff," Myrno says, "come stop me then. I will enjoy ripping you apart and making you into my first example, foolish animal." "Pathetic, huh? That mouth of yours will be the first thing I detach from your face. You will not disrespect me." As Liquior from there was shown dashing directly towards Myrno, as from that point on, Corn had begged Liquior not to do this, as Corn went on to shout, "Do not engage!" But Liquior did not listen, because as Liquior went on to punch Myrno in the face, this had absolutely no effect on him, as Myrno was barely shown even having to flinch, as Liquior went on to respond, "No way." So as a response, what Liquior does is he still attempts to attack Myrno anyway, as Myrno went on to tell him, "Your attacks are a joke." As within that very moment, out of nowhere, what Myrno had done was Myrno had gone in simply having to glare once at Liquior, which turned out to be more effective than meets the eye, as Liquior's body from that point on was shown crashing through multiple different planets, and even shown getting blown right past his own angel, as from from that point on, Myrno went on to get behind his brother by telling him, "Don't assume that you will be exempt from this punishment either, traitor." As with one unexpected and brutal backhand to Korn's face, Korn's body was then shown flying out into the distance, as Myrno wanted to emphasize his pain by then telling his brother, "Your loyalty to that ridiculous child Zeno will cost you dearly. You could have made a difference. You all could, but now I have become the difference maker, and there will be no mercy." But then, to the surprise of Myrno, Licure had returned and teleporting in front of Myrno by telling him, "I agree, there will be no mercy," he says, "Hakai!" But to the horrifying shock of Licure, the Hakai technique did not work at all, as Licure stood there shocked by responding, "It's not working. Why isn't it working? This isn't possible." As out of nowhere, it was now Myrno's turn in attacking Licure, as Myrno went on to uppercut Licure in the stomach by telling him, "Your failure shouldn't come as a surprise when faced against a superior life form. You had your chance, puny destroyer. My power has no limits." As Licure went on to cough up blood by asking, "What are you?" "Let's lead by example," Myrno continues. "This technique was fumbled around by the entity known as Goku Black. Let's make use of this properly." As Myrno had gone in spawning 2 energy blades and then being shown slicing off Licure's arms, it was only from that point on where Myrno went on to tell him, "Beginning with your arms, these in which were used against me will be taken away," he says. "If one chooses to live by the sword, then you will be held to die by the sword, destroyer." As with Licure shown screaming in absolute agony, it was only then where out of nowhere, Korn had attempted in striking Myrno from behind, but Myrno was in fact fast enough in having to quickly move out of the way, as Korn went on to shout, "Stop this! You will not, Myrno!" "No, Korn," says Myrno, "I will not. You will wait your turn once I'm done." As again, with one simple punch to the face, Myrno had gone in knocking his brother deep into outer space by telling him, "Ironic how you choose to fight for the destroyer, but never bothered to fight for me when I needed you the most. It's as I said, you will wait your turn." As with Myrno then shown turning around and then grabbing Licure by the neck, he then went on to tell him, "Now back to you. Do you know why this is happening? Because it's destiny," Myrno says. "I hold the keys to both life and death, not you. I am going to bathe history with your blood. Disgusting placement holder. You had no purpose. And those with no purpose don't belong here," he says. "So here's a parting gift," Myrno adds, "a token for your defiance. History will remember you as being the fool who believed he could have made a difference. Now disappear from existence," Myrno says. As with one gigantic blast, Myrno had gone in doing exactly what he had said, and that's completely go as far as to wipe out the Universe 8 God of Destruction for good. As from that point on, with nothing remaining, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "Not a trace remaining. The beauty of death will never cease to amaze me. Did he truly think he stood a chance against what I am now? I am beyond the simple power these destroyers possess." As Korn went on to utter, "Myrno, what have you done? He's gone. The God of Destruction is really gone. Myrno, how could you? How could you do this?" And now, brother, it's your turn, as promised. Why are you in such a loss for words? Did you not think this day would come? Did you not think I was going to return? Why are you not active, Myrno asks. Your destroyer was killed. Your duties are over. How are you still functioning, he questions. As an angered Korn went on to respond, "You will not get away with this. You know that, don't you? I will do what I must to protect this universe. I am active because the Grand Minister has lifted the laws of us angels. We are permitted to do what we must in order to see this through against you." "Interesting," Myrno responds. "So the Grand Priest calls for his children to be slaughtered instead of facing me directly. Cowardice," he says. But then, out of nowhere from behind Myrno, multiple space cops were then shown appearing as they went on to tell Myrno, "You are under arrest." "There he is, right there, target locked, fire, fire, fire." As we then see how all of these ships had gone in firing multiple attacks at Myrno, but with Myrno shown creating a barrier and once again turning around and glaring at the ships directly, none of this had happened to have phased Myrno in the slightest, as these individuals were then shown getting killed. As Myrno's actions from here on in were enough to warrant a response from Korn, that's when Korn was shown dashing towards Myrno directly by telling him that's enough! I cannot let you destroy what remains in this universe. And you think you will stop me how, Myrno asks. As with Myrno then shown having to move back and avoiding Korn's staff strike, that's when Korn went on to tell him, I will do what I must. Do not force my hand. You will stop this and face the Grand Priest. But despite what it was that Korn was saying, Myrno had gone and grabbing onto Korn's staff by telling him, you and I both know that won't be happening, Korn. You will stop, Myrno, Korn shouts. As from a close enough distance, Korn attempted to blast Myrno in the face, but with Myrno shown being fast enough and simply having to move his neck in avoiding the attack, back on Beerus' planet, the Grand Priest was then beginning to sense the fight involving Myrno and Korn. As the Grand Priest went on to respond, I feared it would come to this. A battle between angels was always forbidden, but to ensure victory, they must do what is needed to protect their positions as angels as well as defending their universe. I sense the battle shifting in Myrno's favor, he adds. Korn must hold on long enough for the Omni Kings to grant me approval to intervene, but I fear by then, he continues, it will already be too late. As Whis went on to ask him, he will kill him if this goes on. Are the others aware of Myrno's arrival? What are we to do if we are not able to be given access to intervene? They are all aware of Myrno's presence, but are not aware of his sudden entry, the Grand Priest says. I will go and contact them now. If I am unable to sway the Omni Kings into stepping in, then the fate of the multiverse rests on your hands, he says. The hands of both the destroyers, mortals, and angels. I trust that whatever happens, we cannot lose the Super Dragon Balls either, the Grand Priest says. In case something happens, they must be gathered to reverse Myrno's destruction. As the Grand Priest was then shown using his staff, in going as far as to contact all of the other universes alongside with their destroyers and angels. Before having to do so, that's when the Grand Priest went on to continue, and if we lose those, there is no telling what the Omni Kings will do, which is best to keep them from knowing about Myrno for now, he adds. If the Omni Kings were to engage, then they will certainly erase everything at once and leave nothing behind, which is not what we want, the Grand Priest tells Whis. Rulers of the universe, the Grand Priest shouts, both destroyers and angels. I call upon you all during this darkest hour. The fallen angel of the once 13th universe, Myrno, has returned. His very influence is causing an imbalance within the multiverse. He has been restored to his former glory, he says. I call upon you all to do what is needed to protect your universe. The law of the angels has been lifted in order to grant you all with the permission to fight in defense of your universe, he continues. The balance of all creations lies in your ability to do what you can to protect it. Myrno has entered the 8th universe and is battling the angel Korn. Its destroyer Liquor is dead. You are to stand your ground against him at all costs, the Grand Priest says. I shall see to it that the matter is dealt with by speaking with the Omni Kings. No matter the situation, do what is needed to aid and protect each other as equals, with Beerus then responding, that stupid Myrno is really going to force me to work alongside Champa in this. It's not like we really have a choice at this point, my lord, Whis says, especially compared to what Myrno is now. He's not the same person as he was before, as we only then take a look at back in Universe 11 in seeing how Jiren was clutching onto Belmont's garment after he was training with Margarita. As the Grand Priest went on to continue, protect the Super Dragon Balls from having Myrno obtain or destroy them at all costs. I trust that you all will band together during this hour and fight as one. May you all do your absolute best, he says. This sounds really bad, Vegeta, Goku says, but it looks like we have no choice here. We've got to use everything we have against him. But will it be enough this time, Vegeta asks? As Whis went on to chime in, I'm afraid not. However, in case of an emergency, you must have a backup plan if you two were to fall to him. Having a backup plan is better than fighting blindly, Whis adds. I need you both to extend your hands to me. You will need these in case things get tough, he continues. I count that you will both use them at the right time. As Whis went on to spawn a set of Potara earrings in each of their hands, it was from there where Whis went on to continue. Now they may appear to be just regular Potara earrings, but they are not. This pair does not crumble under the pressure of power, which means no matter how high you go, you will not be defused. I went on to seal them using a small portion of my angelic power, which means you can fight to your heart's content. They can absorb as much power as you can put out, he adds, and will not separate you until the hour is up. Consider these Angel Potaras, as Goku went on to respond, whoa, Angel Potaras? So me and Vegeta won't have any issue like we did against Zamasu? No, Whis says, you will not. What's also unique is they are able to absorb passive power that's given to it, but only if needed. It's better if we keep these close, Vegeta Goku says. In case we need them, we wouldn't have to waste any time looking for them. You're lucky I'm even considering this, Kakarot, Vegeta says. The message is delivered and my time here is up, the Grand Priest says. I trust you will fight to either destroy him or hold him off long enough for my return. We will not meddle with time. That will be my duty, he says, and I will see to it that it is done the right way. May you honor your titles and do what is needed. I will see you all very shortly. And as the Grand Priest was then shown taking his leave, we only then go back to Universe 8 and seeing Korn get beaten around by Myrno, as Myrno then went on to ask him, do you remember the beatings I used to give you when we trained to become attendees? Look how far you've fallen. Do you regret your choices now, Korn? As with Myrno then shown getting behind Korn and grabbing him by the back of the neck, he then went on to continue, you're one of the more interesting ones. Allow me to employ this technique, he says, something I picked up from the mortals that could be of use. Your power. Give it to me, Myrno says. To where as Myrno was shown having to drain more of Korn's power, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, a useful ability once used by a mortal named Moro. You won't be needing this. Do you feel that? Are you wondering why you are unable to move? Not only am I removing your power, but I am also using a deadly nerve paralyzing technique to hold you in place. Your time as an angel is up, Myrno says. May you serve as the ultimate example to show what happens to traitors, Myrno shouts. As within that very moment, once again, Myrno had gone and spawning yet another energy blade, and from there being shown slicing Korn's body in half, as both Whis and the Grand Priest were able to sense this. With Korn's body being held in place as blood is dripping all throughout space itself, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, you pathetic, dirty, backstabbing fool, does it hurt? Well, now that half of you is gone, allow me to take care of the rest. A message to the multiverse, Myrno says. There will be no mercy. To where, shockingly enough, within that moment, Myrno had gone to do the exact same thing that he had done to Xicor, and that's carry on by blasting Korn's body into pieces, as Myrno from there went on to continue, music to my ears. Now then, 1 down, 11 more angels to go. These traitors had this punishment coming, Myrno adds, to think that I am in the wrong, me. I had everything taken away, and for what, Myrno asks? This world is nothing but evil, and my own evil just happened to manifest because of it. Because of the circumstances of your actions, not mine. There is only one thing left that needs to be done, Myrno says. This universe must be erased. In which, as Myrno had then gone and spawning a gigantic energy blast up above him, he then went on to continue, the sins of its god, the sins of its angel, and all creatures who stand in the way of my revenge will be eliminated. Let this universe serve as an example to those who dare stand in my path, Myrno adds. It never should have ended this way, but it must, and it will, he continues. You took everything away from me. Everything I built and protected was ripped away from me, and now it shall be taken away from you. I warned you that this was coming, Myrno says. I warned you that I would come. But this will not end here. This is simply one of 12 to fall. Enjoy the fireworks from your sheltered world. As Myrno was then shown creating a portal behind him, and from that point on, Myrno had gone and throwing this gigantic ball of energy directly at the center of the universe by responding, let this be the final nail in the coffin of this universe. To where as soon as Myrno had then gone and making his exit and turning back one more time, before the entire universe was then shown getting erased, that's when Myrno went on to comment, you've had this coming. To where it was only then from that point on, we then see how Universe 8 was then destroyed, as even the Grand Priest could not believe this, as the Grand Priest comments, certainly he didn't. Oh no, he says, Myrno, what have you you done? Vegeta, look, Goku says, something's happened. Look at their faces. I've never seen Whis act this way before. With Vegeta responding, I see it too. Hey, what the heck just happened? What did Myrno just do? As right before taking off and going back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest had then gone in spawning all 12 universes above him, and going as far as to address the issue by responding, I no longer sense either the God of Destruction or the Angel of Universe 8. In fact, I no longer sense the universe in existence either. One of the 12 universes that currently stands, it would appear as though with Myrno's return, he went on to destroy one of them. There is but darkness that remains, the Grand Priest says. All traces of life have been destroyed. It's as though Universe 8 has never even existed. An unforgivable act, he says. The Angel Corn approached Myrno with the intent to bring him to justice, rather harm. An act that he paid with his life. This further stands that Myrno cannot be reasoned with nor apprehended. Myrno must go on to be destroyed, the Grand Priest says. Was he challenged in any kind of way, Beerus asks? Yeah, did anyone try and stop him, Goku asks, with the Grand Priest responding, I'm not sure what happened, but I can only assume that both its God of Destruction and Angel attempted to do what they could in order to see the situation through. I sensed conflict, which means they attempted to fight, and had ultimately failed. I am to return to Zeno at once, the Grand Priest says. He cannot be made aware that universes are being destroyed, otherwise he will go on to erase everything as we know it, just as he had once done before. I am to ask for my request to use my power to end this. Do what you can, the Grand Priest says. Do not attempt to capture him. It will only lead you down the same path it led Korn. Fight to protect and fight to destroy. I will return in the meantime, the Grand Priest says. I will employ my skills to do what is needed, Whis says, but I must know, if we are to fall, could there still be a way to see this through? If the Dragon Balls are protected, could they be used to restore the lives Myrno has ripped away? What if he were to destroy those in the process? With the Grand Priest responding, if you were to fail, then there are only two who stand in his path, myself and the Omni Kings. If one of the 7 Dragon Balls were to be destroyed, then there is no way to reverse the damage that Myrno has caused. From what I'm sensing, Myrno is far beyond any of my children and any destroyer and mortal I've seen, but he is not invincible. Myrno is beatable, but it will not be easy to do. Let's not forget he stood as my mightiest angel, he adds, and although he is mighty, hope still remains, he says. There is still a way to win, even without me, but your greatest chance lies with me by your side. Remember what's on the line, the Grand Priest says. I bid you all a farewell for now. To where as soon as the Grand Priest was shown leaving, an irritated Beerus went on to respond, damn this angel. Beyond any destroyer, huh? We'll see about that. I will not be made into a fool by him again. Hey! Goku, Vegeta, what are you two planning? If he were to come here next, what's your strategy? You better not mess this up. As Goku went on to turn towards Vegeta in responding, to be honest, I don't think we have one. Hey, Vegeta, I think it's best if we go back to Earth and let everyone know what's going on. Good thinking, Vegeta says. We may need them in case we aren't enough. It won't be much, but it's the best chance we have. I would encourage you to put all of your differences aside, Whis says, and get whoever you can to aid us in this battle. Anything less and our chances will fall short. As Beerus went on to chime in, this includes Frieza too. Don't go fighting each other until we made sure that Myrno is dead. Well, grab on, Vegeta, Goku says. We'll see what we can do, Lord Beerus. Let's just hope that we can get everyone to be on the same page. We'll be back shortly, Vegeta says, to where as Goku was then shown using instant transmission, Beerus went on to further emphasize by shouting, you better, and no fighting amongst each other. So he destroyed the universe like that. When we were fighting him here, although he was stronger than us, you were able to hang in there, Whis. So why is it different now? Tell me, what makes him so scary that we need to fear him now? As Whis went on to respond, well, for one, this is Myrno's true angel form from what I remember him by, and the other is that his true power before he was taken down has been restored, and what makes him so dangerous now is that he is not holding back. Myrno was the first angel that was born and trained by the Grand Priest. He was also the first among the angels to approach his level of power. Although at the time he was still nowhere near the Grand Priest, but there was no doubt that he was on that path. But this was before his heart turned black and before this hatred he has, so there's no telling how powerful he truly is. As Beerus responds, "Great. It's bad enough that I nearly died before. Whis, we need to come up with a plan. He could be on his way to us right now as we speak. We can't take any risks." As in the meantime, with the Grand Priest shown returning back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest then went on to comment, "This entire situation could have been avoided a long time ago if you had only accepted your fate, Myrno. I will do what must be done in order to see this through to the end, but not without getting approval in order to do what I must," he adds. "I can only hope the others will take care of him before my arrival. But even then, I'm not sure if I will be given the permission I need to do what I must. I must reason with the Omni Kings accordingly." And as the Grand Priest was shown having to enter the throne room, it was only from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to greet the Omni Kings by commenting, "Greetings, almighty sires. It's the Grand Minister. Have you come to play?" "I'm afraid not, your majesty. I humbly come to you during this dark hour to ask you for your approval on a matter that requires my presence. This request comes as an emergency," he says. "An emergency request? Did something happen? What is your approval for?" the Omni Kings ask. As we only then make our way back to Myrno, and seeing how Myrno had now once again entered another universe, that's when Myrno went on to make his exit by responding, "But of course, Universe 3, home of the technologically advanced super fighters of the cosmos, home of its destroyer Moscow and my brother Kapari. Traitorous fools, do they honestly believe machines will be enough to save them from what's coming? Pathetic. These warriors spawned from scraps of metal and wires. We have nothing in common," Myrno says. "Now let's see," Myrno says. "Where are you? I sense a collective of energy signals ahead, including my brother and his destroyer. So, you've prepared for me, is that it? They must have been informed by the Grand Priest of my arrival," Myrno says. "No matter though, I will hunt them all down if it's the last thing I do. And these worlds around me, they are unworthy of such divinity. They are unworthy of existing in my world. Let them all be purged," Myrno adds, as once again, as soon as Myrno went on to open his eyes, we only then see how once again hundreds of planets within the blink of an eye are then shown being destroyed, as in the meantime we then see how both Kapari and Moscow are seemingly enough gathering the Universe 3 fighters together, as from that point on Kapari went on to address everyone by responding, "Moscow says that no matter what happens, he wants all of you to employ and use everything you have in this fight. We will be aiding you in the meantime." But then, all of a sudden, Kapari went on to hear a very familiar voice. As Myrno had now finally found his way to both the God of Destruction and his brother, that's when Myrno went on to respond by asking, "And just what exactly do you hope to accomplish with those pathetic weaklings by your side?" "That voice," Kapari says, and as soon as Kapari went on to turn around, he was only then met by none other than his older brother Myrno, as Myrno went on to tell his brother, "It's been a long time, Kapari. How could I ever forget? You were one of the ones who called for my exile. I hope you know that you are about to get what you had coming for a very long time. So I see you assembled an army of machine mutants to stop me," Myrno says. "Well, just so you all know, you will all get what's coming. Every single one of you. So then, which one of you lambs is the first to be slaughtered?" Myrno asks. "The shepherd has come home, and now it's time for the cattle to be exterminated." As in the meantime, back within Universe 7, we then go to Earth and seeing how all of our warriors have now finally gathered together, and further having to discuss the overall situation, as Piccolo went on to chime in by telling everyone, "I really can't tell you what's going on here, but this is most definitely a difficult situation to be in, especially given our power levels. Do you think that Myrno fellow is really dead?" Android 17 asks, as Gohan went on to respond, "To be honest, I'm really not sure. Dad said that before Myrno blew himself up, he vowed to come back after his original body was reconstructed, so I'm not really sure what's going on here," he says. "Hey, Goten," Trunks says, "that means that as soon as that Myrno dude comes here, we'll have a chance to fight him using our fusion and show him who's boss." As Goten responds, "Hey, yeah! And then we'll show everyone our new moves too." As next to them, we then see how Frieza went on to overhear this by laughing at them, as Frieza went on to further make a mockery of both Goten and Trunks by telling them, "You little brats truly think you'd survive 10 seconds in a fight with the fallen angel? Ha! Monkey see, monkey do. You little idiots wouldn't even be able to flick his hair, let alone touch him. Your little fusion wouldn't matter, and it never will, he says. Not with power like mine to stand in its way, you Saiyans should really know your place in this. It's better to reserve your death wish, he adds, because once this is all taken care of, I will be the one to slay you all, Frieza says, just the way it should be. Once I'm done with your fathers, you're next. But who to destroy first? Vegeta's annoying little offspring or Goku's disgusting little clone? As out of nowhere we then see how both Goku and Vegeta have finally arrived from Beerus' planet, as Goku went on to inform everyone by shouting, "Hey everyone, sorry we're a little late. We were a bit caught up on Beerus' world, but it's great to see you all here," he says. "We really don't have a lot of time here, so it's better to inform you all of the situation before it's too late." "Glad you're back, Dad," Trunks shouts. "Yeah, you both look really strong," Goten says. "Have you been training?" "You look like you've improved, Dad," Gohan says. "It's great to see you again, so why'd you call us here for?" As Goku went on to respond, "Well, what I'm about to tell you all is very important and needs to be taken as seriously as possible. I wouldn't have asked you all to come here if it wasn't an emergency, but we have a big problem on our hands and we need you all to be on the same page. So here's what's currently going on," Goku adds. Myrno is back, only his original body and power have now been fully restored. He isn't the same person we fought here on Earth or on planet Vampa, he adds. He's more powerful now than any of us could ever even dream of. And thus far, he went on to make his first move. He went out of his way to completely wipe out Universe 8, Goku adds, along with both its God of Destruction and Angel within it. I called you all here because we need all that we can get our hands on to stop him. Something's better than nothing, Goku says, and we need you all to fight no matter the odds. If he were to come here next, then there's no telling what would happen. But I know we can't beat him alone, or at least like this, so we need you. Right now, me and Vegeta are Universe 7's best chance. However, we aren't stronger than Whis, and Myrno is, and if Myrno's stronger than Whis, then we stand no chance, Goku says. But that can change, and in order for that to change, we need everyone on the same page. His clones were somewhat manageable, Vegeta adds, at least now, but this Myrno is the real deal. So we need to get stronger if we are to have any chance of beating him, as Piccolo went on to step forward by asking, but if you're saying that Myrno's already stronger than Whis, and the two of you aren't stronger than Whis, then what chance do we really have? As Goku went on to respond, well, we don't know, but we have to try, and the only other way that I can think of in order for all of us to get stronger quickly is in there, Goku says, the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, I can't promise that me and Vegeta could catch up to Whis, but at least we'd grow strong enough to give us a fighting chance in this battle. This includes all of you. If we stand around and wait for him to come, then he'd likely slaughter us all, he says. The time chamber, Piccolo adds, but all of us can't go inside at once. There's a limit as to how many can be inside. That's true, Goku says, but we can change that if we talk to Mr. Popo and Dende. We're running out of time. It's the only chance that we have to make a difference in this fight. So here's what we're going to do. As all the while back within Universe 3, we only then witness a pile of bodies surrounding Myrno as Anilaza was in fact getting ready to strike him, as Myrno went on to stop Anilaza's punch midway and having to tell him, honestly now, what a repulsive creature you are, hideous. Your attempts are meaningless against me. My eyes are enough to finish this battle, however, that there, Myrno points, that appears to be the source of your power that fuels your body. I wonder what happens if it's broken. To where within that moment, Myrno had then gone in, shooting right through Anilaza's crystal. As Myrno went on to continue, imagine thinking that your combined fusion would even remotely come close to rivaling my power. Serving the gods, are we? This is what you get. This is what happens when you side with your precious god of destruction. To where once again, as soon as Myrno had gone in, glaring Anilaza's body away, both Kapari and Moscow appeared to be speechless, as Kapari went on to respond, Myrno, what are you doing? This is not the way of the angels. How could you slaughter them? And how dare you side with children in agreeing with my exile, Myrno asks. Weren't you the same one who said that I was the most troublesome of the bunch? You never liked me, brother. Your actions were very clear, and now that I'm here, it's time to get what's owed to you. But it was within that moment where finally the god of destruction Moscow was then shown having to exit out of his machine, as Moscow went on to respond to Myrno by telling him, you will not destroy this universe any further. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you will get, fallen angel. You no longer have command over your universe, and I will not stand here and allow for you to command mine. Lord Moscow, please, Kapari says, I urge you not to get involved in this battle with him. And why not, Moscow asks, he doesn't look so tough to me. So the little runt finally decided to leave his mechanical paradise in exchange of losing his life, Myrno says. It's been a long time since I laid my eyes on you, Moscow. Still naive and hot-headed as ever, although you stood by and watched me be removed from my throne without anything to say, your duties will not be needed once this is all over, Myrno tells him. I will set out to choose new gods of destruction, ones who are more powerful and without contempt. Myrno, I cannot allow you to continue doing this, Kapari says. You are making a grave mistake. I do not wish to harm you, but I will do what I must to stop you. But then, before Kapari could even finish, Myrno had then proceeded in speed blitzing directly towards his brother and grabbing him by the neck by telling him, is that a threat? And just who do you think you're fighting here? Need I remind you of who I am? Just what are you doing, Moscow shouts. Away with you, Myrno responds. As from that point on, as soon as Myrno had gone and glaring away Moscow and sending him flying out into the distance, as he from there continues to hold Kapari by the neck, he then went on to ask him, tell me, brother, did you ever expect to see my face again? Certainly you assumed that I was destroyed by our father and those little brats, right? What value does your life have to those who could easily replace you? You acted in vain, Kapari says. You had to be removed before endangering us all. You've already sealed your fate. No, brother, Myrno says. You've sealed your own fate when you turned your back on me. Myrno, you must be destroyed, Kapari says. Your very existence is a threat to us all. And as soon as Kapari then was shown reaching for his staff, Myrno instead had acted quickly and then being shown having to grab onto Kapari's staff by telling him, oh no you don't, not so fast. What did you think? That you were going to use your staff to rid me from this universe? That won't happen. But that's when Kapari went on to break free from Myrno's grasp by double axe handling his arm and telling him, the order has been given. I fought you once before and I will not hesitate to do so again. Need I remind you, Kapari says, that it was I who was able to injure you during our training with the Grand Priest? I haven't forgotten your fighting style. This hatred you have will become your ultimate downfall. I'm ready to lay my life down for this universe. As Myrno was shown staring at Kapari's staff, that's when he went on to respond by telling him, before I was casted into the darkness, I had one of these, the mighty staff of the angelic race. It's a shame it no longer suits me, he adds, but will now be used as my weapon of war against you. As through the rubble we then see how the god of destruction Moscow was then making his way towards Myrno, in an act of having to feel both embarrassed and tremendous amounts of rage, that's when Moscow went on to shout, you're going to wish you never came back, angel! You are but a slave to children who mask themselves as the authority of power in the multiverse, Myrno says. That standard will no longer exist. As once I fell, so falls the god of destruction. As to the horrifying surprise of everyone there, Myrno had then gone in using Kapari's staff and going as far as to impale Moscow directly through the chest and then having to hold him up by responding, what was it you referred to me as originally? The angel of lies, was it? I speak no other tongue but the tongue of truth, Myrno says. This will be your fate. However, I will not finish you so quickly, but instead, he adds, as he then proceeded to use the staff in striking the ground below, he then went on to continue, you are to bleed to death until every last drop of blood has exited your body. Now then, brother, as you were saying, so you believe you possess the knowledge to defeat me, right? Well then, while this god bleeds, let's just see how good your memory truly is. Seems like your friend is in need of your assistance, Kapari, Myrno says. If you don't hurry and save him, your precious destroyer is going to bleed to death. So what exactly are you going to do? With Kapari then being shown having to literally bleed out and begging for his angel to save him, that's when Moscow went on to utter, Kapari, Help me. What have you done, Kapari says? You're evil. You must be stopped right now. Your actions cannot continue. I will not allow for this to stand. Then make me, Myrno says, as once again Myrno had gone in speed blitzing directly towards Kapari by telling him, allow me to pay you back for turning your back on me when I needed you traitors the most. As with Myrno shown uppercutting Kapari in the stomach, Myrno then went on to continue, solitude in knowledge. Isn't that what you always stood for? To be one of the most intellectually gifted among our race, yet you did nothing to help me. Let me remind you of who I am, the greatest of the angels, the most ruthless and powerful among the Grand Priest's children. You angels have all become laxed in your positions of power, Myrno adds, lazy and unwilling to stand for any sort of change, whereas I never was. I always improved, no matter what it was I was doing. You knew this day would come. You knew I'd come for you sooner or later, you rat. As Myrno from there was shown having to uppercut Kapari in the face, and then shown stopping his body from flying out any further, and using one of his signature gravity bind techniques to hold him in place, that's when Myrno went on to continue, oh no, brother. I'm not finished with you. We aren't training anymore. Those days are long behind us. I helped you and watched you grow into being selected to become the assistant of Universe 3, and now I am hereby revoking your duties as protector. As with Myrno then shown having to wheel Kapari back in, that's when Myrno went on to knee Kapari in the chest by telling him, for the shame you've brought me, for turning your back on me against children, clueless children who see us all as pawns in their game. You would rather protect them when they could end your life at any given moment if they just so choose to. I vowed to return, did I not? You knew that I was able to split my soul into several pieces to survive being erased. So much for your so-called knowledge, Myrno says. How could you be so clouded by your own pride to see what you are doing is wrong, Kapari asks. They had every reason to remove you from power, Myrno, as Myrno went on to ask, and why? Because I had my own vision of what I believe the multiverse should be, because they found pride in my hearts that it justifies their action. I find your faith in mortals along with these pathetic gods of destruction to be disgusting. You'd rather be told what to do than create your own path, Myrno says, to be told how to think or be destroyed. That method of rulership ends here with me. After splitting my soul, it took me millions of years to collect myself, he adds, to create clones and become a shell of who I was. In order to grow and seek out greater strength in order to be reborn, did you really think I wasn't going to come back? With Kapari responding, Moscow, I'm coming, please, hang in there. Don't die on me. To where as Kapari was shown crawling, Myrno had then gone and stepping on down on Kapari's hand by telling him, saving your puppet is not an option for you right now. Myrno, you have forsaken your family and have massacred trillions of life forms. No matter how powerful you've become, I will not allow you to continue destroying the multiverse. As in an act of desperation, Kapari attempted in blasting Myrno from point blank range, and from there shown creating enough distance and space between them as Kapari went on to lunge forward and saving Moscow by shouting, I will revive you, Moscow, hang in there, you will not draw your last breath today. But then, during mid-flight through the smoke, Myrno's hand was shown extending on out and grabbing Kapari's leg by telling him, yes he will, and so will you. Impressive. That one actually hurts, but I promise you that you will not be able to do that again. To where while latching onto Kapari's leg, Myrno had then gone and slamming his brother down onto the ground by telling him he will remain where he is. He has front row seats to your destruction. In which, as we see how Myrno was walking away and dragging his brother with him, he then went on to continue, Korn was first, and now you will be the second to perish. A message to the Grand Priest that the bell that has been rung cannot be silenced. This world will fall, your destroyer will fall, and you will fall, Myrno adds. I taught you what you know. You cannot escape the reality that you are about to face, but luckily for me, I never taught you everything I No. That would have been a problem, he adds. Throughout my time, I stood against the multiverse's mightiest warriors. As I battled each one, I used them to draw out what I needed from them to seek out greater strength and take it from them. I could have slaughtered them all, but little did they know that each battle was a trap in getting what I wanted from them. To study them before my arrival, to know who was a threat and who was prey. Since my time, Myrno adds, I was amazed to see the warriors that were spawned since my departure, and each of them was pushed into giving me what I came there for without them knowing. I was baffled to see them stand as one, to see how despite their odds, they still fought back. It was all but a game to me, he says, and to add on to my fun, I killed in order to motivate them further. To see such mortals reach levels on par or beyond the gods was a testament of why all life must be destroyed and restarted. But even then, to restore the full nature of who I was, I needed to push them into giving me everything I needed, to take their energy and apply it onto myself. And if a mortal or god was destroyed, then it was just collateral damage. My clone successfully destroyed several mortals and gods alike, until of course the angel stepped in to reverse the damage done. But I was watching everything, every timeline, every universe. It was all to be examined and absorbed. So I watched, and I waited. So I fought and I studied, and I experienced to see what I would be facing. That way when I returned, that nobody would stand in my way. And that's exactly what I did. And when I knew my time of resurrection drew closer, I ordered any remaining cattle to be slaughtered. And so I grew in the darkness, Myrno adds. Watching. I encountered many, good and evil alike, and I drew what I needed from my battles with them, Myrno adds. Although a few caught my eye in potentially becoming my next gods of destruction to a new multiverse, their answers were all the same. All I knew was darkness and destruction. My ideas ripped away, my ambitions ripped away, my vision ripped away. Everything I trained for and everyone I was overseeing ripped away. I was lucky to have survived, but I knew it was possible. If I split my spirit into several bodies, then I could not be destroyed. Only the current vessel which has been targeted can be. And since I had to separate my soul into other bodies, my main one was destroyed, and so I began to rebuild, Myrno says. You and I both know that Universe 13 housed the greatest warriors and life forms in the multiverse, and because the Omni Kings were in a bad mood, they ripped it all away from me, and then shown tossing me aside like trash, as though I never mattered, as though I was but an insect to them. With those I saw, they turned me away just as the Omni Kings turned me away, just as the Grand Priest had turned me away, and when it's all over, it will all start again, with me as king, with me as its supreme god. One by one, just as mine fell, you will all follow down that path of destruction, every single one of you, until it's all ripped away. A king who is fair and a king who is powerful, one who will give back to those who deserve it and destroy those who don't. I know where the Omni Kings are, and once their playpens are destroyed, they will be next. To destroy them and my father, that is the goal. I fell once before, I will never fall again. On my honor, on my life, I will never see defeat again. How did you come back this powerful, Kapari asks? How were you able to avoid being detected by the Omni King and Grand Priest? By reassembling my soul from the pieces I split in order to reconstruct my original body. I had my clones drain all of the power I needed from the multiverse to feed it back to me. It took millions of years to complete, but my plans never faded. I sealed myself in a realm where no one could look or find me. The dimension of infinite darkness, he adds, a realm similar to the demon realm. And now that I am complete, I have no rival. My body is unbreakable, and along with an unbeatable body, I also possess an unbreakable mind, collected through countless battles throughout the multiverse. The purpose of restarting creation, one that will suit my liking. As Kapari went on to respond, the Grand Priest has already informed the multiverse of your arrival. He is likely now going to also step forward against you, which you know is a death sentence once he arrives. They asked you to relinquish this mindset of domination and pride. Before they took action, they questioned you and you lied. You turned on us before you faced your judgment, and soon you will face it again, Kapari says. But that's when Myrno went on to stick his arm out directly in front of Kapari by telling him his time will come, but in the meantime, it will be you who will face judgment. You have no idea what it took for me to reach this point. Now, brother, any last words? As Kapari went on to shout, you have absolutely lost your mind, Myrno. Poor choice of words. But then, to the surprise of Myrno, Kapari went on to slip right through and sliding in between Myrno's legs by telling him, you may be more powerful than me, but I didn't forget what it took to get the better of you. I will fight you to the death to see this through. As Myrno went on to respond, so you increased your speed. So what? With Kapari shown attempting to kick Myrno, with Myrno having to duck on under by telling him, you're fighting a losing battle and most certainly an unwinnable war. You may think you have all of the answers, but you're forgetting one very important thing here, Kapari says, is that I had also taught you a few things as well. To where fortunately enough for Kapari, he was then shown actually able to land a clean shot on Myrno's face, as even Myrno himself was shown a tad bit surprised. That's when Kapari went on to tell him, you should remember that I have the ability to rapidly increase my movements. You will not destroy this universe, Kapari says, as once again, in an act of having to increase his speed so much so, he then had gone in punching Myrno in the face again, only this time Myrno went on to stabilize himself by maintaining balance and responding, my, at least you still remember your fighting roots. That wasn't bad. A bit painful, but that won't get you anywhere against me. At least you've proven to me you're more of a challenge than Korn was. But that's not saying much. Are you holding back? Or is this the limit of your power? I wonder. Interesting, Myrno says. So you say you can increase your movements during battle, correct? Thousands of times, no, perhaps billions of times over, is that right? Well, I could also do the same thing. You're bluffing, Kapari says. That is one of my signature moves. But to the shock of Kapari, Myrno was in fact actually telling the truth, as Myrno went on to ask, still think I'm bluffing, you buffoon? I emulated your fighting tactics, remember? Now enough with these games. It's time we turn your lights off for good. As all the while when going back to Earth in Universe 7, Gohan went on to ask, do you really think this will help us, Dad? What am I if not even you or Vegeta could take this guy head on and win? Maybe you two should just go and take as much time as you need to get stronger. As Goku went on to respond, you're still an asset that we need, Gohan. With the right amount of training, you could be pushed into achieving great levels of power that could really help us in this fight. We still need you, Goku says. You also have a lot of fighting experience that could be useful to us, Vegeta adds. It's better to get stronger rather than remain where you currently are. At least inside you will be able to go all out against us without the need of holding back either. No holding back, huh? Frieza asks. So this means that if I kill as a result of our training, then it was clearly an accident, right? At least then you wouldn't have to worry about dying in battle against the Angel if you already died against me during our training. As Vegeta responds, you've got some nerve, Frieza. You are one to talk. We could handle this with or without your help. Nobody told you to come here and coexist with us. You were just a casualty by Myrno, who just so happened to have come here after he nearly killed you, so you wanted revenge. Don't you dare for 1 second think that I won't destroy you when we go inside. We've got bigger problems on our hands, and the last thing we need right now is a washed up emperor who still thinks his destiny is to rule over the universe to get in the way of our mission to destroy this angel. chill. I'm not as lax as Kakarot, Frieza, and you know that. Don't push your luck. Vegeta, relax, Gohan says. We still need him. No, Gohan, out of all people, he's the last one we need right now, Vegeta shouts. He's only in this for himself. To see to it that Myrno is dead so that he could have a chance to go and try and destroy us all later. Now's not the time though, Vegeta, Piccolo says. Like it or not, we still need him if we are to make sure this angel is dead. We have to set aside our differences for this. Yeah, look, I don't like Frieza either, says Android 17, but he's still someone that could be useful to us if the angel were to come here next. I don't like him either, says Android 18, but I agree. He was there to help us before during the tournament, so we need him. Look, you two, Goku says, we can sort this mess out once we're done making sure Myrno is gone. But in the meantime, none of us can hope to stand a chance against him like this. So we need to work together just this once, for the sake of preserving our lives here. You know exactly what's going to happen once we go inside that time chamber, Kakarot. This one's on you. I know you want Myrno gone just like we do after what he did to you, Goku says, so Frieza, I'm asking you. If it's a rematch you want with either me or Vegeta, you'll get it, but once Myrno is gone, as Frieza went on to respond, you Saiyans make me sick. Once this is all over, the two of you are mine. No tricks or any more interruptions. I wasn't planning on seeing or being here until my plans were complete, but destiny decided to take an unexpected turn, so that's what I want. Your heads on my wall when this is all over. However, while inside, I will refrain from killing the two of you, but I will fight you using everything I have, and I will show you both no mercy. Consider this a favor. That bastard made a fool of me several times, Frieza continues, and even while in my golden form, I was still treated as though I was child's play to him. But no more. Once he dies, you monkeys are next. I will not be humiliated by him again. I am Lord Frieza, the mightiest tyrant the universe has ever seen. I bow to no one, and once I further my evolution, he will feel fury and I will have my revenge. So don't expect anything from me other than wanting to see him dead. That is the only thing we all have in common. And when it's all said and done, I will be the one to give him the final blow. A parting gift for attacking me in space. Yeah, not even my Ultra Instinct did much either, Goku responds. When we were inside of Majin Buu, Gohan adds, he took us down as though we were nothing to him too. But it's a good thing that Buu's body was able to take the hits that he did, otherwise we would have been goners. But even then, Buu barely hung in there, even with all of us powering up from within him. After learning that there are levels to Ultra Instinct, Goku adds, there was no doubt that his was more evolved than mine was. And I saw that firsthand after fighting him. It was like he was testing to see where I stood with him. He also nearly killed Lord Beerus. It seems as though if he wanted us dead, he could have done it by now, but now that his plan is complete and his original body is restored, we don't know what to expect out of him now. But the Grand Priest did say that although he's seemingly unbeatable, he can be stopped, one way or another. And if we can find any kind of weakness, then we can win, Goku adds. I don't know where he is right now, but I have a very bad feeling about this one. There is no doubt that this is going to be the real deal, but we can't just stand around and argue with each other. We need to train and come up with a plan. Me and Vegeta already have one in our back pocket, but just in case, we'll need to figure out more, so here's what we're going to do. As we only then make our way back to Myrno, as Myrno was shown having to speak to his brother, Myrno then went on to address Kapari by telling him, look at you. You've become frail. I find it interesting that you were once close to being the strongest among our siblings outside of myself, but now look at you. Whis put up more of a fight against my clones than you did, slave. Even if I fail, Kapari says, the end result won't change. You speak as though you've already seen the outcome of this situation, but you will fail. If not by us, then by the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings, as Myrno went on to ask, what do you keep looking at? Still afraid that Moscow will die? He's on his last seconds of life. but you can make a difference, can't you? Your devotion is what I hate the most. How are you more loyal to him than you were to me when I was on my last seconds of life? Because no matter what we would have done to help you, the result of your passion for destruction wouldn't have changed, Kapari shouts. As with Kapari shown trying his best in striking Myrno, with Myrno shown dodging each and every single one of his attacks, it was only from there where Myrno went on to tell Kapari, how smart of you, brother. Perhaps you are right. Maybe I wouldn't have changed if I was spared. You lose either way. For as long as there is life inside of me, I will fight until my dying breath. What a waste you are, Myrno says. To where as soon as we then see how Myrno was attempting to strike Kapari with Kapari shown ducking on under, from that point on, Myrno was seemingly taken back by this as he then went on to ask, how did you see that? As out of nowhere, once again, Kapari was then shown striking Myrno in the stomach by telling him, it may have been ages since we trained, but I've always remembered your fighting patterns, Kapari says. It will not be as easy as you thought. But as Kapari went on to punch Myrno with Myrno having to grab onto his fist, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, very good, Kapari. I wasn't expecting for you to remember my movements the way you did. However, knowing how I move will not be enough to stop me. Your attack actually hurt. I felt that in my gut, but that will not be happening again. Tell me something. You claim to remember and know my exact fighting patterns, correct? So then if what you say is true, then you won't have any problems finding out what I'll do next. As out of nowhere to Kapari's surprise, Myrno had then gone in shooting out laser beams from his eyes and penetrating his brother's body completely, with Kapari then shown having to hit the ground below. That's when Myrno went on to oversee his brother by responding, so much for knowing about when and where I'll strike, he says. This fight is over. You've reached the end of your life, along with the end of this entire universe. This world will be rebuilt. As Myrno went on to take flight, he then continues, I will start a new race of angelic beings once I see my plans through. A race who are just as strong and just as noble, never to be led down the path of laziness or betrayal. I was always good to you, brother, but you are as good now as gum beneath my shoes. Your death will be echoed throughout the multiverse, as will the destruction of this universe. You were too concerned about saving Moscow, and this was the price you paid. Worry not, Myrno adds, unlike the destroyer who suffered a slow and painful death, I'm going to make this very quick for you. Lord Moscow, I'm so sorry. I will not leave your side, Kapari says. Please, hear my words. Your extinction was inevitable. As Myrno was then shown creating a massive energy ball in the sky, he then went on to continue, there will be nothing you can do to survive this. Please, forgive me, Lord Moscow, Kapari says. I did what I could, but I simply wasn't strong enough. I wasn't ready for him. I will not let you die alone like this, he adds. Father, hear my cries. Please, forgive me. We need you. Your power is needed. Stop him in the name of what we live to protect across the multiverse. We plead for you, he adds. Bring us back. Save the lives he threatens to rip away. Please. As with Kapari then shown having to hold on to Moscow's hand as he passed away, he then went on to continue, you were more than just someone to attend to, he adds. You were my friend, Moscow. I will not let you die alone. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for always being by my side. Our death will not be in vain. I promise. To where it was only then, right then and there during that moment, where Myrno had gone in firing his attack directly down at them, as Myrno went on to shout, this was for ripping my universe away from me. To where as we then see how not only did the blast go on to make contact, but the sheer force of this attack alone was then beginning to destroy the entire universe, as Myrno was then shown yet again creating another portal and having to make his exit, as Myrno went on to comment, let this be a message that is heard across space-time itself. The bells continue to ring. Open. Take me into another universe, he says. Lead me to one. Let the massacre continue. To where it was only then, right then and there, where we get to see how Universe 3 was in fact then destroyed, as with now a second universe shown having to completely disappear, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, I hear you, Kapari, I am sorry. Another was taken. Universe 3 has been completely destroyed, erased from the multiverse. What have you done, Myrno? I must act quickly, he says. He is beginning to move faster than I imagine him to. I must seal the realms with my power to preserve the lives he's targeting, but it would only appear as though they are not enough. Hold off long enough, he says. These crimes will be corrected. I don't sense his presence, the Grand Priest says. Where did he go off to this time? Whis, did you feel that? Beerus asks. Is it true? It is, Whis says. Moscow and Universe 3 have been destroyed. My brother as well, Myrno, was successful. His energy source has vanished, which means he is traveling to his next target, and he's moving fast. So we must prepare then, Beerus says. There's no telling if he will come here or go somewhere else. As during this time, we then see how all of our heroes are then beginning to make their way towards the time chamber, as Goku went on to tell them, I trust that this will work, but I need everyone to be on the same page. This is the best and only shot we have to stand a chance against what's coming. Kakarot, Vegeta says. Do you think this plan of yours will work? With Goku responding, I'm not sure, but it's the only option we have. Alright everyone, we're here. There's no telling what we're about to face, so I expect for everyone here to fight as though you are fighting to kill and survive. We will lay out a few plans and tactics to use in this fight against Myrno, so I need everyone to focus. I can only pray that this works, Goku says. We don't have much time, so we can't go screwing around inside. We have 1 hour to do what we've gotta do. So I guess we'll pair off in small groups and come together as the fights intensify and draw closer. We'll need to study one another's movements and attacks and figure out ways to synchronize them if things get a little messy against Myrno. Goku, with the amount of people going inside, Mr. Popo says, we can only limit your training for 30 minutes. Anything more and you will all be sealed inside. Do your best, Mr. Popo says. Me and Dende will notify you if anything happens, to where as soon as we then see how Frieza had gone in bumping Goku's shoulder and making his way inside, in being as rude as Frieza could ever be, that's when Frieza went on to tell Goku, get out of my way, ape. So this is the hyperbolic time chamber I've heard so much about. No wonder you idiots were always able to stay ahead of me. You went on to use this room to your advantage. Clever. I wonder how much more powerful I could become if I had known about this years ago. Now's not the time to be bringing up the past, Frieza. I'll keep my end of the deal so as long as you can keep yours. Yes, I'm well aware of what you said. If I were to reach a new level of power, this will be the perfect place to do so. I'm not looking to share memories or tell scary stories in here, Frieza says. I'm looking to beat you fools close to death and find a new evolution. How wonderful. I could fight as I like in here. Look at this vast void of space. I could punish you monkeys here and there wouldn't be a soul in the universe that would hear you scream. So then, I didn't come here to chit-chat with you, he adds. Which one of you is going to be the first to be destroyed? Will it be you, Namekian? I haven't forgotten about what you did on Namek. Or will it be the machines? Or maybe you, Majin Buu? I've heard many stories about your strength. Or maybe it will be one of you, Goku and Vegeta. To where only then we also get to see how Vegeta had gone in doing the same thing and bumping Goku's shoulder by telling him, stand aside, Kakarot, this one is going to be mine. You've been talking mighty brave since coming here, Frieza. I've been waiting for the day where I would have the chance to pay you back for what you did to me. And there will be nothing that will stop me from smashing your face around this place while also getting stronger. If you die as a result, then you die, Vegeta says. Oh, is that so, Vegeta? Frieza asks, but killing me would go against what your little monkey friend Goku is asking for. I never planned on working with you since the Tournament of Power, but I intend for this to be the last time that we ever do. I want you to remember something. You apes aren't the only ones who could discover new transformations to better suit them in battle. Mark my words, if the angel doesn't kill you, I will. I promise. As Vegeta went on to respond, you're a joke, Frieza. Frieza. There is no way that you can even come close to rivaling what I am now. Save your tough talk for when the fighting begins, because you're going to be my first opponent, and I don't plan on going easy. We'll see about that once the door closes, Frieza says. You're lucky this angel has made a mess of things. Otherwise, I would have taken care of you a long time ago before giving you the chance to get stronger. Shall we start off by using our full power then, with Vegeta responding, do what you need to do, but it won't make a difference in this fight. Hurry up, Kakarot, I can't wait anymore. Alright, Goku says, that should be everyone. I'm glad Gohan dropped off the boys and joined us. It would have been too dangerous for them to be here. Listen, Goku says, if anything changes, let us know. If you can somehow extend our time, then please try to. We need as much as we can get out of this as possible. I'm not sure if you can contact us from the outside world, so if it means doing so, open the door and tell us. But in the meantime, it's going to get very bloody in here, so please make sure that you seal the door nice and shut so nothing happens. You got it, Goku, Dende says. We'll make sure that nothing causes the door to open from either side. We'll be waiting for you all out here. It's all or nothing, Gohan, Piccolo says. Kind of reminds me of the good old days. Me and you will pair off first. We've grown a lot since the Tournament of Power and the fight with Moro on Earth, but it's time to step it up, he says. I'm looking forward to it, Piccolo. We've all got a stake in this fight, to protect and watch out for our friends and family. If it's alright with you, I'm going to be fighting you using my full power. I'm off, Goku says. Be careful out there. If another asks, then just tell them where we are, but also make sure to also stay in touch with Whis and find out if anything happens. Thank you for letting us do this, Dende. I owe you one. With Dende responding, will do, Goku. Owe it to me by beating this angel. I wish you all the best of luck inside. As all a while, when then going back to Beerus's planet, we then see how Beerus keeps walking around Whis. As Beerus went on to respond, I've been pacing around here thinking of solutions, but I've yet to hear you suggest one, Whis. Spill it. Why have you gone quiet all of a sudden? Is there something you know that I don't? Coming up with a solution against someone who is second to the Grand Priest isn't something easy to think about, Whis says. I do believe we have a fighting chance, but only if everyone bands together as one. I knew something was off when I felt Myrno's clones holding back a bit of their power. I was trying to understand, but it dawned upon me later that he was only using us for something greater. Unless the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest arrive, the chances of us winning are extremely low. However, not impossible to do. It'll take everything to win, he says. But it was only during that moment where both of them had stopped in what they were doing as Beerus went on to respond, Whis, did you just feel that too? Yes, Whis says, he's landed, and it looks as though he's found his next target. He's entered Universe 12. We can only hope that Jin and Angel Martinu can hold on long enough to survive. But I do have faith, Whis continues. If anyone knows Myrno well enough, it's my sister Martinu. Unless Myrno acts on instinct, I trust Universe 12 will hold off and stand a chance. But we will see. As meanwhile, within Universe 12, with Myrno shown fighting a warrior named Izo, Myrno went on to ask, honestly now, and just what do you think this is going to do to me? As Izo went on to shout, you will leave this planet now! No, Izo, you can't, Jin says. I knew he was here, but I never expected for Myrno to come here this quickly. There must be a weakness that I can exploit. As Myrno went on to spawn an angelic staff by then responding, my brother's angelic staff. Let's see how it holds up, shall we? You mortals here don't deserve to be touched by my divine hands. So what I will do instead is I will tear you apart using the angel staff, he says. With Myrno then shown having to do exactly that by slicing Izo in half, it was only there where Myrno went on to address Jin by telling him, was that the best Universe 12 had to offer, Jin? Surely that wasn't your strongest mortal, was it? How dare you come here and make a mockery of this universe, Jin says. I fear nothing, even angels. I don't care what you do, I'd rather die than submit myself to you. I don't believe that you are as mighty as you claim to be, and I'm going to prove it. To where as Jin was then shown firing multiple ki blasts directly at Myrno, with each of them shown having to then make contact with no effect at all, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, what a miserable act of desperation. You despicable gods are all alike. Stubborn until the very end, even after seeing that there is no way out. As Jin went on to ask, not even even a scratch? How was it that nothing is working? My Chaos Blast surely had to have worked. I don't believe it, as Myrno went on to stick his arm out by responding, "Believe it, Destroyer." As before Jin could even react, Myrno had then gone in, grabbing him by the throat and then being shown lifting him on up by telling him, "You have grown to become fragile, Jin. Your fighting spirit is brittle and flimsy compared to before. You were one of the mightiest destroyers during my reign over Universe 13. It would appear as though time has made you grow more comfortable with your position as a ruler. And if memory serves me correct, when I was thought to have been destroyed, you didn't even care. What was it you said? Better him than me, is that right? Well, it wasn't me, but now it will surely be you. My retribution will not go unchecked without seeing your death through. Better you than me, right, Jin?" You're smiling. And what exactly do you find funny? As Jin went on to respond, "You may be powerful, but you're going to get exactly what you always had coming." "Oh please," Myrno says, "save me the lecture. I've heard countless monologues of how I'm going to pay. One by one, I will crush you all. Any last words before you die?" As from that point on, Jin went on to then tell Myrno, "You should always pay close attention." As out of nowhere from behind Myrno, we then see how Martino had gone in, punching Myrno directly in the spine, and from there having to shout, "Enough, Myrno," and sending Myrno flying out into the distance, as she from there went on to save Jin's life, as Jin went on to respond, "Thank you, Martino. It's not safe to be here, Lord Jin. Leave him to me. I need you to leave. Prepare and wait for me. You do not have the power to fight him," she adds. "I will do what I must here. Now please go. He's coming." To where as Jin was shown doing exactly that, with Myrno now making his way back onto the battlefield, it was only from that point on where Myrno went on to shout, "It's been generations, Martino. It's so nice to see you. I call upon the power of our angelic race to give me the strength I need to prevail," she says. "I haven't used this since I was first brought into becoming the angel of this universe," she adds. "Let this power be what guides me." And as soon as Martino was then shown powering up, she then went on to continue, "And if I am to fail, please, Father, mighty Grand Priest, hear my cries and see to it that balance is restored. I never wanted to ever hurt you," she says, "but you leave us with no other choice than to do what we must to rid you of this horrible life you've abused. I bested you during training plenty of times before, and I will do so again now." In which, as Myrno was then shown making his way ever so closer, he then went on to respond, "You mean when I was weak? Like how you are now? You don't know me, and you do not know what I currently possess. Show me what you can do, and you better pray that it works. You will not continue to destroy," Martino says. "Maybe this will make you remember." To where as Myrno was then shown getting close enough, Martino went on to stick her arm out and shouting, "Celestial Shockwave!" As this attack itself was so powerful and so impactful that not only do we see a massive shockwave ripple all throughout the landscape, but apparently enough it also seems as though this had rattled Myrno, as Myrno went on to ask, "What was that?" And from that point on, seeing how Myrno was then beginning to get dragged back, as Martino fell down to a knee and responding, "It's just as I thought. That attack took too much out of me. I haven't used an attack with that kind of power and force for millions of years." In which, as Myrno had then gone and looking down on his chest, he then went on to comment, "This vibration. I remember this attack. You used it on me when we trained. You beat me with this every single time. This attack was meant to destroy you from the inside out. Of course you'd use it on me again," he adds. "Hoping you'd crush me from the inside, is that it? I should have remembered the way you fight. Your tactic is to destabilize and neutralize your enemy from the inside, not from the out. But of course your fighting tactics are focused more on what's on the inside and not what's on the out, you revolting pest. Nice try, but I'm nothing like when we trained in the past. You think I truly didn't come prepared? I was waiting for the day this would happen." As Martino went on to respond, "It barely worked. I only managed to stun him for a moment. Just, what are you? What have you done to yourself? All of this because you wanted power? All of this because you wanted to become something that was never meant for you to have? So you've thrown me off my rhythm for a moment, Myrno says. In that case, allow me to also do the same to you. An eye for an eye, isn't that right? And as soon as Myrno had then gone and shooting a blast directly at Martinu, this blast, interestingly enough, was not meant for her, but instead, it was directly aimed at none other than the god of destruction, Jin, as the blast itself went on to completely blow Jin's head off. As Myrno went on to comment, I never finished my fight with the destroyer of this universe, and it was beginning to bother me. Here's a parting gift, Myrno says. Since you coordinated a surprise attack, here's my surprise for you. No, it can't be Lord Jin, Martinu says. As with Jin's body then shown hitting the ground, that's when Myrno went on to continue. Better him than me, right, Jin? Now, as for you, you're next. Big sister, is it? Always looking after others, were you? Well, I don't remember you looking out for me when I needed your help the most, but none of that matters. What matters right now is once I stabilize myself, you're finished. I'm going to take my time watching you suffer. As a matter of fact, I know just how I'll do it too. Let it be known that you will become the third angel to fall. A message to the Grand Priest and that ridiculous Omni King that they're next. Now, come sister, let's resume where we left off. As in the meantime, when going back to the hyperbolic time chamber and seeing how only 5 minutes have passed by, our Universe 7 warriors all seem to be engaging very intensely, as Gohan and Piccolo are also shown having to battle, with Piccolo having to tell Gohan, keep pushing, Gohan, I know you can evolve your power into something much greater than what you have now. You won't win if you keep holding back like this, with Gohan responding, you've gotten pretty strong yourself, Piccolo, but I'm just getting started. What about you? How else do you plan on beating me if you're losing? As Piccolo went on to respond, sometimes it's not just about power, Gohan. Look around. Everyone's fighting by contributing something different. You should know that I'm not going to go down that easily, with Gohan responding, just watching everyone go at it gives me the power that I need to push myself to surpass all of them. Alright then, Piccolo, let's step it up. Don't say I didn't warn you, he says. Gohan, wait, Piccolo says, you feel that? Yeah, just what the heck is going on out there? As all of a sudden, out of nowhere, both Piccolo and Gohan had then gone to break away as Piccolo shouted, watch out! Whoa! It's Frieza, Gohan says! With Frieza's body then shown flying out into the distance with none other than Vegeta having to follow him, it was only from there where Piccolo went on to call this out by shouting, it's Vegeta! Look at him go! Get out of my way, Vegeta shouts. Well, that was a close one, Piccolo. If we didn't act fast, then Frieza would have crashed right into us along with Vegeta. As with Frieza then shown having to maintain balance and stabilizing himself, that's when Frieza went on to shout, curse you, Vegeta! Don't get ahead of yourself, because if you think your stupid Super Saiyan Blue evolution is going to win you the day, then you are as good as dead as you are delusional. As Vegeta went on to respond, the only delusional one here is you, Frieza. I told you that you'd be my first victim. You shouldn't have agreed to come here, Vegeta says. With Vegeta attempting to punch Frieza as Frieza was then shown in a defensive position, that's when Frieza went on to tell him, screw fighting the angel, you'd be lucky to walk out of here alive after this is over, you monkey. Then forget Myrno, Vegeta responds. Let's end this right here then. We don't need you anyway, because I will be the one to kill the angel and I'll do it alone. You're forgetting one very important thing here, Frieza. It's been the one thing that you've always overlooked. No matter how powerful you are, Vegeta says, as he then went on to duck on under in avoiding Frieza's punch by them being shown having to uppercut Frieza in the stomach, in further having to display superior feats over Frieza. That's when Vegeta went on to continue, I will always find a way to become stronger than you. You could never surpass me. I don't care how strong you get, nothing will compare to the power I've obtained recently. Do you know why you are even alive to begin with? It's not because of me, it's because of Kakarot. You're just wasting my time. You can never defeat me, Vegeta shouts. To where as soon as Vegeta was then shown kicking Frieza in the sky, as Goku made his re-entry by kicking Frieza away, and simultaneously having to synchronize their attacks, that's when Goku went on to tell Frieza, sorry Frieza, but I gotta tag you out for a minute. And as soon as Goku went on to acknowledge Vegeta below, it was from that point on where Goku went on to address Vegeta by telling him, you and I both know it's been a long time coming. Let's do this, Vegeta. To where as the two were then shown having to dash directly towards each other, Goku then went on to continue, "You've gotten so powerful within such a short amount of time. I want to see what your new powers are made of." Just like Frieza, Vegeta says, "You can't defeat me, Kakarot, and I'm going to show you exactly why." As the two are then shown having to punch each other in the face with such tremendous amounts of force, even Piccolo and Gohan went on to stop fighting and acknowledging this, as Piccolo from there went on to respond, "Look at those three go. With the history they all have, they're going to tear each other apart." "Yeah, no kidding," Gohan says, "and look over there. Android 17 and 18 are really going hard against Majin Buu too." To where as indeed they were, because as the two androids are shown double teaming Majin Buu, 18 then went on to chime in, "I didn't think Buu would be this tough to handle. He's not letting up. Keep the pressure on him, 18." As all the while with Goku shown grabbing Vegeta in a headlock, Goku then went on to tell him, "I'm nothing like you remember, Vegeta. If you don't break out of this choke, then I'll be forced to break your neck. It's what Myrno would do, right?" "I'm not falling to you," Vegeta says. "Once I break free, I'm going to smash your skull in, Kakarot." But then, out of nowhere, we then see how Golden Frieza's tail had then wrapped around Goku's neck, as Frieza went on to tell Goku, "Oh no you don't, you monkey. Learn to wait your turn. Once I kill Vegeta, you're next. Don't go inserting yourself in places where you don't belong," Frieza proceeds. "I want you to remember one thing, Saiyan. It will be me who puts an end to your life." As with Frieza then shown punching Super Saiyan Blue Goku in the face, he then went on to tell him, "You think I'd let you just walk all over me? When this is all said and done, you will not be as lucky as you were before, Goku." To where as Goku's body was shown having to fly right past Vegeta, with Vegeta once again making his way towards Frieza, it was from that point on where Vegeta went on to tell Frieza, "Kakarot changes nothing, Frieza. Once I put an end to you, he'll be next. But since you have a thing for cutting things short, let me smash your face in before Kakarot stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Not if I blow your head off your shoulders first," Frieza responds. As with multiple death beams then being shown having to be fired upon Vegeta, with Vegeta shown defending himself and taking on each and every single one of Frieza's strikes, that's when Piccolo went on to chime in by responding, "Just look at them go, Gohan. That's exactly the fighting spirit we need in order to fight this angel." "Yeah, but look, they're killing each other out there," Gohan says. "Do you really think they can endure much more of this?" With Piccolo responding, "From what it looks like, I think they're only just getting started. There's too much on the line for them to kill each other now. They'd be risking too much," Piccolo says. "If we are to make a difference in all of this," Piccolo says, "then we have to step it up even more too. If this angel destroys us all, at least we'll go down swinging with purpose. Now let's continue, Gohan. I want you to fight me using everything your body and soul can dish out. Now come at me." As all the while back within Universe 12, we then take a look at how Myrno is standing over his sister Martinu, as Myrno went on to tell her, "Honestly now, what did you think was going to happen, Martinu? Were you banking on a victory against me? Weak. You did nothing but anger me even more than before," he says. As Myrno from there had gone and grabbing his sister by the throat and hoisting her up in the air by telling her, "Tell me something, at what point will the Grand Priest have enough and show himself? Certainly by now one would assume that he'd already be here to stop me." As Martino went on to respond, "The Grand Priest will have your day, Myrno. He's making sure that your actions are stopped. So he's working behind closed doors now, is he? He's doing something, isn't he? Well, now I see what he's up to. So then it won't be long now." As Myrno's body was then shown shaking again, he then went on to continue, "This attack of yours, you've rattled my body, you disgusting little worm. I'm going to massacre you, you worthless pig. How dare you attempt to take my revenge away from me? Let it be known to the gods that you are marked as the third angel to be slaughtered in the name of my vengeance." "Another waste of life," Myrno went on to shout, as he then proceeded to throw his sister on the ground. He then continues, "Here, let me serve you something that you had coming for a very long time. This surely ought to be heard throughout the multiverse," Myrno adds. "A parting gift for your efforts, sister, but unlike your attack, you will not be coming back from this one. This will surely get the Grand Priest's attention," he says. To where as Myrno had gone in mimicking Vegeta's technique in creating one of his own, that's when Myrno went on to shout, "Angelic Final Flash!" To where Myrno's attack was not only strong enough in wiping out his sister, as his sister had some final words in telling the Grand Priest, "I'm sorry, Father. I have failed you. Jin, I have let all of Universe 12 down. Forgive me, as this was not only the end of the Universe 12 Angel, but the entirety of Universe 12 as a whole, because Myrno's attack had a ripple effect in completely going on to wipe out all of Universe 12 as we know it. As we even then go back to Universe 7 and seeing how Whis was shaking, that's when Whis went on to respond, "Oh my, not again, this power, there's nothing left, it's all gone. Myrno, how could you continue to do this?" Well, what happened, Whis Beerus questions. Where did he go next? By the look on your face, it doesn't seem like it ended very well, with Whis responding, "Myrno just destroyed all of Universe 12, including both its destroyer Jin and its angel Martinu. This would now make 3 universes that Myrno had just gone to annihilate. This only now leaves 9 universes remaining. His energy signal has also gone missing following the universe's destruction, which means he is now on the move to his next target," as even the Grand Priest went on to oversee this, as the Grand Priest comments, "Not again." "Yes, I heard your cries, Martinu," the Grand Priest adds. "I am sorry that you had to endure such pain. There seems no signs of stopping him, and I can already sense that he is on the move. I must see to it that despite his level of power, that another universe does not fall next. He's doing this to get my attention," the Grand Priest says, all while ensuring that nothing survives. "Before it is all restored and for there to be balance, I must seal the multiverse off and protect it with my power and my spirit in order to ensure that no other universe is then destroyed. I can sense him moving, but I just don't know where," the Grand Priest adds, "but I can feel you, Myrno. You've damaged enough, and therefore I must seal each universe off for as long as I can. While I wait for the Omni King's approval, I must remain patient," he continues. "If they are to grant me approval, then I will make my move as you've been longing for me. But if I cannot, then I will do what I can from here in hopes of helping everyone as best as I possibly can. Myrno is shifting the balance of the multiverse with his destruction. I cannot just be called into action without the Omni King's approving of my full power to be used. I can only hope that it is not too late when it's all said and done. I trust that the Omni Kings will do what is needed," he adds. "Until then, these realms must be sealed and protected from further being destroyed." To where as the Grand Priest was then shown extending his arm and using his own power G and energy to seal off the multiverse from being destroyed, it was from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to continue, "If this barrier were to be destroyed, then it will open the gates for Myrno to use and destroy the rest of the 9 existing universes. These actions can be reversed by using the power of the Super Dragon Balls just as they were used to bring back the universes after the Tournament of Power. I can only trust that they are all protected." As meanwhile back with Beerus and Whis, that's when Beerus went on to ask, "So, where is he, Whis? Can't you sense where he's heading next? Which universe did he go to?" with Whis responding, "I'm afraid I don't know. When Myrno moves through space-time using different realms, his signature vanishes." "Hold on," Whis says. "Something's wrong. There appears to be something approaching our very location." "Wait," Whis says. "Oh no, my lord, I'm afraid he's here," Whis says. "Myrno, he's here." "What did you just say?" Beerus asks. "He's here? Where?" As out of nowhere, we then see how a portal had gone and opening up, with Champa being shown having to exit through the other side. As from that point on, Myrno's voice went on to address both Beerus and Whis by telling them, "Out of all of the gods of destruction, you were the one I was looking forward to seeing again. Beerus, I made a little pit stop along the way. Figured I'd take care of 2 birds using 1 stone to do it too." As with Champa's body then shown having to crash right next to Beerus, that's when Beerus went on to respond, "Hey, what the? Champa? Is that you, Champa? Whis, look, what happened to him? Champa, hey Champa, get up! Get up right now," Beerus shouts. "Whis, quickly, we have to heal him. He doesn't look like he's going to make it. He's not moving." "At long last, Myrno," Whis says, "you have finally come. What unbelievable energy." As lo and behold, with Myrno now shown having to finally enter Universe 7, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "I hope you were able to collect what you could during these last days to help you in this war, because it will be the final one this universe will ever see. There you are, Whis. I told you I'd return, didn't I? Well, here I am, in all my glory. This universe served as one of the most troublesome ones that I had to deal with, but that will all soon be corrected. I have a bone to pick with the 2 of you here, and I figured I'd bring Beerus' brother along for the fun. Now then," Myrno says, "little worms, it's time I give you what is owed. Let the bloodbath begin." begin. Damn it, Beerus says, I thought we'd have more time. Look at him. He's much different than he was before, Whis. Is this it? Is this his ultimate body and power he kept preaching about this entire time? Yes, Whis says, this is Myrno at his mightiest. This power I sense within him, it's bottomless. Tell me, Brother Whis says, is it true? Have you really gone out of your way to destroy 3 universes altogether? As with Myrno shown having to make his way down, that's when he went on to respond to Whis by telling him, it's going to be 4 after I'm done doing my business here, but yes, they were all dealt with accordingly. I told you I'd come for you, did I not? Well, here I am. Hey, he ravaged Universe 6 before bringing me here, Champa says. He wanted to destroy your universe first before going back to mine. He wants me to die along with you since we're brothers, he says. You mean he brought you here to destroy this universe first? Where is your angel, Beerus asks. Where is Vados? What happened to the 6th? As Whis chimes in, I don't feel her presence in the 6th either. Quickly, Destroyer, stand back up, Whis says. I will heal you. Don't move. As with Whis then shown having to heal Champa, that's when Champa went on to shout, Vados! Before she could try to stop him, he sent her into another dimension. He made sure to save her after he was done here, so I don't know where she is. Universe 6 is wide open without any protectors. Indeed it is, Slob from the 6th, Myrno says. Your universe will be next on my list once I am done with my business here. Where Vados is, well, she will remain unharmed until either she finds a way to escape or I come for her. Her death will come through my privilege to do so. While she remains, she is also trying to keep the 6th from being destroyed. A timed attack to see if she can hold it all off together. So she's fighting to break free and prevent Universe 6 from being destroyed, Champa shouts. You're crazy! Hey, Beerus! Beerus, are you listening to me? We can't fight him like this. We have to leave and get as far away from him as we can, or he'll do to us what he did to the other universes. I'm not leaving my universe, Champa, Beerus says. Maybe you didn't hear what I said, Champa responds. He's going to kill us. We can't fight him alone. We need help. Forget this universe. We have to get out of here so we can get help from the others. As Beerus went on to slap Champa's away by telling him, if this universe goes down, then I'm going down with it. I'm not going to let him do what he did to me again. I don't care how strong he is. You will either stand with me in this fight or you will stand aside. You got that? And what, Champa asks? You think your Ultra Instinct is going to do anything against him? You've lost your mind, Beerus. Well, now that you're here, Whis says, what is it that you want to do then, brother? Surely you've come looking for a fight, and since your former glory has been fully restored, what exactly is the move that you want to make going to be? I have been granted the order to use my absolute full power against you by the Grand Priest. If it means you are here to destroy this universe, then I will use everything in my ability to see that it remains. And you think that somehow scares me, Myrno asks? Go ahead and fight as you'd like. I'm not here just to destroy this soulless universe. I'm here to erase every single one of you from existence. At the same time, I really haven't had the chance to fully be able to use this power and body of mine to its highest. So instead of just fighting you, I want to engage against all 3 of you, he says. Both gods of destruction and you, Whis, all at once. What did he just say? Champa asks. He wants to fight all of us? As in, all of us at the same time? There's no way he could be that powerful to take all of us on at once, Beerus says. There's just no way. He's not bluffing, Whis responds. I can sense his emotions. He's absolutely serious about this battle. And what of our sister, Myrno? What will become of her fate as we battle? With Myrno responding, she's busy holding Universe 6 together from blowing up, but it would appear and seem as though the Grand Priest had done something to make sure that no other universe is erased. But my power isn't something to be overlooked, so I was able to bypass it. She's stuck fighting for the survival of Universe 6, along with her destroyer, who will perish here, he adds. I couldn't think of sending a better message than by exterminating 2 brothers who are gods of destruction than these 2. Quite a fitting conclusion to their story, wouldn't you agree? And then what do you intend to do after you were to get past the 3 of us, Whis asks. Assuming the Grand Priest doesn't arrive to stop you, what exactly do you plan on doing going once you're finished with your business here with us. You know I can't allow for you to go through with your plan, so I will do everything in my power to see this through with you until the end. But what will you do to this universe if you were to win here? With Myrno responding, I have a few bones to pick with the mortals of this universe who have given me quite the trouble in collecting what I needed to complete my evolution. Once I'm done here, then I will go and pay them a friendly visit like I've promised. And when I do, they will soon regret their actions once they are destroyed by these mighty hands. Now enough talking, Myrno says. I didn't come here to have a banter with you worms. Now which one of you wants to step up and die first? I'll even give you the courtesy to make the first move. Now step forward, Myrno says. Hey, Beerus, Champa says. You wanna go first? My stomach's acting up and I really don't feel so good. With Beerus responding, stop acting like a coward, Champa, and accept what's about to happen. You're not going to pull that one on me today. You will fight or die. With Champa responding, damn you, Beerus. I wasn't expecting to get myself involved in a situation like this. I didn't even train. Ah, damn it all, forget it. I'll do it. Might as well if I'm going to die here along with you. At least I won't let you outshine me if we do this. With Whis responding, Lord Beerus, wait. It's fine, Whis. I have a score to settle with this abomination and I might as well be the first. Who do you think you are coming into my universe telling me that it'll all be destroyed, Beerus asks. You're nobody to dictate that. I am this universe's god of destruction. So if this universe were to be destroyed, then it will be under my order and by my hands, not yours. I'm not afraid of you, Beerus says, so go ahead and come at me using everything you have. I'd rather die than let you walk all over me, and you've seen that firsthand before when I battled your ridiculous clones. So I'm not letting you off the hook that easy, not this time. So if you're looking for one of us to make the first move, then I'll be the first to do it. Stand by, Whis. If things get ugly, then I'll just need to... Hey, what are you doing, Beerus asks. Who are you talking to? I am reaching out to Earth's guardian, Dende, to inform everyone about the current situation. Dende, listen to me, he says. Myrno has arrived in our universe. Time is limited, so I need you to inform Goku and the others on the current situation. The others, Myrno asks? Goku, Vegeta. So, those worms are back on Earth, are they? Well then, it looks like I know where I'll be going to next. It's about time those worms got what they had coming, except this time, there will be no survivors who emerge from their side. None, he says. As it was only then where we get to see how Champa then began to step on forward, that's when Champa went on to tell Beerus, you sure are a stubborn one, always have been for as long as I've known you. You're going to get us both killed, you know that? But if it means being remembered for doing something about it, then I guess I'll have no other choice but to fight. Beerus isn't going to hog all the fun here, Champa went on to tell Myrno. I'll be joining in too, so you'll be fighting me as well. As all a while back with Popo and Dende, Whis went on to continue to inform them by stating, there is no telling how much time we have, so it's best to get this message out to them right away. We need all the help that we could get, so it's better to let them know now. Myself, Beerus, and Champa will do what we can here. If Myrno is destroyed, then there is no cause for concern. If we are the ones destroyed, then at least they be ready. I trust that you will do what you can to inform and gather them. Our fight will remain here for now. Good luck, Whis says. As both Dende and Mr. Popo then began to scramble, that's when Dende went on to tell him, quickly, Mr. Popo, we have to open the chamber and let everyone know what's happening. We have to go right now, as Mr. Popo responds, but isn't the door sealed shut? No, we have to hurry and get that door open, Dende says. Well then, Myrno says, are we all ready now? As it was only then where Whis was shown having to get in between both Champa and Beerus, as Whis went on to respond, you two cannot possibly engage against him alone. So therefore, my assistance has been called into action, and so I will join, he says. As we then see how all three of them are then shown in fighting position, Whis then went on to comment, this is going to be unlike anything we've ever faced before, so it is encouraged for the two of you to use your full destructive power against him. We will synchronize our attacks and work as a single functioning unit, Whis says. There is no telling what Myrno is capable of in doing, Whis adds, especially with this new body and power. So if we are to stand a chance, we must not waste any opportunity. As for you, Lord Beerus, fighting him as you are will not work. Dig down deep and use the training I've given onto you in order to tap back into Ultra Instinct. Yes, right, Beerus says, to where as Beerus was then shown closing his eyes, he then went on to say to himself, focus. Focus. If I were to destroy him, I would have to let go and accept what is. The gift of the gods. The ultimate power of the angelic race merged within a god of destruction. As Myrno from there went on to comment, really now? And what could you possibly be whispering to those pests over there, Whis? This aura coming from Beerus. This again? You think that by using an angelic power against me will do you any good? How could it when I wield the greatest control over it, second to that of the pathetic Grand Priest? What a complete waste of life you are, Destroyer. This won't take long. I'll turn you all into examples shortly. As with Beerus then shown concentrating and trying his best to tap back into Ultra Instinct, it was only from that point on where Beerus had finally done it, with Champa having to look on over by asking, wait, what the? He actually did it? Beerus actually did it, and here I thought Vados was joking when she said that Beerus could do it. Look at him, but how? Worry about that later and worry more about what's about to happen. He's coming, Champa, and with Myrno then shown slowly approaching them, Myrno then went on to address them by stating, I am going to enjoy every moment of this. I am going to beat the three of you to death with my own hands. As all the while back inside the time chamber, we then see how Goku was in fact at that point using Ultra Instinct to train with the others, as he was only then shown having to avoid Golden Frieza's punch. Golden Frieza went on to tell Goku, quit moving and hold still, you disgusting silver-haired monkey. I swear, when I get my hands on you, Goku, I'm going to. But then, before Frieza could even finish, what Goku had done was backhand Frieza across the face by telling him, you will do nothing, Frieza, but I need you to keep pushing. As even both of the androids had then gone in attempting to strike Goku, with Goku once again shown avoiding it, it was from there where Goku went on to tell them, your synchronized movements are insane, but in order to be able to be effective against Myrno, you'll need to work on the execution of your techniques. As Gohan also went on to pop up behind Goku by telling him, your power is unbelievable, Dad, but you should know that I am far from calling it quits against you. Gohan, Goku says, you are still far too slow. With Goku shown having to block off one of Gohan's kicks, that's when Goku continues, you'll need to evolve your speed to match your strength accordingly if you ever hope to stand a chance. As it was only from there where Goku went on to spot Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta having to make his way towards him, it was from that point on where Vegeta went on to shout, don't let that Ultra Instinct of yours get to your head, Kakarot. To where as Vegeta was shown having to punch Goku, with Goku shown having to block off Vegeta's punch, that's when Goku went on to tell him, what insane power, Vegeta. I've got to give it to you. Whatever it was that you did isn't something that I think I can accomplish on my own. Of course not, Vegeta responds. I achieved this by nearly dying, and I did it for the purpose of never being surpassed by you or anyone again. In which, as Goku was from there shown having to avoid each and every single one of Vegeta's punches, that's when he went on to tell him, you'll still need to adjust your speed, Vegeta. With such great power like the one you have, how could you hope to use it if you can't touch me? Speed isn't going to be the only thing you need to worry about, Kakarot. As Vegeta was then shown having to uppercut Goku in the face, he then went on to continue, you talk about improving your Ultra Instinct. Well, go on, improve it as much as you'd like as I beat your face in. To where as soon as Goku's body was then shown hitting the ground, that's when Vegeta went on to continue, how else do you think you can stand a chance against this angel? If he's anything like he claimed he was going to be, then you'll need to correct your flaws as well. In which, once again, as Vegeta attempted to kick Goku, with Goku having to move, it was from that point on where Goku went on to address Vegeta's comments by telling him, and I will. Once I discover another level to this, then that will be the key to victory. But I won't quit against you either, Vegeta. As Goku was then shown punching Vegeta in the face, he then went on to tell him, even if this form of yours is something that I cannot achieve. To where as Vegeta was then shown having to break his fall in front of the others, that's when Vegeta went on to address Goku by telling him, not bad, Kakarot. I actually felt that one more than I expected. If you die here, it won't be on my head, and you know that, right? Ready to show me more? With Goku responding, I'm prepared to die if I have to, Vegeta. This is getting me all fired up. You guys are seriously no joke. Well, alright then, come at me, Vegeta. Let's see if you can survive round 2. I've gotta admit, Goku adds, you guys are really something, especially you, Vegeta. That form of yours is a lot harder to deal with than I thought, but there's still so much left for us to do, so I'm ready whenever you are, he says. You all aren't making it easy, but we'll need to push ourselves even harder if we hope to beat this guy. Of course there is, Vegeta adds. We Saiyans never stop improving despite the levels we discover. That Ultra Instinct of yours powers is a lot trickier to counter than I thought as well, but I'll find a way, don't you worry, Kakarot. As Frieza went on to chime in, you Saiyans are utterly disgusting. If the two of you are done stroking your egos, I have a bone to pick and I'm not looking to waste my time listening to you insects chatter all day. I don't know which one of you is worse, but I told you that I didn't agree to this so I can just simply help you. I agreed to this so I become even more powerful than before and destroy that angel myself, and then, only then, will I have my revenge on the two of you, Frieza says. So if you won't attack Goku, then I will. As the moment Frieza was then shown dashing directly towards Goku, it was only from there where Goku went on to tell Frieza, wait, you just gave me an idea for something that we haven't tried in quite a long time. As a matter of fact, I think it would be very useful. Now, you may not like the idea, Frieza, but I really do think it would be the best shot that you have at destroying Myrno if this works. Now, let me see. Ah, there he is. Now, Frieza, I need you to at least hear me out before you get mad, okay? Trust me, this will work. Hey Boo, Goku shouts. Are you able to grab onto anyone and do what you want with them while they're still inside of you? Meaning like, you know, use their knowledge and power to your advantage like you did before on Earth? Why are you asking him that, monkey, Frieza says. Yeah, Boo, remember, Boo can gobble anyone and transform like before. Boo did it when Boo fought the evil angel man before, he says. Surely you're not truly thinking of what I think you're thinking, Kakarot. Great, Goku says. Now, Boo, I want you to go on and absorb Frieza in your body and become one with him. With your abilities and with his power, you'd create a very dangerous and powerful fighter that would surely help us greatly against Myrno. Gah, what did you just say, Frieza asks? You want him to absorb me? How dare you talk down to me in that kind of way, Goku? How dare you? Did you forget who I am? Did you forget what I can do? I am Lord Frieza, the mightiest in the entire universe. I would rather die and go back to hell than ever agree to be absorbed by Majin Buu, or to merge with any of you worms. Death would come knocking at my door before I would ever even agree to giving myself up to join bodies with someone. I will not be absorbed by him, nor will I agree to do anything to help you and your stupid little friends. Have someone else fuse with the pink monster. I refuse, Frieza shouts. And because you want to dare speak to me like that, I am done training with you all, he says. I am going to end your life right here, right now, Saiyan. I don't care what happens. I am done playing by the rules, Frieza shouts. As he then went on to raise his arm in the air, he then continues, I will not be looked down by you, Goku. I am going to put everything I have into this next attack, and whatever happens to you all is none of my concern. Or so you think, Frieza, Goku responds. One of your biggest problems is you tend to lose sight at the bigger picture sometimes, he says. You'll be doing us and yourself a huge favor by merging with Buu, which by now you don't really have a choice in the matter because, well, it's already too late, he says. Too late? What do you mean it's too late? But then, before Frieza could even finish, Majin Buu had began to absorb Frieza, with Frieza having to shout, what the? No, where did this come from? No, let go of me, you bubblegum freak, let go of me, let go! Hey, look, he actually got him, Vegeta says. Everyone stand by, Gohan comments. We don't know what kind of influence Frieza's going to have on Buu's mental state. We could be facing off against a new enemy, he says. No worries, Buu says. As he went on to leap into action, he then continues, Buu will have him under control. Now merge with Buu! As it was only then within that moment where a massive burst of energy had gone in blinding our heroes, in which as Goku was shown shielding his eyes, that's when Goku went on to respond, damn, this light is so bright, did it work? Wait, that power, Goku says, the light is fading. Is that him? Whoa, how amazing. I knew this would work, but I didn't expect for him to be this strong. Is he stable? I can't see a thing. Hey, look, Vegeta says. Do you feel that? There. I think it worked. I think they're one. With Android 17 asking, yeah, but who's the one in control here, Vegeta? Buu or Frieza? With Gohan responding, I'm not too sure, but look, it's complete. There they are. Wow, look at you, Goku says. You look ferociously powerful. This will definitely give us a much better chance at fighting Myrno than it did before. Well, we don't really have a lot of time, so let's just see how strong your new fusion truly is then. As all the while with both Mr. Popo and Dende shown rushing towards the chamber door, it was only from there where Dende went on to tell Popo, we have to hurry, Mr. Popo. We have to get that door opened as quickly as possible and get them out of there before Myrno ends up coming here. We can't waste any time. Whis is counting on us to alert them. The handle isn't moving, Dende says. Mr. Popo, the handle is stuck. It's not budging at all. It won't open. Try using all of your strength to pull it open, Dende. We have to get inside. As of course with Dende trying, Mr. Popo then went on to add, oh no, what if we can't do it? What if the door is sealed shut and there's no way of getting inside unless time expires? I fear it will be too late by then, he says. No, Mr. Popo, we have to try, Dende shouts. We just have to break inside. We don't have time to spare, especially if he's already here. Damn this thing, they must have sealed it extra tight from the inside too. Goku! Vegeta! Open the door! Gohan! Piccolo! Oh no, it's not moving. Mr. Popo, help me. Grab on and we'll pull with all of our might. I don't care if the door breaks, we'll fix it later, he says. We have to get to the others as fast as we can. In which, as Dende and Mr. Popo are desperately shown trying to open the chamber door, in an act of desperation, that's when Mr. Popo went on to respond, why didn't Whis just contact him from the inside, Dende? Well, I can't get it open either, with Dende responding, I'm afraid because if Whis gave away their location, Myrno would have tracked them down inside and slaughtered them. They aren't even fully healed or have sensu beans either. Hey, you guys, Dende shouts, open the door! Myrno's in our universe! Open the door! Goku, Frieza, anyone, open the door! Open the door now! As all a while back on Beerus's planet, we then see how Myrno was then beginning to approach Beerus, Champa, and Whis, as Myrno went on to tell them, your blood will be used to bathe this universe. So then, which one of you is going to be the first to try? You will both move on my command, Whis says. Do not hold back, or you will die, he says. Now, destroyers, as we only then see how both Beerus and Champa along with Whis had then simultaneously gone in dashing directly towards Myrno, with Myrno shown winding his fist back by responding, you have absolutely no idea what you have coming, Whis. Make your move. I've waited a long time for this moment, but then, the moment Whis had then gone and getting in Myrno's face, we then see how in fact this was a hologram, as right before having to strike the clone, that's when Myrno went on to respond, static. A vanishing counter. You think I don't know what you're doing, you pest? I was the one who taught you everything you know about speed as well as using the after image, Myrno says. Or so you think, Myrno, as right behind the hologram, we then see how both Champa and Beerus had then struck Myrno at the same time, with Myrno having to effortlessly use his forearms to block them. That's when Myrno went on to continue, of course you would. I knew you weren't foolish enough in attacking me head on like that, Whis. And you two, you're both insufferably pathetic. And what do you hope to do now that you are together, he asks. With of course Champa shown having to kick Myrno with Myrno blocking it, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, how could you expect to do anything that will make a difference when your brother is far above what you could ever hope to be, he says. You're just as annoying as you were on planet Sadala, Champa went on to tell him. Beerus, quickly, knock this guy's lights out. And you, Beerus, so you've gotten a little stronger than you were before, but it was all for nothing, he says. As with Beerus then shown having to make contact by punching Myrno in the face, that's when Beerus went on to tell him, we'll see about that, you emotional angelic reject. You aren't walking all over me like you did before, you hear me? You annoying excuse of a god. You still don't get it, do you, Myrno asks. Your efforts of fighting me are only beginning to anger me, he says, but then it was only from the middle where Whis came out of nowhere and punching Myrno in the stomach as Myrno went on to respond, Whis, you fool, what do you hope to accomplish with these two? Our mission is to destroy you, Myrno, and we will not allow you you to do to this universe what you have done to the others. To where within that very moment, as Myrno had gone and throwing Champa in the distance, that's when Myrno went on to continue. You fight me in vain, brother, knowing you can't win. You are of no interest to me, slob, but I will get back to you in just a moment. But first, to deal with you, Beerus. As Myrno was shown uppercutting Beerus in the stomach, he then continues, you were saved by Whis before. You will not be saved by him from me again. Do you see the difference in our attacks, foolish animal? Away with you until I call for your head, he says. In the meantime, you will sit and watch as I rip your angel away from you. In which, as Myrno had gone in kicking Beerus away, with Whis then having to be shown making his move, it was from that point on where Myrno went on to dodge each of Whis' attacks by then telling him, honestly now, Whis, I'm slightly impressed. You are doing a much better job in fighting back than our brothers and sisters were from the other universes, and yet it was so satisfying hearing them scream for their lives. Gah, what in the world just happened out there, Beerus asks. His body feels as though it's made from steel. I couldn't even follow his movements, he says. As with Myrno continuing to make light work of Whis' attacks, that's when Myrno went on to grab onto one of his punches by telling him, does it hurt knowing that you are powerless to destroy what I am now? Or do you need a reminder, he asks. Maybe I should knock some sense into you. Which was exactly what Myrno had gone in doing, because as Myrno was then shown having to punch Whis in the face, he then went on to ask him, does this ring a bell, Whis? Maybe that will bring you back to a familiar time when we stood together. In which, as Whis' body was then shown hitting the ground right next to Beerus, that's when Beerus went on to shout, Whis, no, Whis, get up, Whis, we have to continue to try. Look at you all, Myrno comments. Did you forget the beating I gave you when we trained as brothers, he asks. You've gotten soft throughout these years, he says, and now look. Is the Grand Priest going to act on his instincts to show up and confront me, or does he still need to kiss the feet of the Omni King in order to make his move? Because I can promise you that by the time he arrives, the three of you will already be dead. What do we do, Whis? Beerus asks. He's treating us like children out here. Do you have a plan? Because we're running out of options here. He's a lot stronger than I imagined he would be, Whis responds, but there is a way, my lord. A way? What way? Beerus asks. Have you discovered something about him that could help us? We will try to use speed to our advantage. I'm sure if we can throw him off even for a moment, it could give us the opening that we need to at least hurt him. It's worth a shot, he says. Now follow my lead. As all a while back on Earth with Mr. Popo and Dende still shown trying to get inside the time chamber, Dende refuses to give up as he continuously goes on to bang on the door by shouting, is there anyone who can hear me? Goku, anyone, damn it, why can't they hear me? Dende, please calm down. Open the door, Dende continues to shout. Myrno is here! Somebody open the door! Oh, it's hopeless. We can't get inside, and they've sealed themselves off from the outside world from within the chamber. Oh, what do we do? I guess there's only one thing left that we can try. I just hope that it's not too late, he says. As in the meantime, within the hyperbolic time chamber, we then see how Golden Majin Buu was then shown training with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku. As the two seemingly had a very intense battle, that's when Goku went on to tell him, that's right, just like that. You almost got me, now let's go. Let's try it again, he says. As with Golden Majin Buu then shown having to miss one of his strikes, that's when Gohan went on to chime in by responding, Buu's merger with Frieza is terrifying. His power is off the charts, but he can't do much if Dad just keeps dodging him and burning him out, so he really is making us work out there, with Piccolo responding, I can't believe it either, but we have to continue to fight, he says. Fighting Goku in here is almost like fighting an angel, the dodging, the power, so if we can't get the better of Goku, then imagine how hard it's going to be to fight Myrno. We have to push, Piccolo says. As with Goku once again shown having to dodge all of Golden Majin Buu's attacks, that's when Goku went on to tell him, you're really something else. If I wasn't using this power, who knows what kind of damage you would have done. But then, from behind him, Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta went on to grab Goku in a choke by telling him, and just where the hell do you think you're going? I knew your Ultra Instinct had openings to explode exploit. Vegeta, your time of being the strongest is done, Vegeta says. You feel that? That's exactly what I'm going to do to that rotten angel, he says, as he continuously goes on to squeeze Goku's neck, as even with Golden Majin Buu left baffled by this, that's when Vegeta went on to continue, "Hey, what the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and attack him before he breaks free." To where this was exactly what Golden Majin Buu had done, because as Golden Buu had gone in punching Goku in the stomach, while Vegeta continued to hold him, that's when Vegeta went on to tell Buu, "Don't stop punching him, you hear me? You'll need to also harden your body if you hope to keep up against that angel, Kakarot. As long as I have you in my grip, you aren't going anywhere." "Son Goku," Golden Buu shouts, as with Goku shown in tremendous pain, that's when Goku went on to shout, "Damn it, no!" As it was from that point on where Goku went on to power up in such a ferocious way that this itself had gone in blowing back both Vegeta and Golden Majin Buu, as Vegeta went on to respond, "Damn you Kakarots, you and your Ultra Instinct. I'm not sitting this one out, Dad. Let's go," Gohan shouts. As with even Gohan wanting the piece of the action and then shown having to jump in, before he could even realize it, that's when Goku went on to elbow Gohan in the stomach by telling him, "Almost, Gohan, almost. But I need you to try harder, fight harder. Remember what's on the line. Use this pain to grow. Use this anger to push you. Use it, just like you've used it once before. Don't let this stop you," he says. "Alright, and now with you," and as soon as Goku had then gone in making his way towards Golden Majin Buu, in an act of paying him back for what he just did, Goku then went on to continue, "Let's just see what your body is made of, if you can take what you can dish out," he says. In which, as Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku was then shown attacking Golden Majin Buu, he then went on to tell him, "If we are to stand the chance against Myrno, then we need you at your best, Buu. We need you to use this power to the best of your ability to help us win, because anything less, and you will be destroyed out there against him." And as soon as Goku was shown knocking Buu away, it was only from that point where Goku went on to overhear Vegeta's voice, as Vegeta went on to shout, "You should speak for yourself, Kakarot. What's wrong? You look a little uncomfortable seeing me again. Surprised?" To where as the two were then shown having to lock in a test of strength, Goku then went on to tell him, "You're really something else, Vegeta. This form of yours, it's just not letting up, is it? My entire body is shaking from fighting you." "As it should," Vegeta says. "Once we're done destroying this angel, you and I have some unfinished business to settle. I haven't forgotten about you," with Goku responding, "You've always been right there with me, Vegeta, every step of the way through. But things are different now. We are different now, Vegeta. We've taken two very different paths to achieve two very different levels of power. And once Myrno is defeated, we'll find out which one of us is the strongest. You're right about one thing, Kakarot. We did follow two paths to get to where we are, but my power comes from the core of who our people are. And there is no amount of angelic divinity that can extinguish the potential of a Saiyan. So you're on, Kakarot. Once he's out of the picture, you're next. But remember, Kakarot, this isn't over between us. I will show you who the strongest between us truly is in due time. And it never will be until one of us completely gives up," Goku says. "I will always be ready for you, Vegeta. Always have been." To where as all of this was taking place, Dende kept trying to get inside the time chamber by shouting, "On my count, Mr. Popo, don't worry about if we break this damn thing. We just need to get inside. Now hurry, we don't have time." As all the while when then going back to Beerus's planet, we then get to see how Myrno had his foot on top of Beerus's head by telling him, "Look at you, Beerus. I warned you a long time ago, you disgusting animal. I told you what would happen once I found you. And now look. I could end your existence right now with one stomp to the head if I wanted to. But watching your blood pour down from your skull and onto the floor brings me more joy than you can possibly imagine. Do you regret wasting your freedom now, and you actually believed you had a chance of making a difference? What a joke you are. Tell me something, where were you when they threw me out like garbage and had taken everything away from me? Ah, that's right. You were in the process of being groomed as Universe 7's destroyer. What were those words you said under your breath when it happened? Better him than me, is that it? It is, isn't it, Beerus? It took the aid of my brother Whis along with the company of mortals to have you erase one of my clones from existence. it won't happen again. But it was only then where out of nowhere Champa had attempted in attacking Myrno from behind as Myrno went on to continue, and you know, I'm honestly baffled by your actions, Champa. I remember when there was a time when you took your role as a god of destruction a little more seriously, and now look at you. You wouldn't be able to stop me even if you had the powers that I currently possess. You won't save him, Champa. In which, as Champa had gone in making contact as Myrno had created a barrier around him, it was only from that point on where Myrno went on to tell him, I have yet to show you the horrors that lie beyond your wildest imagination. At least not yet, of course. Now get away from me and leave me to finish this animal once and for all, Myrno says. To where as Myrno had gone in blowing Champa away, with Whis quickly having to show up to catch him, it was only from there where Champa went on to cry out, Whis, help me. Stay with me, Lord Champa, Whis says. I'm here, don't worry. Stay with us, Lord Champa. As long as we can keep his attention long enough for the Grand Priest to arrive, we must continue to fight, with Champa uttering, Whis, my body, Whis, he's too much. Of course you would, Whis, Myrno says. In which, as Whis was then shown having to dash directly at Myrno again, it was from that point on where Whis went on to address his brother by telling him, you will not continue your act on violence within this universe so as long as I am here to protect it. But once again, with complete ease, Myrno was shown having to deflect each and every single one of Whis' punches by then asking, tell me something, where was this passion when the Grand Priest was ordered to destroy me by that brat Zeno? Why wasn't this same burning desire seen when I needed you the most? With Whis responding, because I could never stand to break the laws that were set to create equal balance within the multiverse. And as such, I would never stand by your side knowing that you were willing to sacrifice your own kind to get what you so desperately wanted, Whis said, as he then went on to dodge one of Myrno's punches. Within the blink of an eye, that's when Whis had gone in knocking away Myrno's foot from Beerus' head. With Myrno shockingly being surprised by this, that's when Whis went on to continue, and as long as there is life within this body, I will not allow you to destroy this god of destruction. Myrno, you have caused irreversible damage, and I cannot allow for you to have your way with the 7th universe. To where within that very moment, Whis had gone in completely using pure force and pressure, in literally from there having to be shown blowing Myrno off of Beerus' planet through from a first-person perspective as Myrno's body was sent flying out into the distance. That's when Myrno went on to comment, well, would you look at that, the celestial shockwave attack. Impressive, Whis. I haven't seen you use such an attack for millions of years. Any other life form would have had their spirits separated from their body and their vessels shredded from the sheer force of such an attack, but I am not like the others and you know it, Whis. What a clever little distraction. The angelic force of an angel is unmatched. However, it's my turn now. In which, as we see how Whis was shown having to pick Beerus up, that's when Beerus went on to tell Whis, I can't feel anything, Whis. I feel as though I'm dying, Whis. How is he this powerful? I'm fading. My vision is getting blurry, Whis. Don't worry, my lord. I'm here. Stay with me. I will heal you right away. We need you to hang on for just a little while longer until the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings make their move. I knocked Myrno off of this planet and deep into outer space, so this should give us a few minutes to spare. With Beerus chiming in, Whis, where is Champa? He is here with us as well. I need you both to continue to fight, he says. Our best chance lies with us working together to stop him, so as long as the two of you are alive, then there is hope for victory, he says. None of us could have ever have known this day would come. But this is why we are who we are. I will continue to do everything in my ability to make sure the 7th remains, Lord Beerus. Just please, stay with me and fight. We can't let him win, Whis, Beerus says, but it's clear that he won't be easy to destroy either. We can't do this by ourselves, so tell me, what's the plan here? The plan is to make sure that he does not leave this universe the same way he came in, Whis says. But to do that would require everything and more to see this through. It's unclear to me as of now, but I do believe that Myrno is still getting adjusted to his body after all of these generations of not using it, he says. To where as Whis was then shown having to heal Beerus, that's when Beerus went on to ask, so what you're saying is that he's only just getting started? Is that it, Whis? Based on what I've seen, yes, Whis says, but we have to make sure that he doesn't fully take control of the situation either. It is also still very possible for Myrno to be hiding so much more power than what he's letting off as well, he says, which is why we have to be extremely careful in this fight. But I do have a strategy that may work on him, so this is what we're going to do. But then, before Whis could even finish his sentence, out of nowhere, Myrno had gone in creating a small hole by then being shown having to punch Whis and asking, a strategy, huh? Enlighten me then, Whis. What exactly do you plan on doing that you believe is going to work on me? So he healed you, Myrno says. Of course he would, but you and I both know the outcome will still remain the same. Damn you, Beerus says. I wouldn't get too far ahead of myself if I were you, Angel. Is that so? And why do you think that is, Myrno asks. You seem sure about something, as unbeknownst to an unsuspecting Myrno from behind him, we then see how a gigantic Hakai ball was then making its way towards him. It was from that point on where Beerus went on to tell Myrno, oh, but I couldn't be more sure indeed. You made a grave mistake by coming into this universe, because it's going to be the last place you will ever be. But that was when out of nowhere Myrno had gone in grabbing onto the Hakai ball without even looking, as he then went on to ask, according to whom? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? As a flabbergasted Champa went on to respond, but there's just no way. He stopped my Hakai without even looking. Energy of destruction. Here, Myrno says, take it back and be destroyed. As from that point on, Champa was left with no other choice but to take the attack head on. As the moment we see Champa having to defend himself, that's when Champa went on to shout, "Aw, damn it, I have no other choice!" As it was only right then and there where a massive explosion had then taken place behind Myrno, as Myrno went on to comment, you never stood a chance. None of you ever did. I am everything you've ever feared. The eater and destroyer of worlds and souls. You can try as much as you'd like, Myrno says. Failure will be the only outcome for you in this fight. Champa, no, Beerus shouts. No, this is crazy. You better still be alive, Champa. No, he has to be. And now that he's out of the picture, Myrno says, it's time to continue the bloodshed by ripping you apart piece by piece. As all the while, when then going back to the hyperbolic time chamber, we finally then see how both Majin Buu and Frieza have separated, as Frieza is still mad about the overall situation of having to merge with Buu, as Frieza went on to comment, how dare you reduce me to this, you disgusting monkey. I swear, Goku, I swear I will pay you back dearly for this. I am never, ever going to merge with this creature again. You hear me saying never? I'd rather die than give this creature my mind and power. You guys did great out there, Goku says. We'll take a 2-minute break and get right back to it. Don't give up, Gohan. You did great. But before we break, there was something I wanted to show the androids. Do you mind if I can borrow you, Vegeta? Borrow me for what, Kakarot? What exactly are you gonna try and show them that requires me to be involved? Well, we're going to show them the fusion dance really quick, Goku says. Now, in order for this to work, the two of you have to make sure that you are both equally synchronized or the fusion will fail. I have no doubt that if the two of you were to merge together, you'll create the ultimate fighter. Let's show them, Vegeta, Goku says. It'll be quick. We don't have to literally fuse, he says. God, you've lost your mind. You know that, Vegeta asks. You know I hate doing that stupid dance, Kakarot. This is going to be the last time, I swear it will. Now hurry up and let's do this, he says. As within that moment with Goku and Vegeta showing the androids the fusion dance, that's when Goku went on to comment, so did you see that? That's all you need to do, and once it's done correctly, the two of you will combine bodies and create an entirely new fighter with incredible battle power. I would say, in case things get really messy out there against that angel, you should get together and fuse. You won't be stuck forever, so at least you know that a time limit's there before you separate. God, I hate doing this stupid pose, Vegeta utters, but then, finally at long last, Dende was able to open the time chamber door, as Dende went on to shout, hey! What are you all doing? How did you not hear us out there? With Goku responding, oh, Dende, we were a little busy in here, so we couldn't hear you. what's up? Is everything alright? We don't have any time, Dende shouts. It's Myrno! He's here! He's entered our universe and he's currently on Beerus's planet right now! We have to do something! Whis and Beerus are in trouble and I don't think they have enough time! We have to act now! Wait, he's here? Goku asks. He's actually inside of our universe, but I don't think we're ready just yet. I take it Lord Beerus and Whis have already taken action against him, am I right? Vegeta asks. They have, but I'm afraid that even they won't be able to hold Myrno back any longer without some kind of help. I'm not sure what the true nature of an angel's power is like, but at least you guys could provide some kind of aid, at least long enough to help Lord Beerus and Whis until more help arrives. Are we going to see any action taken from the Grand Priest or the Omni Kings, Dende asks? I'm not sure, Goku says. The Grand Priest is probably waiting for something. I'm sure he has a plan in mind, but now it all makes sense. Whis probably cut off all communication with us while we were in here so that Myrno wouldn't track us down and wipe us out all by surprise. And if what the Grand Priest said is true, then we're only left with two options here, Vegeta. Right. We either give our lives to destroy him or we hold off long enough until the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings arrives, he says. But then it's extremely risky. Well, it looks like we have no other choice here, Piccolo says. It wouldn't be our first rodeo anyway, so we might as well give it all we have to take this angel down. But in our current condition, we won't last a minute out there against him. Piccolo's right, 17 says. We're too banged up to put up much of a fight against this guy anyway without recovering. What if the Grand Priest doesn't even arrive, Android 18 asks? Don't those angels have laws to uphold before taking action? They do, Dende says. It's called the Law of the Angels, so whatever is happening with the Grand Priest is probably involving that. But we still can't wait on him either, so we have to try. I have a batch of sensu beans here that could help, but the problem here is once these run out, we'll be left with none. Well, I didn't expect for things to escalate this quickly, but we need to stand united more so now than ever, Goku says. This is where our training will come in and we'll see how far we can go against this guy. So we'll either win or we won't. Now, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Goku, Dende says. Before arriving in Universe 7, Myrno had destroyed several universes with ease. He's not taking this lightly, Goku, so we can't risk it, he says. And with Dende then shown having to give Goku a sensu bean, that's when Goku went on to ask, so, this is the last one then, huh? Oh, and without sensu beans to help us, we're all on our own out there. So, if he's really that powerful, then how come he didn't destroy the 7th yet? It's likely because he wants revenge first, Kakarot. Remember what his clones said. He probably wants to torture the 7th before blowing it all up. And plus, with his original body now fully restored, he's probably been waiting years to use it on anyone that he can for millions of years. So then, our best shot is to keep him from destroying the entire universe until more help is on the way, Gohan says? But even then, we're running on borrowed time. You, green boy, Frieza utters. Are you sure you don't have any more of those magical beans lying around? No, what I'm handing out to you all right now is what's left. After this, we're dry on beans for a while. Alright everyone, Goku says, so how are we going to do this? Should we go and take the fight to him, or should we find an empty planet to have him come to us? Well, whatever plan you decide on, you must make it quick, Mr. Popo says. I don't believe they have much time left on Beerus's planet either. As all the while when then going back to Myrno and Beerus, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus shown having to punch Myrno, it was from that point on where Myrno went on to grab onto Beerus's punch, in squeezing by breaking Beerus's hand by telling him, look at you, weak, as if using a power that originally belongs to an angel will save you. I mastered that power long before you became a destroyer, you rotten animal. I'm going to break you, Beerus. You will only wish to be dead than endure the punishment you have coming. Killing you will be far too easy, Myrno says, as with Beerus shown screaming, he then went on to continue, and I might as well warm myself up before dealing with the leaders of these worlds, he says. You are just a stepping stone for me. This is one nightmare that you will never wake up from, Myrno says, as from there he went on to uppercut Beerus in the face, to where as soon as Beerus had gone and hitting the ground, that's when Myrno went on to ask him, what will it take to draw the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest out of hiding? This is the perfect example of how much they care about you, he says. They'd rather you die than do something to save you, and yet you all called me the madman, right, Whis? As Myrno was in fact quick enough and able to sense Whis, as Whis came up from behind Myrno, in attempting to do everything he could to kick Myrno, that's when Whis went on to tell him, you should focus more about what's happening here here rather than what the Omni Kings and Grand Minister are up to. You do know that whatever they're planning against me will fail, right, Whis? We will see, Whis says, as he not only had gone in avoiding Myrno's uppercut, but from there, Whis was actually then able to land a successful kick on Myrno's face as Myrno went on to ask, "What happened to you angels? You were all so powerful during my time as ruler of the 13th and right hand to the Grand Priest. You've all lost your place in the world," he says. "You allowed your freedom to spoil you into forgetting your place. When I am done here, I will go on to spawn a new race of angels," Myrno says. "Ones born through obedience and strength. You've let yourself go, little brother. As more angels die, the Grand Priest will be forced to watch. I will make him come to me one way or another, and if he doesn't," Myrno says, "then I will just have my way with the entire multiverse until I find the Omni King's homeworld and destroy them myself." To where within that moment, as Whis was shown being slammed on the floor, Myrno had then gone in firing multiple energy blasts at Whis. In following through with his words and wanting to make his brother suffer, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, "You will be long gone before you see the day father gets what is owed to him," he says. But then, that's when Whis had gone in teleporting out of the way and getting behind Myrno by shouting, "That's enough! Stop this now!" "Impressive," Myrno says, "but you're struggling, Whis. While I spent millions of years rebuilding, you stood exactly where I remembered you being," he says. In which, as Whis had gone in attempting to strike Myrno from behind, with Myrno being shown having to avoid each and every single one of Whis' punches, Myrno did not stop there, as he then went on to tell Whis, "You won't be able to protect any of them, Whis. Are you starting to slowly see the truth? The more adjusted I get with this body, the worse this will become for you." "How could you stand there and act as though your punishment wasn't uncalled for?" Whis asks. "We discovered pride in you, Myrno, pride that morphed itself into a hunger for power and control. You were willing to murder trillions if given the chance. You've broken the code of the angels and the laws which you were supposed to uphold." But that's when Myrno went on to elbow Whis in the stomach by responding, "Which is exactly why I will eliminate the hierarchy of creation and create a new system that fits the mold, you rat. While you were all jealous of my growth and potential, the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest feared me. They feared what I'd become. They feared that there would come a day where they were no longer in control," he says, "which was why they threw me out. And what did you do to protect me? What did you do to stand up for me, Whis? You stood there and watched in silence, and you did absolutely nothing to help me. Your silence was judgment," Myrno says. "You didn't need to say anything because I knew. But my judgments will not come through silence," Myrno says, "but through pain and punishment. One by one, every single one of you, you will be judged." And as soon as Myrno was shown elbowing Whis to the ground, he then went on to tell him, "Despite losing several universes along with several of his children, those cowards remain in hiding. Why? Because they're afraid," Myrno says. "You think I don't know? You think I don't remember, Whis? I will unleash a storm of destruction so vast that it will force those rodents out of hiding, and they will be forced to come right to me." Lord Beerus," Whis says, "please stay with me. This universe needs you. I need you. We need you," he says. "Please, just hang on and continue to fight. Stand up, Lord Beerus." And him, Lord Champa, Whis adds, "We need you to hold him at bay. Continue to fight, Champa. I grow tired of these pathetic so-called destroyers standing in my path," Myrno says. "You as well, Whis. Try as you'd like, but this next attack will destroy the three of you without a trace. That I can promise. With the three of you out of my hair, I could have my way with the rest of these worms from the 7th before destroying this entire universe and making my way to the next. I will not back down, Myrno," Whis says. "I swore to protect this universe with my life, and that is exactly what I will do. I am far from finished, and you should already know that about me. I took an oath to see my duties out until this is finished, so I will not back down now, nor will I allow myself to be destroyed by you. Myrno, your fate has already been decided. You will not win, nor will any of this favor you once this is all over," Whis says. "Oh, please. please, and what are you going to do to stop me, Myrno asks. You angels are all alike, claiming that I will be destroyed. Your faith in the Grand Priest is disappointing. For as long as I stand to oppose you, I cannot allow you to have your way with this universe, Whis shouts. This blast of yours will not be enough to rid me of my duty. Is that so, Myrno asks. Well then, I'll just add even more power onto it then. More power? Surely you're bluffing, Whis says, but then Myrno had went on to show his brother that in fact he wasn't lying, as Myrno went on to respond, then call my bluff then, coward. As the very moment Myrno had gone in launching this blast directly down at Whis, out of nowhere Champa himself had then stepped forward in pushing Whis out of the way by shouting, "Hey Whis, get out of here now! The blast is about to land. Grab my brother and get as far away from here as you can," he says. Lord Champa, yes, of course, Whis says, because this was the very moment that Champa had now taken the fall for both Whis and Beerus. With Champa being shown having to plead to Whis and getting out of here, Champa then went on to continue, "Get off the planet right now, Whis! If you find Vados, tell her what happened." Alright, Lord Champa, thank you, Whis says. I must hurry. Up now, Lord Beerus, we must go. I can't feel a single bone in my body, Champa says as he went on to look up. You better not tell anyone about this, Beerus. But as Whis was attempting to make his great escape, it was only from there, out of nowhere, where Myrno had gone and instantaneously teleporting in front of Whis by asking, "And where do you think you're going?" "No," Whis says, "but how? He's even faster than the blast itself. He's blocking my path," Whis says. As with Myrno now shown having to directly charge at both Beerus and Whis, that's when Myrno went on to shout, "This is where both you and your pathetic god of destruction die, Whis. I must hurry. This will use quite a bit of power from me, but I have no choice. Here goes," Whis shouts. To where right before Myrno had gone in getting the opportunity to swipe Whis with his hand, it was only from that point moving on where Myrno had gone to notice that he had went right past Whis. As Myrno went on to respond, "It went right through." "Wait, of course. I taught him that technique," Myrno says. "The angelic vanishing jolt." As we only then see how Champa went on to sacrifice his own life to save his brother, with tears now beginning to fill his eyes. Seconds right before the blast had gone to make contact, that's when Champa went on to utter, "Damn it, Beerus, you better not let me down. You insufferable little coward. Now I see what you did." As it was only right then and there where everything on Beerus's planet, including his own planet itself, was from that moment shown being completely destroyed. As back on the lookout, Goku went on to tell Dende, "We'll need to take this fight away from the Earth before he can," but then that's when Goku went on to respond, "Hey, wait a second. Does anyone else feel that? Do you sense that too, Vegeta?" "Yes, I feel a tremendous amount of energy that just went off." Could it be? As lo and behold, out of nowhere, Whis was actually in fact able to save himself and Beerus by landing on Kame's lookout, as nobody had seemed to believe this, with Dende responding, "Hey look, it's Whis! And over there," Goku says, "he's got Beerus too." "Whoa, what the heck happened?" Goku says. "What was that energy force just now? What happened to you guys out there?" "Goku, look," Dende says, "Beerus doesn't look too good. We have to act fast." "Oh, just look at you guys," Goku says. "Lord Beerus, I've never seen him in such bad shape before. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad." "Goku, listen to me," Whis says. "Universe 6's God of Destruction Champa is dead. He gave his life to see that we escaped. I will be fine, but I'm afraid we must act quickly," he says. "I used up a vast amount of power in getting us here as quickly as I did. My brother arrived sooner than expected." "Wait, Champa gave his life for you guys?" Goku asks. "So he's really gone? So what do we do now? With how quickly Myrno is acting, we may not have enough time to wait on the Grand Priest to take action. He's strategically picking his spots, isn't he?" Vegeta asks. "How do we know he will come here next?" With Whis responding, "There is no telling where he might go next, but he didn't forget about what happened with you before. We are only now down to two options left," he says. "We either do what we can to fight hard enough to destroy him once and for all and use everything we have even if it destroys us, or the second option, which is we fight this out long enough to survive while the Grand Priest is given the order by the Omni Kings to fight. We are to use everything we have," Whis says, "and we are to all fight as one if we hope to stand a chance in this battle. Anything less than your all and you will be destroyed. While in battle against my brother, I felt a restriction from within, which means he is either holding back his real power or he has yet to fully access his body to its fullest potential after eons of it remaining inactive. Listen to me, all of you, we are to do what the Grand Minister had said and see this battle through till the end, he adds. And just like we have laws that were lifted by the Grand Priest, he too has a law that he must follow. And for this law to be lifted, the Omni Kings would need to grant him 100% usage of his full power, which has never before been seen by mortals or gods alike. We angels have never seen the Grand Priest's full power before, and there is a good reason as to why. Unless we are to destroy Myrno together, then we must hold off long enough until he arrives. This is going to be the only chance we get, Whis says. So he's that strong, huh? Well, I guess then we have no other choice than to go all out until we find a weakness. Maybe then it'll give us a chance to win. Say, Whis, why does the Grand Priest need approval from the Omni Kings to fight but you don't? As Whis responds, because there are rules that all life forms must go by. And since the Grand Priest is much stronger than any of the other angels, he needs approval from the King of all in order to use it. And with Dende shown having to attempt to heal Beerus, Dende went on to ask, hey, Mr. Whis, I can't heal Lord Beerus properly. His essence is too great for my power to restore. I could only keep him stable, with Whis turning around by responding, well, I thank you for trying anyway, Guardian. I will take things from here if you don't mind. It was an extremely difficult fight, but it's better to know that we still have Lord Beerus by our side than not having him around to stand against Myrno at all. We need him, as he then followed up by sticking his staff out and healing Beerus. He then continues, just as he needs you. There is no telling where my brother will go to next, but it's better to be ready than perish blindly in battle. Now rise, Lord Beerus, and as soon as Beerus is then shown fully healed, he then went on to sit up by responding, Gah! What just happened? Where am I? Where is he? Beerus shouts. Where is Myrno, Whis? I'm not finished with him now. Where is he? Where are you hiding, you coward? Whis, where is he? What are you two doing here? Get out of my way. Where is he? Beerus shouts. Where is that good-for-nothing angel? Bring him out. As Goku went on to respond, hey, whoa, Lord Beerus. Take it easy. You're not on your planet. You're here on Earth with the rest of us. Whis actually brought you here. You guys just got here. As Beerus responds, shut up, Goku. I knew that. Whis, what happened? Why are we here? What happened to Myrno? And what happened to Champa? What's going on right now? As Whis responds, you passed out for a brief moment, my lord, but things are a little bit more complicated than they appear. I am very sorry to be the one to have to tell you this, but we had no other choice than to come here. I used a very rare angelic technique that brought us here instantaneously. Myrno was going to destroy us all. Lord Champa gave his life to make sure that we made it out in time before Myrno's blast had touched down. Lord Champa is gone. I am sorry. And with Beerus completely taken back, he then went on to ask, Champa is dead? As even the others overhearing this went on to respond, evil angel slaying brothers, Boo asks? Boo don't like this, as even Frieza went on to chime in, so, he's killing gods now, is he? How annoying. That must have been the fat one from the Tournament of Power, I take it. Why am I not surprised? Just leave this angel to me, Frieza says. Once I take care of this coward for good, maybe then I'll take Champa's place as the new god of destruction of whichever universe he comes from. Hey, come on, Frieza, Goku says. This isn't the time for any of that. We have to stand united on this one if we hope to survive and win. Now's not the time for any of this. You're taking things a little too far, as even Whis went on to chime in, and you think you know my brother? Let me remind you, Frieza, if you intend to fight Myrno by only using your golden form against him, then you are as good as dead before the fight has even begun. Please consider the things that you are saying right now. You are not making the situation any better, as Frieza went on to grin by responding, the only thing that matters here is once this is all over and this angel is put in his place, I will be the one to, one more word out of your mouth and I will erase you before the angel does, Beerus shouts. If we make it out of this, Beerus continues, just know that I am going to smash you for what you just said. So if Myrno was caught up in the explosion, Vegeta says, then I'm sure that he had intended for it to be that way, which now begs the question on where he currently is. Surely he wasn't killed by his own attack, so chances are he's likely to make a move any moment now, with Goku having to put this into question by asking, yeah, but This soon? Whis mentioned that he wasn't finished with any of us, right? So let's just say if he doesn't end up coming here right away, then where could he possibly go to? Which to that, as we then make our way back to Myrno, who was shown standing floating in the middle of space right where Beerus's planet once stood, Myrno had gone on in staring at whatever was left of Beerus's planet as Myrno went on to comment, "The fool threw his life away for absolutely nothing. As if keeping Beerus and my brother alive is going to accomplish anything. I could effortlessly destroy this entire universe right now and carry on. But that wouldn't be nearly as satisfying, especially since this universe was the most troublesome to my clones than the others. A quick fix isn't going to cut it," Myrno continues. "I need to hear them squeal and cry for mercy. I know you can feel my presence, Grand Priest. You sealed off the Omni King's homeworld from the multiverse, did you? That explains why I can't find you or come to you. Well, then I will force you to come to me then. I will tear through all of them until you and those little brats arrive. I'm curious if you've let yourself go like the others did. No, surely you're better than that, aren't you? Every bit of me will be used to bring in a new world, but I'll save that for after I am done hunting these worms down. Now let's see, you couldn't have gotten far. Ah yes, there you are. Back to Earth, Myrno says. Rounding up those mortals to aid you, are you? Saiyan warriors Goku and Vegeta. How could I forget? And the others as well. So the Lamb have gathered together to be slaughtered, did they? So be it, Myrno says, as he then went on to create a portal and then assumingly having to go through it in arriving on Earth, he then continues, their cries will be heard through the halls of the Most High. Maybe this will drag you out of the hole you're hiding in, Father, but as soon as Myrno was about to step in, all of a sudden, Myrno stops, as he then went on to comment, wait just a minute. There was another, wasn't there? I don't sense his energy gathered on that backwater planet. Yes, over in that direction over there. I remember that energy from before, on a distant forgotten planet. This warrior is also a Saiyan, but why is he separated from the rest of them? I know this power, but where? And as soon as Myrno then remembers, he then went on to comment, but of course. Now I remember you, the savage who destroyed my clone with the fusion. And with Myrno then having to change his mind in creating yet another portal in front of him, he then went on to continue, well, now that you are alone, I have a score to settle with you. In which, as Myrno had then gone on to go through the portal, back on planet Vampa we get to see how Broly is intensely training, as even Lemmo went on to comment, just look at him go. I don't think I've ever seen Broly train this intensely before since we've known him. It's been non-stop with him. I wonder what's on his mind, as even Chile went on to respond, it was probably that angel that Broly and those other guys fought that sparked the fire within Broly. Hey Broly, says Chile, take a break for once. You're going to overwork yourself and tire yourself down. Rest a little, as Lemmo also chimed in, let's have a lunch break. I'm sure you must be starving, as Broly went on to say to himself, maybe you're right. I'll rest for a little and then go right back to training, but it was only then during that moment where out of nowhere, Myrno's portal was then shown opening up behind Broly, and through it, Myrno went on to step out by telling Broly, you almost escaped me, mortal. For a moment, I had completely forgotten that you even existed. The only rest you'll be taking is the one in your grave. And as soon as Broly went on to turn around, he was only then met this time, however, by the original Myrno, as Broly went on to comment, that voice. Surprised to see me, Myrno asks? I told you I'd be back for you, didn't I, savage? Did you honestly think that I would forget about what you did to my clone? No, I have a score to settle with you, except this time, my idiot brother along with that pathetic fusion and my father will not be around to save you this time. Maybe killing you will only force my father to reveal himself once he finds out what I've done to his precious Universe 7 warriors. Holy crap, Chile, look! Is that the angel from before? But it can't be the same guy. He's different. This one is much meaner looking and bigger than the other. As Sheila responds, Lemo, I think it is. This could be what that clone was talking about before. You, says Broly, it's you again. No, I will destroy you this time. And as soon as Broly ends up transforming into his full power Super Saiyan state, Myrno doesn't seem to be amused by Broly having to do this, as Myrno went on to ask, this again? I'm not surprised in the slightest, but I am interested to know what my brother and coward of a father had told you. You wouldn't happen to know what dimension my father and the Omni Kings are in, do you? No. I don't smell their stench coming from you, which means neither Whis or the Grand Minister were here. No matter, I'll just kill you and beat it out of the others. And as soon as Broly ends up charging on in by punching Myrno in the face, that's when Broly went on to shout, I will crush you! But to no avail, because Myrno was not fazed in the least, as Myrno went on to comment, a glutton for punishment I am. I will enjoy shredding you to pieces. Away with you. And as soon as Myrno went on to glare directly at Broly and sending him flying backwards, the sheer force and pressure of Myrno's glare had sent Broly flying so far back that neither Lemo or Sheila could believe as to what the heck has just happened, because Myrno didn't even touch him and Broly was already sent flying nearly off the planet. As Lemo went on to ask, what just happened, Sheila? He didn't even touch him and he sent Broly flying back like that. Lemo, this is bad, Sheila says. This is really bad. I don't even think we have any other ways of reaching those other guys for any kind of help, asks Myrno. There will be no help for the three of you here today. Not for you or him. And Sheila and Lemo are petrified as Myrno then went on to continue, you weaklings have been allowed to live your lives freely without a care in the world, bound by nothing and given the chance to become whatever it is that you would like to be. And despite that fact, you choose to be slaves. You both hold a special place in that monster's heart, don't you? I once held a special place as well, until jealousy resulted in my exile. You there, Myrno went on to point out as he slowly then began to lift Lemo's body off the ground. He then continues, we'll start with you first. Come to me. And as Broly is shown slowly trying to sit back up, he then went on to comment, No, Lemo, it baffles me that creatures as weak and frail as you were allowed to remain. You did nothing with your life but wasted. As tears begin to fill Sheila's eyes, that's when she went on to cry out, Mister, please, don't do this, please. He has nothing to do with any of this. Don't hurt him. Oh, but he has more to do with this than you think, Myrno says. Every single one of you do. I am both the judge and the executioner, and your execution has come. Now die. And as soon as a small blast is then shown having to exit Myrno's finger, there was absolutely nothing that Lemo could do to free himself in this, as Lemo went on to cry out, Broly, please help me! As it was only then, right then and there, during that moment where Myrno had gone on to kill Lemo right before both Broly and Sheila's eyes, in such a way that as Myrno went on to look up by smiling, he then went on to comment, useless pig, where is your god of destruction and guardian angel to save you now? A feeling all too familiar, Myrno says. Lemo, Broly utters. Now then, which one of you is next? And the pain of loss is so powerful with Broly that after having to witness Lemo literally die right before him, Broly then went on to reignite the powers of Super Saiyan 3 by powering up in such a ferocious way that even Myrno went on to acknowledge this by responding, I remember this form. This was just what I wanted to see from you, mortal. It gives me all the reason to kill you at your absolute best. Do you think the destroyer will come for you? Will my brother come to your aid? Will my father reveal himself and stop me? Hurts, doesn't it, creature, Myrno says. Now, let us continue. With absolute rage having to take over Broly's mind and heart, Myrno even then was not backing down, as Myrno went on to comment, do you remember what it felt like to lose before my brother and father stepped in to help you disgusting mortals destroy my clone? You are about to experience that again. I have many sights to show you, Myrno adds. The first being to show you how embarrassing your power is compared to mine. Maybe you'll get lucky this time around and the Grand Minister will save you again. Wouldn't you like for that to happen? And Broly was not having it, because from there, Broly was not looking to chit-chat, especially after having to watch his friend die, as Broly went on to shout, "You killed my friend! Die!" But to no avail, because as soon as Broly went on the attack, there was a massive barrier that went on to cover Myrno, as Myrno went on to ask, "And you're supposed to be powerful? What's the matter?" Myrno asks. "Is my barrier too strong for you to break? The gods watched over weaklings like you over siding with me? Pathetic," Myrno says, and once again with one simple glare, Broly's body was trembling, because that's all Myrno needed to do, as he went on to send Broly's body flying not only out into the distance but through several different canyons and mountains, as Broly's body is just breaking through everything. And as it is, Myrno then went on to continue, "I swore I'd get my revenge on you mortals, didn't I? Torturing you mortals has become something of a sport for me. To watch you cry out in agony while you slowly die. This angel's killing him out there," Shilai says, "and he hasn't even lifted a finger against Broly. Broly, please hang on. I wish I could do something to help you right now. Leave Broly alone," Shilai cries out. As with Myrno now taking notice of Shilai's cries, he then went on to respond, "You watch your tongue, mortal woman. You do not have the privilege to speak to me in any kind of way." "Yes," Myrno says, "but of course. Now I see. Heed my words, weakling. There is no amount of begging that you can do that will change the outcome of your fate here on this planet." As even then, despite the overwhelming disadvantage that Broly has, he still went on to charge back in anyway, and as he did, Myrno went on to comment, "And yet you still try and defy me anyway." And with Broly then shown having to finally land a successful blow to Myrno's face, Myrno was absolutely unfazed, as he then went on to tell Broly, "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you? My structural perfection is only matched by my hunger for revenge and blood." And as soon as Broly then continues to attack Myrno, he then continues, "You only know but a small fraction of what real exile feels like. Broly, you could never know what it feels like to have everything ripped away from you. At least you still had your father who fought for your right to live, whereas mine threw me away like garbage." And with Broly's attacks proven to be unsuccessful, he then went on to grab Myrno by the neck by shouting, "Die!" But with complete ease, Myrno went on to effortlessly flick away Broly's hand by telling him, "One way or another, I will draw out the Grand Priest from hiding if it's the last thing I ever do. Now get your disgusting hands off me, pest. Away with you, dog." As it was Myrno's turn to retaliate by then having to punch Broly so hard that once again this time Broly's body went flying through several different mountains, as Myrno went on to continue, "Listen to them, the children of the gods. What music they make when their bodies are in pain. Save your tears. I'll reap your sorrow slowly, Saiyan filth." As the only other person Broly had on this planet was Shilai, and she went on to quickly shout, "Broly, hold on! I'm coming! Please listen to the sound of my voice! Don't die on me, Broly, please!" But before Shilai could get any further, Myrno had gone on to grab onto the back of her hair by telling her, "You're not going anywhere. You will lead by example." And as soon as Myrno had then gone on to hold Shilai in front of him, he then went on to ask, "She holds a special place in your heart, doesn't she? She saved you on Earth by using those wish-granting orbs called Dragon Balls, correct? Well, tell me, how far are you willing to go to save her? In this world, I am God, the highest of all the gods, the king of everything, and I deem this sinner to be condemned to death. So tell me, are you going to stand up for her? Will you oppose my will to have her be destroyed? Or will she ultimately suffer the same fate as your other friend? Live or die," Myrno says. "Is my judgment on this mortal woman flawed? What will you choose to do?" Myrno asks. To go against God's word, or to accept what already is? As Shilai's eyes are beginning to fill up with tears, Broly quickly understood the gravity of the situation, as of course he went on to call out for her name, because what Myrno is ultimately doing now is what had happened to him during the early days of his reign, in which now he had placed himself as being the sole god, the king of everything, and now giving Broly a choice to see what Broly's action will be, as of course her life is now on the line, to where as Myrno is then shown holding Sheila in front of him, he then went on to ask Broly, which decision will you choose? And Broly is not having it, because as soon as Super Saiyan 3 Broly is shown dashing on in, he then went on to shout, "No!" But it was already too late, because Myrno then went on to respond to Broly by telling him, "Wrong choice." And as soon as Myrno is then shown releasing Sheila from his clutches, as she is slowly shown descending on down with tears having to flow from her eyes, her final words to Broly were, "I'm sorry, Broly. My word is law, mortal." And with one blast right in front of Broly, it was during that moment, similar to Lemmo, Myrno had then gone on to kill Chile right in front of Broly, with Broly having to be taken back by this, as he was still shown speed blitzing on through and having to tumble on down as soon as he was attempting to grab her, which was to no avail because he wasn't quick enough in having to stop Myrno from killing her, in which as he did, with Broly shown crashing on down from his attempts of saving her, Myrno then went on to tell Broly, "You continue to fight despite knowing that you are powerless to do anything that will make a difference in this battle. She trusted you, mortal. These feeble creatures depended on you when they were vulnerable, and you let them both down. Yet what's even more is opposing my judgment. There is no word greater than my own," Myrno says. "What? I am the beginning and the end of all things. Watching you oppose my judgment on this creature has only proven what I need to do. I will erase this world along with every existing creature within it. And then I will start over and create a new utopia, one where the laws of God himself can never be challenged. You were too late to save them, mortal. Too weak to make a difference. I am beyond both life and death, and you are not. Dust to dust, Saiyan, and now you will be next to join them. In all my years of living, never have I witnessed both gods and mortals alike defend each other in such ways, whereas I was left to die with no one to do for me what you had attempted to do for your friends. And for these reasons, you will all be exterminated, never to be resurrected again." With Broly having to be on the ground and looking absolutely shocked and staring out into the dust that filled up the sky, Myrno had gone on to then look down at Broly by telling him, "And to think that for both my brother and my father to aid you against me, but turn a blind eye when the Omni King casted me out to die makes me sick to my stomach. The road of life ends here for you, Broly." And Broly is losing it. He had just witnessed two of the closest people in his life literally be destroyed right before his eyes. There are tears flowing down his face as he's trying to get a grip on himself by holding onto his head and responding, "No, Sheila." With everything now seemingly having to hit Broly all at once, with Broly shown collapsing, his entire body seems to be glowing, he's clutching onto his head, he's trying to do the best he can to control himself as he went on to then shout, "No!" As in a fit of rage and sorrow, during that moment, Broly once again went on to erupt with power as Myrno went on to comment, "This again? Then it shall be. One last stand against death itself." And Broly is not letting up, because with such fury, Broly is now raising his battle power up so much so that everyone now even back on Earth are beginning to feel this, as Goku comments, "Whoa, Vegeta, that power. Yes, I can feel it all the way from here," he says. This energy, Beerus comments. "Whis, are you sensing this massive battle power as well?" "That power feels as though it's coming from a Saiyan," Frieza says. As even with both Gohan and Whis having to stare up at the sky, that's when Whis responds, "I do, my lord. This power seems to be coming from planet Vampa." "Hey, wait a second," Goku says. "That's Broly." "Yes, but of course," Vegeta says. "Myrno must have found Broly after engaging against the gods and Whis. Then that means Myrno is alive and had found the Saiyan before finding me and Whis," Beerus says. As back on planet Vampa, Broly had absolutely lost his mind in acting out on instinct by unleashing a mouth blast by shouting, "Die!" But even with Broly unleashing this massive blast directly at Myrno, Myrno isn't even shielding himself from it, but instead, he goes on to take the attack head on by responding, "The difference between our power couldn't be any more obvious, Saiyan. Your potential is the only good thing your warrior race had ever produced. But it pales in comparison to an evolutionary superior life form. But even then, Broly's not letting up, because Ki Blast after Ki Blast after Ki Blast after Ki Blast, he's not letting up. He wants to make sure that Myrno absolutely pays for the damage and the losses that Broly had just taken, but instead, through the smoke we get to see how no damage was done, but instead, Myrno then went on to tell Broly, "You are wasting my time." And as soon as Myrno then went on to attack Broly by punching him in the stomach, he then went on to ask, "So you want me to show you my fighting power now, do you? Well, I wonder how much this body of yours can take before it shatters under the pressure. Not long, I imagine. Here, how about this?" And with a few simple punches to the gut, we then get to see how with a few simple strikes, including one in particular that went on to hit Broly with such force, that Myrno had gone on to punch and impale Broly through the stomach. That's when Myrno went on to tell him, "You and I could never be equals, fool." As you can only imagine the amount of pressure, the amount of pain that Broly is going through, because as Myrno's fist had made contact in impaling Broly right through the stomach, as quickly as it happened, Broly had then reverted right back down to his base form and coughing up blood as Myrno went on to tell him, "That's right. Let this power fade into the darkness. The amber of your life that once burned has been extinguished. Your life no longer serves any purpose in this world. The blood of your warrior race that drips down from my arm will be remembered forever. Now get away from me, you rodent." And with one simple flick to the forehead, Broly's body was sent flying through the landscape and crashing on down, as Broly is shown literally injured in doing the best that he could, only to now be laying on the floor dying, as Myrno went on to hover on up by responding, "Will my brother come and save you from me now? Only time will tell now, won't it? But just like you, I don't have much time to spare." And with Myrno then shown raising his arm, he then continues, "This will do it. Where are you now, Whis? Grand Minister? Come aid your dying mortal warrior from death now. Just try it. This will end everything." With Broly now left helpless on the ground with tears having to be shown filling up his eyes, with Broly having to look on up, he then went on to respond, "Lemo, Shilai, I'm sorry." "Behold, feeble animal," Myrno says, "the last thing your eyes will ever see. This is payback for what you and those other Saiyans along with Whis and my father had done to my clone." "Time's up," Myrno says. As meanwhile back on Earth, Goku had then came up with a plan and having to tell everyone his energy is dropping off and it's dropping off fast. "Listen, I'm going to grab him as fast as I can and bring him here with us. If both of our power suddenly drops off, then you know what happened," Goku says. Which in this moment, Myrno had not hesitated in launching this gigantic blast down by telling Broly, "Your life was only but a brief memory. Now perish and be forgotten." "Damn it," Goku says. "Hang on, Broly. Stay with me. There. Hang on. I'm coming." Because in this moment, Goku was trying to do his best in using the instant transmission and getting to Planet Vampa, in which, as he did, he had just barely managed to scrape on by, and finally finding Broly by responding, "Broly, what did he do to you? Hang on. We're going back to Earth. Don't die on me." And with Goku shown struggling to lock back on Earth, he then responds, come on, I'm shaking. This energy blast is about to connect." No, not like this," Goku says. "Come on, you guys. Yes, there." And just as the blast had then made contact with Planet Vampa, we only then get to see how not only the entire planet itself, but the entire galaxy was then blown into smithereens, as Beerus went on to chime in by asking, "Whis, that shockwave, what happened? Did he make it? Did Goku make it out of there with the other Saiyan warrior?" As Whis responds, "I don't sense either of their energies, my lord. Unless Goku was successful, then I'm afraid it's too late. We shall wait." As due to his instant transmission, Goku was able to arrive on Kame's lookout just before Planet Vampa's destruction, as Goku went on to comment, "There, we made it. That was extremely close. Hang on, Broly, don't die on me. The Saiyans are alive," Beerus says. "Just look at that one right there. He looks unrecognizable," as Vegeta responds, "Whoa, Kakarot, what happened? Dad, will he make it?" Gohan asks. He's losing a lot of blood. That filthy monkey's still breathing now, is he? Frieza responds. Dende, hurry, Goku says. We can't risk having Broly bleed out. We'll need him for this fight, please. Do what you can to restore him to full strength. Yes, of course, Dende says. I'll do my best, Goku. And with Dende then shown having to heal Broly, he then responds, you're lucky you were able to grab him when you did, Goku. Otherwise, I don't think Broly would have made it. His spirit is strong, but I can sense a great anger within him too. Goku, listen, Whis interjects. There is a good chance that because of your actions in saving Broly, my brother will more than likely be making his way here after saving him. It's best if we prepare while we still have time. You're right, Goku says. We need a game plan to see if we can destroy him together, and if we can't, then at least be able to hold off long enough until the Grand Priest arrives, if he's given the order to anyway. But even then, as Dende was shown healing Broly, Vegito went on to step forward in addressing Dende by telling him, once you are done healing him, I would advise you to step away from him as quickly as you can, Guardian. I sense something very dangerous coming from within him. What is it? Dende asks. What do you sense, Vegeta? I'm sensing rage inside of him. Something's happened to him on that planet with the angel. Be on guard. As during this moment, Broly then went on to slowly stand back up, and as he did, Goku went on to address Broly by asking, hey Broly, it's me, Goku, remember? It's Kakarot. I brought you here on Earth. You were almost killed on your planet. Are you alright? Goku, Dende says. His energy's rising. Great, Frieza utters. The monkey's pissed off and you went on to bring him here with us. Broly, calm down, says Gohan. You're not in any danger here, but Broly was not listening because as he went on to shout with such force, as the pain of losing his loved ones and friends is still fresh within his heart and mind, Broly went on to grab onto his head by uttering, he killed them. And as soon as Broly then began to power up, Beerus went on to respond, damn this Saiyan, we brought him here to help him, but now it looks like I'll have to destroy him. Now hold on, my lord, Whis says. Look, he seems to be in a great amount of pain and grief, and as soon as Broly is then shown slowly descending on down to the floor, Whis was correct in his assumption as Broly comments, he took them. I wasn't strong enough to save them, Broly says. He ripped them both away from me. As in a frustrated state of mind, you can see the tears flowing down from Broly's face as Goku went on to comment, he's really unstable, Vegeta. He's probably referring to his friends that were with him on planet Vampa. We don't need any more enemies, Kakarot. We need to keep an eye on him and make sure that he knows who the real enemy is here. But then, out of nowhere, a very familiar voice went on to interject as the voice went on to ask, gathering an army to oppose me now, are you? As everyone during that moment had been caught off guard as the voice went on to continue, did you honestly think that I wasn't going to find you? So many familiar faces, so many fond memories with you all. Hiding amongst mortals now, are we, Whis? I knew the two of you wouldn't get very far, and as a portal is then shown opening up in the sky, Myrno's voice went on to then continue, death is the only adventure you creatures have left to experience. This universe was the most troublesome of the bunch, so perhaps I will make this worth my while since I'm here. I promised you all that I would return, didn't I? Only this time, it will not be as you remembered me from before. The body and power that I currently wield is beyond your simple understanding. Even for you, Whis. You should know better than anyone of what your bigger brother is capable of. That fast? Kakarot, he's here. Damn it, look, that portal. I see it too, Vegeta. We aren't even ready yet for him. He wasted no time in coming here either. Is that him? Piccolo asks. What terrifying power I'm sensing. What? Frieza utters. That can't be the same angel, curse him. As through this portal, a silhouette of Myrno is then shown stepping through as Myrno went on to continue, surprised to see me so soon? There is much debt that needs to be paid here with you all, and you are all going to pay it. Each and every single last one of you. And as Myrno was then finally shown having to step out, Myrno went on to observe the situation at hand by looking down below and commenting, I've gotta give it to you, Whis. I wasn't expecting for you to remember, let alone even use one of our angelic vanishing techniques to escape me. But rest assured that you will not be escaping me again. Look at you all, rounded up like cattle, ready to be slaughtered alive by its master. Gods of destruction and angels being assisted and assisting mortals to battle another angelic life form. Look what you've done, Father. How bad you have corrupted history. Is that Myrno? Goku asks. Whoa, he looks so much different than he did before. His body, his voice, his power. My body's shaking. That's him, Kakarot. Just his presence alone is sending chills down my spine. We have no choice but to do what we can at this point. As Myrno continues, I knew I saw you a few minutes ago on that backwater planet. You will pay dearly for saving that Saiyan's life. Goku. Saiyans, listen to me, Whis says. If there was ever a time for you to let go and use all of the power you have, now is that time. We are to stick and move as one if we hope to stand any chance of stopping him as we are. We need to stay together, but Frieza, on the other hand, had different plans, as Frieza went on to comment, and just who do these fools think I am to be taking orders from them? Teamwork just isn't my style. So this is the original, is it? He doesn't look so tough. You, Broly says. I will make you pay. Do you want to know what I'm about to do to you all? Myrno asks. First, I will beat your near-lifeless bodies into submission. Then I will dismember your limbs before coating this planet in your blood. I know the Grand Minister is watching, waiting, but when he arrives, it will already be too late. You will all be dead, and he will be the final nail that will be driven into this forgotten coffin. This is it, you guys, Goku says. Frieza, do you remember what we talked about inside? Merge with Majin Buu and use all of your full power as a means of support. Your merged power will stand a much better chance against them than how you guys are right now. But then, right before Goku could finish, Frieza went on to interrupt Goku by telling him, I'm afraid this little plan of yours just doesn't sit well with me, monkey. I have a better idea, with Vegeta asking, what are you doing, you idiot? What better idea? As it was during this moment where Frieza went on to transform into his true golden form in going into business for himself by responding, you disgusting angelic reject. As if I will ever allow for you to stain my name like you did before. I'm going to be the one to kill you, and with this power, I will do it alone. By my hands, Frieza says, you will know the terror that is of Frieza. As without even batting an eye, that was when Golden Frieza went on to charge directly up at Myrno as Goku went on to shout, what are you doing? No! Don't do this, Frieza! Wait, what the heck is Frieza doing, Gohan asks. This wasn't a part of the plan? Has he lost his mind? Damn you, Frieza, Beerus shouts. Why does it always have to be you? I'm going to erase you if he doesn't. And it was only then during that moment where true Golden Frieza had went on to connect a thunderous shot to Myrno's face, but unfortunately for Frieza, it had proven to be ineffective, with Frieza asking, what? He didn't move. Why you? As even then, Frieza is not letting up, nor is he backing down, because Frieza had then continued in attacking Myrno by kicking him, punching him, but once again, to no avail, as even with Frieza shown punching Myrno, Myrno wasn't even phased in the slightest, as Myrno went on to look down by responding, I hope Father is by your side, Whis. You're going to need him more than ever if you hope to kill me with weaklings like this by your side. You'll be joining the others very shortly. He didn't even blink, Frieza says. Just what the heck is going on here? Why does your body feel so dense? Curse you, angel or not, I am the mightiest, and I will not be embarrassed by you again. And as Myrno is then shown slowly turning towards Frieza, he then went on to respond, your power is laughable. A so-called emperor with no empire to rule over. And what are you supposed to be referred to as? Surely not the strongest among them. I'm not interested in feeding worms. Stand aside and wait your turn, mortal slave. As with one simple swing to Frieza's ribs, Frieza's body was sent flying not only out of Earth's orbit, but Frieza's body had gone on to crash directly into the moon with such tremendous force, as he was not only once again embarrassed by Myrno, but he was then rendered unconscious as everyone else was looking on, with Goku then having to ask, "Did you just see that, Vegeta?" "He swatted him like a fly," Vegeta says. "Serves him right, that idiot. Kakarot, do you feel his aura? His power, I know. I feel it too," Goku says. "Damn that Frieza," Beerus responds. "Why did you idiots bring him here knowing that he would go into business for himself?" As even Broly was then shown standing up, Broly went on to utter, "You've taken everything from me. I will have your head. You've butchered trillions," Goku says. "We won't let you have your way with this universe or any other, Myrno. This is it, everyone. It's time. And what do you hope to do that will stop me from butchering trillions more, Goku? You think I don't know? You've all been training for me and preparing yourselves for this, haven't you? I can feel the difference in your spirits from when I first met you. I will bathe this universe in your blood before it's destroyed. You mortals could only pray for a miracle to happen, but there will be no miracles today." With everyone then shown taking action, as Broly was the first to transform into his full-powered Super Saiyan 3 state. Following Broly was Vegeta, who went on to close his eyes by saying to himself, "My true test will come now. For my pride, for my warrior race, for Bulma, for Trunks, and for Bola, Kaba, and the Saiyans on planet Sadala. I will stake my life in this battle. On my honor, I will not fall," as even Vegeta had gone on in unleashing his full power by transforming into Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, as all the while, we also take a look at how Goku is just about to activate the powers of Ultra Instinct, as Goku went on to say to himself, "This is it. The fate of the entire multiverse rests on our shoulders against him. I have to try," Goku says. "No matter the cost, I have to try. By any means necessary," as we then take a look at how full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly and Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta are then shown standing side by side as they're just about to make their move against the Myrno, as Vegeta went on to tell Broly, "Broly, listen, we will attack him together at once. Do not give him any room to breathe, you hear me? Apply as much pressure as you possibly can. One way or another, if we are to fall here today, then we'll do it by giving it all we have to shred this angel from existence." But even with Myrno shown having to observe everything from above, he then went on to respond, "So this is what your unity looks like. Wonderful. All the more reason to warm up my body by using you all as punching bags. Let this be the final battle in your story of rebellion against the one true God of gods. First you will see, and then you will die," as Broly and Vegeta had wasted little time in then having to aggressively charge directly at Myrno, as Vegeta went on to tell him, "We are going to rip you apart for everything you've done. Now prepare for the end of your life. So this will be your final act of rebellion to save your dying universe from extinction. The fear of losing power is a weakness of both the gods and mortals alike. I will show you, little by little, the true embodiment of limitless power. You may come at me as you'd like, for as many of you as you please. None of it will matter. How long, Whis? How long until you think Father will intervene to save you all as he did before? He must be very busy with those little brats if he had gone to abandon you all like this. I need a good warm-up anyway, so go on. All of you, fight for your universe's survival, for it will be the final fight that you worms will ever have the honor to wage. The harvest has begun." As with even Gohan shown having to turn towards Piccolo, Gohan went on to tell Piccolo, "It's all or nothing, Piccolo. If we can't stop him, then at least we will distract him." "It's been an honor, Gohan," Piccolo says. And as the two then went on to charge on up, Gohan then went on to respond, "It's been an honor as well, Piccolo. Thank you for always being by my side. Here's to one last battle together. Now let's show him what we're made of." As both the androids and Majin Buu end up doing the same, Android 17 went on to respond, "Let's go, 18. We'll catch him when he isn't looking. You know what you need to do, Buu. We're counting on you. Buu won't let you down, Majin Buu says, as even then a gigantic aura is shown bursting up into the sky as Goku had finally unleashed the powers of Mastered Ultra Instinct. As even Goku is not looking to hold anything back himself, Goku then went on to comment, "Now you will see my all. Everything we've ever been through has led us to this very moment. The ultimate test against the ultimate enemy. We won't let you get away with all of the innocent lives you've destroyed. If you want to rule over a new multiverse by ending our lives along the way, then we're going to make you work for every bit of it." And with Beerus also then shown having to close his eyes and doing the exact same thing, Beerus then went on to comment, "My title and honor as a destroyer is on the line along with my entire universe. I must try. Even if I die, I refuse to accept a coward's death. I am Lord Beerus, God of Destruction. You should have listened to me when you had the chance, Champa," Beerus says. "You were always too stubborn to take action, always trying to prove yourself as being the better sibling. Well, you did. Your sacrifice has helped buy us the time that we need to push back and survive against him. I promise to bring you back when it's all over," Beerus says. And as soon as Beerus is then shown opening his eyes, we then see how Beerus had once again tapped into the powers of Ultra Instinct, as Beerus was also ready to lay down his life on the line by then continuing, "The angelic technique merged with the power of a god. My training is complete. I stand as the only destroyer to wield such a power, and with it, I will use everything to destroy you," Beerus says. As we then only see how both Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku are then shown side by side and looking up, Goku went on to ask, "So you've mastered Ultra Instinct too, huh, Lord Beerus? So, what do you think? Do you think we can find an opening on this guy?" With Beerus responding, "No, but we'll never truly know unless you give it your all, Saiyan. On my go. Pay attention." As we then observe how full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly is shown charging on in, Myrno had already recognized the entire situation at hand, as Myrno went on to respond, "I want you to know that this anger of yours will not be what brings your friends back from the dead, mortal. This time, I promise you will not escape." And as soon as Broly is shown taking a shot, as Myrno went on to move out of the way, Myrno continued to pester Broly on by telling him, "You have already forfeited your life the moment you stood across to oppose me, beast." As it was due to Broly's overwhelming speed in moving towards Myrno in such a way that as soon as Myrno had moved over to the side and causing Broly to go flying right past him, out of nowhere Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta made his way behind Myrno, as he then went on to address Myrno by telling him, "You're going to regret coming back. This time you won't get away from me, as if I would have any reason to run away from you, Vegeta. I didn't forget about what you did to my clone." And as soon as Vegeta attempts to punch Myrno from behind, Myrno effortlessly, without even having to look at him, went on to catch Vegeta's punch by telling him, "What did you think was going to happen once I found you? Before I smash your body into pieces, I want to see if my father's training had really made a difference for you. Maybe you're the one who knows where he's hiding." And as soon as Piccolo and Gohan are shown closing on in, while turning his head, Myrno then went on to ask, "So the rats are sticking together now, are they? You wouldn't know anything about where the Grand Priest is hiding now, would you? Useless eaters." And as soon as Myrno then throws Vegeta right into Piccolo and Gohan, out of nowhere once again, Broly attempts to get behind Myrno and having to grab him, but this time around, Myrno had gone on to dematerialize in such a way that as soon as Broly attempted to grab him, the only thing that Broly had gotten out of that was air, as Myrno went on to tell him, "You think I wouldn't remember? This may have worked with my clone, but this little trick will not work so easily with me." As out of nowhere, just as quickly as Myrno had dematerialized, he then went on to open up a portal and punching Broly in the face by telling him, "You're a disgrace." As the sheer force of this punch had sent Broly flying back, so much so that it took Majin Buu and quickly having to act and grabbing Broly by telling him, "Buu got you." As we then see how Myrno was once again shown stepping on through, Android 17 and 18 were already there waiting, as 18 went on to comment, "Quick, 17, he's stepping through. Now's our chance," 17 says. "Whatever happens, don't stop blasting him. We need to draw his attention away from the others. Let's go, 18. As we only then see how Android 17 and 18 are shown continuously firing key blast after key blast after key blast. With all of these blasts shown making contact, Myrno had then gone on to turn his head and acknowledging the androids by commenting, "Honestly now, I'm baffled. Artificially designed androids. What is any of this supposed to do? You don't deserve to breathe the same air as I do, let alone attempt to attack me. As out of nowhere, just as quickly as it happened, Myrno had gone to dash directly towards them as 18 shouted, "Oh, holy crap! 17, watch out! Nah, damn it! 18, get out of here!" But it was already too late because Myrno had gone on to double axe handle Android 17 across the head with so much force that as Myrno had proceeded to hit 17, he then went on to tell him, "You have relinquished your life. Now watch from below as your world burns." And mind you, the sheer impact of this strike alone was so powerful that not only was Android 17 sent flying down below and crashing right through the lookout, but as quickly as it happened, Android 17's body had gone to hit the earth below as Android 18 shouted, "Please don't die, 17! I can't believe it! This angel's too much! We couldn't even see him, he's so fast!" As indeed he was, because just as quickly as it happened, Myrno had then gone on to charge directly at 18 by telling her, "Such filth does not belong among the highest of life forms. You will suffer before you leave this world," Myrno says. As right then and there, before Android 18 can react, Myrno had gone on in uppercutting 18 so hard in the gut that it literally had gone on to shatter all of her bones, including piercing her organs, as Myrno then comments, "Ah, the sound of bones breaking and organs being smashed together. Music to my ears. You will watch helplessly as I kill your friends one by one while you slowly die." As we get to see how 18 is clutching onto her stomach, her entire body shaking, as 18 barely comments, I can't, my body, help me." As we then take a look at seeing how 18 had then descended on down to the lookout, she then continues, "He shattered my body from the inside. I can hardly breathe," she says. As in a very sinister way, with Myrno looking down and smiling at the end result of this, Myrno then comments, "That's right, mortal slave. Suffer. Every breath you take will be a painful reminder of who I am." But suddenly then Myrno had gone on to detect something as he then continues, "Thought you can sneak up on me, did you? The two of you have been a thorn on my side since sending my clones." As out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku attempted to kick Myrno from behind, with Myrno having to lean forward by responding, "I haven't forgotten about you, mortal warrior. No amount of improvement will come close to closing the gap between us. As it goes for you as well." As Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus attempted to do the same thing by punching Myrno from behind and missing, it was painfully clear during this moment that Myrno had proven to be simply too fast for our heroes, as Myrno then went on to continue, "Leaving your brother to die while you fled, coward. We'll just have to see about that," Goku says. And as soon as Goku had finally then managed to connect a punch to Myrno's face, Goku then went on to tell him, "We didn't forget about you. If you think getting rid of us will be that easy, then you have another thing coming." "Is that so, Saiyan?" says Myrno. "He didn't even flinch," Goku says. "His body, what's his body made of?" As Myrno then had gone on and grabbing onto Goku's punch and slowly removing his fist from his face, he then went on to tell him, "That one actually stung, but stinging me won't do you anything." As back down on Kame's lookout, as Goku has Myrno preoccupied, then they went on to heal 18 by telling her, "Don't worry, 18, please don't move. I won't let you die on us. This is far worse than I thought," he says. "Please don't die on me. Hang in there. What an undeserving worm you are to be wielding the power of the angels," Myrno says. Another example of the many mistakes made by the gods that needs to be corrected. Because before you know it, Myrno had gone on to retaliate by punching Goku in the face by telling him, "This is but a glimpse of what real power feels like." As with one strike to Goku's face, Goku's body was sent flying on down and going through Kame's lookout and onto the earth below, which was eerily similar to Android 17, with Goku making his way down. Then they went on to quickly turn around and asking, "Was that Goku? Oh no! Hang on, Goku! Oh, this is bad. Hang on tight, 18. You're almost healed. Hang in there, Goku. Don't give in." As we then get to see how Goku's body is flying uncontrollably down onto the ground, Goku went on to say to himself, "I can't control my body from that shot. My attack was like nothing to him. I have to stop myself from falling any further, otherwise I'll go right into the Earth's core. Come on, body. The force is too much. Come on." Which, as Goku was struggling in maintaining balance and finding his composure to stop himself from falling on down, right before Goku's body was sent flying into the ocean ocean and down below, Goku managed to stop himself just in the nick of time as he then grabbed onto his face in absolute agony by commenting, "Ugh, my head. That couldn't have been his full power. I felt something deeper inside of him. This is bad," Goku says. "We have to buy more time for the Grand Priest to arrive. We have to find another way," he says, as by now each and every single one of them are now beginning to get picked apart by Myrno one by one. With Myrno shown effortlessly making easy work of our heroes, it was only then during that moment where Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta was not done with Myrno, because as Vegeta was shown charging on in, Vegeta was dead set on putting an end to Myrno, as Vegeta went on to tell him, "I am much stronger than I was when I nearly ended your clone. Let's see how good your memory is." And with Vegeta then shown spawning an energy sword, he then went on to charge on him by telling Myrno, "I don't care how powerful you claim to be, I'm going to put an end to your annoying existence once and for all. Good luck pulling yourself out of this one." As the second Vegeta had gone on in swinging the sword directly at Myrno, Myrno had went on to catch the sword by responding, "My memory is just fine. I do remember this little weapon of yours that you used to nearly end the clone Myrno's life. But the clones are one thing, mortal, and I am another. This universe is putting up quite the effort to keep itself from being destroyed, isn't it? I know you were made aware of me by my demented father. This sword of yours annoys me," Myrno says, as he then proceeded in crushing Vegeta's energy sword in his hand, but out of nowhere, behind him, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus was shown charging on in by shouting, "Gotcha! Hold him right there, Vegeta! You're too slow, you dirty animal," Myrno says. And with Myrno once again having to sidestep out of the way as Beerus came dashing on in, with all of the momentum that Beerus had in his attempts of punching Myrno, Vegeta had just barely avoided Beerus's punch by telling him, "Lord Beerus, where did you— damn it, Vegeta, stay out of my way! I almost knocked your head clean off! I don't understand why you creatures continue to fight despite knowing the odds against you," Myrno says. "You are all powerless to do anything against me, but yet you still continue to fight among one another in hopes of winning. Gather in numbers all you want, it won't make a difference. I will use you all as punching bags to warm up this body before the grand finale with the Grand Priest and those ridiculous Omni Kings." And as Vegeta and Beerus are then shown standing side by side with both Majin Buu and Broly joining them, Myrno then went on to continue, "But I know that there is something that you aren't telling me. I know you know where they're hiding, and I will beat the information out of your lifeless bodies to get it. Otherwise, I'll force them out of hiding through you. Either way, there is no possible scenario where any of you survive against me. Now let's see which one of you will be the one who squeals. Go ahead," Myrno says. "Step forward. And don't worry, I won't tear you apart immediately. First, I'm going to torture you. Then I'm going to make you feel every bit of suffering as I felt during my exile. Now, which one of you wants to go first?" Look at you all, fumbling around like the clueless idiots you are. Does it hurt your fragile little egos to see how powerless you all are to pull off a miracle here? This is the difference between us, and I just love it. Watching you worms suffer is only scratching the surface of my satisfaction. The ultimate fulfillment will come once I spill the blood of the Grand Priest and those ridiculous little Omni brats. As among the pack, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly was the first to once again make a move on Myrno, because as Broly went on to charge on in, without even batting an eye, Broly went on to shout, "You will die first!" You again, huh? Acting on your primal instincts alone only shows me how much of an animal you are in this worthless kingdom you call Universe 7. And as soon as Myrno was then shown having to speed blitz right past Broly as Broly was charging right at Myrno, within milliseconds of doing so, Myrno then went on to address Broly by telling him, "Allow me to demonstrate a portion of my great power and show you." Which that was exactly what Myrno had done, because even by speed blitzing right past Broly, before anyone could even realize it, let alone register what had just happened, Myrno had gone on in attacking Broly with such precision and speed that not even Broly himself was able to see this, as Myrno went on to tell him, "You're lives no longer have purpose. As with one devastating shot, Broly's body was then shown having to fly directly down onto the ground, as Primal Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was not going to stick around in waiting to see what was going to happen, because Vegeta indeed was the second person now to charge right back at Myrno, which as he did, in a fit of rage, as Vegeta was shown charging directly at Myrno, Vegeta went on to shout, "Your clones were no different when they preached about their power. I don't buy it, Angel." But before Vegeta could do anything about it, Myrno had once again gone on to demonstrate not only his speed, but his attack precision as well, in almost seemingly leaving Vegeta frozen in place, as Myrno went on to tell him, "My clones were one thing, but I am another. Are you beginning to buy into what I'm telling you now, Saiyan? You could never quantify my power with such a primitive mind. My power was forged through eons of training with that grand traitor. I could kill you right now if I wanted to, Vegeta. But first I want to torture you before bleeding your bodies dry, especially since I know that they are watching. Will they save you in time, or will you die in vain like the rest of them?" And as Vegeta is quickly then shown powering back down to base form and coughing up blood out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus tried to get a sneak attack on Myrno by punching him, but with Myrno being very cognitively aware of his environment, Myrno had proceeded to grab onto Beerus' punch by telling him, "And you, Destroyer, you decided to only take action after learning of my existence. But what were you doing prior to discovering my plan of revenge? You sat around and did absolutely nothing with yourself," Myrno says. And as he quickly had then gone on in pulling Beerus away and thrusting him directly into Vegeta, Myrno had then went on to continue, "A true waste of space, just like your pathetic brother. Away with you both, slaves!" As even then, with the amount of force that Myrno was using, Beerus was thrusted into Vegeta, as both of them were then shown having to make their way down onto the Earth itself, which when taking a look back down on the Earth, we see how Broly is lying in a massive crater, as Broly went on to comment, "My body, I can't lose." As out of nowhere seconds later, both Beerus and Vegeta's body come crashing on down right next to Broly, with Myrno himself also shown teleporting down below as well. That's when Myrno went on to comment, "And there you three lie, and yet still no Grand Priest to come and save you. I'm surprised," Myrno says. "I wonder what you're doing, Father. I know you can hear me, wherever you may be hiding. Are you not going to save these creatures? Or are you scared to suffer as they are suffering right now? Just as I had once suffered," he says. "Multiple universes have been destroyed. You think this universe will be any different? I can feel your energy, but it seems to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Are you channeling your life energy into something? You are, aren't you? Yes. I can sense it now," Myrno says. "While I was busy hunting these animals down, you used a portion of your life energy to lock the multiverse, didn't you? Now I understand. So you have been taking measures to stop me from achieving my plans after all, weren't you?" But out of nowhere, once again, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku attempted to attack Myrno from behind by telling him, "Yeah, and as long as we're here to stand up against you, you will never live long enough to see the multiverse be destroyed." Still squirming around, I see, Myrno says. "Your embarrassing little antics are beginning to annoy me. Come here, mortal. I always found you to be a very interesting creature," Myrno says. And as Myrno had gone on in simply lifting up his finger and stopping Goku in place, he then went on to continue, "You seem to possess a special kind of privilege that other mortals don't." "What the?" Goku says. "I'm stuck. I can't move." And with Myrno then shown having to pull Goku forward, Myrno then went on to continue, "I now remember something that only you hold the answer to. Goku, it's not your power that I'm interested in, it's your position in all of this. You seem to be favored by the gods. Very much so," Myrno says. "I wonder why that is, creature. You, a lower life form than I. And what makes you so special, Saiyan? If memory serves me correct from the information that my clones have gathered, you are actually in contact with the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, aren't you? They favor your feeble nature over my own existence. Why?" "Where are they hiding?" Myrno asks. "The original dimension they reside in cannot be found, which which means they've moved. You will tell me where they are, mortal, or I am going to break every last bone in your pathetic mortal body. But even with Goku being frozen in place and not being able to fight back, that's when Goku went on to respond, "Oh yeah? Well, do your worst. I'm not telling you anything. If you really want to know, then you'll have to beat the information out of me to get it." Then that is exactly what I'm going to do. And with Goku then shown powering right back down to his base form, Myrno with complete ease had then gone on in flicking Goku in the forehead by telling him, "You should choose your words more carefully." Which when as soon as we see Goku's body having to crash land right next to Beerus, Broly, and Vegeta, Myrno then went on to continue, "As if you think killing you would be any sort of problem for me. I'll find my way to the throne with or without your confession." And with Myrno then shown having to slowly stick his arm out, he then went on to continue, "I couldn't think of a picture-perfect moment than by having the four of you worms groaning in agony the way you are. Isn't it ironic? The four of you were the most troublesome bunch to my clones when I faced you all before. But the road of life ends here." But before Myrno could actually go through in killing Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Beerus, out of nowhere above him, a gigantic energy blast is shown having to make its way down onto him, to where as soon as Myrno had gone on to catch the attack itself, that's when Myrno went on to comment, "This power, this energy is angelic. Whis." Which as we see how Whis is then shown standing in front of Myrno, that's when Myrno went on to hold the blast by responding, "And here I thought you ran off the moment I arrived to pay your little friends here a visit. A sneak attack, Whis. You should know better than to pull a cheap tactic like that on me of all individuals, Whis. That attack was only a mere distraction, Myrno, and it was all I needed," which indeed it was, because as Myrno was preoccupied by holding the attack above his head, Whis had momentarily found his opening in connecting a ferocious left hook which sent Myrno flying out into the distance, as even with Myrno's body shown flying out into the distance as he went on to scream out for Whis' name, Whis had then quickly gone on to spawn his staff and turning his head by telling the others, "Our battle in the 7th must continue. This war is not yet over." And as Whis stuck his staff out by healing the others, he then went on to tell them, "Quickly, all of you, rise and engage. There is no telling how much time I managed to buy for us, but we don't have any to waste." But as quickly as it happened, Myrno was once again back by having to open up a small portal and grabbing Whis' hand by telling him, "No amount of time can save you from me. This is insane," Goku says. "How did he recover so quickly? Wait a second. That portal. I have to seal it," Goku says, and that's exactly what Goku tried to do, because while being healed, Goku had gone on to stick his arm out in responding, "I can't let him pull Whis in. Come on. His portal is extremely dense." "Gotcha," Goku says, as he was lucky enough in sealing Myrno's portal before Myrno could actually pull Whis in, as we also then see how Myrno's shadow clone arm was then severed. This had only then given our heroes the chance they needed to be healed in standing back up as Goku went on to address everyone by commenting, "Lord Beerus, Broly, Vegeta, get up, we can't give in, especially now. He's got to have an opening that we aren't seeing, so we have to keep on trying until something changes here." "Curse him," Vegeta says. "It's as though he isn't even trying. Fighting him alone isn't cutting it," Beerus says. "So you mortals are going to have to work together and attack him at the same time." "You're still as green as I remembered you being, little brother," Myrno says. As he had finally made his way back onto the battlefield, he then continues, "An amateur move to make that you will not be making against me again. Your whereabouts intrigue me. Where were you when this fight began?" Myrno asks. "Surely I'd expect you to aid these creatures, but you didn't. You were in communication with him, weren't you?" "Yes, I can sense it," Myrno says. "Just like I sensed his energy surrounding each existing universe. What are you worms scheming? Bring forth the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings before me now." But Whis is not saying anything, so instead, Whis had gone on to quickly get into fighting position by telling his brother, "I never took you for a fool, Myrno, so I'm not surprised that you would know. But you should be more concerned with the warriors who stand before you and not those who are not present. I swore to defend this universe and the throne with my life. and that's exactly what I'm going to do. As we only then see how Broly had gone on in going back into his full-powered Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Vegeta as well was also shown having to power right back into his primal Super Saiyan Blue evolution form by commenting, "Damn it. How is he this powerful? I cannot let him do this to me." As even then during that moment with everyone shown powering back up, out of nowhere behind Myrno, there was a massive explosion shown taking place with Myrno turning his head and responding. The attack Whis launched, he converted it into a blinding attack, which to Whis' credit he did because that was the whole point of a diversion. As with Myrno shown looking away, that was when Whis went on to shout Myrno's name and charging back in by responding, "Myrno, you will pay for your crimes against life." As even with Whis then shown attacking Myrno to the best of his ability, Whis then also went on to shout, "What are you all waiting for? Now is your chance to use your power!" To which of course everyone then did, because as Vegeta was shown having to charge up for his final flash, he then went on to address Goku by telling him, "Enough is enough, Kakarot! Hurry up! Let's get rid of this guy once and for all! Listen everyone," Goku says, "concentrate all of your power into merging our attacks together. If we're going to hit him with our best, then let's hit him with our best together." As everyone including Broly and Beerus were shown doing exactly that, Beerus then went on to stick his arm out in the Hakai pose by responding, "I'm sick of this angel causing chaos inside of my universe. Just like his clone, I am going to erase him for good." As even with Goku shown charging up for his Kamehameha, Goku went on to address Broly by telling him, "Don't hold anything back, Broly. This is for everyone he's killed, for our families, for your friends, Broly." As with Whis shown having to do his best in his attempts of striking Myrno, Myrno was shown dodging each and every single one of Whis' strikes by telling him, "You're a rat, Whis, and you still refuse to submit and accept your death despite knowing the odds are stacked against you all. Once I'm done using these idiots, I'm going to do to you what I did to our siblings. There is nothing that you possess that will surprise me that I don't know about." But Myrno had gone on to speak a little too soon. As he attempted to strike Whis, Whis had gone on to create a clone, in quickly being able to avoid Myrno's strike by telling him, "Here's something you may remember from our training, an old technique that I learned from you. It's all or nothing, Vegeta. Let's hit this angel with everything we can. I'm going to crush you," Vegeta says. "On my honor, you will pay for what you've done." "Now you die," Broly shouts, "for Chilai, for Lemo." "You have crossed me for the last time," Beerus shouts. "This is for all of the gods of destruction. This is for you, Champa. Hakai!" And as everyone's attack was then shown having to make its way towards Myrno, Myrno had quickly gone on to notice this attack by responding, "This power. They've combined their attacks. You idiots think this will be your miracle worker? Well, think again, worms." And as soon as Myrno was then shown having to stop the attack with his elbows as his body was beginning to shake, it was only noticeable from there to see that Myrno was starting to get very angry, as Myrno went on to shout, "You disgusting animals! You think you know power? You think merging your attacks together will crush me? Scratching me will be as far as you will go. Now you fools have my attention." As all a while back with the Grand Priest, we then see how the Grand Priest was indeed overseeing the entire multiverse, and at the same time also staying in direct contact with Whis. It was only then where the Grand Priest went on to overhear Whis' pleas for help, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "I hear you, Whis. I am very well aware of everything he has done and continues to do. My presence is desperately needed. However, I am to not act without consulting the Omni Kings about the situation. If the Omni Kings learn of what's happening, they will surely act on instinct and obliterate everything as they once did. Angering either of them would be suicide, so I must persuade them in another way. With a portion of my energy holding the multiverse together from being destroyed, there is no telling what move Myrno is going to make next. I was never forced into using my power in action like this since the beginning of time itself when I trained my children. Such power has never been seen or felt other than the Omni Kings during the Tournament of Power. I have to convince them to allow me to use it. He's baiting me into drawing me out while restricted by the law of the angels and the rule of the great Omni King. They must hold on a little longer, the Grand Priest says. As the other destroyers and angels guard their universe, it would seem as though Universe 7 is the only universe thus far to hold Myrno's attention fully without being destroyed. However, I sense an intense rage coming from within him. He's reserving himself, the Grand Priest says, for what I can only imagine would be for me. My son, what have you done? And for what? For pride. The mortals of the living world must do everything in their power to fight back. If they destroy him before my arrival, then all is saved. However, I fear that Myrno will soon lose his patience, and if that happens, then they will all be destroyed. These actions will not go without judgment, the Grand Priest says. With the multiverse sealed and protected from being destroyed, my energy can only hold these universes for so long. It's time to address the Omni Kings about the matter and see if I could convince him to grant me the permission that I need in order to put this matter to rest once and for all. The guards will be made aware, but the Great Kings must not learn of Myrno's return through violence. I must talk them into thinking my battle with Myrno will be for their entertainment. As all a while back on planet Earth, we then see how Myrno had been completely overtaken by everyone's attack in such a way that despite the overwhelming amount of power that Myrno might be dealing with, Myrno even then refuses to back down as the blast itself is shown making its way ever so deeper into outer space. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we then oversee a massive crater that was left following the attack as Goku went on to comment, "What power! Great work, everyone. If we didn't combine our attacks, everything would have been destroyed." As with Broly shown huffing and puffing, trying to catch his breath just as Vegeta and Beerus are, Vegeta then went on to put this into question by asking, Do you think it worked? There's no way anyone could have possibly survived an attack like that, with Beerus responding, "I can't sense his energy." An attack of that magnitude had enough concentrated power to destroy the entire universe. There's no way he could have survived that, angel or not. So we wait, Beerus says. But even then, as Goku was also shown trying to catch his breath, out of nowhere, Goku then went on to comment, "Hey, wait a minute, Is that him? Are you guys sensing that? Right there, right in front of us. It can't be." Which, as it was, unfortunately for them, Myrno was in fact still alive, as through the smoke we then get to see how there is an outline of Myrno's silhouette, as Myrno through the smoke went on to comment, "In all my years of existing, I never would have dreamed to see both destroyers and angels alike, beings who sit on top of the pecking order, aid and protect mortals the way I have seen here today. Each of you with different motives and intentions, different histories and different power. While I wanted to create a new utopia that was molded by the universe I once governed, Universe 13, they saw it as being too dangerous of an idea and wanted me gone. Well then, if they couldn't destroy me, how could you?" And Vegeta is dumbfounded as Vegeta went on to shout, "But that's just not possible!" As lo and behold, through the smoke, we finally get to see how Myrno had emerged. As Myrno went on to continue, "The answer is simple, and that's you can't. Surprised? I live. But that was crafty, I will give you that. You worms actually managed to scratch me a little. If anyone should know," Myrno adds, "it's you, Whis. The last time I used this body and pushed it to its limits, you were still being groomed to become an attendee, remember? And during that time," Myrno adds, "it was against our rotten father, as I was the first angel to ever face him and survive, even besting him once during a duel. And that little stunt of yours was the needle that popped the bubble. You pathetic bottom feeders could never match me, no matter how hard you try." "But that's just not possible," Goku says. He's smiling. After all of that, he's smiling. He wasn't bluffing. He really is different than anything we've ever experienced before. And as Myrno was shown casually dusting himself off, he then went on to continue, "Still no sign of the Grand Priest, I see. I suppose spilling a bit of blood might sway him into showing his face. Holding the multiverse together will only buy him so much time. Now then, which one of you is brave enough to go first?" As Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta was the first to answer Myrno's call, as Vegeta went on to shout, "Enough of this! You're mine!" "No," Goku says, "not like this! Don't do it, Vegeta!" "So the prince of a dead race is the first, is he? What are you always so proud of?" Myrno asks, and with one casual uppercut to the face, Myrno then continues, "You are worthless. There is nothing for you to ever be proud of." To where the sheer force and impact of this one uppercut was so powerful that it ultimately sent Vegeta's body flying up through the air and even through Kame's lookout, with both Dende and Mr. Popo absolutely shocked. Dende went on to comment, "Holy crap! Mr. Popo, was that Vegeta? I'm afraid it was, Popo says. As right at the edge of the atmosphere before his body went out into deep space, Vegeta had gone on and powering back down by saying to himself, "This angel, how can we hope to beat someone like that? He broke my jaw. I can't feel my face or my body," he says. "I don't know if I can do it." And with Vegeta's body shown stopping right at the edge of the atmosphere and then shown having to collapse its way back down onto the earth, as Vegeta continues to make his fall, he then went on to say to himself, I have to try. I promised them Bulma, Trunks, Bulla, Kaba, Kakarot. I must continue to try. As once again, Vegeta's body was then shown having to hit the ground on Kame's lookout with Mr. Popo shouting, "Dende, do you sense that? Vegeta's energy is rapidly decreasing. You must heal him before he dies." "Oh, this feels so hopeless," Dende says. "Mr. Popo, please keep an eye out for that angel. I'm going to try and help Vegeta," he says. As all a while back with the others, Goku had once again noticed that Beerus went on to charge in as Goku shouts, "Wait, no! Please, Lord Beerus, don't! Don't try and stop me, Goku. I'm going to keep trying until it kills me." But as foolish as he was to go in there by himself, Myrno had effortlessly backhanded Beerus across the face by telling him, "You were already dead the moment I crossed into this universe. Fool, away." Which, as quickly as it happened, Myrno had then gone on and speed blitzing in front of Broly by telling him, "And now you were very fortunate to have escaped me before." And with Broly shown throwing a punch with Myrno catching it, Myrno then went on to continue, "However, you won't be so lucky to do it again. What's the matter? Are you stuck? Do you feel that, savage? Aren't you going to try and avenge your dead friends?" And with Broly then shown once again trying to punch Myrno with his other arm, Myrno with complete ease went on to stop Broly and holding his arms in place by telling him, yes, that's the spirit, Saiyan. However, these arms of yours are beginning to bother me. You won't be needing these anymore, mortal. Away with you." As Myrno had then gone on and Spartan kicking Broly in the chest by holding his arms back, which subsequently enough had resulted in Myrno creating such force by kicking Broly in the chest that as he was holding his arms, he just so casually from there had gone on in ripping Broly's arms out of his sockets as Goku went on to comment, "This is bad. This is very, very bad. First Vegeta, then Beerus, and now Broly. We can't lose either of them, especially Broly. He's going to bleed out if I don't help him." As with Broly shown reverting back down to his base form once again and lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "Let the beast drown in a pool of his own blood. He would have died sooner or later anyway. He'll be lucky to last another 3 minutes like this," he says. With Myrno then shown throwing Broly's arms on the ground, he then continues, "Now all that leaves is you. I broke Vegeta's face and tore this Saiyan's arms off. Would you like to take a guess as to what I'm going to do to you? I wonder if ripping you apart will force the Grand Priest out of hiding and onto this world." Only one way to find out, right? Myrno asks. But then, before Myrno could do anything to attack Goku, he then had gone on and sensing something as Whis out of nowhere went on to tackle Myrno by shouting, "That's enough! Goku, listen to me. Hurry and grab Broly and Lord Beerus and take them back to the lookout as fast as you possibly can. Have the Guardian attempt to heal everyone as quickly as possible while I hold my brother off here. You must hurry." And with Goku doing exactly that, he then went on to respond to Whis by telling him, "Right, we need everyone at full power if we hope to hold him off. Please be careful, Whis." And with Goku using instant transmission as quickly as he could, the first individual that Goku went on to help was Beerus, as Goku went on to comment, "Hey, stay with me, Lord Beerus. I gotcha." "Oh man, look at him," Goku says. "Hang on, Broly." And with Goku then getting to Broly and putting his arm down on his chest, he then continues, "He's ripping us apart out here. Maybe if we can somehow continue to stall, it will buy us some additional time. Hang on, guys. I won't let any of you die." As all the while with Whis shown attempting to do whatever he could to stop his brother by punching him, Myrno was then shown dodging each and every single one of Whis' punches as Whis went on to tell his brother, "I'll have you know that if you are lucky enough to survive what's coming, then the Grand Priest will finish you off once and for all." But Myrno was not affected in the slightest by Whis' comments, as Myrno had then gone on and punching Whis in the stomach by telling him, "Then bring him here, Whis. Your faith in our father will be your downfall. you disgusting little insect. As the very second Myrno had gone on and punching Whis away, he then instantly dematerialized by telling Whis, "Don't you worry, Whis, I'll be right back." As the very second Goku was shown using instant transmission to go to the lookout, to Goku's horror, Myrno was already there waiting for him as Myrno went on to ask, "And just where do you think you're going, Saiyan?" "What in the world? There's no way," Goku says. "He got up here faster than my instant transmission." "Oh, I'm much faster than your little instantaneous transmission, mortal. Thank you for gathering the rats for me to slaughter. But before I do, mortal," Myrno says. He had then proceeded in speed blitzing right towards Goku and winding his fist back by telling him, "My clones warned you of my power, did they not? You seem confused and concerned," Myrno says, as he then quickly followed up by punching Goku in the chest by telling him, "Well, you should be, mortal filth." As right after Myrno was then shown grabbing Goku by the face, he then continues, "I never liked you from the day I laid my eyes on you. Come with me, Saiyan. Let's go for a ride." And the moment Myrno had then proceeded in slamming Goku down on the lookout and through it, Goku was essentially helpless in doing anything to stop Myrno, as Whis had then gone on and teleporting right next to Dende by telling him, "Guardian, don't take your eyes off of them. Stay alert as I heal the others." And with Myrno shown pushing Goku through the lookout and down onto the earth, you can almost kind of sense the level of dread here as Myrno went on to tell Goku, "The very essence of who I am comes from generations of training. You could never reach such levels, even if given the time." To where as soon as Myrno was then shown slamming Goku's head and body onto the earth below, and not only causing Goku to once again revert back down to his base form, but while Myrno had held Goku's head down on the floor, Myrno had then gone on to sense something in responding, "That energy I'm sensing. Of course you try and heal those rodents again, you backstabbing little snake. Now be a good little slave and stay right where you are," Myrno says. "I'll be right back. My little brother is starting to annoy me." And the moment Myrno had gone on to throw Goku's body up in the air, all of a sudden Myrno had then vanished, as meanwhile back on the lookout we then see how Whis was shown using his staff in his attempts to heal Broly, Beerus, and Vegeta by telling them, "Quickly, all of you, up! Get up! Lord Beerus, stand back up! Now is not the time to die! Gather your strength and rise back up, all of you!" Hey, Lord Beerus," Vegeta asks, Can you still fight? How dare you, Saiyan? Of course I can. Now get back up with me, both of you. But right before Whis could go on to fully heal everyone, Myrno had gone on to appear in snatching away Whis' staff by telling him, "You are really beginning to get under my skin with these dirty healing tactics of yours. You won't be needing this anymore, weakling. Good luck attempting to heal those idiots without your crutch. You should be ashamed of yourself, you traitor," Myrno says. "You are a traitor to your angel race and a conniving little snake who will be eradicated without a trace. You think healing these creatures will help? You are only causing them to repeat the suffering that they are already enduring. I'll show you what true power is," Myrno says, as he then went on to smack Whis with his own staff across the face. With Whis' body sliding forward on the lookout, Myrno then went on to continue, "I might as well leave you for last as I force you to watch these creatures die 100 deaths over. And this," Myrno says, "the Staff of the Angels. A powerful weapon with limitless potential. You won't be needing this." As Myrno had gone on in disintegrating Whis' staff right before everyone's eyes, as the others are then shown having to stand back up, Vegeta went on to put this into question by asking, "Since you know," Vegeta says, "that we won't stop fighting you until you're dead, why don't you save yourself the trouble and kill us already?" With Beerus responding, "Because, Saiyan, he's doing it for sport. This is the first time that he's been tested like this since his exile, so of course he's using us as punching bags. If I just so desired," Myrno says, "I would have killed you all upon my arrival on this backwater planet. But what's the point of death if you can't listen to your victims scream? One way or another, the Grand Priest will have to make a decision. Will he choose to help you live, or will he watch you all die?" As in the meantime, when going back to the Grand Priest and having to be shown speaking with the Omni Kings, as to the surprise of the Omni Kings with the Grand Priest stepping forward, the Grand Priest went on to bow to the Omni Kings by telling them, "My deepest apologies for interrupting you uninvited, great Omni Kings, but there is a very important matter that I must speak to you both about immediately. If I may have a bit of your time, I need to inform you both about a very serious situation that is currently unfolding within the multiverse, sires. Please hear my words as the Omni Kings ask, something's happening within the multiverse? I don't know, says the other Omni King, is there? You may speak, Grand Priest. Thank you both. Sires, I humbly come before you for your approval to use my full power in battle. Hey, did you hear that? One of the Omni Kings asks. He wants to use his full power for something. I haven't seen your full power in a very long time, says the second Omni King. Why do you need to use it? With the Grand Priest responding, there is an angel that one of you may remember. The firstborn angel Myrno, who was sentenced to death, has returned. He, would like to put on a show for you both to show you how powerful he's become. There is nobody strong enough to face him, so I therefore volunteer to put on a show for you. And with both of the Omni Kings then shown standing up, the present Omni King went on to respond, hey, wait a minute. I remember this angel's name. He was the tall one, the scary looking angel who I erased. What's going on? As the future Omni King also chimed in, I think I also remember an angel that we exiled as well. What's going on? He's not making a mess of the multiverse, is he, says the present Omni King? That would make us very angry. He came back to put on a show for us, asks the future Omni King? Is he really that strong? As the present Omni King leaned in by responding, how did this angel come back? Did someone use the Super Dragon Balls? Where is he and why didn't I know about this sooner? I hope you're not lying to us, Grand Minister. I remember he had an evil heart, says the future Omni King, so we made him go bye-bye. Does he want to show us his full power too? This sounds very exciting, maybe even more exciting than the Tournament of Power that we held. This sounds so fun. If you lose to him, then I guess we'll have to erase you too, along with everything and start all over again. That sounds fun, says the future Omni King, as even the Omni King's guards look very scared by what the Omni Kings have said, as the Omni King's guards went on to comment, oh no, did you hear that? They'll do it again. They'll destroy everything just like they did before and erase all of us within the process. That name, the second Omni King guard says, I remember it. That was the fallen angel who was discovered to have pride and hatred within his heart. He's alive? As even the Grand Priest himself now also seems to be nervous by what the Omni Kings have just said, as the Grand Priest went on to respond, well, yes, sires. Nothing is wrong with the multiverse at the moment, but to make sure that nothing happens, it's best if I see to it to stop him before things get out of hand. All he wants is to fight the strongest in order to test himself, so therefore I humbly ask you both to consider me as that option so I may use my full power and entertain you both. I don't know, the Omni Kings respond. Using your full power could be very dangerous. You're really scary when you're mad, but are you sure that this will be fun? Let's bring him here to play with us right now. That sounds like a great idea. As the other Omni King chimes in, but first, you'll have to play a few games with us if you want us to let you fight him. If you can pop this bubble from the inside and guess what number we are thinking of, then we'll consider it. And with the bubble then shown formulating around the Grand Priest then went on to respond, sire, I wouldn't recommend bringing him here by any means. I will go to him and have you watch just like last time, but if I agree to these games, will I be given the approval to use my full power in battle? As the Omni Kings respond, oh wow, so you'll bring us to him? That sounds fun. What universe will you two be fighting in? Will it be more intense than the tournament fights? Yeah, I can't wait, says the other Omni King, but only if you complete our challenges, then we will approve your request. As the Grand Priest went on to smile by responding, I promise you that this will be much more exciting for you to watch than the tournament was. So please, if we may, I would like to hurry and complete these challenges of yours so I can put on the show for you. As all a while back on Kame's lookout, Myrno went on to address everyone by telling them, I'm truly baffled that despite seeing your suffering among several universes being destroyed, the Grand Priest still refuses to show himself. Perhaps I will need to increase the carnage level in order to drag him out of hiding. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? That staff of yours won't save you. The weapons of the angels aren't easily spawned after they are destroyed. Healing these creatures will not go unchecked. and so you won't, with Whis responding, "Warriors of the 7th, hold your ground and reposition yourselves by using your full power. The day is not over, and as long as we stand, we fight," Whis says, as Vegeta went on to address Broly by telling him, "Broly, listen to me. Charging at him alone is suicide. We'll attack him together at once. Let's synchronize our movements and strike him head on. Now let's go! Use everything you have." As both Broly and Vegeta are then shown having to transform yet again, Myrno doesn't seem to be impressed, but instead insults them, as Myrno went on to comment, "You Saiyans are like starving little roaches. No matter how hard you try, squash one and another appears. You mortals make me sick. And what's worse is seeing how you are liked by both the gods and the angels." But Vegeta was not having it, as both him and Broly went on to charge directly at Myrno, as Vegeta went on to shout, "Enough of this! Now, Broly, follow my lead! Put everything you have into this attack!" As the two of them are shown winding their hands back in what seemingly looks like they're about to punch Myrno in the face, as even despite being outnumbered, Myrno remains eerily calm without moving a muscle, as Myrno went on to then ask, "And what do you think the two of you hope to accomplish by striking me at the same time? Especially if you are this slow to even come close in touching me." "Watch," Myrno says, as right before you know it, the moment Vegeta and Broly attempted to punch Myrno, Myrno had gone on in speed blitzing right past the both of them by responding, "You missed." "But I won't," Myrno says, as he then went on to glare at both of them. Before either of them could even process as to what had just happened, both Broly and Vegeta were then simultaneously attacked, as Myrno went on to continue, "You can harden your bodies through training as much as you want. It means absolutely nothing when compared to the amount of damage that I can do to it. Your brute animalistic tactics are outdated." And with the two then shown splitting away, with Vegeta reverting back down to his base form, he then went on to comment, "He's using attacks that the clones memorized. I didn't even see him move." As with Vegeta looking up and noticing how Majin Buu seems to be flying away from the earth, that's when Vegeta went on to comment, "Hurry, Buu." "Buu can't let everyone down," Majin Buu says, as he is shown flying towards the moon. He then continues, "Annoying bald guy better be alive. Buu has to follow the plan if Buu hopes to save the day and stop the angel." As you can already take a guess as to where Majin Buu is headed, because on the moon itself, within a massive crater, lying inside of it is none other than Frieza, as Frieza finally had come to his own by having to wake up and responding, What happened? Where am I? My body, it feels like it's been shattered. I hate them. Curse all of them." "Hey you," Majin Buu says, "wake up! Nap time is over. You will follow the plan now," as Frieza went on to open one of his eyes by asking, "It's you. Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, you don't mean..." "No." But once again, it's not as though Frieza had a choice, because as soon as Majin Buu went on to try to absorb Frieza, that's when Frieza went on to shout, "Wait, no! Damn it, no! I don't agree to this, damn you!" As all the while back on Earth beneath Kame's lookout in the forest, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku is then shown crawling on his knees. Goku seems to be more damaged than anything else, as Goku comments, "Oh man, come on Goku, get up. They need you up there." "I can't believe this," Goku says. "I feel like no matter how hard I try, I'm still not getting anywhere against this guy. This is crazy," Goku says. "Oh man, I can't say I've been through this before, because we've never experienced anything like this angel before. He's like a wall that's just too high to climb. Even by mastering Ultra Instinct and training with everyone, he's making all of this look so easy. I hope we can hold off just a bit longer," Goku says. "He's hiding so much more of his power inside of him, and I know I'm not the only one who's felt it, but I can also feel him beginning to turn it up on us while we've been at 100% since the start." But out of nowhere, a shadow is then casted over Goku, as this mysterious individual went on to tell him, "Please tell me, of all of the times you never gave up, that this isn't going to be the first, will it? As long as there are those who are going to stand across from Myrno to oppose him, then there is still a chance for us to win." "So what's it going to be?" the individual asks. "Are you in, or are you going to continue crawling around on the floor while this angel beats our friends into a bloody mess?" "Oh wow," Goku says, "look at you! You guys did it! Your power is off the charts, so there's still hope." As all the while with Whis shown being attacked by his brother Myrno, Myrno then went on to continue, no matter how many times you try and cover up your blind spots, you will always fall short in matching my skill levels. You are the only thing holding this universe together, Myrno says, because if it were not for you being here, then this universe would have been reduced to ashes, Myrno says. And with Myrno then shown punching Whis in the face, which caused Whis to go flying out in the distance, as quickly as it happened, Whis attempted to retaliate by trying to punch Myrno and telling him, "You will not." "Oh, but I will," Myrno says. "Trust me, Whis. You'll know when I had my fill here. I know you were speaking to him. I'm curious, what did Father say? He wouldn't have happened to tell you when he'll be arriving now, did he?" "Maybe he won't be coming here," Myrno says. As he proceeded to knee Whis in the gut, he then continues, "Perhaps he wants to meet in another universe, which would only mean that this one has no purpose anymore, does it?" "Like hell I'll let you destroy my universe," Beerus says. "You pathetic pawn," Myrno responds. As he then went on to backhand Beerus across the face, he then continues, "You gods envy us, the true apex of power. You could never match up to one of these ridiculous angels, let alone match me in any way. Now go die," Myrno says. And with Beerus' body shown flying, out of nowhere Piccolo and Gohan went on to intervene, as Piccolo went on to tell Gohan, "Keep your eyes out, Gohan, I'll grab him." And with Piccolo shown doing exactly that, he then went on to catch Beerus by telling him, "I got you, Lord Beerus. I've had enough of this," Gohan says. "He's mocking us and making us look like fools out here. He's got to have a weak spot and I'm going to find out what it is." And as soon as Gohan tries to do exactly that, the moment Gohan is shown charging on in, Piccolo went on to shout, "Wait, Gohan, what are you doing?" "I won't let you hurt them anymore," Gohan shouts. "Stop this right now." But before Gohan could do anything to stop Myrno, out of nowhere Myrno had gone on in growing out spikes from his back and impaling Gohan through the heart by telling him, "Hold your tongue and watch how you speak to me, mortal boy. You are only getting in my way." And with Myrno then shown slowly turning his head behind him, he then went on to respond, "I am filled with more surprises than you can imagine, mortal. Since my clones were able to infiltrate several alternate timelines, I thought I'd reveal a few new things before the fireworks begin. What do you think? Does it hurt?" "Gohan, no!" Piccolo shouts. "Damn that kid," Beerus utters. "What did he think he was going to do all by himself? That rotten angel seems to have acquired knowledge on other moves." And with Gohan shown pulling away and holding on to his heart, Myrno so condescendingly then went on to tell Gohan, "One of those spikes has pierced your heart artery, didn't it? A lethal blow. How are you supposed to silence me when your power is barely noticeable to me? That's right. Grasp for any moment of air that you can. You were never on my radar anyway, you half-breed." As with Myrno then shown turning around and facing Gohan by sticking his arm out, he then went on to continue, "This should be good for starters. You would have died alongside everybody else sooner or later anyway. Let this moment be the last thing you ever live to see. Now die, mortal slave. Trial by fire." And as soon as Myrno is then shown firing off a gigantic blast down at Gohan, there was absolutely nothing that Gohan during that moment could have done, as Gohan went on to comment, I'm sorry, everyone." "Gohan, no!" Piccolo shouts, as it was then during that moment where Piccolo had gone on to rush in such a way in tackling Gohan out of the way of the blast by telling him, "They need you out there, kid," in ultimately sacrificing his own life to save Gohan's by getting in the way of Myrno's blast. And with Gohan shown turning around, to his absolute horror, the last thing that Gohan had gone on to see was Piccolo dying, as Gohan responds, "No, Piccolo." As even with Beerus shown quickly moving out of the way, Beerus went on to comment, "Curse this angel, he's lost his mind." With Gohan's body then shown hitting Kame's lookout below, that's when Myrno went on to turn towards Whis by asking, "Oh, you're still here, are you? Well, still no Omni Kings and Grand Priest, I see. Then I'll have to start dropping each and every single one of you until one of you triggers him into stepping forward. Now, I wonder which one of you will be next." Until then, out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone on in creating one of Myrno's portals by punching Myrno in the face by telling him, "What have you done to Piccolo?" "You again. disgusting heathen. As with Myrno attempting to punch Goku with Goku using instant transmission and moving out of the way, out of nowhere another individual attempted to attack Myrno by punching him, but as soon as Myrno had gone on and grabbing onto their punch, he then went on to turn and noticing how there was a brand new fighter standing in front of him, as this fighter happened to be none other than the fusion of both Android 17 and Android 18. As Android 35 went on to comment, "We won't let you have your way with this universe." "What is this?" Myrno asks. "Who are you, mortal?" "Ah, yes. Now I understand. You're the result of those androids fusing together, aren't you?" "What a disgusting method of approach," Myrno says. "It means nothing." As he had then gone on and blowing everyone back from his power-up, as Beerus went on to respond, "He's starting to get careless out there, Whis." With Android 35 then asking, "How long until you think this guy starts blowing things up around here then?" "You can almost feel it." "We can't let that happen," Goku says, "no matter what. We have to make sure we ground him long enough until something changes." "What has he done?" Goku continues. "Gohan, Piccolo." As even with Gohan shown lying on the floor bleeding out with a massive hole in his chest, Gohan then comments, "Dad, I can't move." "How dare you," Goku says. "I swear it, one way or another you will pay for every life you've harmed." "You think it'll be worth it in the end?" Goku asks. "One way or another we will find a way to destroy you. Even if we die in the process of doing it, you'll pay. I swear you will." "You are but a peasant," Myrno says. "What do you know about conquering your enemy? You are just an animal with no true purpose or meaning. Try and slip past me to save the boy. I will drop you faster than you can blink and snatch your life away before you even knew what hit you." But even then, with Whis stepping forward, he then went on to respond, "Even if you destroy us here, there are no outcomes where you emerge victorious in all of this. Unless you are truly the pinnacle of power, even surpassing both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, you will fail." "What are you talking about?" Whis asks Beerus. "Do you think he's truly stronger than everyone?" "Indeed," Whis says, "it is very likely that he could be, but we aren't the only ones who stand ready to oppose him." "Surely you don't mean..." "Now I see," Beerus says. "But can we win?" As Whis went on to look on over by responding, "The only way to truly know is if we give our lives up to see it through in the end. There is still hope," Whis says. "You little worms are beginning to get desperate now, aren't you? Are your plans not working as easily as you thought they would? Coming to this universe has been quite entertaining. My body is as warmed up as it could be, and so now that it is, I think it's time that we start collecting heads for trophies. But I'm trying to decide which one of you will be the next to join the Namekian in the grave." He's been using us as a warm-up, Goku asks, but now that he's fully ready to continue, what does that mean for the rest of us? As Beerus went on to respond by asking, "What's this bastard hiding from us? No matter the cause, do not drop your guard against him, Saiyan." "How about it?" Myrno asks. "I'm getting very tired of looking at your face, Destroyer. So will it be you? Or how about you then, Goku? Shall I snuff the life out of you, or shall I snuff it away from the rest of your pathetic friends?" But Whis was not willing to go down without putting up a fight, because that's when Whis went on to tell Myrno, "If you are truly looking for a challenge and a head for a trophy, then why don't you focus on me instead?" And as soon as Whis is then shown charging directly at Myrno, Myrno went on to respond to his brother by telling him, "That's because I still need you around, Whis. Since you are in direct contact with the Grand Minister, then I'll just keep you around as a lifeline in order for him to see the carnage that both he and those brats are ultimately responsible for." "You're like a toy," Myrno says. "Back on the shelf you go until later." As right before Whis could get any closer, Myrno ends up creating a portal in which causes Whis to go right through it, as Myrno went on to then tell him, "You may be a master of many things, but even you are not gifted enough to have learned this one. I'll let you out when I'm ready to kill you." As Vegeta responds, "He vanished. It's that portal of his that he's used before. Damn it. Without Whis out here, our chances go down by a large percentage." As Myrno went on to respond, "Now then, back to business. Ready to die, slaves? To where Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus and full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly were the first having to be shown charging on in, to where as they did, Broly went on to shout, "You will die, Angel! Grab him, Saiyan! And if you can't, stall him for as long as you can!" To where as soon as Broly attempted to punch Myrno with Myrno stopping Broly's punch, he then went on to tell Broly, "I'm starting to think that there's no hope for you mortals here after all." Despite all that's happened here, the Grand Priest still refuses to show himself. Now, why is that? As with Beerus then attempting to kick Myrno from behind, Myrno then went on to vanish by telling him, "Foolish creatures." He's gone. Again, Beerus says. Where did he go? I was here the entire time, Destroyer, as Myrno out of nowhere ends up connecting a thunderous shot to Beerus' face that not only causes Beerus' body to go flying outwards, but Broly then went on to once again attack Myrno by telling him, "You die!" But before Broly could do anything, Myrno had gone on in punching a hole through Broly's chest by telling him, "I've grown very sick of your persistent antics, mortal. You had this coming for a long time now." As with Broly visibly shocked and dying from the strike, Myrno then went on to smile at Broly by telling him, "I can assure you this, beast. This time, you will not be so lucky to come back. Your brazen defiance will be all but a memory." And as soon as Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku is also shown having to charge on in an act of desperation, Goku went on to address the newly fused android by telling him, "Hurry, Android 35, on me! As soon as you find an opening, take it!" As with Goku shown attempting to strike Myrno with Myrno dodging each and every single one of his strikes, Myrno then went on to tell Goku, "You have heart, I'll give you that. Shall I go ahead and rip it out and show it to you?" As with Android 35 attempting to strike Myrno from behind, Myrno then went on to continue, "And you, merged machines, how desperate could you possibly be than to rely on fusion as your last ace? Your fusion is meaningless to me." With Myrno shown effortlessly dodging, he casually then responded by elbowing Android 35 in the stomach by telling him, "You are not worth my time. If you die in the process, then you die. I have my eyes on other warriors." And with Android 35 shown in pain, Myrno had then continued in grabbing onto Goku's throat by telling him, "You, on the other hand, you are someone that I find much interest in. Come on now, Goku, call them. Call the Omni Kings here. Why are you so hesitant to bring them here? If you don't, then one by one, both you and your stupid little friends will be destroyed. Humanity's placing its faith into your hands. Will you let them die because of your arrogance?" Until then, out of nowhere, there was a gigantic energy blast that made its way towards Myrno, with Myrno stopping it with one hand, in which as he did, Myrno went on to put this energy blast into question by responding, "You annoying fools. This one is different. Which one of you did this come from?" As indeed, this gigantic energy blast had come from none other than Golden Majin Buu, as Golden Buu was shown distracting Myrno by launching the attack by having to then make his way in. As soon as he did, Golden Majin Buu went on to tackle Goku away from Myrno's grip by shouting, "I got him!" "What is this?" Myrno asks. "Wait, of course. Another fusion." To where as soon as Golden Majin Buu had grabbed onto Goku, he then proceeded in firing directly at the blast that he had launched as a means of creating an explosion. That's when Golden Buu went on to shout, "Now, Android!" He took the bait as Android 35 stepped forward in creating a barrier by telling them, "Get behind me and keep Goku close." Because as soon as the blast had then gone off in creating a massive explosion in the sky, Android 35's barrier was strong enough in sustaining Buu and Goku within the barrier in keeping them protected, as this was essentially a counter plan to get Goku away from Myrno and creating a massive explosion to catch Myrno within it. The battle waged on Earth is without question getting even more intense, with Buu having to land on Kame's lookout with Goku as Goku went on to tell him, "Hey, you guys did it. Thank you, Buu. I owe you. Owe me by staying alive and killing this angel," Buu says. And with Goku show making his way towards Gohan, Goku then went on to comment, "Oh no, hang on there, Gohan. He's bleeding out. I can sense his life energy fading fast. Please don't die. Dende, where are you? I need you here now." As even with Android 35 shown checking up on Broly, he then went on to respond, "Hang in there, big guy. Oh, this isn't good. He's losing too much blood. I can try to heal him, but I don't think I'll be able to seal the wound. As even with Golden Majin Buu shown intensely having to stare up, he then went on to respond he's still alive. As indeed he was, because through the smoke, Myrno then went on to comment, I will admit, you mortals have certainly concocted quite the strategies to oppose me. It makes breaking your bodies that much more entertaining for me. But I'm growing tired of your silly games. Is this what your final ace card was going to be? More fusions? We angels could never. But since your little stunt just now, I had an idea. My intentions are to erase all of you, which I can do whenever I so please. But some of you are of value due to how you fall in favor with the gods. And since they won't come to your aid despite dying on this rock, then what value do you have afterwards? With Goku shown shaking and responding, this is absolutely crazy. He's not even scratched by that attack. His energy is starting to spike. I have to bring Whis back here quickly. And with Goku shown opening up a portal, he then went on to say to himself, come on, this has to be it. Come on, Whis. As indeed it worked, because through the other side, Whis went on to finally come back to Earth with Myrno responding, insects. Are you starting to see that killing us here won't be as easy as you thought it would, Whis asks? I heard what you said. We can't call forth the Grand Minister or the Omni Kings without first waiting for the Grand Priest to gain the order to do so. As with Myrno then shown having to stick his arm up in the air, he then went on to continue, my patience is beginning to wear thin. Kicking you fools around this rock is starting to bore me, so I have an idea. What say we play a little game, Myrno adds? Since you worms are so desperate to stop me, then let's see if you can stop this next attack from destroying this entire planet. You what? Goku asked. He's planning on blowing up the Earth? Like hell you are, Vegeta shouts, as if we will even let you. As with Vegeta shown attempting to attack Myrno from behind, all of a sudden, Vegeta's body had then stopped in its place, with Myrno then having to tell him, Vegeta, what more must you see in order for you to know that you're powerless to beat me, Myrno asks. As with one flick to Vegeta's face, Myrno had gone on in sending Vegeta's body flying backwards by telling him, back down you go, insect. If you're as good as you think you are, then let's see how you will respond to this one. As with Vegeta's body then shown hitting the ground, Myrno then continues, I wonder how far you creatures are willing to go. Is it worth giving your own lives to protect the lives of others? Or is your quest in eradicating me worth much more than those who are helpless to fight back? And with Myrno then shown creating a gigantic energy ball up above him, he then went on to continue, this next attack has enough power to massacre you all tens of times over. Try and stop it if you wish, with Beerus responding, Whis. He's not bluffing. And what then, Whis asks, what exactly do you think you'll gain by destroying this planet? With Myrno responding, everything, that's what, you coward. Let's start thinning the herd and see which one of you will be the last one standing in the end. And as soon as Myrno had done exactly that by launching the gigantic energy ball down below, he then went on to continue, live or die, as once I was left to choose. The choice is yours. As we only then make our way back inside of the Omni King's palace, in seeing how both of the Omni Kings are testing the Grand Priest to see if in fact he can pass with flying colors, the Omni Kings proceeded to place a few set of cups on a table by telling the Grand Priest, before we grant you permission to put on a fight for us, we want to see how good your eyes are. Yeah, one of these cups possesses a very special ball inside of it, and if you can figure out which one of these cups has the ball, then you win. Can you guess which cup the ball is hiding under? You'll only have one chance to get this right, or you'll lose and the game is then over. Yeah, replies the second Omni King, and if you lose, then we can't grant you the permission that you need to put on a fight for us, so choose wisely. And with the Grand Priest shown not willing to waste a single second by hesitating, that's when the Grand Priest went on to reach on over by responding, well, sires, although I have been following your movements very carefully, I suspect that the ball that you have hidden from me would be in this cup right over here. And the Omni Kings lost their mind as the Omni King shouted, you did it! You figured it out! Yeah, you're really good at this, Grand Priest. But then, with the Grand Priest doing all that he could to gain the trust and access by the Omni Kings to give him the permission that he needs to fight Myrno, all of a sudden the Grand Priest went on to sense a very unusual energy as the Grand Priest said to himself that energy, It's him. My deepest apologies, sire, says the Grand Priest. I humbly ask how long these games are going to take because my presence is required in order to check on something. I am very eager to hold this battle for you against Myrno. May we speed things up in order for that to happen? As all a while back on Earth with Myrno shown unleashing a gigantic energy blast down on the Earth itself, Goku and the others were left speechless as Goku came face to face with Myrno's attack by responding, "What power! We can't stop that. We can't let this happen. We just can't." With Beerus responding, "There is no time to be planning a counterattack, Goku. Snap out of it right now. Damn it, Saiyan. We have to go right now," Beerus shouts. "Vegeta, you know instant transmission, don't you? Grab whoever you can and let's get out of here right now. Do you hear me, Goku? Now!" With everyone including Vegeta then shown scrambling, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, "Damn it, Kakarot. We can't do anything about that. It'll kill us all if we don't move. So let's go." "But we can't just leave the others, Vegeta," says Goku. "We have to do something to help them. They need us. We can't just let them die." With both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 grabbing onto Vegeta with Vegeta responding, "Pull yourself together, Kakarot. It's either them or all of us. They could be wished back by the Dragon Balls. Now hurry. We only have seconds remaining. Follow my energy and meet us at the Supreme Kai's planet now." And as soon as Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta was able to get Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 off of the planet, the only ones remaining at that point were Beerus, Whis, and Goku as Beerus went on to shout, "Do you have a death wish, Saiyan? There is nothing any of us could do to avoid this planet's destruction. Now follow Vegeta's energy signature and get us the hell off of this planet before we die on it. Now, Goku! It's either you kill us all by waiting around here to die or we live to fight another battle elsewhere. Now snap back into it and let's move, mortal, right now!" "But our families, Lord Beerus, our friends, we need them just as much as they need us. But that's when Whis went on to quickly interrupt Goku by placing his arm on Goku's shoulder by telling him, "Goku, listen to me. If we don't leave right now during this moment, then all of this would have been for nothing. Their deaths would be for nothing. I understand how much this may hurt you, but we have no other choice right now. We must leave them. We need to hold off long enough until the Grand Priest is dispatched by the Omni Kings, Goku. It's the only shot we have. Either we find a way to kill Myrno together or we perish. We need to hold off a bit longer and we can't waste any more time." With Beerus then shouting, "Now let's go! The blast is about to connect!" To where as soon as then Goku had managed to collect himself and placing his fingers on his forehead, that's when Goku went on to respond, "I'm shaking. What a mess. I'm sorry, everyone. I promise that I will do whatever it takes to bring you all back and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. I swear I will. We won't let him win. I promise we will find a way. I'm sorry," Goku says. As it was only then during that moment where Myrno's blast was then shown finally making contact with the Earth with such incredible intensity that the explosion itself can be seen all the way from deep in outer space, because as everyone had finally then gone on in landing on the Supreme Kai's homeworld, the Supreme Kai then went on to ask, "Elder Kai, do you feel that? They've come. Which means, the Elder Kai says, everything has been destroyed by Myrno." "Oh dear, I don't sense the others," the Supreme Kai says. "Gohan, Broly, Piccolo, they're gone, young Kai," says the Elder. "Myrno took them from this world. What a horrible situation. I can't believe that maniac actually went through with it and nearly killed us all because he wasn't getting what he wanted from the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. Don't you ever hesitate like that again. Do you hear me, Goku?" "My lord," Whis says, "I'm afraid it just wasn't the planet that Myrno had destroyed. The sheer force of that attack had also resulted in the total destruction of the entire galaxy as well, along with every life form and planets that resided within it. And he did it because he knew he could." With Beerus responding, "That coward won't stop there. He'll continue to destroy everything in his path until there is nothing left. And he won't stop until they arrive, which is exactly what he wants." As even with Vegeta looking up in the sky and noticing this massive explosion, that's when Vegeta went on to comment, "He did it. That bastard did it. Bulma, Trunks, Bulla. I couldn't keep my promise. He obliterated all of them without batting an eye." As even Goku was shown collapsing on down and punching the ground by having to say to himself, "Damn him! How could I let this happen? Chi-Chi, Goten, Gohan, Dende and Mr. Popo, Broly, Piccolo, what a monster. He's unbeatable. We tried everything and it didn't even faze him. Do you think he's still out there somewhere, Android 35 asks? If he was willing to go that far, then what's stopping him from destroying everything altogether? As even Golden Majin Buu was left speechless, as Golden Majin Buu responded, I don't sense his presence anywhere either. Myrno is more than likely still alive, I'm afraid, Whis says. An attack of that magnitude wouldn't be enough to destroy him. As Vegeta is shown then approaching Goku, Vegeta had gone on and grabbing Goku by the collar and shaking him by responding, Hey, get up! This is no time to mourn! You of all people should know by now, so get your head back into the fight and snap out of it. If we give in to him right now, then all of our efforts would be for nothing. So do you want to kill this bastard or not? He won't stop and you know he won't, so shake it off. As Goku responds, but what more can we do against someone like that, Vegeta? He just keeps coming no matter what we throw at him. And what's even worse is that he's toying with us. Have you lost your mind, Kakarot? With Vegeta then shown grabbing Goku by the throat, he then continues, Did he hit you a little too hard across the head out there? Pull yourself together. We haven't tried everything just yet, Vegeta says. We still have a lot more fight left, and besides, you wouldn't have happened to forget about those Potaras Whis gave us, did you? We still have fusion, Vegeta says. Ugh, the Potaras, Goku says. Yes, I still have them right here. Then you know what needs to be done, says Vegeta. You know how much I hate joining bodies with you, but if it's the best chance we have of beating him, then we have no choice. Yeah, you're right, Goku says. Whis did mention how he infused his magic in them so they won't separate us early, too. It's worth giving a shot then, but it was only then during that moment where out of nowhere, a very familiar voice went on to catch everyone's attention there by asking, Running now, are we? It took you worms long enough to get here. I was already here before your precious planet was blown to pieces. How the hell was he already here before us, Beerus asks. Did you honestly think I wasn't going to track you down this quickly? You could run to whichever corner of this universe you desire. It will not hide you from me. And as expected, still no Omni Kings or Grand Priest. Your blood will be on their hands. I will purge this universe until there is absolutely nothing left. So I see some of your friends were unable to make it back here with you. Well then, let's continue to thin the herd even more, Myrno says. This is where the rest of you will die. And as soon as Myrno had then once again gone on to lift his arm up, he then continues, I will eliminate all of you if it's the last thing I do. Try and stop this if you could, as Vegeta went on to shout, No! Damn it, not again! He's lost his mind, the Elder Kai shouts. Hey, get us out of here, young Kai, we've got to leave! As Myrno was then shown creating yet another gigantic energy ball up above his head, without even wasting a single second, that's when Myrno went on to tell them, if those traitors willingly choose not to come to me, then I will destroy everything they hold near to them until I am the only thing left for them to see. He's going to do it again, Goku! Get ready! We'll need to get out of here the moment he goes for it. Why don't you leave these planets out of this and focus on fighting us instead, Goku asks. You won't get away with this and you know it, with Myrno responding, I will crush you insects one way or another if it's the last thing I do. You could try and run away if you want, but all you'll be doing is extending your death sentence. But it was only then during that moment where Myrno went on to sense a very unusual energy, as Myrno went on to respond, wait a minute, this energy. Why does this energy feel so familiar? As to the surprise and shock of everybody there, out of nowhere, Universe 11's mightiest warrior Jiren had appeared to swoop in quick enough and punching Myrno in the face by shouting, I'm not finished with you! It's you again! Jiren, Myrno says, but it wasn't just Jiren that ended up arriving, because on the other side with him, we then get to see how Super Saiyan 3 Kefla was also there waiting, with Kefla then shown having to smile by crossing her arms and asking, so, this is the original Myrno, huh? Gotta say, you're a lot meaner looking than your stupid clones, but did you really think we'd forget about you? We've been doing our part in Universe 6 as well, so you're in for a hurting for the stunt you've pulled on us with your clones before. But to Myrno's surprise, he then went on to overhear two more familiar voices, as those voices went on to address Myrno by asking, "You didn't forget about us either now, did you, brother?" As out of nowhere, both Margarita and Vados went on to simultaneously kick Myrno in the chest by asking, "Surprised to see us, Myrno? We won't let you have your way with the multiverse so as long as we're here to stop you." As with Myrno's body then shown flying away and stopping Myrno from launching the attack down onto the planet, both Jiren and Kefla went on to finally regroup with Goku and Vegeta, as Goku went on to comment, "Whoa, Jiren, but where did you just come from? Thanks for helping us. We needed that." So we meet again, Son Goku. You don't look so good. We have some unfinished business with this angel just as much as you. It's time we put an end to him for good. "Hey there, Universe 7, Kefla says. That form of yours. You look crazy strong, Vegeta. Almost as strong as us," with Vegeta responding, "Ha, well, Super Saiyan 3, huh? Well done, Kefla, but I wouldn't claim to be stronger just yet. Welcome to the battlefield." "Vados, Margarita, we says, you came. You knew. You didn't think we'd leave you to fight Myrno alone out there alongside your Universe 7 warriors now, did you?" Margarita asks. "And besides," Vados chimes in, "the Grand Priest had given us the order to go all out for a reason, didn't he? And if we are all going to fall, then at least we will fall together trying. Let's leave it all out there, you two," Vados says. "We know how dangerous Myrno is. It's better to die trying than to let him get away with destroying our universes. It's all or nothing." As with Jiren also shown turning his head and acknowledging Beerus, that's when Jiren went on to comment, "This power. So, God of Destruction, you have also mastered the power of Ultra Instinct as Goku did. Well done," with Beerus responding, "He's coming, mortal. Use everything you have against him. We can't risk losing everything on even the smallest of mistakes." As with Myrno shown returning onto the battlefield, visibly annoyed by holding onto his chest, to Myrno's surprise, that's when he went on to comment, "My pathetic sisters. So, the cattle has gathered to die now, did they?" In which, as we then get to see how Vados is standing alongside Whis, Margarita, Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, Jiren, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kefla, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus, Golden Majin Buu, Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta, and Android 35, that's when Myrno went on to address them by commenting, well, look at all of these familiar faces. So, your universes stand in unity against me now, does it? So I see. You are all that stand between me and my prize. The prize of collecting the heads of the Omni Kings and Grand Minister. Then it shall be, Myrno says. I am going to rip you all apart piece by piece until they are forced to save you. Draw as many of them as you want. In the end, you will all be killed. Mortals, gods, angels, show me what your unity is made of. Just look at you all. How embarrassing. To watch you all band together like ants to protect your colony makes me want to vomit. But I assume you had this plan the entire time, so go on then. You may all come at me as you'd like. The end result will still be the same. Which was exactly what both Super Saiyan 3 Kefla and Android 35 had done, as Android 35 went on to comment, Kefla, listen to me. Break fast on the attack. Got it, Kefla says. Let's smash his face in. What do you think, Vegeta? Goku asks. Should we go for it? As Vegeta went on to respond, by the way things are looking, we have no other choice. Listen, Goku says, once we merge, we have to use everything we possibly have to either destroy him or keep him at bay long enough for help to arrive. Anything else and we're dead, Goku says. As when then going back to Android 35 and Kefla with both of them shown synchronizing their attacks, that's when Myrno went on to ask, so, the fusions volunteer first, do they? A synchronized attack, is it? You think I'm not aware of what the two of you are planning to do? We don't care if you know, says Android 35. Kefla, break! As through the middle, Whis was then shown emerging and attacking Myrno by telling him, our universes will prevail. But with Myrno then shown stopping Whis' punch by grabbing onto it, he then went on to respond to his brother by telling him, you are delusional if you think any of you have what it takes to destroy me, Whis. This order was given by the Grand Priest, wasn't it? He instructed you all to band together against me. Now why is that? Oh, I know, Myrno says. It's because he knew that your only chance at survival was to stand united, then fight divided. I'll draw him and those little rats out of hiding sooner or later, but then, as Myrno went on to look on down below, he then went on to spot Vegeta putting on the Potara earring and responding, those two, the Saiyans. What are they planning? Wait, but of course, Myrno says, Potara earrings. To where as soon as Kefla, Android 35, and Whis were all shown simultaneously attacking Myrno, they knew they had to keep Myrno at bay as Goku and Vegeta went on to put on the earrings as Kefla went on to shout, he's not budging. Don't release any of the pressure, Whis says. Keep attacking him. There, Vegeta says, it's on. Listen, this may be our only shot left. So let's hit him with everything we have. But it was clear that Myrno wasn't going to have any of this because Myrno went on to speed blitz right past everyone as Kefla went on to respond, hey, he's gone! I didn't even see him move! I'm growing very tired of these fusions and mergers you mortals keep relying on. Let's put an end to it for good. To where as both Goku and Vegeta's bodies were shown coming together, all of a sudden in between them, Myrno had quickly gone on in getting in between them by having to stop their merger and asking, and just where do you think the two of you are going? What the heck, Vegeta says? How did he do that? He stopped it, Goku responds. How is he holding our fusion back like this? There will be no fusion between you today, Myrno shouts. As the moment he was then shown blowing both Vegeta and Goku away, he then went on to continue, the mimicry of the divine will not be achieved through your unholy union. In which not only has Myrno prevented Goku and Vegeta from fusing, but at the same time, he had also gone on in completely destroying the Potara earrings by responding, you are all making this too easy for me. Your emulation of joining bodies has failed, as were all of your efforts in defeating me. I am both the immovable object and the unstoppable force. There is nothing you mortals can do to stop me. However, as for you, my angelic siblings, in which out of nowhere before Vados could perform a sneak attack, Myrno went on to grab Vados by the face by telling her, you all hold a special place in my heart of hatred for you. Where was this fearsome loyalty when I needed you the most? Nowhere to be found, Myrno says. Your sneak attacks are only annoying me. Get out of my way, you disgusting heathen. As the moment Myrno was shown tossing his sister away and noticing Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus making his way towards him, while Vados was falling back, she also had gone on to notice Golden Majin Buu also making his way in, as even Vados went on to put this into question by asking, he felt me approaching him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't! Buu going to absorb him, Golden Majin Buu says. Stand back! As during that moment with Myrno shown punching Beerus away, he then went on to ask him, has your will not been broken yet, Destroyer? How many times must I break your body in order for you to learn your place against me? You will be a part of Buu, Golden Majin Buu shouts, and with Myrno then shown turning his head, Myrno doesn't seem to be concerned in the slightest, as Myrno went on to ask, are you really attempting to absorb me in hopes of containing me within your disgusting body? Let me show you how wrong you are, creature. Don't do it, Buu! He already knows, Goku shouts! But it was already too late because even with Golden Buu attempting to absorb Myrno, Golden Buu went on to respond, I can't move! No! As it was only then during that moment where Myrno was shown powering up in such a way and blowing Majin Buu into pieces by responding, what did that fool think he was going to accomplish by attempting to absorb me? What a primitive way of attack. I could never allow myself to be overtaken by such tricks. Disgusting mortal creature. Get this filth off of my body, undeserving weakling. And as for you, Myrno says, Pride Trooper of the 11th. As up above him, Jiren was shown charging up for a massive attack and looking down at Myrno by telling him, as long as I am standing to oppose you, I will stop at nothing to see you pay for destroying Lord Belmont along with my fellow Pride Troopers. You and I have some unfinished business to settle, Angel. Your empty threats mean nothing to me, Trooper, says Myrno. You will fall to me now just as you fell to my clones before. But out of nowhere while Myrno was distracted, Super Saiyan 3 Kefla went on to grab onto Myrno's back by telling him, "Not unless you fall in the process first, ugly. Hurry it up, Jiren," Kefla shouts. "He's breaking my grip. I can't hold him much longer. Launch your attack while I have him. Do it before he breaks free and attacks." Which was exactly what Jiren had done, because the moment Jiren was shown launching the attack down, he then went on to shout, "This is for Universe 11. Quickly, Vegeta, Goku says, "Us too. Let's hit him with everything while we can. I'm already on it, Kakarot. Hurry before he breaks through." As with Jiren's attack nearly shown connecting, Goku and Vegeta also went on to fire both the Kamehameha and the Final Flash in a collective effort of merging their attacks, as Goku went on to shout, "Something's gotta work here. Let's do it. Full power, Vegeta." "Saiyan woman," Myrno says, "your sacrifice will be forgotten." "What did you just say?" Kefla asks. "Sacrifice? What sacra? You heard what I said, slave," says Myrno. "My clones should have killed you when they had the chance, but they were too careless. I, on the other hand, am not. You will stay right where you are," Myrno says. As through the method of paralysis, Myrno had gone on and freezing Kefla in place by telling her, "Paralyzed where you stand. Your death will come by the hands of the very warriors you trust. You never stood a chance. Now perish in regret," Myrno says, as he was then shown teleporting out of the way in between both Jiren and Goku and Vegeta's attacks. With Kefla shown unable to move and being paralyzed, it was only then during that moment where both of these attacks had gone on to smash into her, in ultimately wiping her out where she stood, as Goku went on to shout, "Kefla, no!" "Damn it all," Vegeta says. "He baited us into killing her." "You spineless coward," Jiren says. "You knew what you were doing, didn't you?" As before Jiren could even realize it, Myrno was already standing behind Jiren by telling him, "Of course I knew what I was doing. You didn't think I was going to fall for that, did you? Tell me something, trooper. You wouldn't happen to know where the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings are now, would you? What will it take for me to draw them out of hiding and into this universe?" Myrno asks. As he was then shown punching Jiren in the face, he then continues, "You were the Omni King's favorite fighter during your little tournament of power that they held, weren't you? Perhaps I'll just smash through their favorite little warrior until they decide to show themselves in the meantime." As with Jiren's body shown flying on down, Margarita quickly went on to catch Jiren by telling him, "Stay with us, Jiren. I got you. Remember your training," she says. "You can't risk facing him in this current state which you are in." "Curse him," Jiren says. "I will not stand for this mockery anymore." Change of plans then, as even with Android 35 attempting to attack Myrno from behind, Myrno had already gone on to sense this, as Myrno went on to comment, "And as for you, you've been a thorn in my side since you first decided to stick your nose where it didn't belong, Android. I think it's time you accepted your fate in this world and relinquished your pathetic life for good." "This ought to do the trick," Myrno says. "It's been a very long time since I had the chance to pull this little rabbit out of my hat. Some of you may be very fond of what's about to happen here," Myrno says. "Your existence never had a purpose." Hakai, as it was only right then and there where Android 35 had noticed that his body was then beginning to dematerialize right in front of everybody, as even Beerus went on to ask, "That bastard actually knows how to use the Hakai? But how? This can't be happening," Goku says. "He's ripping us apart out here." As with one dire call for help before having to be completely erased, Android 35 went on to stick his arm out by shouting, "Don't let him win! You hear me? Find a way! Whatever it takes, find a way to end him!" As it was only then, right then and there, where Android 35's body was then shown completely dissipating, as Myrno went on to respond, "You foolish machine. There is no way. There never was and there never will be. I leave no mistakes behind for my opposition to exploit. Now then, that's 2 for 2. Let's see, how many more cattle are left remaining to be slaughtered? Not many, I see, but still no Grand Priest or Omni Kings to save the day. Let's find out how many of you it will take to die in order for them to finally show up then." He slaughtered them as though they were nothing. This is bad, Vegeta, and without those Potara earrings, we don't stand a chance fighting him like this. Damn this angel, Vegeta says. No matter what it is that we try and do, he somehow finds a way around it. For that, we'll have no other choice than to use the other fusion method. This is ridiculous, Beerus says. We're dropping like flies out here and he's barely even trying. trying. No matter what happens, don't you mortals dare give in. Do you understand? We'll keep pushing until the end. As Golden Majin Buu also comments, Buu can't even absorb him. He's very aware of his surroundings. Sneak attacks also won't work against him. Whis, listen, Vados says. In order for us to buy the maximum amount of time that we can in order for the Grand Priest to arrive, we must attack Myrno together and figure out if he has any openings. Anything other than our best and he will surely destroy us. He is just as dangerous as he was when we remembered. We can't chance anything less than giving it our all together. Understood, Whis says. Then we'll synchronize our movements and attack as one. But we must be careful. He's beginning to use more and more of his full power. As Margarita also went on to chime in, do you remember our training with him when we were first being groomed to become the Multiverse's attendees? Though we were much larger in number, we were still able to push him back and overwhelm him. We have to try and do the same thing now against him. Then it shall be, Whis says. As Myrno went on to oversee his siblings by responding, you fools think I can't hear what you're saying? Go ahead and attack me together all you want. You know better than anyone that it won't work. I was the firstborn angel to exceed everyone's power that rivaled the Grand Priest. The three of you are nothing. I am the strongest among our race. You can send the entire angelic race after me, and I will run each and every single one of you down into the ground. I am starting to lose my patience with these games you worms are playing. You can't hide them forever. I will find them and I will destroy them, just like I will destroy all of you. But the angels were not having it, because as Vados, Margarita, and Whis went on to dash towards Myrno, the angels were looking to unite in fighting Myrno together, as Whis went on to shout, "Together, angels! No matter what happens, exploit what you can find. Your lawlessness ends with us, brother," says Margarita. But before any one of them could do anything about it, Myrno in fact had a trick up his sleeve, as Myrno went on to stick his arm out by responding, "How pitiful! Such supreme life forms among the living, yet so naive in their perspectives. This ought to do the trick then. Go ahead and try and find a way out of this one." As with all three angels shown dashing in with such tremendous amounts of speed, Myrno had baited them into creating a wormhole in which resulted in the angels going right through, as before anyone else could realize it, Vados went on to comment, "Wait, is that a dimensional wormhole? Wait, stop," Vados shouts, "it's a trap!" But it was already too late, because both Whis and Margarita had gone on in going right through, with Vados having to stop herself. With both Whis and Margarita shown on the other side, Vados went on to inform them by shouting, "He's trying to seal you both away! Quickly, come back or you'll be trapped without any other way of coming back!" But before both Margarita and Whis could do anything about it, Myrno was then shown closing the portal in front of them by responding, "They will remain where they are until it's time for them to be dealt with. Try and escape as you'd like. Not even your great knowledge of space and time will help you with where I've placed you. Now seal." As with the wormhole shown closing, Myrno then went on to continue, "You worms should already know better than anyone that I possess many unique techniques and abilities that some may consider to be unnatural. And I'm just getting warmed up. You'd be lucky to find your way back on your own, but by then, this universe and everything within it will already be destroyed. But maybe I am wrong. Perhaps this may be what Father sees and helps you through the process. And now that leaves you, Vados," Myrno says. "Such a noble angel you are, always willing to do the right thing by Father's side. I wonder what his response will be once he watches one of his favorites die." As with Vados then shown making her way towards Myrno, she then went on to address her brother by telling him, "You are nothing but a spineless, heartless monster, Myrno. The once gentle, honorable brother you were has been ripped apart by your envy and lust for power and supremacy. You must be stopped," Vados shouts. But before Vados could do anything about it, Myrno had gone on and sticking his arms out in a very unique position by telling her, "The slave of a brother who you remembered is dead, as you will soon be. This ought to look familiar to you. Now freeze." As right before Vados was shown striking Myrno, Myrno then went on to continue, "A token given to me by my clones when they visited you. Do you remember?" Myrno asks. "This technique belongs to your precious assassin Hit. Although his usage was primitive in execution, Mine, however, is not. As with Vados then shown frozen in space-time, Myrno then went on to look at Vados by telling her, "You are a fool to have devoted yourself to such slavery when you could have been freed. Free from the bondage the Omni Kings have you in. I was looking for change. I wanted liberation from the laws placed upon us. And you all turned your back on me. Spineless witch. I will return to you after I am finished with the mortals you care so deeply for," Myrno says. "Now then, slaves, is your will not broken yet? My angelic siblings failed. What makes you assume that you would do any better?" he asks. An easy answer, of course. "You won't, and you can't," Myrno says. Who to start with? Ah, yes, the pink demon. I see blowing your body into millions of pieces didn't work, so I guess I'll have to rip you apart the old-fashioned way. As with Myrno then shown speed blitzing his way down and stomping Golden Majin Buu onto the floor, with Myrno's foot being held against Buu's face, Myrno then went on to smile at Buu by telling him, "Your attempts of absorbing me proves how desperate you are to go to any measure to stop me." And where did that lead you? To your doom, that's where, Myrno says. Does it hurt, Majin? Crumbling weakling. Let's separate your fusion and revert you both back to your original forms, he says. As with Myrno then shown kicking Golden Majin Buu with such tremendous force across the head, it was only then shown how effective the force behind Myrno's kick was, because it had then gone on in separating both Frieza and Majin Buu, as Goku was shown standing next to Jiren and acknowledging Jiren by telling him, "Things seem to be getting worse by the minute. Hey Jiren, I have an idea, but it's going to require us to attack him together. Even though his defenses are extremely high, I know he has an opening that we have yet to discover. What do you say?" With Jiren responding, "It'll be pointless for that to happen using the current power I have. For this to work," Jiren says, "I cannot be interrupted. It's the best chance we have and the only choice. If you can, keep him away from me for just a moment. You aren't the only warrior who has transcended the power of the gods." To transcend the gods, Goku asks, "Wait, you don't mean..." As indeed it was, because with Jiren then shown closing his eyes and being consumed by a very familiar aura, even Myrno himself went on to acknowledge what was happening, as Myrno went on to comment, "That glow, that energy, yes. This was Margarita's doing." How disgusting, Myrno says, as with Jiren then shown changing, with his aura beginning to shine through, Jiren then went on to continue, "The will of my fellow Pride Troopers who fought to protect me lives on, as does the spirit of our God of Destruction. I promise you I will not fail." "Vegeta," Goku says, "do you feel that? I can't believe it." "Yes, I see it too," Vegeta says. "He's done it as well." As with Myrno then shown overseeing a massive burst of energy in the distance, it was only then during that moment where Jiren had mastered the power of Ultra Instinct, as Jiren went on to open his eyes and responding, "Now, Angel, witness my all. For the terror and destruction you have caused in the 11th, I will make sure that you pay for every life you have taken." "I'm ready," Jiren says. "How amazing," Goku responds. "Look at you, Jiren. Your power is unbelievable. I wish the overall circumstances here were a bit different, but I'm glad we have you by our side." "Watch yourself, Kakarot," Vegeta says. "I have an idea. While you move in, I'll follow close by. Let's hope this works." As with Myrno then shown smiling and not being fazed by the overall situation at all, Myrno then took it upon himself in addressing both Jiren and Goku by telling them, "So I see my disgusting sister has helped awaken your true potential by having you master Ultra Instinct. And you believe this will be what saves you?" Myrno asks. "Congratulations, mortals. All you've managed to do was add another body in the grave. This union changes nothing." And with mastered Ultra Instinct Goku then shown getting into fighting position, in their attempts of fighting Myrno off together, Goku then went on to ask, "You ready, Jiren? Let's hit him with everything we've got." With Jiren responding, "On my move, Son Goku. Go!" As it was only right then and there where both Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku were shown simultaneously attacking Myrno at the exact same time, in which as they did, Myrno proceeded to fight back and acknowledging their efforts by responding, "Though you are both undeserving to live the lives you do, I must admit, the two of you are much sharper than I expected you to be." As with Myrno shown dodging each and every single one of MUI Goku and MUI Jiren's attacks, to the best of their ability, they continue to fight back as Myrno continues, even if you've mastered Ultra Instinct, it still pales in comparison to its originators and wielders. As with Myrno then shown grabbing onto both Goku and Jiren's punches, he then continues, the two of you could never reach the levels of power that I possess. I'm sure you are both very well aware of the levels Ultra Instinct has. You are both just barely scratching the surface of its power. And with Myrno then shown as an extension slamming both Goku and Jiren's bodies together as he held onto their hands, despite their best efforts in ganging up on Myrno, Myrno then went on to tell them, whereas I sit at the very top of perfection, you mortals could only dream to reach such heights, but this will be where you peak. This will be as high as I allow for the both of you to climb. Whis and Margarita should be ashamed for stooping this low and guiding you mortals to such power. As with Myrno then shown punching Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku away, he then continues, when creation is restarted and the multiverse is reborn, I can assure you that such things will never happen in my history ever again. Aw, damn it, Vegeta says, it didn't work. I got you, Kakarot, hang on. With Vegeta being shown helping out Goku, Jiren proceeded to attack Myrno, with Myrno grabbing onto Jiren's punch and telling him, I sense great anger within you, trooper. Are you angry that you lack the power to make a difference despite having my sister train you? Does it hurt your pride, Myrno asks, and with Jiren trying his best to pull away, Myrno continues, death is the only adventure you have left, and beyond it, total annihilation and complete erasure. Stuck? Surprised? You should have known that nothing you do will work by now. Payback is in order, Myrno says. As with Myrno then shown kicking Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren in the stomach, he then went on to tell him, you will tell me where those cowards are hiding and you will kneel before the one true god in existence. Acknowledge your failures in being the weakling you are. As all the while back with Vados's body was then shown slowly starting to shake and cracking the fabrics of time by responding, I must break through. I will get you, Myrno! As even Myrno himself went on to acknowledge this, with Jiren dropping on down to a leg with Myrno responding, so, you're a lot tougher than I gave you credit for, Vados. You are actually beginning to break through my time cage. Remarkable, Myrno says, but that won't get you very far. Let's continue wiping the slate clean by eliminating more of your precious mortal warriors. Maybe it's time I destroy everything in order to finally get what I so desperately desire, Myrno says. So Vados is attempting to shatter through my time cage, is she? You deplorable traitor. I'll have what I came here for one way or another, even if it means slowly torturing each and every single one of you to draw them out. I know they're watching, Myrno says. I can feel the Grand Minister's energy radiating through the multiverse. But why hasn't he shown himself along with those brats? Maybe slaughtering another one of his precious angels ought to do the trick. This game you are playing is beginning to really annoy me, Myrno says. And as soon as Myrno went on to charge directly towards Vados, he then went on to continue, then I guess I'll start with you and see if my experiment is successful. But then, before Myrno could get any closer to Vados, out of nowhere a voice went on to tell Myrno, not so fast, as if I'm going to let you run away during our fight. You again, trooper, says Myrno. How dare you touch me? Your existence means nothing to me, and even with the power of Ultra Instinct, your efforts are laughable. Get out of my... But before Myrno could actually finish, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren had taken the liberty in slamming Myrno's body down on the ground by telling him, then try laughing at this. So as long as the fire within me continues to burn, you're not going to be taking anyone's life here today. Now, Son Goku, use your portal warping technique and free those angels. As with Goku then being shown doing exactly that, with Vados attempting to do her best, in shattering through Myrno's time cage, Vados went on to comment, this cage will not bind me. As with Goku also being shown opening up a portal, he then went on to comment, come on, where are they? This has to work, Goku says. We need them. We can't do anything without the angels. There, Goku says. I think I found them, but my power's fading. My body is too worn out from fighting Myrno. I need more power, Goku says. As only then Vados was finally then shown breaking through Myrno's time cage and acknowledging Goku by then telling him, your energy is rapidly decreasing, don't give in. I will lend you some energy in order to help you get by, Vados says. You must resist and not give in. The Grand Priest needs a little more time in order to sway the Omni Kings into siding with him in order for this nightmare to end. If we wish to end this, then we need to continue to push back or destroy him. Do not relinquish your fighting spirit, Vados says. As Vados was then shown sticking her arm out, she was willing to help Goku replenish his energy by then telling him, bring them back and continue to fight, Son Goku, which was exactly what Goku had done, because with Goku now gaining the necessary power in keeping this portal open, Goku was then finally able to do the job that he was set out to do, as Goku went on to comment, whoa, my power, it's back! Thank you, Vados. Now come on, you two. There we go, Goku shouts, found ya. As when going back to Myrno and Jiren, Myrno was shown punching Jiren in the face by then telling him, torturing you is much more enjoyable than it is to simply rip your life away. But these pathetic games of cat and mouse is irritating me. Back down into the dirt you go. As with Jiren's body shown crashing out into the distance, Myrno then went on to continue, what gluttons for punishment you creatures are. Your feeble minds cannot possibly comprehend my power, but only one can. We are the sum of our deeds, mortals, the result of the path we choose to take, and my path has led me down this road, the road of revenge against those who attempted to take my life away. I will continue to beat you creatures around this planet until they come to me or I kill you all and go to them. As with Margarita and Whis finally shown returning with Goku shouting, gotcha, there you go, Myrno went on to acknowledge their return by responding, the Saiyan freed them. Of course he would, but perhaps he might be what brings them here. Those portals of his, Myrno says. Is it possible for it to lead me to them? He must know where they are. I'm sure of it, Myrno says. Thank you, Goku, Whis says. However, we must not waste any more time, especially since we are short on it. Listen to me carefully, Whis says. It is made painfully clear that you cannot possibly hold a candle to Myrno as you currently are. You don't have the strength to push back. I am saying this to you because right now the only ones who are able to remotely do anything to hold Myrno off are us angels. With the power of Ultra Instinct, you, Jiren, and Lord Beerus are simply holding on to your lives. Vegeta is also barely clinging on, so it won't be enough. We need more in order to see our time through here, which is why both you and Vegeta must merge together right now in order for our universes to have a fighting chance. As with Goku shown getting into fighting position, he then went on to respond, I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to do our fusion dance, but we'll try our best to make it happen, with Whis responding, I wasn't talking about the fusion dance, Goku. Although the first set of Potara earrings were destroyed before your bodies merged, I made sure to create a spare just in case something happened to you both before Myrno invaded our universe. It possesses the same magic in holding you both together for an entire hour without separating you, despite the amount of power your bodies emit. As all the while with even mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus attempting to strike Myrno with Myrno moving out of the way, Whis then continues, at the rate which we are going in, Myrno will surely kill us all soon. My brother is at his strongest, and I cannot detect any openings in his defenses. And if Myrno does have any weaknesses, then he's done a perfect job in hiding them from us. We swore to defend the multiverse no matter the cause, so we must, Whis says, but I fear that Myrno is still holding back tremendous amounts of power, likely saving himself for the Grand Priest and for the Omni Kings if he finds them. We are simply pawns in this game of his, Goku, so we must not give in. As Whis was then shown spawning the last set of Potara earrings, he then continues, with these they will increase our odds in staying alive. Now hurry, Whis says. Go with Vegeta and put these on immediately. We will all buy you the most amount of time that we can. If these earrings are destroyed, then all hope is lost for us to hold off any longer. don't fail, Whis says. If you haven't already noticed, Myrno is also attempting to beat the information out of us in order to track my father and the Omni Kings down. He hasn't killed us all yet because he knows he could possibly gain something more from us before killing everyone. We are to not give him anything. If we die, then we die in honor. With your fusion in place, it will help buy the amount of time needed before Myrno meets his end, Whis says. And as soon as Whis was then shown taking off and holding Myrno at bay, he then went on to tell Goku, now go! Time is not to be wasted, Goku. As we only then pan back to both Vados and Margarita, Vados went on to acknowledge Margarita by telling her, it's been a very long time since we worked together in a fight, sis. What do you say we remind Big Brother of what we can do when we're fighting as one? With Margarita responding, indeed it has. I don't think he'll be expecting this from his little sisters, so let's surprise him. It's worth a shot, Vados says. We need to pick our spots carefully. If you are able to find an opening, call it out, sis. With Margarita responding, well, whatever happens out there, it's been an honor to fight alongside you, sis. If we make it out of this against him, then maybe one day we can find out which one of us is stronger. Like the good old days, right? Margarita asks, and with Margarita and Vados then shown getting into fighting position, with both of them acknowledging the overall situation, Vados went on to respond, right. It would be an honor, she says. Now, get ready. Ready whenever you are, Margarita responds. Keep your eyes on him. Pay attention to his movements, as all the while when going back to Myrno, he is then shown being attacked by Whis, as Myrno went on to respond, your attacks are sharper than they were before, Whis. I wonder why. You'll die in this fight regardless, and as soon as Myrno was then shown attempting to punch Whis was very fortunate in moving out of the way and dodging Myrno's punch by responding, not unless I am able to take something from you before that happens, brother. As to the surprise of Myrno, Whis was then shown actually connecting a punch to Myrno's face by continuing, I would rather be destroyed than give up any information that could lead to the multiverse's destruction. We will not break nor will we quit. But as quickly as it happened, Myrno proceeded to uppercut Whis in the stomach by then telling him, then I will break both your spirits and your bodies. But even then, Myrno was not expecting what was about to happen, as Whis went on to grab onto Myrno's arm by telling him, no, you will not, Myrno. I've got him, Whis shouts. Grab him now! What? What are you doing, Myrno asks, but then, once again to an unsuspecting Myrno from behind him, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren went on to grab onto Myrno in a chokehold by telling him, don't worry about what we're doing, you should worry about what your final words will be after this is all said and done. You dirty rat, says Myrno. How are you still standing? I am still standing because my will to crush you and see you pay for what you've done is what drives me. The will to become the strongest and the will to never fail again. But just like Jiren and Whis, Beerus had also went on to grab onto Myrno's legs by telling everyone, quickly, whatever your plan is, Whis, it needs to work right now. I've got him. As even the tyrant Frieza himself was then shown injecting himself in this situation by grabbing onto Myrno's arm and telling him, oh no you don't, hurry it up, whatever you are about to do it already. He's too strong to hold on to forever, with Jiren responding, just hold him, don't let go. As with Margarita and Vados shown powering up, Vados went on to ask, do you think this will work? If we strike him at the same time, will it damage him enough to where it causes an opening? With Margarita responding, Myrno's body is similar to the Grand Priest's in a way. It's very durable and can withstand lots of punishment, so I can only hope this works, she says. To where as we then take a look at Goku desperately shown rushing towards Vegeta, Goku went on to shout, Vegeta, quickly! This might be the only chance we'll ever have to pull this off. We can't waste this! Whis created a backup set of Potara earrings in case something happened to the ones we had before. We've got to put them on right now while we have the chance. Their effects are kept the same, and we won't defuse despite the amount of power we use. It's now or never, Goku says. This is the best shot that we have at holding Myrno off and stopping him. Fine, Vegeta says, then hurry it up. It doesn't look like they can hold him, with Goku and Vegeta shown powering back down with Goku responding, here, you know what to do, listen. We can't hold anything back against him. So when we merge, let's try and use Ultra Instinct as our primary power and combine that with your primal strength from within. I'm not sure what's about to happen, Goku says, but it's our only shot here, with Vegeta shown putting on the earring and responding, this had better not fail because I am not going to do this with you again. so it's all or nothing. Either we use 100% of the fusion's power, or we die. But our heroes were unsuccessful enough in keeping Myrno locked down for a longer period of time, as Myrno went on to blow everyone back by unleashing more of his energy and shouting, "I will not be bounded by you weaklings!" But by that point, Goku and Vegeta's bodies were already shown merging together, as Myrno's attention had then shifted in noticing a massive bright light in the distance by responding, "What happened to those Saiyans? This energy, that light," he says. "I see." So this was their plan. They had another pair of Potara earrings. As for the first time against Myrno making his return, we then see how Vegito had now stepped onto the battlefield, with lightning shown surrounding his body and staring very intensely. That's when Vegito went on to address Myrno by telling him, "This is where it ends, Angel. Your reign of terror and carnage throughout the multiverse ends here with us. No more games," Vegito says. "Well, well," Myrno responds, "it looks like I'll be killing two birds with one stone here today then. I know all about the sacred Potara fusion, and just like the other two," now what were their names again? Ah yes, Kefla and Android 35, "you will be the next to join them in the afterlife." But Vegito was not looking to waste any more time, as he was then shown closing his eyes and now beginning to tap into his full power by saying to himself, "Remember what's on the line. I will stop at nothing to destroy him once and for all. I must," Vegito says. "It's time." And as Vegito's body is then beginning to change, Whis then went on to respond, "Yes, that's right, that's the way. Remember your training. Remember what you are fighting for. Remember the powers that both of you have acquired and bring it out onto the surface. We need you in this battle." As a massive burst of energy is then shown making its way upwards, the sheer force and magnitude of this intense power-up was so tremendous, as it was beginning to blow everybody back, with Jiren having to chime in, "That power and that heat, they've done it. It's time," with Beerus also responding, "Look at that energy and that aura. Is this the full power of what Goku and Vegeta are capable of when they combine bodies? Well done, Saiyans. This is what is needed." As even Boo went on to respond, "Wow, Boo has never seen power come from Goku and Vegeta like this. Ah, curse you apes," Frieza says. "I hate you so much. Ah, what force. Why am I not surprised by this? Hurry it up, you monkeys! Let's kill this angel already!" "Yes," Whis says, "good. That's the way, young warriors. This will help buy us the time we need until the nightmare finally comes to an end. I hope this breaks through," Whis says. "We need all the firepower that we can get. Just remember your training. Remember every battle and every moment that has brought you to this very moment in time." As with all of this going down within Universe 7, meanwhile back with the Grand Priest and the Omni King, both the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest were shown playing rock, paper, scissors, as the Grand Priest got the better of Zeno, with Zeno responding, "And shoots. Aw, you got us again. You're really good at this. How do you keep winning?" with the Grand Priest responding, "I guess it's just luck, sires. You've done very well and won every game we've played," says the Omni King. "You're really good, Grand Minister." "So the game is over then," one of the Omni Kings shouts. "You gave us a run for our money. You're the first to ever beat us." "Yeah," says the other Omni King. "Nobody has ever played with us for this long before. You've been really fun and have passed all of our tests so far." "Yeah, you have," one of the other Omni Kings says, "but you still have to pass one more test and complete one more game. If you can get by this, then we'll agree on letting you use your full power to fight Myrno for us. We hope it's just as entertaining as these other games were," with the Grand Priest responding, "You mean just one more game and it's over? Well then, sires, what will this game be exactly? I don't want to keep you or Myrno waiting," with the Omni Kings then responding, "Oh, you'll see, Mr. Minister. It's a good one, but nobody has ever passed it before." "Yeah," says the other Omni King. "Follow us into our throne room and we'll show you what it is. Come on, hurry!" As with the Grand Priest then shown visibly concerned and nervous, he then went on to say to himself, "If this is truly the Omni King's final test for me, then I must make sure to hurry up and get it done. I sense a great war being waged within Universe 7. but I also sense a great loss of life as well. I'm sensing a new warrior. This must be the Saiyan's fusion entering the fight, which only means that Myrno has overwhelmed them all to extreme measures. I have to hurry and arrive. I'm sensing a great anger coming from Myrno, which means he's almost completely run out of patience. Please, the Grand Priest says, just hold on a bit longer. I'm coming. As within that moment, the Grand Priest was then shown having to enter the room in which the multiverse was overseen, and from there going out of his own way to use his own energy in stabilizing the multiverse. That's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, the situation with Myrno has turned out to be far worse than I previously imagined it would be. Keeping the multiverse locked and protected from Myrno destroying them would at least ensure that the Omni Kings will not notice their destruction. I cannot push the Great Kings, the Grand Priest says, or their moods will change, which could result in the end of everything. Once this final test they want me to partake in is complete, I will finally put an end to all of this once and for all. What have you done, Myrno? And for what? Our laws cannot be broken, especially not without approval, the Grand Priest says. Otherwise, none of this would have happened and it would be me out there against him and not them. I can only hope that your united alliance remains intact by the time we arrive. I know what you are doing, and I promise you that you will pay for everything you've done to defy me and disrespect the laws which we govern by. But unbeknownst to the Grand Priest, the Omni Kings then went on to walk into his chamber by then telling the Grand Priest, there you are, we were wondering where you went. Yeah, we thought you didn't want to play with us anymore, so you left us behind. Yeah, one of the Omni Kings says, that wouldn't have been a very good decision to make if you did. Are you ready to play our last game with us? This is all you need to pass and will grant you the permission you need to fight. And as the Grand Priest then proceeded in turning around and bowing down to the Omni Kings, he then went on to tell them, my deepest apologies, sires, but I was only looking to see where this great battle that will be held for you will be taking place. And I think I found the perfect location for this battle to be waged in, great Omni Kings. You did, says one of the Omni Kings? This sounds so exciting. Yeah, it does, says the second Omni King. Is it here? Will you be fighting him here? Or maybe you decided to fight him in one of the 12 universes, with the Grand Priest responding, well, actually, sires, that battle will not be held here in this chamber. However, I did indeed find the perfect location, and that location will be in Universe 7. I ask of you, if this game and test of yours is completed, am I bound to any limits, with the Omni Kings responding, well, no, you're not. Yeah, says the second Omni King, you can use your full power without any limits, and whatever you destroy, we'll just bring back using the Dragon Balls if we feel like it. Wonderful, says the Grand Priest, thank you. You may or may not remember Myrno, but he is indeed an extremely dangerous life form. I humbly ask of you to not intervene during our battle. It would be for the best, along with giving you the best entertainment that I can as well. So about this game of yours, the Grand Priest says, shall we begin? As all a while back within Universe 7, both Margarita and Vados had found their opening in picking their spots very carefully as Myrno was distracted, as Margarita went on to shout, he's distracted, Vados, let's move in while we can. Let's see if we can find an opening, Vados says. Stay sharp, Margarita. But to the unfortunate shock and surprise of both Margarita and Vados, Myrno had already known that they were making their way towards him, with Myrno not willing to waste any more time by sticking his arm out and responding, did I not say that you will be saved for later? Was my word not made clear? Away with you both, Myrno says. As with Myrno then shown blowing Margarita and Vados away with such tremendous force that as their bodies were sent flying out into the distance, Majin Buu went on to stick his arm out by catching the angels and commenting, Buu, make sure angels are safe. As all the while in the meantime, Myrno had seemed to be very fixated by Vegito's transformation in solely paying attention as to what was about to happen, as Myrno went on to comment, now back to you. This power that I am sensing, this radiation feels similar to an angel's power. This must be Whis' doing. Of course it would be. He must have infused his angelic energy to make sure those Potara earrings are stronger than usual. But it's pointless to resist, Myrno says. This too will be just another warm-up before the great feast that I have prepared. These mergers and fusions seem to be filling up time, as if I didn't already know what you were doing. but you will all soon see. Now let's get on with this. Show me the power of your fusion, Myrno says. And as Vegito is then shown finally completing his transformation, Beerus went on to put this into question by asking, Whis, do you feel that? The Saiyan's fusion, what did you do with those Potara earrings? With Whis responding, to ensure the fusion remaining, I made sure that no amount of power Vegito uses will result in them separating. And to make sure that we had a fighting chance against him, I merged a small portion of my angelic energy within the Potaras. That's cheating, Whis, Beerus says. So does that mean that Vegito is on the current level of the angels? So as long as those earrings remain, Whis says, they will be. Which also means, Beerus says, as long as Myrno doesn't get a hold of them and breaks them, then the fusion will remain as it is. Let's hope these Saiyans can help us buy the time that we need. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up, Whis. It feels like he's starting to use more and more of his power as we attack, with Whis responding, we must not yield. I have no doubt that the Grand Minister is doing the best that he can to see this through. I hope the Omni Kings agree to his plea, and with Myrno shown carefully observing, Vegito took it upon himself and looking down in his hand by responding, what incredible power. I've never felt energy like this before. So this is the total power of both Goku and Vegeta. I can also sense an angelic energy as well, Vegito says. This must be Whis' doing. Now then, here we are, Vegito says. Your nightmare ends with us, and we are not looking to play any games either. So what's it going to be, Vegito asks. Are you ready to die, Angel? And with Myrno then shown smiling, the menacing Angel did not appear to be concerned at all, as Myrno went on to address Vegito by telling him, show me what you can do. Will he survive, Whis, asks Beerus. How much more time do you think is needed? I think our odds are certainly higher, but how much time is needed? As long as it takes for the Grand Priest to help get the Omni Kings to agree to his conditions on this battle, Whis says. Until then, we must continue to fight, no matter what. As with even a battle-damaged Master to Ultra Instinct Jiren looking on, Jiren then also went on to acknowledge the situation by responding, I don't like this. The Angel appears a little too relaxed. Stay alive, Fusion. And with Myrno not looking to waste any more time, Myrno went on to respond, now go. And go Vegito did, because as soon as Ultra Instinct Vegito went on to speed blitz right towards Myrno, Myrno's immediate reaction was then being shown defending himself, as Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to move so fast beyond Myrno that even Myrno himself had gone to put this into question by asking, a vanishing ability? The force of his speed alone created an illusion. So then where did he go? But then, before Myrno could even realize it, Master to Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to connect a thunderous shot by telling Myrno, here I am! As the sheer force of the impact alone was so powerful that it caused Myrno's body to not only go flying out into deep space, but even the others such as Beerus himself could not believe this, as Beerus went on to ask, Whis, did you just see that? Incredible, Whis says. He was able to trick Myrno into believing that Vegito attacked him, but simply created an illusion before finding the perfect opening to strike, which when then going back to Myrno and seeing how his body was sent flying and crashing through several different planets, this itself had really gone on to illustrate the case in point of how strong Vegito actually is in not only being successful enough in connecting a solid shot to Myrno's face. As Myrno's body was shown crashing through planets, he eventually went on to maintain his balance by shouting, enough, those pathetic Saiyan mortals! I see what you did now. Clever and effective, I will say. I was too careless. And with Myrno shown looking down on his hand, he then went on to comment, blood from a mortal. One lucky punch changes nothing, so you're a lot stronger than I assumed you'd be. Fine, but that will be the last time you will ever touch me ever again. As we only then make our way back down onto the Supreme Kai homeworld, Margarita went on to inform Whis by telling him, our healing is beginning to take a toll on our power, Whis. We will reserve our ability to heal until it is needed. Can your warrior do it? With Whis responding, I am unsure, but you know as well as I do that one lucky punch will not change the outcome of this fight. Both Goku and Vegeta are using the core of their limit-breaking powers along with my angelic energy as one. There is no telling what will happen, but we must prepare for the worst, Whis says. Whis, what do we do if the fusion is overwhelmed? Beerus asks. Should we attack him as one or wait for an opening while they battle? Our options are limited and we can't afford to lose any more fighters as this continues, with Whis space responding, I am confident that Vegito's earrings will be enough to hold him through against Myrno for a little longer. As it stands through their merger, Vegito is the healthiest and most recovered fighter we have outside of us angels. If we rush in blindly, it could cost us our lives, so we will wait. If Vegito is beginning to get overpowered, then we will make our move. With Frieza chiming in, are you kidding me? So you're telling me that even with those monkeys fused, there's no guarantee that we will win? Then what else will do if not even fusion will stop him? As Jiren went on to chime in by shouting, never mind that for now, he's coming, and he's coming in fast. Everyone brace yourselves. As with Myrno then shown making his way back onto the Supreme Kai homeworld, Myrno then went on to comment, well that was fun, but now it's my turn, mortal trash. Payback is in order, worms. I'm not the mightiest life form without reason, and I'm about to show you. That was a quick recovery, Vegito says. I didn't expect for him to bounce back like that. Wait, I can sense him closing in. As indeed this was the case, because with Myrno then shown breaking the sound barrier and making his way ever so closer, as with the way Myrno was shown closing on in, he then went on to acknowledge Vegito by telling him, I believe I owe you something for knocking me away the way you did. As with Myrno then shown finally connecting a punch of his own, Myrno had managed to knock Vegito away with such force that it not only resulted in Vegito crashing through the entire planet and on through the other side, but Vegito's body was also then shown flying and crashing through 4 different planets within outer space, as even Beerus could not believe this, as Beerus went on to shout, no! Vegito! Whis! He knocked them through the entire planet! Lord Beerus, no, Whis says. Please remain where you are. I'll go, with Vados then shown spawning her staff and responding, damn my brother, they'll die in the void of space. Stay here, I'll go. As we then make our way back to Myrno and having to oversee how Myrno is looking down on this gigantic crater within the planet, with his arms now crossed and patiently waiting, Myrno then went on to ask, I told you, didn't I? Painful, wasn't it? This is your last line of defense, because if it is, then you are doomed. You'll either die in the vacuum of space or you'll come back and die from the beating that awaits you. Either way, you are both going to die. I know you are watching this, father. Is this what the mighty minister values more than his own kind? This is what you are protecting? As with Vegito's body shown hurtling through space, Vados had just made it in the nick of time by having to contain Vegito in a barrier by telling him, just in time. I got you, warriors. You will not perish within the voids of space. Aw man, Vegito says, that one really hurt. Just now, I felt it, he says. There's something more to him. I know he's hiding more of his true power. It's just great. Thank you, Vados. My entire body is shaking from just one of his punches, but I was able to push him back prior. I just need to be faster than him if I hope to catch him off guard like that again, but will it work a second time? Can you heal us, Vados? Vegito asks. Bring us back as quickly as possible. The others won't be able to hold off much longer if they're alone with him. I have an idea, Vegito says. And with Myrno shown patiently waiting, he then went on to comment, a cowering mortal with the mimicry of the divine will never prevail over the one true supreme god. And as for you, Myrno says, you don't think I could sense you approaching, trooper? I can detect vibrations within the surrounding atmosphere to feel you coming. Giving it another go, are you? Which of course was exactly what Master Ultra Instinct Jiren was attempting to do, because even then, despite the overwhelming odds against Jiren, he still attempted to attack Myrno from behind, as Myrno went on to catch Jiren's punch by telling him, you pathetic mortals always try to emulate the divine and fall short. Your resiliency is admirable, but now you are really starting to annoy me. Instead of killing you the way I did your friends in Belmont, I think I'll have you suffer a slow and painful death first before getting rid of you. But even with Jiren's fist being held in place, Jiren proceeded to power up and telling Myrno, how dare you! I won't lose to you! But Myrno quickly responds by headbutting Jiren directly in the forehead by telling him, shut your mouth, slave! You've already lost long before you even knew it. As if your sheer willpower to carry on will be enough to combat my raw power. Never, mortal. And with Myrno then shown kicking Jiren down on the ground, he then continues, I'll do you just as I did the others. You've done enough here today. Useless, all of you, Myrno says. But then, unbeknownst to Myrno, from behind him through the exact same crater shown within the planet, Master Ultra Instinct Vegito had popped up out of nowhere by asking, who said we were done with you? We are far from finished. As with Vegito Vegito attempting to punch Myrno with Myrno moving out of the way, Myrno then went on to tell him, "So, Saiyan, you've been healed, I see. Must have been one of my sisters since Whis was too busy protecting his pathetic god of destruction from attacking me. So what's your deal?" Vegito asks. "I can feel you are hiding tremendous amounts of power. What are you saving it for if you can kill us right now?" As with Vegito attempting to strike Myrno with Myrno dodging each and every single one of his punches, Myrno then went on to respond, "So you're not all brawn after all. For what I intend to use my full power for is none of your concern, because soon you, along with everyone in existence, will be dead anyway." As with Myrno shown avoiding one of Vegito's punches and then overseeing how both Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito were shown coming at him, they both went on to respond, "Not a chance. Not while there's still a way to break you down," with Jiren chiming in, "And as long as I am standing, I will do everything in my power to destroy you, Angel." And with both Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito shown attacking Myrno, Myrno went on to defend himself by responding, "Are you mortals fighting me together because you know it's impossible for you to win on your own? I assume this to be the case," he says, "but you don't get to make the rules in my game." And with Myrno's body then all of a sudden shown disappearing, Vegito went on to comment, "Jiren, look! His body just dissolved." "I've seen this before," Jiren says. "He dematerialized." "Damn it," says Vegito, "where did he go?" Stay alert, with Jiren responding, "There's gotta be a way to catch him while he's in motion." In not then realizing that behind him, Myrno was slowly beginning to stick his arm out as he proceeded to grab Jiren by the head by telling him, "Keep dreaming, trooper." Ooh, what the? As with one quick unexpected toss, Myrno had gone to throw Jiren's body out into the distance, with Jiren's body shown hitting the ground multiple times as Vegito went on to chime in by telling Myrno, "Why don't you come out and stop fighting like a coward, Angel? You know you can't beat us while we stand together, so that's why you're struggling, is that right? Because if you are as powerful as you say, then you would have already ended us. But you can't, and that's because while we're fighting together, you don't have a chance. You must be out of your mind if you believe I am even remotely worried about any of you," Myrno says. "You know as well as they do that I am far beyond you all in power and potential. I am only keeping you fools around so I can see if my experiment is a success. The experiment of seeing if the Grand Priest will come to your aid like he did many times before, or if that proves to be a failure, then I'll just beat the location out of you before killing you all," with Vegito responding, "We'd rather die against you than cough up any bit of information that can lead to the multiverse's destruction. And even if they arrive, do you really think that you have what it takes to destroy all of us while the Omni Kings and Grand Priest are here? You must be delusional to believe that," with Myrno shown smiling and responding, "Which is why I know what you fools are all doing. You're trying to buy time for him to arrive, aren't you? The only problem that I am having is figuring out why. But it doesn't matter to me anymore. By the time they arrive, you will all already be dead. And if you don't believe me, then... well, how about I show you then, since you don't seem to be understanding what it is that I am saying." "Wait, what are you planning to do?" with Myrno responding, "Oh, you'll see, mortal. I think it's time we spice things up a bit. I wonder how you will respond. You better act fast. Delaying the inevitable will only get you so far, and since I've figured out that you worms are all stalling for time, why don't we make this a bit more interesting?" Myrno asks. "At some point, those cowards are bound to reveal themselves, so let's see if this will be that moment. I'm sure you are smart enough to figure out what's about to happen here. In a matter of seconds, you can kiss the sacred world of the Hakaishin goodbye. Just try and stop me," Myrno says. "You'd be lucky to survive, so you better act fast or you'll be dead," with Vegito responding, "Have you lost your mind? And for what? All of this so you can get your father and the Omni Kings to show up? How about you leave this planet out of this and continue to fight instead?" "No, not this again," Frieza shouts. "He's not bluffing, Saiyans! What did I tell you?" Beerus shouts. "We have to get away from this place right now! Damn it! I know you can hear me in there, Goku! We can't take any risks! He's going to do it!" With even Jiren shown standing back up despite having to be incredibly battle damaged and injured by responding, "This is crazy. Even by mastering Ultra Instinct, I'm still not getting anywhere with him. I can't give up now," Jiren says. "I have to continue to fight, even if I die. But if he's about to destroy this entire planet, then we have to leave before we are all caught within it. And now that he knows that we are stalling for time, he's done waiting around. He's getting reckless, Jiren says. Whis, do you sense that? He's about to do it. He's about to act on his action, with Whis responding, I can feel it too, Margarita. We cannot allow for this to happen. Quickly, Whis, and as soon as both Margarita and Whis are shown charging on in, Whis went on to shout, you have destroyed enough, Myrno, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito also shown dashing on in a collective desperate attempt in trying to stop Myrno from doing what he was about to do, as Vegito went on to comment, we're jumping in too. We're done watching you destroy countless planets and killing countless life forms for sport. But Myrno was not going to sit around in allowing for his siblings and Vegito to stop him, as Myrno went on to power up and shouting, as if any of you will deny me of my destiny and stand in my way. As with the sheer intensity behind Myrno's power up being so impactful that it was beginning to drive Whis, Margarita, and Vegito back, with Vegito responding, ah, damn it, everyone brace yourselves, he's driving us back with his energy. I am done waiting around, Myrno shouts. One way or another, I will have what I came here for. Congratulations, slaves, you've managed to make it this far against me, but this is where your numbers will begin to drop off one by one before there are none of you left. As with everyone now, including Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito, being driven back by the sheer force of Myrno's energy, the overall situation now appears to be getting much worse than how it was before, with Vegito having to shout, aw, damn it, we can't stop him, he's about to wipe the entire planet out. Oh, what a mess. We've got no choice than to leave right now. Everyone on me, Vegito shouts, use the portals to get out of here. As with Whis then quickly coming to Beerus' aid, Beerus went on to ask Whis, the Supreme Kai, if he dies, then I do too. If the connection is broken, then we'll both be destroyed. As Whis chimes in, Lord Beerus, we must go. The Kais will follow our energy, but we cannot stay here any longer. Any more time wasted and we won't make it. We have to leave right now. As with Vegito then shown creating a massive portal, he then went on to shout, we've got to hurry! The planet is about to explode, and with the amount of energy Myrno is putting into his attack, we won't make it out of this if we stay. Let's go! We can't afford to waste any time! Which was exactly what everyone was then shown doing, as Frieza went on to respond, curse that ridiculous angel. I can't believe he's forcing me, the Emperor of the Universe, to flee like a coward. How embarrassing. Now is not the time, Vado says. Quickly, move it. Hurry, Jiren, before it's too late, says Margarita. I'm right behind you, Jiren says. Let's move. As with Myrno then shown unleashing a massive attack down onto the planet, he then went on to respond, the longer you drag this out, the more painful this will become for your precious deities and mortals. What could you possibly be stalling for, Grand Minister? Show yourself, you coward. Show yourself, or I will destroy this entire universe. And with Myrno then shown doing exactly that, he then went on to continue, I will hunt them all down no matter how far they go, no matter which universe they decide to hide in. You're running on borrowed time, and sooner or later I will have your head. Let this serve as yet another example of your ultimate failure. We can't keep doing this, Whis, says Beerus. It's a never-ending cycle. We have no other choice than to fight, Lord Beerus. We need to hold off just a little longer. Now hurry! As with Whis and Beerus shown going through the portal, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito being the last one left behind, with Vegito then shown making his way through the portal, he then went on to respond, I think that's everyone. We can't risk it. I'll need to use 100% of my full power against him, even if it breaks me. We can't allow for this to go on much longer. But then, with Vegito shown stepping on through and stopping, he then responds, wait a second. I sense an energy left behind. Oh no, it's Buu! Majin Buu, hurry! As with Majin Buu desperately being shown having to make his way towards the portal, Majin Buu then went on to shout, Buu not gonna make it! Close the portal and leave Buu! Save yourselves! Go now! Close it! No, we can't just leave you behind, Vegito shouts. Hurry, you can still make it! We've lost too many, so we can't lose you as well. Now come on! Lord Beerus, no, says Whis. With Beerus shown turning around and shouting at Vegito by telling him, have the two of you lost your damn mind? Seal the portal now, Saiyan! He won't make it in time! You'll kill us all if that portal isn't closed! Do it now! To where as the portal was then shown closing, the last last thing our heroes had seen was Majin Buu being eviscerated by Myrno's blast, with Majin Buu's final words having to be, "Do it for Buu!" And with the portal then shown finally closing, it was only right then and there during that moment where the entire Supreme Kai homeworld was then shown being destroyed, with our heroes shown barely having to make it through and just arriving in the nick of time. Luck had seemed to have most definitely been on our hero's side as Vados went on to chime in, "We made it through! Quickly, Vegito, seal the portal before Myrno goes through!" "That was a close one," Margarita says. "What was he thinking? This is bad." "Whis, that was a close one. We barely made it out of that one with our lives." "Where is the Supreme Kai? Please tell me they were able to escape." "The Kaioshin were able to escape in time," says Whis, "but I'm afraid Myrno didn't just annihilate their planet, but he's also destroyed that entire galaxy as well." As out of nowhere from behind Beerus, we then see how both Shin and the Elder Kai were able to make it on through, with Shin having to address Beerus by telling him, "Lord Beerus, we are here, but we almost didn't make it. I was barely able to lock onto your energy to follow, but we've lost Majin Buu in the process," with Beerus responding, "So he's gone too? Curse that monster. He's absolutely lost his mind by wanting to kill us all at once like that. He wiped out an entire galaxy just to simply prove a point," Vegito says. "He's still alive and unfazed. I don't know what planet we are on, but we made sure to get as far away from him as possible." "What's he up to?" Vegito asks. "Is he going to destroy every planet and every galaxy he finds us in? This is horrible. Something's got to be done about him. We can't continue to hold out like this for much longer. Either we find a weakness or he'll kill us all. His patience is gone, which means if the Grand Priest doesn't arrive soon, then it's all over." As all the while within the depths of space, Myrno was in fact shown to be alive and well, as Myrno went on to ask, "Mimicking my portal warping ability again, are you? It would seem as though you left one of your own behind, and now they are dead. Which one was that? Ah, but of course, that blob of a demon they call Majin Buu. Wasn't he joined together by another one of those worms who escaped? Right, he was. Well now, how could I let him die alone?" Myrno asks. "That wouldn't be right, so it's best I have his comrade join him." "Yes. You can run, but you fools didn't get very far, now did you? My ability to sense life forms far exceeds any of yours. Now then, just try and stop this one if you can." And as we only then go back to Master the Ultra Instinct Jiren and Frieza, who seems to be putting Jiren's power into question, Frieza then went on to ask, "Hey you, Trooper, how did you achieve this Ultra Instinct power that you are currently wielding? It seems to be the only thing keeping you idiots alive in battle, and I want to learn it. So teach it to me. How did you get it?" With Jiren responding, "I know your intentions, and you would certainly have ulterior motives if achieved. Just try and stay alive on your own." But it was only then, during that moment, where out of seemingly nowhere, Myrno had appeared and impaling Frieza from behind by telling everyone, "Oh, but I think it's a little too late for that, wouldn't you say?" "But how did he find us so fast?" Whis asks. "Whis, he's taken another one," says Vados. "No, Frieza! How did you get here so fast?" Vegito asks. "It couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds after getting here." "Not again! He's picking us apart one by one out here." As with a horrified Golden Frieza having to be shown looking on down towards his chest, in noticing Myrno's arm sticking out through it, Frieza could not believe as to what had just happened, as Frieza went on to utter, How? This can't be the end. Help me." As with Myrno then shown removing his arm from Frieza's body, as Frieza dropped on down to his base form, he then went on to comment, "I figured he'd share the grave with that pink demon he was fused inside of. I couldn't just let one die without the other joining him. I never liked you anyways, mortal. A pathetic buffoon like you never truly made a difference against me anyways. You were extremely lucky to have survived my clones when you did, but you've reached the end of the line, and the train that is of your disgusting life stops here. Now get out of my face," Myrno says. And with Myrno then shown backhanding Frieza across the face and into the landscape, he then went on to continue, "Anyways, where were we now? Let's see. Still no Grand Priest or Omni Kings around. How unfortunate. for you at least. I just love the fresh scent of blood from a dying victim. And then there were 6, Myrno says. Your numbers seem to be dropping. Was this your best? Because if it was, then you are all doomed. But I'm having a difficult time trying to see which one of you I should gut next. Will it be the Pride Trooper? Or how about you, Fusion? Should I rip your merger apart and blow you to pieces? Or maybe I should annihilate you, Beerus, the same way I annihilated your disgusting little fat slob of a brother. Oh, and don't you worry, my wonderful little siblings. I have very special plans for you. You won't be gutting anyone, Vegito says. Jiren, you ready? Whatever it takes, you hear me? Even if we die, we can't let him win. It's all or nothing. For our families, for our friends, for our universe. With Jiren responding, unless you're hiding more power than what you're letting off, we've got to hit this fool with everything we possibly can. I'm ready. Are you? As even Beerus is shown igniting the powers of Ultra Instinct by responding, how dare you talk about my brother in that way? Champa, I promise that we will have our day. Well, if this is going to be our last battle, then Angel, let's leave nothing on the table. As Whis went on to chime in, we must not let him have his way. Sworn attendees of the multiverse, through the Grand Priest's order, hold nothing back against him. I can sense the Grand Priest's spirit, Vado says. I believe his time is almost here, with Whis continuing, Fallen Grand Angel Myrno, you will not prevail. We stake our life on it. But now Myrno was looking to turn it up even more so than how he was before, because as soon as Myrno then went on to reveal more of his hidden power, he then went on to respond, loyal to a traitor until the end, huh? Is that so? Well then, far be it from me to oppose. You want to see a glimpse of my true power? Well, I hope you're ready. As to the surprise of everyone, Jiren went on to see Myrno's power by responding, what power? He was concealing this much strength? Just what kind of energy is that, Vegito asks? It feels like an endless void of fire and dense energy. This is just a glimpse, with Myrno then shown revealing more of his power in responding, I'm tired of waiting and I am done playing these childish games of cat and mouse. What I'm about to do to you all will make you wish death had come a lot sooner for you. And if buying these worms time is what you're striving to achieve, then I promise you by the time they arrive, you will all be dead. Which even then, all the while when going back to the Omni King's palace, it was just about the right time for the Omni Kings to finally give the Grand Priest his final challenge, as one of the Omni Kings went on to comment, I wonder if he will pass. I think it's time. Should we call for him to come inside so we can begin? As the second Omni King responds, yes, I agree. I think it's time. We're ready, Grand Minister. You can come inside now so we can play. With the Grand Priest then finally shown walking on inside, he then went on to respond, as requested, sires. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. And with the Grand Priest then shown bowing, he then continues, I am ready to finish our game so I could put on a great fight for you both. What is my final test? The Grand Priest asks, as one of the Omni Kings responds, your final test is right in front of you, silly. Can't you see it? Right in front of me, you say, but sires, there is nothing but an hourglass before me. I don't quite understand what this means, nor what the challenge is here. What is the meaning of this hourglass exactly? What does this object have anything to do with your final game? As to the shocking revelation to everyone within the chamber, the Omni Kings then went on to respond, it has everything to do with it because the hourglass is the final game. Yeah, says the second Omni King, we want to see how long you can wait before all of the sand hits the bottom. Yeah, nobody has ever held out until all of the sand was at the bottom, the first Omni King says. Yeah, nobody, and we want to see if you're going to quit like the rest of them. We don't think you will, says the first Omni King, but it's sure going to be a while until it runs out. Yeah, the second Omni King responds, and from the looks of it, there's only 3,241,000 years remaining. As the Grand Priest cannot believe what the Omni Kings had just said, as the Grand Priest went on to ask, a test of patience? With all due respect, great Omni Kings, I don't think this is a very good idea, especially not for this. If possible, I would suggest a different game, only because, well, our friend Myrno may not want to wait that long to have this battle with me for you. Are you saying there is something wrong with the game we want to play? Asks one of the Omni Kings. What are you trying to say about our game, Grand Minister? Asks the second Omni King. You don't seem seem very pleased by what we just said. We hope we don't have a problem on our hands because all we want is to see how long you can last before saying I quit, both of the Omni Kings shout, as the Grand Priest seems more worried now than ever before, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, there is no possible way that the multiverse will hold out another day, let alone another 3 million years before it's destroyed. I must not pressure them nor anger them in any way, but I must find an alternative before it's too late. Myrno will obliterate them unless I act quickly, but how can I get the Omni Kings to accept an alternative when they seem to be dead set on seeing this through? I can only think of one other idea that may work, but it'll be risky, the Grand Priest says. If they notice what I do, I'm afraid they will be extremely angered, and that is the last thing we want to happen. This is what makes the great Omni Kings so dangerous. Their unpredictable anger is hidden behind their lovable childish behavior. In order for this to work, I have to make sure that neither of them are looking. I hate lying to the great kings, but it's the only choice I have if all life is to be preserved and kept safe from Myrno's wrath. And with the Omni Kings seemingly very excited by being shown hovering with the hourglass in front of them, one of them went on to ask, so, are you ready to play? You'd be the first person to ever complete the hourglass challenge if you make it until the end. Yeah, says the second Omni King, and if you do make it to the end, we can't wait to see this fight that you keep talking about. As the Grand Priest responds, yes, it will be quite fun indeed, sires. It will be a battle that you will surely never forget. So I am ready to begin when you are, the Grand Priest says. As all the while when going back to our heroes, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito is then shown getting into fighting position by telling Myrno, whatever it is that you're thinking about doing, you can forget it. As strong as you are, your power could never eclipse our will to fight and survive. We're ready to lay it all down, Vegito says. So, what's it going to be, Vegito asks. Make your move. You idiots are digging yourselves into a hole far deeper than you could ever hope to climb out of, Myrno says. Your willpower to protect this universe will shatter soon enough. But before I tear your silly little fusion apart and finish you off for good, Myrno says, let's make sure that nobody gets in our way. And with Myrno then shown quickly having to make his move in targeting his siblings, Vados went on to shout, he's making his move! Whis, look out! You three have been a thorn in my side ever since you decided to aid these pathetic mortals in battle against me, Myrno says. So to ensure that you will not be getting in my way again, I'm going to send your broken bodies off on a painful journey while you suffer in the voids of space, Myrno says. And I'm going to start with you, Whis. Which was exactly what Myrno had done, because Myrno was then shown connecting a thunderous shot to Whis' face that not only resulted in Whis being sent flying into outer space, but the sheer force of the impact behind the punch had seemingly damaged Whis, with Margarita shouting, Whis, no! Vados, did you hear that sound? Did he break Whis' jaw? I've got to help him, Vados says. Margarita, stay here and keep him grounded. Whis needs me, but before Vados could even act, Myrno out of nowhere had gone to appear right in front of Vados and asking, and just where do you think you're going, Vados? As with Myrno then shown once again doing the exact same thing he had done to Whis, only this time, Myrno instead of connecting a punch had gone to connect a fearsome kick by telling his sister, you won't be saving anyone this time, but just like Whis, you will be joining him in the void. Which again had ultimately gone the way Myrno had planned, with Vados' body shown hurtling through space with Myrno continuing. They'll be lucky to make it back in one piece, let alone survive with the damage that was just inflicted onto them both. Which by the end, Myrno was right, because with both Whis and Vados shown crashing through multiple planets through the voids of space, neither angel had seemed to have any control over their bodies, as Whis went on to utter, my body, I cannot feel my body, I must fight. I have to try. My face feels as though it's been smashed into pieces, Whis says. There was something more behind that attack of his. Yes, a paralyzing technique, Whis says. He was not only able to neutralize a successful attack that paralyzed some of the nerves in my body, but he also made sure that we couldn't recover fast enough to come back into the fight. As even with Vados herself is seemingly being shown crashing through multiple planets with the Grand Priest observing, it would only now appear as though our heroes are barely even hanging on in this battle, as the Grand Priest went on to comment, Myrno is tearing through them. He's on to them and knows they are prolonging his plans of reaching reaching me. They cannot possibly keep this up if this goes on, and with Vados shown clinging onto her stomach and flying through space, Vados now appears as though she cannot control herself while in the voids of space, as Vados went on to comment, "I've lost control of my ability to stabilize myself, and I couldn't reach Whis in time." Grand Minister, Vados says, "Father, I'm sorry. I failed you. I cannot act on this alone," she says. As with blood shown dripping down from her mouth and tears beginning to fill her eyes, she then continues, "Myrno is just as strong as I remembered when he stood by you. I'm sorry that we couldn't buy the time that you needed." And with the Grand Priest shown overseeing this on his staff, the Grand Priest himself now is in a very dire position as the Grand Priest comments they will die. This is now becoming a problem that is far beyond their control. "I cannot do anything until given the approval by the Omni Kings. Our laws cannot be broken under any condition. The oath I have taken is my highest of honors, and I must stand by it. However, I cannot wait for the hourglass to run out before I can help. There must be something that I can do in the meantime that will not affect nor break the laws which we protect," says the Grand Priest. "Since I cannot physically get involved until allowed, there has to be something that I can do from here to help them. The Omni Kings are too busy with the hourglass," the Grand Priest says. "They can't see what I'm doing unless it's made obvious to them. Then this will be the only chance that I have to make a difference in this battle," he says, "even if it buys them a bit more time until my arrival. I can only do so much from here, but it's better than just standing here and watching this all unfold. With the other gods of destruction along with their angels ordered to stay put to defend their own universe, the ones fighting Myrno currently are the only ones preventing him from traveling into other universes. My power knows no limit," says the Grand Priest, "and since I cannot act just yet, then they must be the ones to act for me until it is time. I cannot risk losing more angels in this war against him," says the Grand Priest. "Worry not, my angels, I am here. Now freeze," the Grand Priest says. As with both Whis and Vados' bodies then shown stopping in space with a barrier having to surround them, it was during that moment where the Grand Priest went on to contact his angels by telling them, "My fellow angels, I am without power until given the order to assist you in this battle against Myrno. While I wait until the Omni King's game is finished, I will be here to guide you. You must listen to me. The great Omni Kings have requested for me to finish a game that is beyond patience. I have a plan to shorten the time that I have until my arrival, but it cannot be done without you. During this process, you both will be healed, but you must do whatever you can to hold Myrno off for another 30 minutes. If I am able to pull this off, then I will be arriving shortly. Upon Myrno's arrival, I also gather the Super Dragon Balls and lock them here within a sacred chamber to protect them. He knows what you're doing and he knows you're stalling," the Grand Priest says. "Do not, under any circumstance, give away our location no matter what happens. All of the damage could be reversed, but not if we, along with the Super Dragon Balls, are destroyed. 30 minutes is what I need, then you will leave him to me. I leave the fate of the multiverse in the hands of both you and your warriors. If Myrno is successful, then I'm afraid it will all be over," the Grand Priest says. "Although he once served as the Grand Angel among our race, he is not unbeatable, and if you are not able to destroy him together, then it will be me. He's been studying and learning from your battles. Do not let him get ahead of you. Fighting him alone will surely get you killed. So if you are to attack him, you must attack him together. You have all done a great job in keeping him level-headed, but I'm afraid his rage is beginning to take control. 30 minutes, that is what I ask of you. Do not give in to him, my angels." But even then, suspiciously enough, one of the Omni Kings went on to notice the Grand Priest and asking, "Hey, Grand Minister, what are you doing? Who are you talking to?" As the Grand Priest needed to act fast, in which he did, because as a means of a distraction, the Grand Priest then went on to comment, "And yes, there we go, the multiverse's most delicious pieces of candy, just for you, sires. I was wondering where I could find them, and I asked just the right person in order to get them. While we wait," the Grand Priest says, "I figured we'd have some treats in the meantime." "Oh wow, really?" says one of the Omni Kings. "That's for us? They look so good," says the second Omni King. "Where is is it going? Come now, you two, says the Grand Priest. Let's move away from that silly hourglass and come eat this way. Hurry now before it loses its taste. As all the while when going back to our heroes, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito was then shown attacking Myrno, with Myrno having to block off his attacks by responding. Without the angelic power my pathetic brother had infused within those Potaras, you'd be dead. What's wrong, asks Vegito, surprised to see that I can keep up? Your mouth and the amount of garbage that is coming out of it is what surprises me more than anything, Saiyan. You don't compare to me, not even in the slightest. Maybe, Vegito says, but we aren't the only ones in this fight with you. As with Vegito then shown ducking on under, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren then shown stepping through, in a collective effort to throw Myrno off his game, Jiren went on to shout, "Gotcha!" To where in that moment, Jiren was in fact successful enough in landing a clean shot on Myrno's face, but this did not affect Myrno in the slightest, as he proceeded to grab onto Jiren's hand in removing it from his face by telling him, "Your coordinated efforts against me are disgustingly painful to bear through. Get your dirty hands off of me, mortal." And as soon as Myrno was once again shown throwing Jiren in the distance, he then went on to shout, "You will wait your turn." And with Jiren's body then shown crashing through the landscape, Myrno then went on to continue, "The two of you are more entertaining than I expected for you to be, which makes killing you that much more rewarding." However, Myrno says, and as soon as he was then shown dashing directly towards Vegito, he then continues, "I think it's time for another one of your allies to lose their life. And I have just the one in mind." "That speed," Vegito says. "Oh yeah? Well, we ain't going down that easy, let's do this!" But as soon as Vegito attempted to strike Myrno, his punch went directly through, with Vegito asking, "What the heck?" "Oh, I wasn't talking about you, Potara." As indeed he wasn't, because Myrno's next target was in fact none other than Beerus. With Myrno then shown striking Beerus directly in the chest and having to impale him, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, "There you are, Beerus. I owe you for the many times you've escaped me." No, Beerus says, how was he able to move like that? Damn, you won't win. You'll die in this war, you coward. "Oh, but I've already won, foolish destroyer. At least now you have the honor of joining your disgusting brother in the afterlife for a short time before that is destroyed as well. I can feel your heart in my hand," Myrno says. "Your numbers are dropping, and they're dropping fast." "Tick-tock," Myrno says. "It's as I said. If that coward minister does decide to reveal himself, then he will be greeted by a sea of your own blood." And down goes another one. You were indeed the most troublesome god of destruction among the bunch. But your willpower to continue this war against me didn't get you very far, now did it? You are lucky to have kept Whis by your side to aid you this entire time. Otherwise, Myrno says, you would have been dead a long time ago, Beerus. "Damn it, no!" Vegito shouts. "Lord Beerus! Enough is enough! Stop this, Myrno!" But Myrno was in fact far from finished, because as he proceeded to raise his arm up in the air, in going as far as to show the blood of Beerus on his hand to Vegito, he then went on to ask, "Just look at it, would you? The blood of your precious destroyer is on your hands. Figuratively, of course, while it's literally on mine. All of this would have been avoided if you had just given up the Grand Minister's location that would have led me both to him and those ridiculous little brats that he protects. That, or they could have summoned the courage to come save you when you worms needed it the most. This is a reflection of the sins of your past," Myrno says. "Doesn't it pique your curiosity now on who will be next, Saiyan? It's a fascinating little guessing game, isn't it?" Myrno asks. "Very high risk, absolutely no reward." But from behind Myrno, Vados and Whis were shown closing on in, as Whis went on to shout, "Together, Vados!" And as Whis and Vados went on to attempt to attack Myrno, Myrno from there had instantly vanished, in now getting behind the angels and telling them, "A valiant attempt, but you missed. It's been a long time since you've seen me move that fast, hasn't it? Little traitors. Go on, gaze upon his miserable corpse, Whis, Does it hurt knowing that you weren't able to save him? I know what that feels like all too well, little brother. A feeling that has haunted me for generations while you wasted away with your pathetic god of destruction. And with Whis then shown continuing to look down on Beerus's dead corpse, he then went on to say to himself, Lord Beerus, there must be something that I can do to reverse this. Enough time has passed, so I should still be able to create a staff and change things quickly, which was exactly what Whis had done, because as Whis was then finally able to spawn an angel staff, in an act of desperation, he then went on to shout, it's back! I must reverse time just enough to save Lord Beerus from, but then, before Whis could do anything about it, his staff was then yanked from his arms as Myrno went on to ask, and just what do you think you're planning to do with that? Trying to reverse time? These angelic staffs are truly becoming a pain to constantly have to deal with. But you won't be needing this anymore, Myrno says, and with Myrno then getting a hold of Whis' staff, he then continues, I think this tool and weapon of war is best suited to remain with me. All who oppose me are more than welcome to try and take it from me, Myrno says. There aren't many of you left, but I welcome your attempts anyway. Now, which one of you has the courage to step forward and open the mystery box to find out what lies inside? To find out which one of your lives will be ripped away next, as out of nowhere in between Vados and Whis, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had volunteered in dashing directly towards Myrno and shouting, I do! You two stay here, we need you both alive more than anything. We'll deal with this. And as soon as Vegito was then shown making his way towards Myrno and attacking him, he then went on to address the angel by telling him, we're the ones you want, Angel. We're the ones with all of the information that you're looking for, so fight me. Leave the others out of this, with Myrno responding, how cheeky of you, mortal. But how can I possibly finish our battle when I have unfinished scores to settle that don't involve you? And with Myrno then shown having to avoid Vegito's attack, he then went on to continue, you are so eager to die, aren't you? But I think I'll keep your fusion around a little longer before spoiling your fun. This staff that I'm holding on to sickens me, Myrno says, and for all the right reasons. How rude of me to use someone else's weapon in battle, he says. And as Myrno was then shown having to throw Whis' staff with such tremendous force, he then continues, here you go, little brother. I think this belongs to you. Have it back. To where Myrno's intention now was to purposely use Whis' staff as a means of a spear in attempting to do what he could to impale his brother, but it was only then where out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren had proceeded to push Whis out of the way by shouting, get out of the way now! But it was already too late, because even though Jiren had managed to save Whis' life by pushing him out of the way, it was as a result of Jiren having to step in where Whis' staff had then impaled him in driving Jiren's body back with such tremendous force to where even Margarita went on to shout, Jiren, no! Hold on, Jiren, I'm coming to help you! And Jiren was finished, because not only was Jiren's body shown being taken out of orbit, but the sheer force and impact of this staff having to impale Jiren's body was so tremendous that it ultimately then led to Jiren's body having to land on one of the nearby moons as Jiren was shown bleeding out and responding, I'm sorry, Belmod, Topo, Universe 11, I failed you. I can't move. This is the end. I tried. No, we will not lose you too, Margarita says. Stay right there, Jiren. I won't let this be how your story ends. And just where do you think you're going, Myrno asks. I never said you can leave this place, especially not while I'm here to see my mission through. I never liked you, Margarita, and as soon as Myrno was then shown grabbing onto the back of Margarita's neck, he then continues, you won't be going anywhere to save anyone, you entitled fool. You were always so snobby and spoiled. Why don't I send you to the same place I sent both your strongest warrior and your god of destruction? This will only take but a second, Myrno says, and as Myrno was then shown having to squeeze down and snapping Margarita's neck, he then continues, there we are, just the sound I was looking to hear. You should have been a good little sister and told me what dimension the Grand Priest was hiding in. Myrno, no, Vado shouts, how could you? Margarita, please get up! Get up! He's tearing us apart out here, Vegito says. He snapped her neck without even trying much. He won't stop. There's got to be something that we can do, but what? I helped guide you before you were groomed to become Universe 11's attendee, Myrno says. And now look, lying face down on the ground. What a waste of space, he says. You once had such great potential. All of you angels did. Look how far down you all have fallen. And then there were 3, Myrno says. Interestingly still, no Grand Priest or Omni Kings. And as Vegito then went on to join both Whis and Vados, he then went on to ask, okay, so what's the plan here? Do any one of you have an idea that might help us out? Or are we going in there with hands flying? With Vados responding, this is one of the worst possible situations that we can find ourselves against him. Whis, how long has it been? Can you confirm? It's only been 5 minutes, right? With Whis responding, correct. Which means we would need to buy 25 more minutes for this to work. But with our numbers down to 3, it's either we're all in or we're all dead, he says. 25 more minutes until what, Vegito asks. You don't mean... I do, Whis says, but we can't give in now. We need to do everything that we can to hold out for another 25 minutes. Otherwise, it's over, Whis says. Then we'll try to expose his blind spots and attack him from different angles and hope it works, Vegito says. We are the last ones who stand in Myrno's way, Vados says. The only ones who are coming between Myrno and his goals. This will be a battle of grit and time, she adds. He's coming. He knows this might be the end. And if this is, then let it be our greatest battle, she adds, for the sake of all life. And as all 3 are then shown getting into fighting position with Whis, Vados, and Vegito standing ready, as Myrno then is shown slowly approaching, he then went on to add, so it's come down to this, has it? I would ask you again, but I already know the answers you'll give me. A while back I sensed the Grand Priest's energy pulsating throughout the multiverse. It was as though he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. At first, it baffled me, Myrno says, until I found out what he was secretly doing. He embedded his own energy to seal the multiverse off from being destroyed, hasn't he? I knew he was plotting something, but this also made me wonder, he adds. Is my power truly worthy of rivaling our father's? Am I strong enough to shatter through his protection? Let's find out then, Myrno says. With you 3 being all that oppose me, I wanted to test some of my powers out and see if I can grab the Grand Priest's attention a little more. This ought to remind him of what I'm capable of, he says. And as Myrno was then shown having to create 2 portals besides him, he then went on to add, I want the 3 of you to watch very closely to what's about to happen here. What you see before you are portal entries into 2 random universes. These are the gateways that directly lead me there. I want you all to watch very carefully to what I'm about to do. One way or another, I will have what I came here for, and I will do it by any means necessary. Wait, hold on, Vegito says. What are you about to do? Just watch and see, Myrno says. As even the Grand Priest himself is beginning to feel what Myrno's about to do, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, this energy. Myrno, no, he's... But this shouldn't be possible. The multiverse is sealed off, protected so no universe can be destroyed, he says. Excuse me, sires, but I will be back, the Grand Priest tells the Omni Kings. I just need one moment in order to check on something, please. And as the Omni Kings are then shown hovering over the hourglass, they both then went on to add, I like his idea. It sounds really fun. I do too, says the second Omni King. I think we should do it. I like the sound of what he said. And with Myrno then shown just about to make his move, he then went on to add, thought he could protect them, did he? I want you to watch and see what will happen to the rest of these pathetic universes when you die. If the Grand Priest wasn't so quick to step forward and save this universe, then will he intervene to save the others? I wonder, Myrno says. Let's find out then. Which universe do we have here? Alright, Universe 1 and Universe 2. Let the destruction continue, Myrno says. What do we do, Vados asks. We have to do something. If we try and stop him, Vados says, then he'll destroy us instead. And Myrno did not waste a second because just as he said he would, Myrno ended up firing 2 separate energy blasts which directly went into both Universe 1 and Universe 2, to where as each of these energy spheres had then made their way inside of these universes, Myrno then quickly carried on by squeezing down onto his fist in wiping out both universes at the exact same time, as there was nothing that anyone could have done to prevent this from happening, as Myrno went on to shout, may you both burn as I once burned. What have you done, Vegito shouts. All of those innocent people. To where even then when going back to the Grand Priest, as the Grand Priest proceeded to open one of the chamber doors, he then went on to respond, he couldn't have. But he did. We cannot wait any longer, the Grand Priest says. I was lucky to have reduced the time within the hourglass without the Great Kings noticing, but I don't think we can hold out for another half hour, he says. Universes 1 and 2 are gone. This has gone far enough, the Grand Priest says. I believe the Omni Kings have agreed to my conditions. If we wait any longer, then he will destroy everything before we arrive, he says. I must check with the Great Kings now. I hope they will accept my offer or it will all be destroyed. Where are you, Father? You fought so hard to protect these universes from me that you shunned me out to ensure that order is kept. Well, where are you now, Myrno says. And as the complete annihilation of both Universes 1 and 2 are shown, Myrno then went on to continue, failures, all of you. This was exactly what I stood against when I first spoke out against them. Stop this right now, Vegito shouts. He destroyed them, Vados says. What a cruel and heartless beast you have become. Why, Vados asks, why are you doing this? Why are you bloodlusted and driven to destroy? Is that fear, Myrno asks. I haven't seen fear on the face of an angel since training you all when you were young. Do you regret not standing up for my life now when I was judged? You should. Now then, Myrno adds, let's finish this once and for all. You know I'm not one to break promises, right? So here's a promise that I'm going to make. Our next encounter will be our last. As Whis went on to respond, Grand Minister, we can't do this. We need you right now. Vados, this is it. Do you sense that? Do you sense his intentions? This is it. Well, if this next battle will be our last, Whis says, then let it be our greatest battle to date. You will not win. As Myrno now is looking to set his sights in finishing off Whis, Vados, and Vegito, Myrno then went on to ask, are you now beginning to see how completely hopeless you insects truly are against me? After all that's happened, after all of the lives that were snuffed away, there is only now one thing left for me to do, and that's to destroy what remains of this universe and find my way to the king's throne. I originally called for change in the multiverse, Myrno adds, only to be denied and thrown out like garbage. You want to protect the multiverse, but you don't want any of it to change. How are you supposed to protect the essence of life if it's not allowed to evolve, Myrno asks. I am the product of its evolution, which is what scared the gods into casting me out. Look at you puppets, enslaved and dangling on strings. There is only one path to true evolution, Myrno says, and that's through the extinction of the current order of structure. Whis, look, Vados says, he's going to do it. Why don't you fight us instead, Myrno? Don't do this, Whis adds. What good will come from destroying this universe before fighting us? Because I've already beaten you fools, Myrno says, in more ways than one to be exact. Your spirits are broken. The only reason why you are even still standing is because of your instincts to fight for your survival. I've already proven my point here, Myrno says. Here's to another universe to join the grave. But then, before Myrno could actually carry out his plan in wiping out Universe 7 out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito took it upon himself in dashing directly towards Myrno by telling him, not if we have something to say about that. Final Divine Kamehameha! And Vegito was not letting up because the moment Vegito had gone in firing this attack directly from point blank range, the sheer force of this attack alone was so tremendous that even Whis and Vados went on to shield themselves in responding. What a tremendous force of energy! Hopefully that slowed Myrno down. Any idea of how long we have, Vados? With Vados responding, I don't even think Myrno was expecting for that to happen either. I believe it's been 10 minutes, which means there is only 20 more to go. Let's hope we can make it, Vados adds. There. Gotcha, Vegito says. I don't care who you are or how strong you claim to be, there is no way that didn't hurt him. But then, to the horrifying shock of everyone there, Myrno was not only still standing, but was also shown shielding himself behind the protective barrier as Myrno went on to respond, Saiyan warriors Goku and Vegeta. Your power is one of the very few great things that has ever come from your dying species. But your power alone wasn't enough. You needed the aid of divine beings in order to hope to match me. I never needed aid, Myrno says. My power comes from within. It is mine, and it is a power that you cannot possibly comprehend or obtain. Universe 13 once housed Saiyans too, you know, and under my leadership, they were some of the greatest warriors the cosmos has ever seen. And yet, when my universe was taken from me, they were taken from me as well. You warriors were each given luxury to train and be trained by the gods. Why? Why are you mortals protected while I was rejected, with Vegito being taken back and responding, how in the hell is he not even phased? You weren't judged in favor of mortals. You were judged by your ambitions to carry out mass genocide against the multiverse. Evil like that cannot be allowed to prevail. But I already have, you defiler, Myrno says. As out of nowhere, Myrno had gone to unleash these energy beams from his eyes, indirectly being shown piercing right through Vegito's body, as Myrno went on to add, as if your power could ever come close to rivaling mine, Saiyan mortal. If there was one thing that you've all proven to me here today, it was mortals alongside both gods of destruction, Hakaishin, and angels all need to be eliminated and restructured after resurrection. You will never know peace so as long as I continue to exist, and now you worms can all kiss the 7th universe goodbye. And with both Whis and Vados having to shout, no, don't do it! Myrno was in fact dead set on destroying the entirety of Universe 7, because within the blink of an eye, Myrno then quickly went on to take action in unleashing a gigantic attack down onto the planet itself and shouting, I will rip everything apart, now die! Which in fact Myrno had gone to do exactly that, until out of nowhere, all of a sudden to Myrno's surprise, as Universe 7 was being destroyed, Myrno went on to ask, what was that? The fabric of space-time around me is changing, caught in a sudden shift, almost as though time itself has stopped. No, reversed, Myrno says. This goes far beyond time-skipping, Myrno adds. The energy around me feels different. Reality itself is changing. And with everything around Myrno having to then all of a sudden stop, Myrno proceeded to look down on his hand by responding, those worms couldn't have possibly done anything to change things without me noticing them. My body and power remain. I'm sure of it now, Myrno says. It couldn't have been them. The land remains and the planet intact, which means time itself was indeed altered, changed, and indeed reversed. And if not by the hands of Whis, Vados, or any of the other angels, then by whom if Margarita is also dead? I sense balance, Myrno says, which means Universe 7 was not destroyed just now when I intended for it to be annihilated, and the energy of all those who opposed me have suddenly vanished. All of them, without a trace, he says. Could it really be true then? As it was right there during that moment where out of nowhere a voice went on to address Myrno by telling him, that's quite enough, your acts of injustice end here, fallen angel. As the moment Myrno had gone and turning around and looking directly up in the sky, that's when Myrno went on to respond, so it is true, it was you. At long last, we finally meet again. Grand Priest. And as the Grand Priest had finally arrived, in meeting Myrno for the first time since his original exile, all hope within the multiverse now seems to be restored, as the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, your acts of mass genocide and universal destruction ends here with me. I am beyond words on how you've managed to survive and rebuild yourself throughout the years, but your careless and reckless acts of evil will no longer continue. I am to uphold the laws of the multiverse and to abide by the rules held in place to maintain order and balance, the Grand Priest says, and you are disrupting balance within the multiverse. You've been seeking me out knowing the laws that are in place. You knew I couldn't respond until given the order, and as such, that order will remain until the balance of my restriction is lifted. And as such, the Grand Priest continues, the great Omni Kings will bear witness to this, for a clash between angels is a rare sight to behold even for divine eyes. I am to wait out the remainder of my time given by the Omni Kings before engaging you, and I promise it will be your last. Sires, this is Myrno, the once highly regarded elite angel and former attendee of the now destroyed Universe 13. Our exhibition, as promised, will begin shortly. You brought them here too, asks Myrno? An exhibition bout? So, you were stalling for time in order to convince those brats that this was for their entertainment. didn't you? He looks familiar, says one of the Omni Kings. I think I remember him. I think I do too, says the second Omni King. He looks scary. This is so exciting. You are to ignore the Omni Kings and only focus what's in front of you, says the Grand Priest. You will focus on me and only me. You are to wait out the small amount of time that I have left, and then we will begin. You are nothing like I remembered, says the Grand Priest. You have morphed into something hideous. You have become the physical embodiment of what you feel within. How repugnant of you to make such remarks after all you've done, Myrno says. Spare me the lecture and let's get on with why I sought you out, he says. I've waited long enough. These laws and these rules you uphold and protect do not apply to me. So I wait for no one. You are the one who is responsible for all of this. Was upholding your flawed and corrupted laws worth the lives that were lost? You sent them all into war against me only for them to die in vain. You watched as they perished in your name, and just like them, you are next. Coward, I don't care what you have to do. I've waited long enough for this. You taught me everything there is to know, which is why I am who I am. Which is why I am an elite angel with no equals in battle. Right here, right now is where the paradigm changes. I'm going to make you pay dearly for ripping my destiny away. We'll see about that, the Grand Priest says. Look how far you've fallen from grace. You're obsessed, fixated on the contradictions of gods and mortals, torn apart by your ambitions to do as you see fit and destroy all those who oppose you. Your lust for more power has driven you into madness, corrupting your mind and soul into thinking that you are owed something. You seek reform within the multiverse by wiping out all life in the name of starting over, yet you question your exile after your motives were discovered in wondering why your actions were not to be tolerated. And who are you to decide who lives and who dies, the Grand Priest asks. Who are you to overstep your boundaries? You are not to play God and decide the multiverse's fate, the Grand Priest continues. And for those who have perished in battle for the sake of preserving the right to life, through my name and the name of the Omni Kings, will never die. And as the Grand Priest was then shown extending his arms in opening up several portals, he then continues, I watched as you had your way with the multiverse's mightiest warriors, and so I prepared for any and all outcomes in case they were to fall against you. By using a small portion of my power, I made sure to bring those who stood against you in this universe back from the afterlife. And so, you meet again, he says, and as we then see how Beerus steps through, Broly steps through, the Grand Priest then went on to continue, even when against all odds, they did everything I've asked of them in order to keep you at bay, to ensure the multiverse's survival as I attended to the Omni Kings. And now, the Grand Priest shouts, come forward, mighty warriors, God of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, mighty Saiyan warrior Broly, the multiverse's strongest warriors, I call for your aid and I call for your power in battle. To where as we see how Jiren and Golden Majin Buu and many of our fallen heroes have now been brought back from the dead, Myrno by no means is pleased to see them, as he then went on to respond, them again. You rotten coward, you're shielding yourself behind them for time. Of course, Myrno says. As we even see how Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to step on through, he then went on to respond, hey, we're back! And so is everyone else. This is perfect, Vegito says. And there he still is. Now you're in for it, Vegito says. Wow, 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 says the first Omni King. Look at all of these fighters. They all look so strong. This is so cool. I can even sense Goku's energy in that fighter over there. I can feel it too, says the second Omni King. Were they all fighting Myrno together? Are they going to fight him again? This is so awesome. As even with the angels being shown having to step through, Vados went on to comment, we've returned. Father, thank you. You've saved us all. And Whis, look, the others. I see it too, Whis says. They've all been resurrected similar to how our younger brother Maris was resurrected when he was destroyed. What you are looking at is your ultimate downfall, Myrno, says the Grand Priest. The unity of mortals, gods, and angels alike can never be broken. They understand their purpose. They've accepted who they are and what they mean in each of their worlds. You, however, have not, and they stand ready to face you again. Only this time the Grand Priest adds, I am by their side to watch over them. And with everyone then being shown having to stand together in unity, the Grand Priest then went on to continue, Warriors of the Multiverse, I call for your duties in this final battle against Myrno. As the grains of sand continue to descend, I have but approximately 3 more minutes remaining until my restrictions are fully lifted. I call upon you all to do everything within your ability to either keep Myrno from reaching us or destroy him entirely if you can. I am to keep my promise and remain here until time expires. You are to fight using your full power against him. 3 minutes is all that is needed of you for balance to be restored. And so the Grand Priest says, as I wait for my entry in this battle, my faith is placed within all of you. But despite everything now being thrown against Myrno, an angry Myrno then went on to respond, I've waited eons to see your face again, and this is how you confront me? No, this will not be how history is written. History is going to be written by my hands. I've had enough, Myrno says. You think those insects will stand in my way of revenge? Then you're even more delusional than I thought. And with Myrno then shown having to power up even more than how he did before, he then went on to tell the Grand Priest, I will bathe the multiverse in your blood for what you've did to me, for the pain that I've had to endure, for all of the time that I've spent in hiding, rebuilding myself from the ground up. You will die. On my honor, I swear you will. The wait ends now, Myrno says. Now you die! As with Myrno then being shown having to take immediate action, Vegito went on to shout, here he comes, Lord Beerus! We gotta hit him with everything we've got. With Beerus responding, then don't be afraid to exert all of your power, Saiyan. Let's move! But before anyone could even respond, Myrno was in fact so fast that he ended up flying right past everyone and making his way towards the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest, as Gohan went on to respond, hey, where'd he go? Oh no, there he is! He flew right past us! He's desperate to get to him, Jiren says. We can't let that happen! And with Myrno then being shown having to get close enough and literally being feet, Myrno was ready to take immediate action as he went on to wind his fist back by telling the Grand Priest, I will tear your heart out! But before Myrno could even do that, out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had gone to grab onto Myrno and telling him, oh no you don't! Gotcha! You almost had us there for a moment, but you're not getting by us that easily. Now everyone grab him! Which in fact they did, because with Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and full powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly shown having to grab onto Myrno's legs, Myrno was completely taken back by this as he went on to then shout, you disgusting mindless animals! How dare you touch me! How dare you deny me of my revenge! But it didn't stop there, because Whis also went on to grab onto Myrno's arm by telling him, I told you, didn't I? You brought this onto yourself, Myrno. You will not win! Now everyone throw him! To where as Broly, Jiren, Vegito, and Whis were then shown throwing Myrno down onto the ground, Myrno quickly went on to stabilize his balance by responding, why you annoying dogs! Was this your ultimate counter plan against me? To grab and hold on to me the entire time? I'll kill you all again! Not if we have something to say about that, Vegito shouts, especially not with all of us united as one. Let's get him, Vegito shouts! As everyone then, including Golden Majin Buu, Jiren, Broly, and Kefla had made their way down, it was during their mid-flight where Kefla went on to respond, I've got some unfinished business with you, punk. Hey, Golden Bubblegum, on me! I'm on it, says Golden Majin Buu. Don't take your eyes off of him. And with Myrno then being shown having to power up even more, he then went on to shout, I don't care how many of you he sends after me. I'll tear through all of you just like I did before. You brought them back only to die, Myrno shouts. They won't make a difference. You're mine, Minister! Why is he so angry with you, Grand Minister, asks the Omni King. Does he have a problem with us as well? I'm starting to remember him more and more. Was he the angel who wanted to take my place as the Omni King? He's starting to really annoy me. Are you going to destroy him once time expires? And look at them go down there, the Omni King says. This is so awesome! As the Grand Priest went on to turn his head by responding, so I see your memory is just as good as I thought it would be. But yes, sire, that was him. although you may remember Myrno looking much different back then compared to what you see now. Once I'm given the freedom and complete your game, he says, I will see to it that Myrno is no more. And as the Grand Priest then went on to oversee a massive battle happening within the landscape, he then went on to add, I never intended to lose you, Myrno. Is there any trace of who you once were left inside? You forced my hand, and you will soon pay for everything you've done. Mighty Omni Guards, I ask for you to watch over the Omni Kings with your life during this very crucial time. If Myrno were to destroy those who oppose him and make his way here, you must stop at nothing than to defend the throne. Am I clear? Understood, Minister, says one of the Omni Guards. I ask for you to defend them at all costs, even when my time expires and I am thrusted into battle. Do you understand? I cannot break the promise that I've given to the Omni Kings, the Grand Priest says. They will get the entertainment that they were promised, and then I will see to it that Myrno's rampage ends with me, as it should. I ask of you to watch over the battlefield and pay very close attention to Myrno's every move. And if he were to somehow get past me, then you will use the full extent of lethal force to stop him. To where as we then see how both Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito and Whis are shown having to attack Myrno at the same time, in doing everything they can to keep Myrno at bay, Myrno went on to address the two by telling them, you insects just don't know when to give up, do you? You can't win. You will never win. None of you are of any concern to me anymore when my ultimate target lies right behind you. Not a chance, Vegito shouts. Why are you so hasty to attack them knowing they need a little extra time until they're ready to destroy you? Is it because you're looking for a quick and easy victory? You have caused too much pain and you cannot be given a clear path to the Grand Priest until the seal is broken, Whis says. But despite having to be outnumbered, Myrno was not having it because as he went on to backhand Vegito across the face, in an act of desperation and rage, Myrno went on to shout, enough of that mouth of yours! Get out of my face! Ugh, get him, Broly, Vegito shouts, as with full power Super Saiyan 3 Broly then being shown having to make his way towards Myrno. In not forgetting all of the pain that Myrno had caused him, Broly went on to shout, I'm going to crush you! To where as Myrno went on to catch Broly's punch, he then went on to turn towards Broly and telling him, do you know how insignificant you are compared to me, beast? You failed time and time again, no matter how many times you've tried. Pushing back against an immovable object will only go as far as to show you how weak you truly are to make a difference. And then there's you. How did it feel, Beerus asks Myrno. How did it feel when you felt my hand tear through your fragile body as you bled to death on the ground? You've got some nerve, Angel, Beerus says. One way or another, you are going to pay for what you've done to Champa and the 7th universe. Pitiful, Myrno says. Your delusion still clouds your mind despite forgetting what just took place moments ago when I left you laying face down on the ground bleeding to death. And with Myrno then quickly being shown having to turn his body, in throwing Broly into Beerus, he then went on to continue, I swear on your lives, when this is all over, I will make sure that none of you pests are ever resurrected again. I will erase all of existence, including the afterlife, and start from scratch as it should be. Now stand aside, Myrno shouts. But out of nowhere, to prevent Myrno from going any further, Vados went on to interject by attempting to punch Myrno and telling him, you're afraid, that's what it is. If you're so sure that your power rivals or exceeds the Grand Priest's, then why are you so fixated to attack him before he is ready? With Myrno responding, you witch, you think I'm afraid of him? You think I fear these hypocrites? Don't you ever mistaken me for being like any of you, fool. But even then, despite having to avoid Vados' attack, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren and Whis went on to grab onto both of Myrno's arms by shouting, then if that's the case, stay right where you are, Jiren says. You will not reach them, Whis responds. You delusional little slaves, Myrno says. You filthy, rotten, traitorous little puppets. I said, let go of me! And as soon as Myrno went on to power up in blowing both Jiren and Whis away, while Myrno's attention was focused elsewhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito and Ultimate Gohan were then shown charging up for a Kamehameha, with Gohan shown waiting for Vegito to initiate. Vegito then went on to comment, Gohan on my signal Vegito, release everything you've got. Even if our combined attack isn't enough to stop him, as long as we are able to slow him down and keep his attention locked on us, that's all that matters. This angel is beyond anything our wildest dreams could ever imagine, Vegito says. He is every bit as dangerous as he claims to be, and then some. We can't let him succeed. We can't let him win. Are you ready? Vegito asks, with Gohan responding, I never would have imagined to be up against something this extreme. It feels like we're living through an actual nightmare, he says, but what he's done to Pan and Videl, Dende, and the Earth, I stand with you no matter the odds. So what do you think? Should we hit him now, or will he already expect it? With Vegito responding, not yet. He's sharp, but as long as he keeps his eyes on us, then even if our attack fails to do anything, we still succeed. Who would have thought that he'd easily take our fusion on without even breaking a sweat? Wait on my signal. Steady. And with Myrno shown having to kick Super Saiyan 3 Kefla in the guts, Gohan went on to chime in, the others are getting torn apart out there. We can't risk blasting him again only for one of our own to be killed. Which is why we have to pick our spots carefully here, Vegito says. Steady. Charge it. May. Ha. May. As even with Myrno's sister Margarita having to be shown coming up from behind and choking Myrno, she then went on to tell him, you're going to pay dearly for what you did to Lord Belmod. Looks like I can still tag and grab you after all, with Myrno responding, unless you plan on breaking my neck, restricting me from achieving my destiny will only result in your own failure once again. You'll meet your end again once I'm done ripping your father apart. And as Myrno had gone and throwing Margarita away before he can actually do so, Margarita, before having to be tossed to the wayside, had found an opening and then managing to kick Myrno by telling him, you should remember that I'm quick on my feet, Myrno. As it was Myrno who was then shown having to fly out into the distance, Vegito went on to inform Gohan by telling him, she knocked him back a bit. Gohan, now! As it was right then and there where Ultimate Gohan and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito had combined their Kamehamehas in firing it directly at Myrno. With Myrno not expecting a combined attack from both Vegito and Gohan, the attack then went on to make contact, with Gohan then asking, yes, we got him, a direct hit. But do you think it did anything to him? I can't see anything. I'm not sure, Vegito says, but don't drop your guard. We're not out of this mess just yet. We need more. Quickly, everyone, Vegito shouts, fire at will as soon as you see him, which was exactly what the others had done, because with Myrno shown having to exit through the other side, both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 took notice, with Android 35 responding, hey, there he is. Quickly, Buu, let's go. Don't stop firing at him, no matter what. Wait until he drops down, Buu says. Buu's ready whenever you are, which was exactly what had then happened, with Myrno having to be shown stabilizing himself and responding, those wretched Saiyans should have been wiped out ages ago when their ancestors were all blown to Kingdom Come. He's landed, Android 35 responds, now Buu, fire! Which once again, our heroes had done everything in their ability to make sure they were keeping Myrno at bay, because with both Golden Majin Buu and Android 35 continuously shown firing attacks at Myrno, Myrno was shown in a defensive position and slowly having to walk on forward, as the Grand Priest was also shown having to observe this, as he then turned his attention at the hourglass and responding, only 2 minutes remain. If they can keep this up for another 120 seconds, then my order will be granted. Myrno, I hope it was all worth it, as through the smoke we then get to see how Myrno's arm had popped out through the smoke in stopping each and every single one of their ki blasts and responding, enough of these childish games you mortals continue to play. Your attacks stop here. Gohan, listen to me, Vegito says. No matter what it is we try and do to him, it's clearly not having an effect, and there's only one thing that I could think of that might do the trick. But we need time, do you understand? With Gohan responding, you need time? What kind of an attack are you? Wait. You don't mean... Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Vegito says. But gathering energy from only one universe to use against him won't cut it, so we'll need more, Vegito adds. It's a stretch, but it's the best shot we have at making a difference against him. We'll need everything from everyone, Vegito says. Every mortal, every god, and every angel from across the multiverse. Do what you can, but just don't get yourself killed. I need you, Vegito says. And as Vegito was then shown having to take flight, he then went on to add, I'm not sure how much time I'll need to pull this one off, but no matter what happens, don't let him get close to me. We're about to give this bozo a taste of his own medicine and he won't even see it coming. A multiversal spirit bomb, Gohan asks, but how are they going to be able to collect energy from across the multiverse like that? And as Vegito was then shown having to raise his arms up in the air and now beginning to create the spirit bomb, he then went on to add, alright, it's been a while, but here goes. Steady now. If this doesn't do the trick, then I don't know what will. But it's all or nothing and we have to put an end to him right right now. He's too dangerous to keep around, so just in case if somehow the Grand Priest can't do it, then at least we'll have this as our trump card against him. So here goes. As with Myrno shown having to dust himself off, he then went on to further comment, if scratching me was your objective, then congratulations. You've managed to dirty my clothes in the process. Your attempts are useless, and just what do you think you're doing, Fusion? Oh, don't worry about us, Angel. We're just testing something out while you have your fun with the Grand Priest in a moment or two. We promise we won't get in your way. As the Spirit Bomb was then shown having to formulate above Vegito, Myrno made sure to pay very close attention to this as Myrno went on to comment, a collective ball of energy hovering above him. Now, where have I seen this little move of yours before? But of course, Myrno says, this is Goku's little technique. The Spirit Bomb, Myrno says. So this is your ace card against me? You couldn't gather enough power to kill me even if it came from an infinite source, Myrno says. But then, Myrno's instincts had kicked in with Myrno shown having to duck on under with full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kefla shown missing her kick and responding, you sure love running your mouth, don't you? But then, out of nowhere, Myrno had reciprocated in uppercutting Kefla in the stomach by telling her, oh, but I do. It's all the reason for me to rub the salt deep within the wounds as you feel every bit of your failure through each grain. You were never a threat to me, nor were you even on my radar, mortal woman. Away with you, trash. With Myrno shown tossing Kefla on over, he then continues, and now, almighty Grand Minister, it's time we settle our differences. But even then, before Myrno was then shown having to proceed with his words and then being shown making his move, out of nowhere, Myrno was just then able to get out of harm's way, with Vados shown scratching Myrno and telling him, you will not touch the Grand Minister, and with Vados then shown making her way towards her brother, in an act of desperation with Vados shown tackling him, she then went on to continue, are you forgetting that I was one of the very few that was able to hold their own against you when we, but then, Myrno was able to quickly then turn the tides against his sister by then being shown slamming Vados on down to the ground by punching her and responding, you held nothing against me, you only stood ahead when I allowed for you to get ahead. You, Vados, you and the rest of them are nothing but liars, Myrno shouts. Cowards, slaves, I tried to free you. I tried to liberate existence from both of those ridiculous children. Children, Vados, mindless little worms who sit at the very top of power. We are better than them. We are beyond their divinity, Myrno shouts. And I tried to show you. I tried to show all of you. And what did I get for training you, Myrno asks, as he is then shown continuously punching Vados over and over and over again. What do I get for attempting to open your eyes to the truth? What did I get in return for helping guide you angels into becoming who you are today? You spit in my face. And for doing such, now I will spit in your face, Myrno says. I will spit in all of your faces for refusing to free yourselves from this slavery you call life. Those little Omni Kings could end your lives at any moment, Myrno adds. And for what? Because they're bored? Because they have nothing else to do? This was my stance. You chose this life, not me, Myrno continues. I wanted to change it, to create a new reality without the rule of law that is overseen by children. So mass genocide was your answer, Whis asks, as he went on to grab onto Myrno's hand by telling him, and you wonder why you were thrown out, with Myrno responding, let go of me, Whis. You wouldn't know my pain, nor would, but then out of nowhere once again, Margarita came dashing on in by having to be shown kicking Myrno in the face by telling him, you were supposed to remain without bias and you instead decided to want everyone dead just because they didn't agree with what you wanted creation to be. And the Omni Kings are loving this because this was exactly what the Grand Priest had promised. As the Omni Kings went on to chime in, they're ganging up on him, look, he's getting really annoyed. This is so awesome, I've never seen a battle like this. Neither have I, says the second Omni King. They're keeping him from coming up here, see? I'm starting to remember him now more and more, says one of the Omni Kings. I don't think he liked my rules for the multiverse very much. Hey, look, time's almost up, says the second Omni King. There's only 60 seconds left. Do you see it? But even then when going back to Myrno was then shown visibly annoyed as Myrno went on to comment, an angel without bias. How hypocritical of you all to say that I have a bias, when it was your bias in listening to your masters that resulted in you all remaining shackled and without freedom. Maybe I am a bit lustful for blood, Myrno says. Maybe my bias stems from watching the weak die many many deaths over and over as I listened to them scream. As once again, to make sure that Myrno was kept as far away from the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest as possible, out of nowhere, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly had came up from behind and wrapping himself around Myrno by telling him, "You again. Let me ask you, Beast, do you honestly think that I've been using my full power against you all this entire time? Or was I simply using you all to get what I wanted out of you? You think you know strength," Myrno says. As he was slowly then beginning to break through Broly's bear hug, he then went on to continue, "Here you go. Let me show you what a small portion of what real strength feels like." Shaking? Losing your grip on me already, Myrno asks. "Everyone listen up," Vegito shouts. "Lend me some of your energy. There's no time to waste and we'll need to smash him using everything we've got." "Is that the spirit bomb?" Golden Majin Buu asks. "Will our energy work against him?" "Well, the only way to find out is to try. Now hurry up and give them your energy," Beerus says. As everyone including Jiren was then shown doing exactly that, as Gohan went on to shout, "Aw man, I hope this works." "Something's gotta give," Android 35 shouts, "especially with all of this power that all of us here are giving to them. It has to." As it was only then where Myrno was shown having to fully be able to break free from Broly's grip by telling him, "Silly Saiyan, you are at the very bottom of the food chain that you eat from." As he just so casually went on to kick Broly away, with Whis having to quickly intervene by catching Broly and telling him, "Remain with me, Broly, you will not perish." And as Myrno looked up and seeing Vegito formulate the spirit bomb, Myrno went on to put this into question by asking, "So that was it? This was all of the power those Saiyan mortals were able to acquire?" "Laughable," Myrno says. "As impressive as that ball of energy may be to you, it would be a real shame if something were to happen to trigger it that causes that bomb to go off and kill you all," he says. "You just continue to stay right where you are," Myrno says. And with Myrno then shown having to raise his arm, he then continues, "I'm sure the Grand Priest will survive an explosion of that magnitude, as I'm sure he'll protect those little brats in the process as well. But you'll all be dead and out of my hair, which only then leaves them alone with me." As out of nowhere, before Myrno could carry out his axe, Beerus went on to grab onto Myrno's hand by telling him, "Not so fast, Angel. Some of us aren't finished with you just yet. You may be more powerful than us, but our resolve will never be shattered. I'm sure if you weren't able to see this before, then surely now you can. This is my universe," Beerus says, "and I won't let you do anything to destroy it." "You are a joke to me, feeble destroyer," Myrno says. "Your resolve means nothing to me. Your numbers mean nothing to me. Your power means nothing to me. You are no longer on my radar," he adds. "Stand aside and wait your turn." "What the heck? He's gone," Beerus says. As with Myrno shown having to speed blitz right past Beerus in doing what he was just about to do, Myrno then went on to turn his attention back at the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings by responding, "The only ones who matter are the ones who sit and protect the throne. The root of all hypocrisy and lies," he adds. And as Myrno had then proceeded in firing multiple energy blasts at them, in completely disregarding the small amount of time that the Grand Priest had needed to fight, Myrno then went on to continue, "Your rules mean nothing to me. Maybe this will get you to break them and face me, you cowards. This is what I think of your pathetic and delusional laws held in place." But before Myrno's blast could actually reach the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings, out of nowhere, Golden Majin Buu ended up teleporting right in front of them as Golden Buu went on to shout, "I don't think so. Now let's see if this works. It's been a very long time." So what Golden Majin Buu ends up doing is Golden Majin Buu ends up extending his mouth open and literally then being shown having to swallow each and every single one of Myrno's blasts, as Myrno went on to look up by asking, "What does that mortal think he's doing? Oh, I see. A redirection counter. You creatures are all so predictable." As with Golden Majin Buu nearly shown having to explode from within, he only then quickly took it upon himself in firing all of Myrno's attacks back at him, to where Myrno was not impressed in the slightest, as Myrno was shown having to deflect each and every single one of them by responding, "Using my own attacks against me won't help you, fools. I am invincible. No damage can destroy me, even if you are somehow able to use my attacks against me." To where out of nowhere, one of Myrno's blasts, which was seen having to be deflected by him, was then ultimately shown making its way towards Vegito, who was holding the spirit bomb, as Vegito went on to shout, "Damn, we can't let that blast hit us. which fortunately enough for Vegito, he was actually able to teleport out of the way fast enough in avoiding Myrno's blast completely, as Vegito then went on to look on up and responding, "Whew, that was close, we're still in the game. If that blast had connected, the entire spirit bomb would have been a gigantic waste. I don't think it'll be enough though," he adds. "We still need more, there's got to be another way." And with Myrno then shown infuriated by the idea of everyone having to get in his way, an angry Myrno then took it upon himself and having to power up then by responding, "I've had it with you worms and your constant interference. You will not deny me of my destiny. Since you wanted my attention this badly, now you..." But then, all of a sudden, Myrno stops as he went on to look on up and noticing something as Myrno went on to comment, "Wait a second, that surge of energy just now, could it really be? That had to have come from him. I just know it did. He seems more determined now than he was a minute ago." "Yes, that confirms it then," Myrno says. "He's ready." And with the Grand Priest then being shown having to stand there with every grain of sand now having to fall at the very bottom, it would only now appear as though the time has finally come, as the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, "Never in my life would I ever have dreamed for a day like this to come. For a father's hand to be forced in fighting and destroying his son for the abominable acts that he has committed. I tried speaking sense into you," the Grand Priest says. "I tried giving you a chance to see the harm that you were doing not only onto others, but onto yourself as well. These acts of mass genocide end here with me, Myrno. Time's up," the Grand Priest says. And as both of the Omni Kings are then shown having to be visibly very excited as they cannot wait to see what's about to unfold, the Omni Kings then went on to comment, "Hey, look, he did it! The Grand Minister did it! He completed our challenge! Look there, time's up! Time's up, time's up," says the second Omni King. "Do you feel that? The Grand Priest looks really scary. Do you feel his power? Oh, this is so exciting!" "Well, you got what you were asking for," Myrno says. "Does that mean that you are no longer going to be chained like an animal and face the consequences that you have coming? Because I'm ready to shred you and be done with this." As even Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito went on to sense this, with Vegito shown continuing to collect more energy for the Spirit Bomb, he then went on to respond, "Whoa, that energy, that means time's up. We did it. We were able to help the Grand Priest with the time he needed. So that just then means," as with Myrno shown having to point up at the Grand Priest, he then went on to tell him, "I want you to know that this is going to be the last battle that you will ever live to see. Everything will be used against you. Let this be the final chapter in the story of your deception. Remember what's on the line here, you snake. If you fail, then you can kiss the very essence of all reality and existence goodbye." As it was during this moment where all hell was about to break loose, Whis went on to inform everyone by shouting, "Everyone brace yourselves! The Grand Minister's restrictions has been lifted!" As with Myrno then shown having to power up with tremendous amounts of force, he then went on to shout, "I've waited eons for this day. Today will be the day where you finally meet your end. Now come and stop me if you truly think you can." And it was only right then and there where the Grand Priest had then finally taken initiative in then being shown making the first move, and then being shown having to move towards Myrno with such tremendous amounts of speed, the present Omni King then went on to shout, "Oh wow, 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 wow! Did you just see how fast the Grand Priest moved?" And with the Grand Priest then shown having to strike Myrno with Myrno shown having to defend himself, the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, "You wanted me? Well, here I am, child." With the Grand Priest being shown having to strike Myrno with such tremendous amounts of force that not only was the Grand Priest able to hit Myrno hard enough in taking him off the planet, but the Grand Priest from there was then seemingly enough having to drive Myrno through several different planets, as even Vegito went on to comment, "Whoa, did you guys just see that? We were barely able to keep our eyes on them. Look, he's driving Myrno deep into outer space with ease." "It's much more than that," Beerus chimes in. "Look closely. He's smashing him through every planet along the way. In all my years," Beerus adds, "I've often heard about the Grand Priest's power, but to see it up close like this is beyond words." As indeed this happened to be the case with the Grand Priest shown driving Myrno through every single planet along the way, from that point on with everyone having to observe, Kefla went on to ask, "Yeah, but can he do it? Is the Grand Priest strong enough to destroy him this time?" "There's no doubt about it," Gohan says. "He has to be. Unless Myrno can be seen matching him, I think this is it, you guys. I think Myrno just might be done for." As through the other side of one of the planets, with the Grand Priest shown having to push Myrno on through, he then went on to tell him, "You were able to bully your way around by tossing your weight at those who were unable to fully compete with you in battle. Does it hurt to to know that feeling when it's now being thrown back at you, Myrno? As with Myrno then shown having to attempt to strike the Grand Priest, he then went on to respond, "Shut your mouth, you snake! You left me for dead, your own angel, the best of the best, thrown away in favor of tyrannical children." "Enough," the Grand Priest responds, as he then followed up by kicking Myrno in the stomach. He then went on to tell him, "Your hatred and lust for revenge and power has not only deteriorated your mind, but it has spiraled so far out of control that you are beyond reasoning, and I cannot allow you to have things go your way." As the sheer force and impact of the Grand Priest kick was so intense that Myrno's body had went crashing through several different planets before having to stabilize himself in space by responding, "Why, you? Maybe you've forgotten who you're dealing with here. Let's not forget that I was the only one among our race to ever stand up to you in battle. And it's for a very good reason," Myrno adds, as with Myrno shown having to duck on under in avoiding the Grand Priest's punch. In being able to respond as quickly as it happened, Myrno then went on to continue, "It's for the same reason why you feared my potential, because you knew once you saw it with your very own eyes that if I was allowed to remain where I was, then I would have ultimately have taken your place and surpassed you completely," he says. As within that moment, Myrno had then quickly followed up by having to then be shown uppercutting the Grand Priest in the stomach with such tremendous amounts of power that literally all the planets behind the Grand Priest were then shown having to be vaporized, which not only displayed the sheer amount of power that both of these individuals were displaying, but in the middle of having to then uppercut the Grand Priest, Myrno then went on to continue, "You were scared, you were jealous, weren't you? Because you knew that I would become a much better Grand Priest than you. This is on your head," Myrno adds. "You taught me everything there is to know, and because you did, I am now going to use it all to kill you." As with Myrno then quickly following up by them being shown punching the Grand Priest in the face, which thus resulted in the Grand Priest also being shown having to crash through several different planets with both Whis and Vados observing. Even the angels themselves could not seem to believe this, as Whis went on to respond, "Vados, are you seeing this? He struck him," Vados adds. "Give him time. I don't think the Grand Priest is finished," she adds. "We must keep our eyes on them," Whis adds. "Something tells me that Father has a plan, but what could it be?" he asks. "I do not doubt his ability in this battle, but we must not lose track of them." As with the Grand Priest then being shown having to land back on the planet in which everyone else was on, and thus being shown stabilizing himself and wiping his face, the Grand Priest then went on to ask, "Surely that wasn't the best that you can do, was it? I would never underestimate your skill in battle, but it'll take more than one lucky strike to destroy me." And this itself really went on to piss Myrno off, as Myrno was shown having to close on in once again looking to make waste of destroying his father. Myrno went on to shout, "You've got some nerve." As with Myrno then shown having to strike the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest being shown having to grab onto Myrno's punch, there is a massive shockwave generated from the sheer force of this strike that everyone else alongside with the Omni Kings are beginning to feel this, as the Omni Kings went on to respond, "Hey, look, the entire planet is shaking." "No, the entire universe is shaking," says the second Omni King. "This is a really scary fight," as even Jiren went on to respond, "What impact? Everything around us is violently shaking." "Ah, come on," Vegito says, "hold it." "Darn, all of this shaking is throwing me off," Vegito says. "We can't lose focus and have this be wasted. I'm hoping those two don't destroy the entire universe while they battle. Come on, come on." As we then go back to Myrno, who was then shown mid-strike and looking very angry, he then went on to respond, "Why, you? I can see it in your eyes," Myrno says. "You think I can't win, don't you? You think I don't have what it takes to destroy you, is that it? You've lost your ways, child," says the Grand Priest. "You do not have what it takes to win against me, and you never will. Unless there is more to you than meets the eye, this war that you have been waging against the gods is over, and you know it, Myrno. Your fate has already been decided." But Myrno still attempts to attack the Grand Priest anyway, because with Myrno then shown having to attack his father in attempting to punch him, with the Grand Priest being shown having to dodge each and every single one of his strikes, Myrno went on to shout, "And just look who's the one getting ahead of themselves now. Enough," the Grand Priest says. "It was as I said, the outcome of this battle along with your fate has already been decided." As with the Grand Priest once again being shown having to punch Myrno back, Myrno had refused to go down, as even Vados Vados and Whis went on to acknowledge this, with Vados responding, "I can't believe it, Whis. He's driving him back. Myrno is losing ground," with Whis responding, "I see it too. But look closely," Whis adds, "Myrno is beginning to get flustered. His energy is starting to flare." As with Myrno then shown having to visibly be angry, he then went on to respond, "So I see that you're just as tough as I remembered you being. Perhaps you haven't gone soft like the rest of those fools after all. And now that I can see that for myself, I now understand what I need to do. All this truly means is that I'm going to have to try just a little harder if I want to get my point across." A worthy opponent indeed, but a dead one at that, with the Grand Priest responding, "Don't try it, Myrno. Extinguish your ambitions for revenge before it's too late. You cannot win." But once again, Myrno is not willing to back down, because as soon as Myrno had then gone in speed blitzing towards the Grand Priest, in an act of absolute rage, Myrno then went on to shout, "I'd rather die 1,000,000,000 deaths over before I ever lay myself down to you traitors. Now die!" As right then and there, with Myrno shown having to strike the Grand Priest, it was only then all of a sudden, as the sheer fabric of space-time around them was beginning to shatter, Vegito went on to shout, "What the heck is happening? Holy crap," Kefla says, "the sky! What's going on?" As the fight between the Grand Priest and Myrno was now beginning to get so intense that they were both now beginning to shatter through reality itself, as Vados went on to respond, "They're tearing through the fabric of reality. They're shattering through dimensions with the sheer force of their attacks." As both the Grand Priest and Myrno were then showing having to travel from the present timeline into the future timeline and then back out through another exit, as the Grand Priest was then shown having to regain control in smashing Myrno through several different realities, as soon as they had both came crashing through the other side, the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, "You've invoked mass genocide on all those who've you deemed as unfit and unworthy to live. You, an angel whose responsibility was to watch over creation, not destroy it, decided to want to lust after complete control of the throne in order to see your vision through. You have violated your oath as a grand angel and have spat in my face for granting you the life that you were so fortunate to live." As with the Grand Priest then shown punching Myrno, he then went on to continue, "First you will be punished for the crimes against the gods that you have committed, and then you will be punished for the disruptive chaos you've created through your presence within the existing multiverse. And you truly think it will be that easy?" Myrno asks. "You've acknowledged me before as your successor. And just as you've acknowledged me once before," Myrno says, as he then went on to grab the Grand Priest by his arm. He then quickly followed through by having to throw the Grand Priest with such tremendous force by telling him, "You will acknowledge me once more as being your superior. That throne will be mine," Myrno shouts, as once again, Myrno was then shown having to strike the Grand Priest and shattering through reality by telling him, "And I will do everything in my power to have it." As Myrno and the Grand Priest were then once again being shown having to tear through the Dragon Ball Super Broly timeline, the Granolah timeline, and many others, Beerus went on to put this into question by asking, "I can't believe what I'm seeing. They'll destroy the entire multiverse if this keeps going. Whis, what's happening?" With Whis responding, "As shocking as this may sound, my lord, I can barely keep up with their movements at this point. They are moving at such a pace where it appears as though they are standing still, but they're not. This is exactly why angels are forbidden from fighting, especially angels at their level. This is now beginning to affect all of reality and every timeline." But even then, with Myrno shown attempting to punch the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest dodging, the Grand Priest then went on to inform Myrno by telling him, "I'm very impressed. Despite your absence throughout the generations, you haven't forgotten your training. But I haven't taught you everything." And with the Grand Priest then shown punching Myrno in the face, the sheer result of this one punch alone was enough to send Myrno crashing through yet another reality. With Myrno then making his exit as the Grand Priest followed, he then went on to tell him, "You called for this war, child. Your rage is what drove you into now suffering as you've suffered once before. Order will be restored," he says. "Let this painful beating be a stark reminder of how badly you've fallen from grace." As with Myrno's body once again being shown having to smash through several different planets, Kefla went on to ask, "Are you guys seeing this? There will be nothing left by the time they're done." "I don't think Myrno stands a chance," Android 35 says, "but I have a bad feeling about something." As with the Grand Priest being shown having to look out into deep outer space, he then went on to comment, "I haven't been forced to engage in this way for many generations. He's every bit as dangerous and mighty as I remembered him being when he was by my side. Is there anything left of the real you in there?" the Grand Priest asks. asks, "Don't make me do this," as with Myrno shown having to still continuously being shown smashing through planets, while at the same time in an eerie way being shown smiling, Myrno went on to comment, "I can't believe it. Would you look at that? I haven't felt actual pain since you nearly eradicated me eons ago. Well done, Snake. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all. But if this is all you think that I can do, then you are in for a shocking surprise." Whis, tell me, can he win? Beerus asks. Is the Grand Priest using his full power? Why isn't the fight over? With Whis responding, "I honestly cannot tell you, my lord. I sense confliction within the Grand Priest's heart. Maybe that's because he truly doesn't want to kill one of his own," he adds. "I believe the Grand Minister might be searching for any redeemable qualities that still may exist within him, and I'm sure that if he doesn't find them, then he will end Myrno's life once and for all, unless there is something that we aren't seeing on the surface yet." As with Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito still being shown having to collect energy for his Spirit Bomb, in an act of desperation in being able to see his plan through, Vegito went on to address everyone by shouting, "Everyone listen up, we need more power! We've gathered as much as we could from this universe and it won't be enough. Listen to me, if this is all that we can collect from Universe 7, then unless there's another way, I need you all to lend me more of your energy right now! We can't risk it all on just this, it's all or nothing, so please, we have to hurry." As all the while deep within outer space, we then get to see how Myrno had maintained balance, in further having to prevent himself from flying out any further. In an act of anger, Myrno went on to respond, "Gah, not a chance. I've waited too long and have come too far to lose now. Especially to you, traitorous fiend. One way or another, I will find a way to break you if it's the last thing I do." As out of nowhere, the Grand Priest had then continued in attempting to strike Myrno, with Myrno being shown barely having to move out of the way. As the Grand Priest is now focused on putting an end to Myrno, he then went on to address his son by telling him, "Your efforts of destroying me are failing. Surrender now, Myrno. Do not force my hand into destroying you." But as quickly as it happened, Myrno was then shown having to put his hands together and further having to respond to his father by telling him, "Oh, I'll show you, failure, you scum. I'm sure you must have been watching when Universe 12 fell at my feet, which means what you are about to experience will be the same thing Martinu experienced before she died. Let's see if you are really able to hold up to your title, Grand Priest." "Still think this is easy?" Myrno asks. "This is for ripping me away from my universe, for stabbing me in the back in favor of delinquents." As the Grand Priest quickly went on to turn around by responding, "What are you doing? That's way too much energy. Don't try it, Myrno." But Myrno went along to fire the attack anyway, as Myrno then went on to shout, "Die, you liar!" With the attack itself then being shown having to make its way towards the Grand Priest, it was only then upon firing this attack where the Grand Priest then went on to remember Martinu, as the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "I remembered hearing her final cries for help echo through the vastness of space. Your own sister, Myrno. You snuffed her life away without cause or reason, all because you wanted to draw me out to face you. My precious angels," the Grand Priest says, "I will not let any of your deaths go in vain." And with the Grand Priest then being shown having to make his way towards Myrno's attack, he then went on to shout, "It is my sworn duty to protect all life no matter the circumstances or cause." But even then, Myrno continues to fire upon the Grand Priest anyway, as Myrno went on to shout, "I don't care what happens to this universe. Once the throne becomes mine, I will create a new reality, new angels, ones who will serve and obey my every command, new mortals and new gods of destruction, a new multiverse where I am its one and only true king, a king without equal. I don't care what happens to you," Myrno shouts. "I don't care what happens to any of you. Let it all be destroyed." But then, during his act of wanting to destroy the Grand Priest along with the entire universe, Myrno had then gone on in sensing something very unusual, as this spark went on to catch Myrno's attention, as Myrno went on to ask, "What was that just now?" "But that's not possible. I can feel his energy getting closer. But through my own attack?" As indeed this just so happened to have been the case, because through Myrno's divine final flash, we then see the very scope of how powerful the Grand Priest truly is, as the Grand Priest was shown having to literally go through Myrno's attack and re-emerging on the other side by telling him, "How dare you carry on with such blasphemous actions? You truly are beyond reason. You are consumed by hatred and revenge. Don't you ever speak ill of the dead in my presence again." on, child. These so-called worms were your siblings, your brothers and sisters, Myrno. This one is for them. All of them, the Grand Priest says. And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to strike Myrno in the face with such tremendous amounts of force that Myrno's body was not only sent hurtling through the voids of space, but the sheer speed force in which Myrno's body was traveling in was literally beginning to shatter all of reality and space-time itself once again. But before traveling into a different dimension, Myrno went on to brace himself in maintaining his balance by responding, "You persistent fool, so I see you haven't let yourself go like the others did after all. The one true constant, huh? And here I thought that was honestly going to do the trick. I guess I was mistaken," Myrno adds. "Perhaps I'll have to use even more power if I want to see this through." "Look at me," Myrno says. "It's been a very long time since I was able to feel this kind of pain. But I can't help but ask now, I've noticed you caught on, didn't you? My elusive energy siphoning technique isn't working on you. So you've blocked yourself off from having your power taken, huh? Very smart indeed," Myrno says. "Tell me something else. You're not pulling your punches against me, are you? I wonder what's going through that head of yours." As the Grand Priest went on to respond, "You knew from your early days of when I trained you that energy siphoning was forbidden, and what's even more is especially for lustful purposes. You should already know that this technique will not work on me as it did with the others," the Grand Priest adds. "Yet another one of your plans foiled. Everything that you are was molded by me," the Grand Priest says. "I tried to overlook your desire for power until it was made painfully clear that unless you were to be dealt with, then you would have been a much bigger problem to deal with, as it was only then where out of nowhere, Myrno had gone in attempting to strike the Grand Priest by opening up a portal and telling him, 'I'm much more than just a problem that you're going to have to deal with, traitor.' But once again, the Grand Priest had made easy work by ducking, dodging, avoiding, and even stopping Myrno's attacks with his own hand, as it was only then from out of nowhere, Myrno was then shown opening up two portals beneath the Grand Priest, and them being shown having to grab on and latching onto the Grand Priest's legs, as Myrno went on to tell him, 'Careful now, for someone as strong as you, it would be a real shame if you were to be outsmarted, wouldn't it?' To where as soon as another portal was then shown opening up, and Myrno having to latch onto the Grand Priest by choking him, Myrno had then saw this as being the ultimate opportunity. As Myrno went on to continue, 'There's plenty of more where that came from. We can't keep our audience waiting, Minister. What do you say we bring the fight back to them so they can watch you get torn apart right before their pathetic little eyes? If you haven't felt anything before, then you are surely about to feel this one.' To where as soon as Myrno had saw this opportunity in connecting a thunderous strike to the Grand Priest's face, that not only had gone in creating a shockwave so intense that it was felt all throughout the entire multiverse, but as the Grand Priest's body was then shown having to hurtle through space, the angels Margarita, Vados, and Whis went on to comment, 'Vados, Whis, are you seeing this? The shockwave of Myrno's attacks alone are destroying hundreds of planets throughout the universe,' Whis says. 'Are you sensing that trajectory?' Vados asks. 'It feels as though the Grand Priest's energy is getting closer and closer.' As it was within that moment where we literally see how hundreds of different stars were then shown being destroyed by the sheer shockwave of Myrno's strike, with Myrno shown casually smirking, Whis went on to continue, 'They may be making their way back here as we speak. We must brace ourselves for anything that may happen,' as even the Omni Kings went on to feel the shockwave of this attack, as they were then shown literally shaking in their seats, as the Omni Kings went on to comment, 'Oh wow, everything is shaking. It feels like they're shaking the entire multiverse as they fight. I've never seen a fight like this before,' says the second Omni King. 'I can't even see them, but I can feel them from all the way over here. It's hard enough being able to keep up with their movements,' Jiren says, 'but I've never felt anything like this before. Wait, what's that?' Jiren asks. As even Beerus went on to respond, 'I feel it too. Something's coming. It doesn't feel like an attack, so that means one of them is heading here.' As even Vegito went on to acknowledge this by responding, 'Steady. This is nuts. There won't be a multiverse if they keep this up. I can't believe that Myrno is actually able to fight back, or is he being allowed to?' he questions. 'Is the Grand Priest trying to redeem him somehow?' Either way, Vegito says, 'We can't fail, but this won't be enough enough. We need more power. Whoa, what is that? Vegito questions, as he then went on to look up and noticing how the Grand Priest's body was shown crashing through multiple different planets, as even Vegito himself could not believe this, as Vegito continues, wait, is that the Grand Priest? I think it is. Oh no! And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to enter orbit and then making his way down onto the planet, the other angels went on to quickly notice this, as Whis went on to respond, right there! It's the Grand Minister! We've got to stop him from crashing into us, Vados says. Now, angels, let's help him! To where as soon as Margarita, Whis, and Vados are then shown having to make their way upwards, in doing the best they possibly can in assisting their father during the course of this battle, as all of the angels are shown making their way in, Whis went on to shout, Grand Minister, we're here! Angels, leave us. Do not intervene. As the Grand Priest was shown breaking his fall, he then continues, you are to remain where you are and leave me to deal with Myrno alone, as Vados chimes in, but we can't just stand by and watch him do this to you, as the Grand Priest was shown wiping his mouth and responding, worry not about what will happen with me, he says. I know better than anyone of what Myrno is truly capable of, and I will not risk losing any more angels to him again. He's coming, the Grand Priest says. No matter what happens, you are to look after the others, especially the Omni Kings. I know what I'm doing, he adds, and I plan to keep the promise that I've given them by putting on a spectacle for them. It pains me to have to do this, but until I call for it, you are to refrain from joining this battle. As it was only then where out of nowhere, once again Myrno had gone and reappearing once again and attacking the other angels by telling them, what's this, a family reunion? This dinner table is seated for two. Now stand aside and watch as your beloved father is torn apart. Get out of my way, Myrno shouts. As with complete ease, Myrno was then shown having to knock away Vados, Margarita, and Whis all at the same time, but this in fact did not go unnoticed by the mortals, as Jiren went on to catch Margarita by telling her, I got you. Stay with me, as Kefla did the same with Vados by telling her, whoa, there we go, gotcha. That was a close one, as Beerus was also shown catching Whis by telling him, you're not going down that easily, Whis. Hey, can you hear me? Stay with us. As Whis responds, I hear you, Lord Beerus. Thank you. Listen to me. Although the Grand Minister is in full control of this battle, there is no telling what Myrno might do or how far he's willing to go if backed into a corner. Searching to find the Myrno of old has failed, Whis adds. He is long gone, and I'm sure the Grand Minister sees this as well, with Beerus responding, so then what do you think we should do? We've been given the order to stay back as they fight. So what are we to do from here if we can't jump in to aid the Grand Priest? Up there, Whis says, the Saiyan Spirit Bomb, he adds. Although they have maxed out the universe's energy to grow the bomb larger, we must find a way to give them even more energy to ensure the Spirit Bomb's power. As Beerus responds, so, you're saying that even after giving our own power, it still won't be enough? So how are we to know this will work, Beerus asks. I'm guessing the mortals are waiting for the perfect time to pick their spots in order to launch it, but how could we fuel the bomb if we've already maxed out Universe 7's energy? Unless, Beerus says, as we only then go back to the Grand Priest and Myrno, who are both shown locked in a very intense battle, as the Grand Priest was shown catching on to Myrno's punch by telling him, and what do you hope to accomplish if you see this mission of yours through, he asks. If you were to somehow destroy me along with the Omni Kings, then what exactly do you expect will happen? As from that point, Myrno was also shown having to latch on by catching the Grand Priest's punch. He then went on to respond by telling him, a new beginning, that's what, one without meaningless laws upheld by brainless little children. And I, as its supreme king, look how weak those angels have gotten since the glory days of when I was around to help them. They've grown comfortable during these ages of peace, as with the Grand Priest and Myrno shown locking in a test of strength, with Myrno appearing overly confident as the Grand Priest kept his composure. Myrno then went on to continue, but once this day is through, none of you will ever know peace. The errors of the gods that have gone overlooked for eons will be corrected. The laws held in place which are meant to bond us will be broken. The weak shall die and only I will remain, the only existing life form in creation until it's restarted. In my image, in my name, Myrno adds. I thought you were better than this. Have you grown soft for me, Myrno asks? Are your emotions preventing you from killing me? That's if you even can, is that it? This is why you are unworthy to lead, Myrno says. You lead with emotion and rules. I will lead through might and instinct. You appear more relaxed than I imagined you'd be. Why is that, Myrno asks, as the Grand Priest went on to tell him, after all this time, I expected more from you considering you were my strongest angel and next in line to take my place as the Grand Minister of the Multiverse. But now look at you, the Grand Priest says. You are but a shell of who you once were. What makes you think you are above judgment? What makes you assume that you are above our angelic law, he asks. It was why you had fallen then, and it will be what results in your great fall now, child. You wanted complete control over things that you did not yet understand. So what did you do? You destroyed yourself in the process in order to reach for something that was never destined to be yours. Which only then, shockingly enough, as Myrno was overhearing this, while still locked in a test of strength with the Grand Priest, Myrno then took it upon himself to both literally and figuratively spit in the face of the Grand Priest, and the Grand Priest looked irate by this because not only was this one of the ultimate forms of blasphemy within the angelic race, but despite all of the common sense that the Grand Priest was desperately trying to embed within Myrno, Myrno from that point had then taken it upon himself to spit in his father's face, which by no means did not go unnoticed because as the Grand Priest quickly went on to let go, in uppercutting Myrno in the stomach, he then went on to tell him, Myrno, you will pay dearly for what you just did. How dare you, the Grand Priest says. You have some nerve, and with the Grand Priest shown having to flip Myrno over and then being shown having to throw him directly down onto the ground with such tremendous amounts of force and velocity that even the other angels went on to acknowledge this by responding, Did Myrno just— He did, Margarita says. He has lost his mind. No one has ever disrespected the Grand Priest like that. Ever! And as the Grand Priest was then shown having to stomp down on Myrno's chest and literally having to drive him through the planet itself, it was within those moments where the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, you have yet to feel my wrath for all of the horrors you've caused. And since you desperately wanted to experience my power, then let this be an example of it. As moments later with the two shown having to exit through the other side, both of the Omni Kings could not seem to contain their excitement as one of the Omni Kings went on to comment, I can't believe what I just saw. Did you see it too? Did you see it too? I've never seen anyone spit in the Grand Priest's face. I did, says the second Omni King. This battle is everything the Grand Priest promised it would be and more. This is so intense. I'm shaking in my seat. Oh, holy crap, Kefla says. He just smashed right into him and out through the other side of the planet. In case something happens to this planet, Golden Majin Buu adds, we must prepare our barriers to aid us. As it was only then through the other side of the planet with Myrno shown having to hold on to his chest, he then went on to respond, you deceiver. So, you are hiding your true power from me after all. I felt that one, Myrno says. That one actually hurts. What's wrong? Were my actions disrespectful? That was the exact feeling I had when you threw me out and left me to die, Snake. But I still stand before you. Are you starting to remember how durable my body is now, Myrno asks. You yourself had even said that it was as though my body was indestructible. So this really shouldn't surprise you, especially if I am able to still go toe-to-toe with you without exerting myself that much. Face it, traitor, you are fighting an unwinnable battle, because one way or another, I will find a way to break you, and then I will kill you. As the Grand Priest responds, I'm sensing doubt coming from your spirit. Is that because you are starting to worry about what's going to happen to you? You wish, Myrno says. Tell me, should I be the one who is worried, or should you be the one who should take heed? You know you can't destroy me, don't you? I've mastered the arts of soul separation and spirit splitting, which means unless you can truly overpower and destroy me, then I will always find a way to live on. I'm starting to wonder if fighting one of me is bothering you, then how about you try fighting dozens, Myrno says. I have acquired many abilities and skills that one would consider to be unnatural and forbidden. Of course, this being one of many of them, he adds, as it was only then shown where dozens of portals were then beginning to open up, as through them, we then had bared witness how multiple original Myrnos were then beginning to step on through. In an act of trying to outnumber the Grand Priest, Myrno then went on to continue, "So tell me, should we go on and attack you together, or should we break away and kill the other worms first? I assure you there will be no more resurrections after this is over," the Grand Priest says. "Your fight is with me. The others are of no concern to you at the moment. I know what you are trying to do," the Grand Priest says. "It is a skill that you learned from training with me. You will not be able to break through my defenses to find what you are looking for," as Myrno then went on to smile and responding, "Smart! But do you really think I can't break through? Well, let's put that to the test then. What will it be?" he asks. "Will we attack the rats on the planet, or will we see it to kill you first? Let's see how good your eyes truly are, so pay attention, because here we go." As right before initially going out of his way to attack the Grand Priest, that's when Myrno went on to acknowledge the Grand Priest by telling him, "You know, I find your calm and collected demeanor to be rather fascinating during these dark times that you face. I wonder if that's because you are preparing yourself for the inevitable. You won't get very far against me," Myrno says. "That I can assure you," as the Grand Priest responds, "Your arrogance continues to blind you from the truth. You will refrain from targeting the others and you will focus your attention towards me. So don't try it, Myrno," with Myrno responding, "A little nervous, are we? We'll see what the outcome has in store for us. You are more important to me now than those worms are anyway. Now then," Myrno adds, "destroy him." As all of a sudden during this moment, all of Myrno's clones had then taken initiative in making their way towards the Grand Priest, as Kefla went on to respond, "Everyone look, are those clones? He still has the ability to clone himself?" As Margarita went on to respond, "It's one of Myrno's trademark techniques, which is what makes him such a difficult opponent to go up against. The Grand Priest is outnumbered out there," as one of the clones made his way in. As the Grand Priest went on to defend himself, it was only right then and there where all of Myrno's clones were then shown jumping the Grand Priest, as Android 35 went on to chime in, "But can the Grand Priest hold off against them? There are dozens of them up there. We can't just stand around and watch this." As with all of the Myrno clones then shown having to attack the Grand Priest in jumping him at the same time, the original Myrno went on to take a step back and having to observe the overall situation by responding, "That's right. That's the way. Smash him until there is nothing left. Show him your pain. Beat him into submission until he begs for his life. How does it feel knowing that you can't win, Minister? Does it anger you knowing that you've been surpassed by a superior angel? That's right, my mighty army. Crush him. Beat him until he is barely breathing and then bring him over to me. Annihilate him," he adds. "We can't just stand here and watch this happen," Jiren adds. "I refuse to wait around while our lives hang in the balance. The Grand Priest is outnumbered and he needs our help. We've got to fight even if we die," Jiren adds. "I won't stand for it." But before Jiren can go and make his move, Whis went on to stick his arm out by stopping Jiren and telling him, "Warrior of the 11th, you will wait. Although outnumbered, the Grand Priest knows exactly what he's doing. Until he calls for it, we will wait," Whis says. As all the while when going back to all of the clones being shown attacking the Grand Priest, we then see how Myrno had picked up on something in noticing something very unusual among the dog pile, as Myrno went on to add, "He's unaffected. What is that snake up to? There's no way he's not damaged by their attacks." But then, through the mosh pit, we then see how the Grand Priest had then taken it upon himself in dashing towards the original by shouting, "That's enough!" To where as soon as the Grand Priest was then shown having to punch Myrno in the face in creating a massive shockwave in space, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "You will not be allowed to progress any further with your madness. You are to experience what those who stood across from you had to experience before you are destroyed for good." To where once more, as soon as we then get to see how all of reality around Myrno is then beginning to get shattered, as Myrno's body was sent crashing through multiple dimensions, Beerus went on to add, I can't believe what I'm seeing. The Grand Priest is truly something else, Whis. Despite facing overwhelming odds, he isn't cracking under the pressure against Myrno. How does he do it, Whis? What is the true depth of his power?" With Whis responding, "The Grand Priest has only ever showcased his true power on two separate occasions. Once being when Myrno had graduated and becoming the Grand Angel among our race, and once when he was forced into casting Myrno out after learning of his true intentions of multiversal genocide. As powerful and as dangerous as the Grand Priest is, he does not wish to inflict any harm on any of the universes while battling Myrno. He is very careful with his actions as he does not wish to destroy all of reality in the process. I truly wish that it had never come down to this, Whis adds, but Myrno has brought this war onto himself. As with Myrno's body still shown having to crash through several different dimensions, Beerus then went on to ask, so, then it's over, right? Myrno doesn't have a chance if what you are saying is true, right, Whis? As Whis responds, I would like to hope so, but I still have a bad feeling about this. We will see, Whis says. As with the Grand Priest then having to oversee how Myrno's clones were then disappearing, he then went on to add, this would have worked on anyone else if you tried this tactic against them, but let's not forget I was the one who taught you what you know. Which interestingly enough, as the Grand Priest went on to look on down, in noticing the massive spirit bomb beneath him, the Grand Priest then went on to add, the mortal spirit bomb has appeared to have stopped collecting energy from the 7th. Perhaps this could be useful against Myrno after all, but with the amount of power that it has, it won't be enough, the Grand Priest says. They were reserving this in case I fell in battle, but it doesn't need to be saved if they intend to use it, he says. To where out of nowhere, as soon as the Grand Priest had then gone in making his way and appearing in front of Vegito, in being taken back by the sudden appearance of the Grand Priest then went on to add, Mortal Saiyan Vegito. This technique of yours is surely very impressive. Well done on collecting Universe 7's energy. Hey, thank you, Vegito says. But as strong as this is, I don't think it'll be enough to destroy him, as the Grand Priest responds, oh yes, I know, which is why I have come to tell you that you will be collecting more energy to grow this spirit bomb of yours larger. Wait, what? But how, Vegito asks? Why create something if you don't intend to use it, am I right? You will gather energy from across the multiverse to aid you, the Grand Priest says. I promise the Omni Kings a great battle, and I intend to keep my end of the deal. Although you will not launch the bomb until I give you the order, do you understand? You are to wait on my signal to do so. To whereas we then see how Myrno's body is continuing to travel through different dimensions, Myrno went on to break his fall and grabbing onto his face by responding, I knew it. He was watching my battles with the others very closely, so he already expected for me to use clones against him. I've had enough of this, Myrno says. He isn't fighting to kill me, otherwise he would use more of his true power that I remembered. So what's he trying to do? As we then go back to the Omni Kings, who seemingly cannot contain their excitement, the Omni Kings went on to acknowledge each other by commenting, have you ever seen a fight this good? I can't believe it. I hope that they could fight forever, says the second Omni King. This is so awesome. I wonder who will win, as the Grand Priest went on to chime in by acknowledging them and responding, well, I am very happy that you are getting as much entertainment out of this as possible, sires, but I do believe it is time that we bring this battle with Myrno to a close before things get out of hand. Just sit and watch, as an angry Myrno chimes in, this isn't a game. Now I'm mad. Now you've done it. Do we have an understanding, mortal, the Grand Priest asks, as Vegito responds, yeah, I understand. So how are we doing this? I've never drawn energy from other universes before, as the Grand Priest responds, that I will leave in the hands of the angels below. In the meantime, he adds, I know that wherever Myrno may be, he is certainly not finished. Not by a long shot, he adds, and I know that he will do whatever it takes to win. Gather as much power as you can and hold nothing back. We've lost too much to turn back or give up now, the Grand Priest adds. This battle is far from over, which is why you must remain where you are until you are needed. I want to see them fight some more, says one of the Omni Kings. Pow, pow! Me too, says the second Omni King. This is so much more intense than the Tournament of Power we held. But it was only during that moment where the Grand Priest went on to feel something, as through the portal we then get to see how there was a silhouette of Myrno having to be shown stepping on through, in which as he did, Myrno went on to address the Grand Priest by telling him, I hope you weren't celebrating prematurely knowing what you already know Myrno in your heart, coward. You think this is all I have? Do you truly believe that you've won? You'd be dreaming to believe such things, Snake. I'm far from being beaten. You should know that better than anyone. I should have known you were holding back for a reason. It was to give those rotten pests a show now, was it? So that was your agreement. Well, show's over, Myrno shouts. It's time I do what I should have done earlier, and that's slaughter everyone around you, Myrno shouts. You haven't beaten me. You're not even close, you fool. Think you can save them? Well, just try, Myrno shouts. To where as soon as Myrno had then gone and firing multiple blasts down upon everyone, it was the Grand Priest who then went on to take immediate action in swiping away and deflecting each and every single one of Myrno's blasts, as with both of the Omni Kings once again trying to do their best in containing their excitement, the Omni Kings then went on to shout, "Wow! Look at all of those energy attacks! There's so many of them!" "I know," says the second Omni King. He tried attacking the others, but the Grand Priest stopped it. But it was during this moment where Myrno had gone and shifting his focus now directly at the Omni Kings, with a sadistic, evil, and sinister smile now on his face, Myrno had then gone and raising his arm and pointing it directly at them, as Myrno went on to comment, "Ah, but how could I ever forget about you, little worms? You are the reason why all of this even started. It was your judgment call that led to my exile. Throw me out, will you? I've waited generations to see this day through. Here, I owe you," Myrno says. As even then with both of the Omni Guards very shocked by what Myrno had said, the Omni Guards went on to comment, He's aiming right for them. Quickly, we must protect them," says the second Omni Guard. "The Kings," the Grand Priest shouts, as Myrno then did not waste a single second in firing multiple energy blasts down at the Omni Kings by shouting, "Die, you miserable little Omni brats!" Which fortunately enough, before Myrno's blasts had actually made contact, both Omni Guards were then shown having to create multiple layers of barriers to protect them, as a hailstorm of energy blasts were then shown raining upon them. That's when the Omni Guards went on to comment, "Hold the barrier no matter what. We must not let those blasts strike them." "Oh wow," says one of the Omni Kings, "this is so cool. Look at all of these barriers. Wait, are those blasts meant for us?" As with Myrno's blasts now slowly but surely now beginning to penetrate each and every single layer of the Omni Guard's barrier, the Omni Guards quickly went on to take notice of this, as they went on to further comment, "The shields are starting to break. We're losing each layer. We must hold. Do not let them break. His attacks are too strong," says the second Omni Guard. "Hold the line. Do not let him cross." As Myrno appears to be having the time of his life, because he knows in a matter of moments that the Omni Guard's barriers will in fact actually shatter, with the blast having to then make contact, as Myrno went on to respond, "What's the matter, slaves? Are my attacks a little too strong for your pathetic barrier to protect? That's right, one by one they will break. And then I will kill the two of them, as I should have done a very long time ago when I had the chance. Are you starting to remember me now, little worms?" Myrno asks. "I'm going to rip you both apart. It's only going to be a matter of time before those barriers break, and when they do, the two of you are going to die." But then, before Myrno could even finish in executing his mission in having to fire down upon the Omni Kings, it was only right then and there where out of nowhere, the Grand Priest went on to punch Myrno in the face by shouting, "You will not harm them!" To where as soon as the Grand Priest was shown having to knock Myrno away, the Grand Priest had then redirected his focus at the Omni Guards by telling them, "Guards, no matter what happens, do not allow for him to get within the Omni King's vicinity." You truly think you have me all figured out, don't you?" Myrno asks. "Well, now you are about to find out how wrong you truly are. Now witness a power that you haven't seen since the early days of my ascension. I'm about to show you the very power you feared eons ago. A rare sight to behold indeed. No more games," Myrno says. "No more holding back. No more. No more!" Myrno shouts, to where it was during this moment where out of nowhere, Myrno then began to power up in such an intense way that everyone now began to take notice, as Vados went on to respond, "Oh no, Myrno, don't! It's just as I feared, Whis. We were right. As Kefla asks, what's happening? What's he about to do? With Vados responding, this is my brother's true power brought forth onto the surface. And with Myrno shown powering up in such an intense way that it only then had gone in creating a massive and powerful wind force that went on to rock everything around Myrno, with both of the Omni Guards once again shown creating a barrier and protecting the Omni Kings, that's when the Omni Kings went on to ask, are you seeing this? What incredible energy. I remember this feeling from somewhere. He looks very scary, much meaner than he was a minute ago. I think he's about to use his full power. This is so intense. With the second Omni King asking, is the Grand Priest going to stop him? What if Myrno beats him now? Do you think he will lose? I don't know, says the first Omni King, but I don't like this feeling, as within that moment, one of the Omni Guards went on to respond, hold the barriers no matter what. The fallen angel is using his full power. As with all of the other angels then shown having to protect everybody else by creating barriers, that's when Beerus went on to ask, is it true, Whis? Is he really about to unleash his full power against the Grand Priest? As Whis responds, I'm afraid he is, yes. This is what we remember Myrno best for before he was exiled. The power which you are all about to see was the same power that rivaled the Grand Priests at one point. It was why Myrno was appointed in becoming the Grand Angel and next in line to take the role as the Grand Priest one day. Should we attack him now before he completes his transformation? Golden Majin Buu asks, with Jiren responding, that won't work. Do you guys feel how dense the air has become? Android 35 asks. It feels like the entire atmosphere is changing around us, as even Vegito went on to respond, God, what power! I've got to hold this spirit bomb from breaking loose. Ugh, what a mess. So this is Myrno's true power, is it? As indeed it was, because Myrno's transformation from there was so intense that not only did he go as far as to blow off his entire shirt, but Myrno seemingly enough had also appeared as though he was gaining muscle mass, as Beerus went on to respond, damn it, great. As if he wasn't impossible to beat before, now he's going to use his true power in battle. What else is this fiend hiding that we don't know about? As Whis went on to ask, what do you think, Vados? I assume that Myrno was at least close to using his true power in battle before, but I had no idea he was hiding this much power from us. Do you think we should intervene despite our father's wishes? I did not expect for Myrno to go this far. As Vados responds, I don't think it's wise to get in between their battle without the Grand Priests calling for it. We must assist the mortals here in the meantime. Did you overhear what was said to Vegito? We have other duties to attend to as they fight. As with Myrno shown continuing to power up in a very ferocious way, that's when Whis went on to chime in by responding, Myrno's power is channeling across the multiverse. Every universe is touched by his presence. It was one of his most impressive attributes when he was with us. I just hope he isn't as difficult to take down as I assume he'd be. But the Grand Minister is not without great resolve either, Whis says. Every single one of his actions are calculated with accuracy, with Vados chiming in the meantime, we are to assist Vegito with his spirit bomb. It's clear to me now that the Grand Priest intends on using it at some point. Myrno's power may be felt across every dimension and universe, but we are not without fighting him until the end, she says. While the others safeguard their worlds, we will do what we must to borrow energy from across the multiverse in order for this to work. Oh, this is insane, Vegito says. So we never truly stood a chance against him to begin with. If anything, he went on to add, we were fighting him at his base level the entire time, and he still made it all look too easy. We can't stop now, Vegito adds. We've come too far. Even if he's at full power, we have to try. I feared this would happen, the Grand Priest says, but I had a feeling there was much more to you than meets the eye. The forbidden level of the angels. I remember this power of yours, the Grand Priest adds. You didn't have to do this, Myrno. Why let yourself be consumed with such hatred and rage? Why do you refuse to take accountability for your actions and accept your punishment? Why go this far, the Grand Priest asks, as lo and behold, finally in front of everybody, this was the true Myrno. This was Myrno in all his glory, in finally now revealing the true depths of his power, as Myrno went on to respond, because you were the one who agreed to have me be ripped away from my rightful place as God. You were the one who led the charge against me. You were the one who brought my actions forth to those ridiculous ridiculous children in power. And now this, which you see, is the result of my anger. This is the physical manifestation of the hatred I have boiling inside of me. This is the power that I know you once feared, brought forth onto the surface. Your pathetic rules and sanctions, your ridiculous laws and restrictions, they mean nothing and meant nothing to me. Such things were meant to enslave, not liberate. I wasn't suited to be the grand angel of only a few. I was born to become the ultimate God King, the supreme ruler of both life and death. And now, Myrno continues, you will meet your end. I've waited a millennia for this moment. Here, before you, I give you my all. His power's mind-boggling, Beerus adds. It's as though even gravity itself has become heavier from this transformation. So this is his true and absolute power, Beerus asks? Vados, it happened, Whis says. He's really done it. I'm trembling, Whis, Vados responds. We must act to aid the mortals quickly. There's no telling what's going to happen now, as out of nowhere, before you know it, Myrno had meant every bit of what he just said, because as he was then shown making his way towards the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest being taken back by Myrno's with even the Grand Priest himself being taken back by Myrno's tremendously increased speed level, that's when Myrno went on to shout, "No more tricks, no more games, give me your head." To where as soon as the Grand Priest had attempted in striking Myrno, it was only then evident where the Grand Priest's arm had then gone fully through him, in being totally taken back by surprise, as Myrno went on to tell the Grand Priest, "Oh no, this will not be as easy as you think it will." My hand went right through him, an evasive hologram counter, but then, before the Grand Priest could even react, Myrno had then gone in, punching the Grand Priest square in the stomach by telling him, "You fell right into my trap, just as I thought you would." Can you feel that? Does it happen to bring back painful memories, Myrno asks? Come here, I'm far from finished with you. And as soon as Myrno had then grabbed the Grand Priest by the face, in them being shown having to drive his body down onto the ground and making contact with the floor, the others could not seem to believe as to what was going on, as Kefla went on to ask, "What the hell just happened? Was anyone else able to follow what just happened?" As Vados went on to respond, "I couldn't follow it either. Myrno must have moved by using speed that is far beyond what our eyes can see. It almost appeared as though they were both standing still." As with Myrno then being shown having to be placed on top of the Grand Priest, in pinning the Grand Priest's face down on the ground by smashing him ever so closer into the dirt, that's when Myrno went on to ask him, "What happened? Where did your mighty power go? Does it hurt?" It should, because this was the pain that I had to feel when you stabbed me in the back. I'm going to punish you the way you had punished me. Tell me something. Should I go on and smash your skull into the ground, or should I blow you into a million pieces? You are no longer in control. You will no longer haunt my soul with your acts of self-righteousness. Do you want to know what I'm going to do first once I destroy everything, Myrno asks? I'm going to create a new race of angels, ones who will bend to my every command, ones who will have the freedom to do as they choose without the rule of law to stop them. My own personal angelic slaves, he adds. Then I will drink the blood of every single existing mortal that's kept alive as my entertainment. Why? Because they are beneath me. I was created before them. I came first, not them. I will rule with an iron fist, and there will be nothing and no one in this or any other world that will stop me. As we only then notice how the Omni Kings are becoming very alarmed by the overall situation, that's when the Omni Kings went on to chime in by responding, "Hey, he said he wants to become like me? He wants to rule everything and kill everyone as the Omni King? I'm starting not to like watching him fight anymore," says the second Omni King. "He's looking right at us," as indeed Myrno was, because while pinning the Grand Priest on the floor, that's when Myrno went on to turn around by acknowledging the Omni King Kings and telling them, "And the two of you, what brain-dead excuses for leaders. Your guards won't last very long once I'm done ripping this fool below me apart. I want you to remember something, little worms. You are no warriors, which means you can only do so much to defend yourselves against me. I'm going to erase the two of you, take my rightful place as king, and use the Super Dragon Balls to bend existence to my will. And there is nothing that you or any of those other weaklings watching that can stop me from achieving it. Oh, look at the mighty father of angels now. Struggle all you want. It won't matter," Myrno says. "What I'm going to do to you will be far beyond anything your deepest, darkest nightmares could ever conceive. First, I will break you. Every bone in your body will be broken so that way you can suffer a very slow and very painful death, and then you will die," Myrno says. But then, unbeknownst to Myrno, as he was pinning the Grand Priest down from behind him, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren had gone to intervene by grabbing Myrno by the shoulder and telling him, "Not as long as we're here to stop you, you're not. Pride Trooper of the 11th, you again." As with Jiren, we also then see how full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly had also gone in doing the same thing, as even Broly went on to grab onto Myrno's shoulder by telling him, "Let go of him. You annoying little insects just don't know when to give up and die, do you?" Myrno asks. "Mortal warriors, don't," the Grand Priest utters. "We still have some unfinished business to attend to," Jiren says. "Business?" Myrno asks. "You and I have no business with any of you," Myrno says. To where in that very moment, as quickly as it happened, Myrno had then gone in, glaring away both Jiren and Broly by telling them, "I got what I needed from you idiots. Now stand aside. I assure you that you will all be dealt with once this is done." To where we then see how both Margarita and Whis were able to save both Jiren and Broly from flying out any further, and from that point on ordering a structural attack. That's when Whis went on to tell Broly, "Stay with us, warrior. You will not fall." "Margarita, on your signal," Whis shouts. "Broly, you are to synchronize your attack with mine and attack together on my go." "I hear you, Whis," Margarita says. "I got you, Jiren. Quickly, we must attack my brother together. Are you with me?" With Jiren responding, "Yes. I hear you." "Hurry now, Jiren." "Whis will fire at the same time." As Jiren responds, "I'm ready. Let's blast him." As both Whis and Broly were also shown synchronizing their attack with Whis responding, "Channel your inner power, Broly, and hold nothing back." "We're ready, Margarita." And as soon as all four of them were then shown in position, that's when they all went on to shout, "Now!" As from that point on, with all four of them shown having to blast Myrno from behind, with Myrno then shown creating a barrier around him, while at the same time still clutching onto the Grand Priest's face, that's when Myrno went on to respond, "Damn these worms. Is this what it's come down to? If you're honestly hoping that they will save you, then I must have hit you a lot harder than I thought," Myrno says. "You fools won't save him. I will draw blood and end his life, and there is nothing that any of you can do that will stop me. I am the mightiest life form in all of creation," Myrno shouts. "The peak of power and divine dominance. Until he is dead, you will be left to watch. Now stand out of my way." To where as soon as Myrno was shown having to blast all four of their attacks away, Myrno from there went on to redirect his focus back at the Grand Priest by responding, "Now, where were we, you rats? Ah, that's right. Dying a slow and painful," but then, to the surprise of Myrno, even while pinning the Grand Priest down, the Grand Priest had gone in, raising his arm up directly in Myrno's face by telling him, "You will not be allowed to disrupt the balance of creation anymore. As you draw your mightiest form, I will remind you of your place against me, child." To where it was within that moment where the Grand Priest was shown having to blast Myrno directly off of him, in nearly sending Myrno's body flying out of orbit, as even Beerus went on to acknowledge this by responding, "Yes! The Minister still has a lot of fight left within him, which means there is still a great chance that this battle will favor us tremendously." So we're back with Myrno, as Myrno was then shown having to muster out the sheer willpower and strength that he had within him in preventing his body from flying out any further. Myrno from that point on proceeded to maintain balance by having to stabilize himself himself in responding, "Ugh, a clever tactic, but this won't go the way you think," he says. "Have you forgotten already? You should know better than anyone that I am unbeatable when I am at my max. That attack of yours was worthless. I don't even feel it." But then, as Myrno had gone and looking on and noticing how the Grand Priest was right on his tail, before Myrno could even act, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "I indeed remember, but your arrogance will be what destroys you." As the Grand Priest was shown having to attempt to uppercut Myrno in the face, Myrno from that point on was actually fast enough in having to move out of the way by telling him, "Never. You confuse my confidence for arrogance because you know that I am the only existing entity that can challenge and rival your power." So where shockingly enough, as Myrno was then shown having to punch the Grand Priest directly in the stomach and shattering all of reality around them, and once again going as far as to emphasize the difference between what he was then and what he is now, Myrno then went on to continue, "It will be you who pays. It will be you who begs. It will be you who atones for the horrors that you've made me experience. You think I've forgotten about the book of life that you keep inside the Omni Rat's palace? Once I'm done slaughtering you all, history will forever be rewritten as I spawn a new existing multiverse through that very same book." Aw man, what a fight, Vegito says, but I can't draw any more energy from this universe. I've got to try collecting power from other universes and see how far this can get us. "Hey Whis, Vados," Vegito shouts. "I'm a little stuck here. We've maxed out Universe 7's energy and we need more if we hope to win. Try and see if the two of you can reach out to other universes for help. We can't hold this thing up here forever." As Whis went on to turn towards Vados and responding, "We should probably try and alert the other universes now while we can." As Vados responds, "Agreed. We'll use our staffs to contact the other gods of destruction and angels and inform them about the situation. Whatever power we can collectively gather is better than not gathering any at all," she says. "I am also very well aware of what Myrno did with your staff," she adds. "Here, use and keep this," she says. "Now we must hurry, Whis. There's no telling of what may happen if we don't act now," she says. To where within that moment, as both Whis and Vados had gone in using their staffs to contact the other gods of destruction and angels, it was from that point on where Whis and Vados had gone in addressing the multiverse by stating, "Attention all gods of destruction and angel attendees. Our battle with Myrno has reached a pivotal moment where your aid is needed. Lend us your energy and transfer any and all collective power from your universes into the Saiyan warrior Vegito from the 7th. The fate of existence itself lies in your hands. The Grand Minister is at war with Myrno right now and time is not to be wasted." As we only then make our way back to the Omni Kings in seeing how they're overlooking a chaotic battle happening above them, with both of the Omni Kings seemingly enthralled by this battle, the Omni Kings then went on to comment, "Everything is so bright and sparkly up there. Wow! Look at them go," says the second Omni King. "They're shattering so many realities. I can't tell what's going on anymore," says the first Omni King, "but this is so awesome. Everything is shaking." As all the while with Myrno shown having to duck, dodge, and avoid each and every single one of the Grand Priest strikes, and now having to showcase the full extent of what he can do, it was only then where Myrno went on to ask, "Tell me, is it me or are you no longer in control of our fight anymore?" he asks. "I thought so. Weren't you the one who showed me a higher level?" he asks. "Where's yours?" "Weak," Myrno adds, "both in mind and body," as he was then shown grabbing onto one of the Grand Priest punches, and from there with his other hand shown having to spawn an energy blade, he then went on to continue, "Here's to you, coward. Let my blade be what ends you." And the moment Myrno had gone in attempting to slice the Grand Priest in half, it was only then where the Grand Priest was shown having to grab onto Myrno's energy blade by telling him, "Your wrath and hatred towards the gods and mortals will not be what overcomes my resolve to preserve and protect." But that's when Myrno had went on to spawn another energy blade with his hand, in thus attempting to slice the Grand Priest by using both arms and telling him, "Shut your mouth, liar. Yes, it will. I will make sure that it does." "Don't you see it too?" Myrno asks. "Can't you feel it? Your emotions are what's tearing you apart right now. I can feel you slipping," Myrno adds. "Didn't you once say that you also had an ultimate battle form? Well, where is it? Is this it? Is this your full power?" Myrno asks. "Because if it is, then you're finished." "That's right. Just let my blade slowly touch down on your flesh so I can rip you apart." As with the Grand Priest shown trying to do his best in not allowing for these blades to rip him apart, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, illusion clouds your mind, child. You clearly don't remember. But it's as I said, your arrogance is what will become your ultimate and painful downfall. The more I look into your eyes, the Grand Priest says, the more I'm beginning to see the true nature of your rage. I never wished to eradicate you until the day I saw rage begin to overtake the goodness inside of you. You could never understand my duties to uphold peace and justice without bias, the Grand Priest says, and as such I will continue to punish you for the sake of the Omni King's entertainment before I destroy you once and for all. And the moment the Grand Priest was shown punching Myrno in the face, in once again shattering all forms of reality around them, as Myrno was sent crashing through multiple different dimensions, as the Grand Priest went on to tell him, your ultimate form and full power will not bring you victory over me today. Hey Whis, Gohan asks, what happens if this continues? Since they're shattering through reality itself, will this somehow have an effect on our universe if this continues? As long as the Grand Minister is in full control, Whis says, no matter what happens, everything will be restored and corrected in time. As we only then observe how Myrno's body is shown smashing through multiple different dimensions, the Omni Kings then went on to add, wow, this is the greatest battle that I've ever witnessed in my entire life. I know, says the second Omni King, where are they going now? I can't see, are they in a different timeline? I hear you, sire, says the Grand Priest, worry not, I will be right back, so please remain patient. As through the other side, we once again see how Myrno had gone in maintaining balance by stabilizing himself and responding, what was that supposed to be? You've lost it, haven't you? It's pointless and you know it, because now you're starting to see little by little. You talk about arrogance, but ignorance is not the same as innocence, and you are not innocent for what you've done. You may not be familiar with this one, but let's try that Frieza's death beam on for size, Myrno says. To where as soon as we then see how Myrno had gone in firing multiple death beams directly at the Grand Priest was not fazed by these attacks at all, as the Grand Priest went on to dodge each and every single one of these death beams by responding a proficient attack, but without proper usage of it, you will never successfully be able to use it in battle. As all the while behind the Grand Priest, we then see how Myrno's death beams were actually the cause of the hyperbolic time chamber then being shown getting destroyed, which of course they just so happen to have entered such a dimension courtesy of reality being shattered around them, as within that very moment, that's when Myrno went on to address the Grand Priest by telling him, you seem to know a lot about monsters, don't you? Especially how to make them, since you're looking at one. Your greatest creation turned against you. You turned against yourself long before you turned your back on those who cared about you, the Grand Priest responds. Enough of this carnage, Myrno, as the Grand Priest then took it upon himself in firing a gigantic energy blast at Myrno, with Myrno then shown having to hold a defensive guard. That's when Myrno went on to respond, no, not until you are dead. As it was only right then and there where the Grand Priest attack had then gone on to make contact, in not only going as far as to create a massive explosion in front of him, but at the same time, whatever it was that the Grand Priest had done had gone to also surprise Myrno, as through the smoke we then see how something had gone to pique Myrno's interest, as Myrno went on to respond, wait a minute now, what was that you just merged with your attack, Myrno says. That attack was much stronger than any of the attacks you've used before. Why, Myrno asks. What did you do? You did something, didn't you? You're hiding something from me, aren't you, coward? Tell me. I never wanted for any of this to happen, Myrno, the Grand Priest responds. I never intended for there to be a war held between angels, mortals, and gods. I tried warning you, he says. I tried giving you several chances to stop this, but you are continuing to push and push and push, and once I am backed into a corner, the Grand Priest says, I will have no other way than to go right through you. As Myrno then went on to respond, you think I'm a joke? Is that what you believe? You don't think I possess the power to destroy you, is that it? Listen to me and listen to me well, he adds. The only reason why I haven't killed you yet is because my intention is to make you suffer a very slow and very painful death. What's the point of rebuilding myself into what I am now if I can't torment you for the horrors you've caused me since throwing me out, he asks. You, on the other hand, you seem to be pulling your punches for the sake of providing those little degenerates with the entertainment that they so desperately crave. I will not be used as a guinea pig for your master's entertainment. That energy, Vegito says, says, "Is that it?" It is! I can feel it! It worked! I can feel power flowing in from all across the multiverse! To where as we only then see how Vegito's Spirit Bomb is now beginning to get bigger and bigger and bigger, Vegito then went on to continue, yes! Yes! This is incredible! Wow! I can feel the energy of so many life forms from all across the multiverse, including its gods of destruction and their angels from each universe as well. The power of this Spirit Bomb is almost overwhelming. It's huge! And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. That's it, everyone, Vegito shouts. Keep it coming. Give us everything you have to win this. Whis, look at that, Vados says. This is what it truly means to stand as one, Whis responds. To fight for a cause that's greater than any one individual. The will to fight for the right to exist. To where as we only then make our way back to Myrno and the Grand Priest, Myrno went on to stick his finger out by pointing at the Grand Priest and telling him, "You will no longer be pulling your punches against me. Do you understand? If I'm going to claim your head, then I want it to be while you are at your absolute best. I don't care about entertaining those little runts. Once you're dead, they'll be next to die anyway. I want to claim the head of the mightiest angel and warrior in existence while at their peak of power," Myrno adds. "It'll be all the bragging rights I need to show you all why I am beyond your very best." As the Grand Priest went on to respond, "As powerful as you may be, even as the second strongest life form in existence right now, you are not ready to face me at my absolute best." And this went on to completely shock Myrno as Myrno went on to ask, "What did you just say to me?" "There is no way you are telling the truth, and I'm about to prove it to you," Myrno says. "I'm calling your bluff, so by the time we return to the present, I will return with your head as my trophy. I've seen your best, and this is what I remembered you being. And as such, we are evenly matched, or so you may think. But I have a lot more to show you before we are through. Either reveal your best to me or perish in the process." As in the meantime, when going back to Vegito and still being shown collecting even more energy for the multiversal Spirit Bomb, with the Spirit Bomb now gradually shown getting larger and larger, that's when Vegito went on to respond, "Yes, come on everyone, keep it coming. If this doesn't work, then I honestly don't know what will." Not only does the Spirit Bomb possess all of our powers from the battlefield right now, but it also possesses the power of every god of destruction and every angel in the multiverse right now. This is our one and only shot to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. As even Jiren went on to ask Whis, "Will it work?" With Whis responding, "We'll never truly know until it is fired upon," he says. "I have faith that it may, but we must wait for the order," he adds. Vegito is doing his best to hold this power together before unleashing it on Myrno. I can only imagine that the Grand Priest has a plan just waiting for it to be used in motion. "Hey, look, remember that from the Tournament of Power? It's huge," says one of the Omni Kings. "Hey, how about we give a little bit of our energy too and see what happens?" As the second Omni King responds, "Yes, I do. I agree. Let's play along and make that energy ball bigger." As within that moment, as the multiversal Spirit Bomb is then shown beginning to get so big that it even now engulfs the very planet that our heroes are on right now, with more and more energy pouring in, that's when Vegito went on to add, "It's all or nothing. Now where are they? It's almost ready to be used. I just hope that once this is done, he is gone and gone for good," Vegito says. As everything including the atmosphere around them seems to be changing, that's when Kefla went on to ask, "Hey, do you guys see that? The sky around us appears to be changing. What the heck is going on? Where did those two go?" "Wherever they are," Beerus mentions, "one of them seems to be affecting everything so much that it's causing our dimension here to feel its effects. Those two are going to destroy everything if this keeps going the way it's going," Kefla adds. "Does anyone else feel that too?" Android 35 chimes in. "The air around us seems heavy and dense. I sense a very dark energy coming from a very far away place. Myrno's causing all of this to happen, isn't he?" As Vados went on to respond, "My brother's power is beginning to affect and spread throughout all of space-time itself. A power-up of some kind. I can only hope the Grand Minister is in control of this entire situation," she adds. "Wherever whatever they may be fighting right now, as all the while we then get to see how Myrno began to power up with such intensity and fury that Myrno went on to tell the Grand Priest, "My very power alone speaks for itself, a bottomless void of unmitigated potential and experience. There is no other power that is greater than what you see before you. And you stand there and say that I am not ready? No. You are the one who isn't ready. Now die," Myrno shouts. To where once again, as soon as Myrno had attempted in stabbing the Grand Priest by using his energy blade, with the Grand Priest then being shown having to avoid each and every single one of these strikes, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, "You are so obsessed with claiming vindication that you are starting to lose the very focus you had when this initial battle started. Your skills are great, but they will not work on me and you know it," the Grand Priest says. "Stop this while you still have the chance, child," as Myrno went on to respond, "You're insane. I will never stop until you are dead. Dead," Myrno shouts. As we then take a look at how multiple portals had then opened up with Myrno's hand being shown attempting to do his best in doing everything he possibly could in stabbing the Grand Priest, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "You can't keep this up forever. One of these blades is bound to cut right through you. And if they don't," to where out of nowhere Myrno had then gone in emerging through one of his portals by wielding an axe and shouting, "Then I'll just tear your head right off your shoulders with my axe. Now I got you right where I want you," Myrno shouts. "This is the end!" To where as soon as Myrno had then gone in lunging his axe forward, in assuming that this was going to be what puts the Grand Priest down for good, it was only then where all of a sudden, where Myrno's axe had then ended up going right through the Grand Priest, as Myrno went on to respond, "Impossible! It went right through him, but that can't be. My eyes weren't taken off of him." But it was only then from out of nowhere where the Grand Priest had gone in kicking Myrno from behind by asking, "Or maybe perhaps your eyes are simply too slow to keep up with my speed." "I'm surprised that you'd forget," the Grand Priest says. "Was I too fast or were you too slow?" To where as Myrno was shown having to stabilize himself, that's when the Grand Priest went on to ask him, "Is the humiliation beginning to settle in yet, or do you need more of a reminder of the difference between us?" As Myrno went on to stick his arm out by responding, "I'll show you the difference between us, fool. Now kneel. Kneel before the one true King of Kings before you are crushed." To where as Myrno was then shown having to use his gravity technique and being shown having to weigh the Grand Priest down, with the Grand Priest shown having to struggle in standing up, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, "You will do exactly what you should have done long ago, and that's acknowledging your superior who stands before the throne. Now kneel, you dirty rat." To where as the Grand Priest was then shown slowly making his way down onto the floor, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "Good little pet, just like that. Is the gravity too much for you to bear? I can only imagine how painful this is for you. What a way to die, isn't it? Crushed to death by your own son. Good riddance," Myrno says. But it was only then where Myrno began to notice something very unusual, as Myrno went on to put this into question by asking, "What? No, damn it, no! You can't possibly be rising back up. No one has ever broken my gravity bind technique." As indeed the Grand Priest was shown doing, because as the Grand Priest was slowly making his way back up, it was only from there where the Grand Priest went on to inform his son by telling him, "This hatred that you have for me will be your undoing, child. Like many of the other angels, I was hoping that you would be able to release this evil from your hearts that has consumed you, that has transformed you into the monster you are now. But I bear the knowledge of all skills," the Grand Priest adds, "especially the ones you already know." "Yeah," Myrno asks, as he then went on to stick both arms out and using double the amount of gravity to hold the Grand Priest down. It was from that point on where Myrno went on to continue, "But how much can your body truly take before it breaks down on you? Remember, even you yourself said that an angel whose body is inactive is vulnerable to be broken, which is why my angels are all active and following their commands," the Grand Priest responds. "Together as one. Our unity is what bothers you, Myrno. We stand as one while you stand alone, and I as its frontline leader. Your greatest defeat didn't come by our hands, Myrno. Your greatest defeat came from within," as the Grand Priest Priest was finally shown standing back up, almost seemingly as though the gravity techniques that Myrno was applying had no effect. That's when the Grand Priest went on to continue. When you lost your will to resist the temptations of power, that was when you met your end. You were to take my place one day as the multiverse's greatest angel. I can see how wrong I was to place my faith in you, he says. As the very moment the Grand Priest from there had gone in glaring Myrno away, Myrno was from there being shown having to stumble on back, as he then went on to respond, "No, you won't. I won't let you snuff my glory away from me like you did before. I'll kill you, I swear, if it's the last thing that I ever do." And as soon as Myrno from there was shown having to charge directly at the Grand Priest again, in an act of pure rage, that's when Myrno went on to tell him, "You are what created this. You are responsible for the horrors I've endured. What are you hiding?" Myrno asks. "Face me, you coward!" As the moment Myrno was shown attacking the Grand Priest with the Grand Priest shown moving out of the way, that's when the Grand Priest went on to respond by telling him, "In a matter of moments, I will show you exactly what I've been telling you this entire time. Our laws are in place for a reason. Life is meant to be lived and rules are meant to be obeyed," the Grand Priest says. As all the while with the Grand Priest shown talking to Myrno, Myrno had attempted in doing his best to try and attack the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest further having to emphasize on Myrno's failures by telling him, "Your siblings counted on you. They looked up to you as their leader. I couldn't stand by and watch them revere a monster in the making. It was why you were exiled," the Grand Priest says. "It was why your fate was sealed. We were good to you until you decided to selfishly want more than what you can handle, to lust after something that was never meant to be yours, the power of the Omni Throne," the Grand Priest says. And Myrno is pissed because he knows that the Grand Priest is in fact telling the truth, but even then Myrno still attempts to try and kill the Grand Priest anyway, with Myrno from there being shown having to swing at the Grand Priest with the Grand Priest shown ducking on under. It was during these crucial moments where the Grand Priest went on to continue, "You should know better than any other angel that I am not without love. I hoped for there to be something of the old Myrno within you, but it's become painfully clear to me as of fighting you today that the once proud angel that I recognized as my equal is no longer within that vessel," the Grand Priest says. "You've murdered your own kind in cold blood. You must pay." To where as soon as the Grand Priest was shown striking Myrno and punching him in the stomach, Myrno's body had once again gone in shattering all throughout different dimensions, as Myrno himself even went on to put this into question by asking, "What the hell is happening? How is he able to fight back against me like this? No, this will not be how it ends. I will not fall to you again." Whereas we then see how both Myrno and the Grand Priest have now entered a completely different timeline, the future Trunks timeline as a matter of fact, in which both androids 18 and 17 had reigned supreme, in which as we see how the Grand Priest continues to punish Myrno by attacking him, the Grand Priest then went on to continue, "You've punished the innocent in favor of your own selfish desires. You've caused too much pain. As I smash you through each dimension, you will see that your actions will not be tolerated. This is for the disrespect you have brought onto our name, for the disrespect you have brought upon our race, along with the shameful acts that you have committed that was all in the name of your own ego and pride. For the horrors you've committed," the Grand Priest continues, "for the evil that you've allowed to overtake both your mind and your body, for the destroyers you have harmed, for the mortals that you have slaughtered along the way, and for the countless lives you've snuffed. It will be you who will never know peace," the Grand Priest says. As the onslaught continues with the Grand Priest shown kneeing Myrno in the stomach, that's when he went on to tell him, "For going against the laws which made you into who you were, your great disruption will be no more. If it's the throne that you seek along with unlimited power, if it's the book of life that you want and the title of Supreme God that you are looking for, then you will need to get past me to obtain it." To where as soon as Myrno's body was then once again shown having to crash through yet another dimension, this time around Myrno had just so happened to enter the original Dragon Ball timeline, in which little Goku had no idea as to what the heck was going on, as a terrified little Goku went on to comment, "Oh gosh, where did you come from? Who are you? What's happening?" "It's you," Myrno says. "As a child? We've traveled back into the past. You rotten mortal little scum, I will kill you and eradicate you across every timeline. Now die, worthless child. But before Myrno could go on to kill little Goku, it was from there where the Grand Priest went on to intervene by kicking Myrno in the face by telling him, "You will not harm the boy," in which once again Myrno had gone and shattering through reality itself and now shown entering another completely different dimension as the Grand Priest went on to turn towards Goku by telling him, "Hello there, son Goku, it's an honor. Carry on with your day, little one. Worry not about what will happen. Continue to go about your day and become the difference maker that you will grow into becoming. I bid you a farewell," the Grand Priest says. As we only then see how over on the other side with Myrno emerging, that's when Myrno went on to respond by telling the Grand Priest, "These timelines, every last one of them are a result of the mistakes made by the gods, each one representing your hypocritical enforcement." To where as soon as the Grand Priest attempted to strike Myrno again with Myrno moving out of the way, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "You can't keep this up forever, Minister. I'll wear you down and kill you if it's the last thing I do. You know killing me isn't going to be as easy as you think, which is why you can't do it." But that's when Myrno attempted to attack the Grand Priest, with the Grand Priest then being shown having to dodge each and every single one of his strikes by responding, "You must have forgotten my role along with my potential and duties as protector," he says. "Who said I was trying to end you? If I intended for it to be that way, then it already would have been done," the Grand Priest says, as he then went on to once again punch Myrno in the stomach with such tremendous force that all around them yet again reality was beginning to shatter as the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "But before that happens, first you will be punished. What you put out into the universe will be what you will receive in return," the Grand Priest adds. "You will know the feeling of what those who were destroyed by you felt like. Just as they had to suffer, you will suffer along the way. You stood by the phrase, an eye for an eye, did you not?" To where as Myrno's body was then shown having to now enter the present timeline, with Myrno shown grabbing onto the floor and responding, "God, no! I am better than this! I am stronger than you! I won't lose! I won't be destroyed!" Vados, look, Whis says, "Could it really be?" "I think so," Vados responds. "He's hurt." As within that moment, we then see how the Grand Priest had made his way towards Vegito, as the Grand Priest then went on to inform Vegito by telling him, "Saiyan mortal Vegito, your multiversal weapon of war appears as though it is finally ready. You are to now use this and obliterate Myrno once and for all," he adds. "I trust that this will be enough to rid him from existence for good. You are to hold nothing back and unleash this bomb upon him with everything you have." "That is an order," the Grand Priest says. The Omni King seemed to be enjoying this very much. It's what was needed in order for them to remain calm, but now is the time for the nightmare to come to an end, the Grand Priest says. "We're ready," Vegito adds. "If this is everything, then let this be the final nail in that bastard's coffin for good." "Everyone, quickly," Vegito shouts. "Get out of the way now!" "Oh wow, is he going to launch it?" the Omni King asks. "He is! Launch it, launch it, launch it!" As with a battle-damaged Myrno now being shown slowly having to stand up, that's when Myrno went on to put this into question by asking, "What? You, I should have known. Where did those mortals get all of this energy from? That coward stalled for time again in order for them to collect the energy they need to complete the spirit bomb. I will not fall to any of you," Myrno shouts. "This will not be how this story ends." As with everyone including Whis and Beerus being shown getting behind Vegito, that's when Whis went on to tell him, "Use everything you've got, warrior. Count on it," Vegito responds. "It's all or nothing right now, and this is our one and only chance to see this through. Now, here we go!" In an act of madness and disbelief, that's when Myrno went on to address the Grand Priest by shouting, "You coward, now I see what you've been doing. You were buying time for the mortals to complete their attack. I will not be destroyed by you. Your pathetic attack will fail as it all failed before." But that's when Vegito had gone and wasting no time by then responding, "We'll see about that, you monster. The time for you to pay for your crimes has come. You will not survive this one. This is the end for you, Myrno. This is our all. Everything we have merged into one. For all the lives you've ripped away, for every universe you've destroyed, and for every timeline you've affected. Now you will pay. This is our spirit bomb, Vegito shouts. As the very moment we then see how Vegito had gone in launching the multiversal spirit bomb down at Myrno, there was no possibility of Myrno ensuring that he could escape this, as Myrno from there went on to shout, I will not! As with Myrno then shown having to grab onto the spirit bomb, that's when Beerus went on to chime in, but that's not possible. Whis, how is he able to hold the spirit bomb back like this? Oh no, it's as I feared, Whis says. With Myrno damaged and seemingly vulnerable after engaging with the Grand Priest, I assumed he wouldn't have the power to hold the Saiyan spirit bomb back the way he is. Are you kidding me? Kefla asks. There's no way that freak is able to tank that attack like that. Just what more do we need to do to wipe him out for good, she asks, as even Vegito himself is now taken back by this, as Vegito went on to comment, what? There's just no way. He grabbed it and is holding it in place. Come on, go! You will never destroy me, you filthy mortals, Myrno shouts. It doesn't matter how much power you've collected to use against me, I am beyond it all. No, not like this, Vegito says. How the hell is he able to do this? Come on, we can't fail now. Push! As all the while with the Grand Priest having to see this, the Grand Priest then went on to say to himself, you continue to resist despite knowing that this may be the end. Why do you continue to defy me? Why are you so consumed with such anger towards us? As with the Omni King's guards now understanding the gravity of the situation, it was from there on where both of them went on to act quickly, as one of the Omni guards went on to comment, the situation has become too dangerous for us not to take action. Quickly, shield the Omni Kings and ensure the barrier holds, as the second Omni guard went on to respond, understood. Reinforce the barrier to protect them from any possible outbursts that may occur from this attack as well. But despite having their own safety threatened, both of the Omni Kings seem to be having a blast, as the Omni Kings from there went on to shout, whoa, this is the greatest battle that I think I've ever seen! This is so cool, look! Myrno stopped the spirit bomb just like Jiren did during the tournament! I know, says the second Omni King. Do you think they can beat him? Myrno is really strong. Hey, look there, he says. What's he doing? As with even Vegito now beginning to notice something, that's when Vegito went on to ask, what is he doing? No, there's just no way. Is he? He is. He's actually taking control of the spirit bomb, but that's not possible. What is he? As with the deranged Myrno having to do exactly that, that's when Myrno went on to ask, what happened, Fusion? You mortals just made the biggest mistake of your lives. And now that I have your weapon of war in my possession, it's time we turn this over and wipe you all out by using it. Which was exactly what Myrno had then begun to do, because as Myrno was slowly shown stepping on forward, and now slowly but surely being shown having to walk with the spirit bomb, that's when Myrno went on to continue. You wretched, disgusting, inferior little worms actually believe that this would kill me? No. I will use this very weapon that you have created against you and rid you all from this world for good. This power, this weapon made from the life forms of every existing creature from across the multiverse will ultimately become your own undoing. This is my weapon now. As we only then see how in fact Ultra Instinct Vegito was then beginning to lose ground, it was during that point where Vegito's body began to shake as Vegito went on to shout, no, damn it, we're losing ground fast. He's still too strong. He's pushing us back. Damn you, no, not like this. But it was only then where out of nowhere, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus had gone in assisting Vegito to push back the Spirit Bomb by telling him, damn it, Saiyan, like hell we will lose, especially not after everything we've been through with him to reach this point. Now come on, Beerus shouts. I'm getting sick of looking at his face. Let's finish this once and for all and put him out of his misery. Lord Beerus, you came, Vegito says. Yes, Saiyan, and it might be the last time time that I ever do if we don't kill him right now, so hurry up and let's get rid of him before he gets rid of us. Now push, Fusion! As once more, out of nowhere, we then also see how full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kefla had also joined the fray, in further providing her assistance to aid Vegito by telling him, "We are right here with you on this. Fighting this angel has taken more of a toll on us than expected, so let's turn this bastard's lights off for good." "Kefla, you too?" Vegito asks. "Thank you." "Now's not the time," Kefla shouts. "Now push back!" What is this? So the lambs are starting to gather for the great slaughter, are they? Myrno asks. "You mortals and gods are so far beyond your own contradictions. You do not succumb to evil. You are the great evil," Myrno says. "You created it and spread it with minds you shouldn't possess, and as such, you punish me? Each of you, together, you will all die. And this will be my instrument of destruction that will be used in your annihilation." As once more we then get to see how both Android 35 and Golden Majin Buu have now joined in assisting our heroes to push the Spirit Bomb back. It was only from there where Vegito went on to tell them, "You guys, thank you. Now give it everything you have, everyone. Use every ounce of energy that you have to blow this monster away for good. Push!" "Ah, damn it," Beerus says. "He's not budging at all. This is crazy." "He's got to," Vegito responds. "Hold the line. Keep pushing, everyone. Don't give in now." To where even then we're out of nowhere, Vados had then taken initiative in charging directly at Myrno by shouting, "That's enough, you lunatic. We've had enough of your reckless acts of destruction. Myrno, this is where you die." To where even as Vados was shown attempting to attack Myrno, with Myrno being shown having to hold the Spirit Bomb back with one hand, while in the other simultaneously being able to fight off his own sister, that's when Myrno went on to tell her, "How could you be this delusional to not understand who you're fighting here, Vados? It's hopeless. You are hopeless. The Grand Coward put his faith into this? Into you? You traitorous hypocrite. The Grand Priest helped enrich your minds capable of great wisdom and knowledge, and yet you waste it all on your own self-interest, catering to creatures who are far beneath you as life forms, such as your precious mortals and pathetic god of destruction. And here I thought you would have been much smarter than this. You failed." As it was within that moment where Myrno had gone and blowing his sister back, only for Vados to be shown stabilizing herself and responding, "No, not like this. I've got to help them. I've got to try even if it destroys me." "Myrno, it is not me who has failed," Vados says. "You are the one who has failed." And as soon as Vados was then shown firing a gigantic attack at Myrno, it was only then shown where Myrno was not only holding back the Spirit Bomb with one hand, but now also Vados his attack at the same time, to where within that moment we then see how both Jiren and Broly have joined in assisting our heroes, as from that point on, even Jiren went on to comment, "Don't let up. He's got to break at some point. Now push." "Damn it, we're trying," Beerus shouts. "He's not moving. Fusion, use more of your power." "I am," Vegito shouts. "He's just too strong. How is he able to keep this up?" "Well, it's either going to be him or us," Kefla says, "and I refuse to let it be us. Now push, guys." As even with Vados herself shown doing the exact same thing, Vados from there went on to tell Myrno, "You've morphed into the very thing you hate. Your existence cannot be allowed to roam freely. You won't win this, far from it. You're a fool, sister," Myrno says. "You will know your place once you see with your own eyes how helpless you truly are to make a difference. The contradiction of the gods and angels will be corrected. Now die," Myrno shouts, as he not only went on to redirect Vados' own blast right back at her, but by the saving grace of Whis, it was only then during that moment where Whis went on to appear by grabbing onto Vados and telling her, "Quickly now, not on my watch you won't," and as the two two went on to teleport out of the way, Myrno went right back and grabbing onto the spirit bomb by responding, "Tell me something, Whis. How long do you think you can run and hide from me once I'm done killing everyone and destroying everything in this universe, including your sorry excuse for a god of destruction?" To where all the while as this was all going on, the Grand Priest kept observing as he went on to then say to himself, "To think that you were able to rival me as I am, all this power, this potential since birth. Wasted," he says. "I never wished to lose you, nor any other of my children," he says, "but this will mark the first and the last," the Grand Priest says, "by my hands." As it was during this moment where it seemingly looked as though Vegito had found his opening, as from that point on, Vegito then went on to shout, "Do it now, everyone! Hit him with everything you've got!" Which was exactly what everyone was shown doing collectively together, as we not only see Piccolo, Ultimate Gohan, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Broly, Angel Margarita, Angel Whis, Angel Vados, Golden Majin Buu, Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren, Mastered Ultra Instinct Beerus, full-powered Super Saiyan 3 Kefla, Android 35, and Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito all shown having to collectively put their energy in doing everything they possibly could in trying to get the Spirit Bomb to envelop Myrno whole. It was from that point on where Whis went on to comment, "Quickly, sisters, we must aid them. This is for Topo and Dispo," Jiren shouts, "for Belmont and Universe 11. Gohan, focus," Piccolo shouts, "use everything you have. Now's our chance." "Damn you, just die already," Beerus shouts. "This one is for both Hit and Champa, you bastard," Kefla shouts. "You won't destroy us," Vegito chimes in. "Not as long as there is still air that is able to enter my body. We will do everything within our ability to destroy you once and for all, Angel. You will never overpower our will to fight." As with Myrno also shown doing everything he possibly could to hold the Spirit Bomb in place, as of course even Myrno now looks as though he is seemingly overwhelmed by this, it was only from that point on where even the Omni Kings kept observing by asking, "Hey, look, do you think this is it?" "I don't know," says the second Omni King. "I think he's still trying to reverse the Spirit Bomb and launch it back." How is he not budging?" Jiren asks. "Hey, do you feel that?" Beerus questions. "No, don't let him reverse it." "I'm trying," Vegito says, as Myrno once again was shown also trying to do his best in doing so. It was even from there where Gohan went on to shout, "No, we can't. We've got to break his guards so it can go through." You will all be sorry," Myrno says. "Impressive, I will admit. However, you can't kill me. And now I will kill you." As there now appears to be a stalemate with the Grand Priest having to look on, that's when the Grand Priest went on to say to himself, "Your resistance has gone as far as to show me how deep your hatred runs in wanting to obliterate all of creation for the sake of your own ego. He is obsessed by wanting to right the wrongs that he believes were made by the gods. Yet when staring at the face of your own annihilation, your hatred is what drives you to never break," he says. "Vados, is there anything more that we can do that will get this bomb to envelop him whole?" Whis asks. "At this rate, he will turn and use the bomb against us," with Vados responding, "It's stuck. The bomb's not budging, Whis. He's waiting for us to burn through our power so that he may throw the Spirit Bomb back at us." Hey, Kefla shouts. "He's slowly nudging the bomb our way. We're losing ground here, you guys. Quickly, exert your power," Saiyan Golden Majin Buu shouts. "He's gaining control over it," Mastered Ultra Instinct Jiren shouts. "We must not relinquish our positions. Hey, Saiyan, keep pushing." "He's taking control," one of the Omni Guards says. "Quickly, prepare for the worst. Defend the kings with your life and do not let that bomb reach their vicinity. I will teleport them back to the palace in case things get out of hand and we are no longer able to control the situation," the second Omni Guard says. "Stand by," as the Omni Kings themselves seem to be enjoying every second of this, as the Omni Kings went on to shout, "I've never seen anything like this before, have you? What if he sets that bomb off and it explodes?" with the second Omni King responding, "No, I've never, but this is the greatest battle that I think I've ever seen in my entire life. I wonder what he will do with that Spirit Bomb now." As with Myrno shown having to hold the Spirit Bomb, that's when Myrno went on to shout, "So, the pack of rats have failed yet again. A valiant effort, I must add, but now this weapon is mine. I told you from the very beginning, my power is incomprehensible. No amount of energy that you collect will ever destroy what I am. And now to finish this for good, once and for all. But then, it was only as Myrno was holding the spirit bomb where the Grand Priest went on to chime in, I agree. It's time that we put an end to this nightmare you've caused for good, child. As with the Grand Priest now being shown having to hover in front of Vegito, that's when he went on to continue, if your life can change just as it once changed before, then it can always be changed again for the better if allowed for it to happen. But no matter how many chances you were given, you just don't want to change. Fallen angel, your fate is inescapable. You will be eradicated from this world whether you have untold amounts of power or not. Let the weapon created through the unity of all life within the multiverse be your ultimate undoing. You were given one too many chances to see if you can truly change, he says, but you failed. You will be extremely lucky to survive this if you were able to, boy. I wanted to see if you would change, the Grand Priest says, to see if there was anything left of the goodness that I once saw within you remaining. But I now see that there is none, only darkness, he adds. Yet my foolishness is what led me to believe that there was still hope that remained. I never intended to lose you, the Grand Priest tells Myrno, but was hoping you'd change. But to my great disappointment, you have not changed one bit, boy. No, Myrno says, wait, hold on, what are you doing? As we only then for the first time take a look at a flashback back when Myrno was actually a good angel, it was only from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to continue, I placed my trust in you only to have you turn your back on everything that I have done for you, he says. I saw greatness within you, a young, capable, and powerful angel who I sought to take my place when my day comes. Where this inexplicable evil had come from is beyond me, but only you would know, now wouldn't you, he asks. I watched you grow and trained you since birth, only to later see that you were a mere animal that just so happened to resemble an angel. Like every teacher, I wanted you to become the best, and even to one day surpass me in every field there was that I have taught you in. You were once a humble and giving angel, one without pride and envy, he says. I watched as you trained your brothers and sisters, teaching them and guiding them along the way as any big brother would in your position. But then I've watched as you murdered them in cold blood, your own siblings, only to draw me out in the process to battle. And when it came down to it, I saw the look in your eyes when you saw the Omni King for the first time. You were in disbelief that we, as superior beings as you deemed, had to bend to the will of a lesser life form due to their childish nature. But what you fail to understand is that you can't replace God, Myrno. You cannot replace those who have already existed long before you. And so I watched as this evil festered inside of you, disgusted by the thought of having to obey such a being, thinking that you knew it all and believed that you could do better, he says, even though you know that it was within your best interest to do what you were told. You sought out the book of life and wanted to rewrite history to your liking. That is not how this goes, Myrno. Your fate has been decided. Let the power of those whom you hate so much be what destroys you for good. To where as the Grand Priest was then shown having to use enough force and now resulting in the Genki Dama having to consume Myrno, it was only during that moment where Myrno had attempted in doing everything he could to stop this, as Myrno went on to shout, No! I am the one above all, not you! Not them! I won't let it! No! We stand united, the Grand Priest tells him. United as one. As with Myrno now shown having to lose complete control of the advantage that he once had, it was only then right then and there where the Grand Priest had gone in pushing the Spirit Bomb directly into Myrno, with Myrno from that point being shown having to be swallowed whole by the multiversal Spirit Bomb. It was during that point in time where the Spirit Bomb had gone in pushing Myrno back so much so that everything that resided within the universe itself was on the brink of destruction. As even the Omni Kings themselves could not believe this, that's when the Omni Kings went on to shout, Wow, wow, wow! Wow, it got him! Myrno's been overtaken by the multiversal spirit bomb. Oh my goodness! I know, says the second Omni King, but the light is so bright. Will the bomb explode? I think it's about to explode. Everything is shaking. In which, as the gigantic spirit bomb was shown having to make its way deeper into outer space, in obliterating every single star that it came across, that's when Beerus went on to shout, "My universe! The bomb is going to destroy us all! It's so strong," Vegito shouts. "I can't see a thing. Everyone, brace yourselves!" Margarita, Whis, quickly, Vados shouts. "Our barriers must shield us from the impact." "Look at that thing go," Kefla chimes in. "It's shredding everything in its path." But then, to reassure that the multiverse along with our heroes are not destroyed, the Grand Priest went on to create a barrier and chiming in by responding, "I will protect you all. Stay within the walls of my shield and brace yourselves," he says. As it was only right then and there during that moment where the multiversal spirit bomb had gone and igniting itself deep within outer space, and going as far as to create such a powerful and gigantic explosion that if it were not for the Grand Priest, everything would have been destroyed. As the Grand Priest went on to continue, "I use the portion of my power to seal each universe. The explosion of this attack will not destroy it. However, mostly all within it may perish. These acts may be restored and repaired. Myrno's actions will be reversed soon," he says. To whereas we finally then see how the spirit bomb had gone off in destroying everything in sight, with everything now slowly having to settle on in, that's when Kefla went on to ask, Are we dead? Holy crap, that was terrifying. Gosh, look at it all. There's nothing out there but dust and rocks. With Android 35 chiming in, "There was no way that without the Grand Priest's barrier could we have survived something like that on our own." "Pay attention," Beerus says. "Is he gone? Was he destroyed? I'm not reading his energy." With Vegito responding, "I'm not sure either, but I don't sense his life energy anywhere." "We watched him take the hit head on," Vados says. "Anyone sense him anywhere?" With Whis responding, "I don't. And I don't think he was able to escape on time either." "What say you, Grand Minister?" Margarita asks, with the Grand Priest responding, "From what I saw, he was trapped and unable to get out of the way of that attack when it made contact with his body. However, as I scan the multiverse, I am unable to pick up his life energy from either of them." "Omni Guards, are the Kings safe?" the Grand Priest asks. "Are they alright?" With the Omni Guards responding, "They are both safe and protected, Grand Minister. Our barrier was able to hold and there was no harm done onto them." "Good," Whis says. "The power of that spirit bomb would have leveled everything, including us, if we didn't take measures to protect ourselves. Give it a few minutes so we can truly be sure," the Grand Priest says. "The end result left no stone unturned, and his energy has completely disappeared." "How fitting," the Grand Priest says. "A black hole, a symbol of everything you were deep down at your very core. If this is truly the end, then we will begin the process of rebuilding all of the damages that were made since his arrival. You brought this onto yourself through your own actions, Myrno." As the Omni Kings are yet still excited as they also went on to chime in, "You weren't lying when you said this was going to be the greatest battle, Grand Priest. Look at that giant black hole over there. What an explosion," says the second Omni King. "That was one of the biggest explosions that I've ever seen." "So what do you think?" Kefla asks. "There's nothing out there. Do you think that did it? Do you think that finally did him in for good?" With Jiren responding, "If his essence and energy cannot be felt, then this could truly be it," he says. "I don't see how anyone could have survived something like that, so I don't think he made it." "Then I don't think we are needed," the Grand Priest says. "All appears quiet." "Then so be it," he says. "Come, you can all rest here for the moment," he says. "You may all take the time that you need to heal and catch your breath. Angels, if you may, heal everyone if you are able to, and take this moment to let loose." "Gah, it's about time," Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito says. "That bastard was stronger than I ever imagined him being. He took everything out of us and then some. He almost reversed it. Oh, thank goodness it's over and he's gone. Good riddance," Beerus shouts. "It's about time he died. That freak almost threw that bomb right back at us," with Android 35 responding, "What a struggle. That was close." As even then with the Omni Kings still shown having to be excited, that's when they both went on to shout, "That was the greatest thing I have ever seen. Oh, that was so much fun. He's gone. The spirit bomb destroyed him. I don't think anything will ever top that," says the second Omni King. "Everything went boom. Oh, that was the most exciting thing ever. What a battle. This was so amazing." As the Grand Priest appeared to be staring deep into outer space, it was only from that point on where Whis went on to approach the Grand Priest by by telling him, "Thank you for all that you have done for us, Grand Minister. There is no telling what would have happened if you haven't helped us." As with the Grand Priest remaining eerily quiet, that's when Whis went on to ask, "Is everything alright with you, Grand Minister? You look a bit disturbed. Is there anything that may be troubling you during this time?" With the Grand Priest responding, "It's not over, Whis. I sense him now." As to the horrifying shock of everybody there, a voice then went on to shout, "You disgusting slaves! How dare you? Did you truly think I'd die?" As lo and behold, up above them, we then see how a portal had then began to open up, with the silhouette of Myrno being shown in the background. That's when he went on to continue, "I am not done with you. I am Myrno, the strongest and mightiest life form to ever exist. I am the ruler of all things, the supreme god of gods." In which, as Myrno was then shown having to step on through in looking incredibly battle damaged, it only now appears as though Myrno is in a severely weakened state, as he then went on to continue, "And I live. You hurt me. You nearly killed me. You and your collective weapon. But now what will you do? Now where will you run? You, all of you, will pay dearly for what you did to me, especially you, Grand Priest. If that was your all, now you are left with nothing. And since you are left with nothing, as damaged as I am, now it's time for me to pay you back for what you just did to me. You nearly had me. You animals almost did it. Well, let it be known that with your own eyes, you now see that there is nothing that any of you can ever do that can destroy me. So now what will you do?" Myrno asks. "Think you stand a chance against me now? Even now, damaged as I am, I would still annihilate all of you. You failed." "That's impossible," Jiren shouts. "How in the world did this freak just survive that?" Kefla asks. There's just no way this is happening." "You are indeed every bit as resilient as you are dangerous," the Grand Priest mumbles. "So it's come to this, has it? Then if this is what is needed, then it shall be done," he adds. "I am going to thoroughly enjoy every second of this," Myrno says. "I slaughtered you animals once before, and if it wasn't for the Grand Coward reversing the hands of time, you'd all still be dead right now. This time, however, I will not be so quick to snatch your life. No. I'm going to torture you all, one by one," Myrno says. "The multiverse will echo by the sounds of your screams." "Why won't you die?" Vegito shouts. "Everyone on guard, there's no telling what he's about to do, so we must stick together as one. Bring it, Angel. We'll die fighting if that's the case." "Oh, you'll die regardless if you stand united as one," Myrno says. "What more could any of you worms hope to do that your precious spirit bomb didn't? Even with the combined power of both mortals and gods, I stand the test of time as the mightiest life form to ever exist. You can't break what is unbreakable, slaves." "Oh, this is madness," Beerus says. "What do we do? Should we attack him while he's hurt?" With Whis responding, "Do not engage, Lord Beerus. We will wait and see what he will try first." As Myrno went on to continue, "Just look at you all. Tasty, tasty, beautiful fear. What you are looking at is the representation and living embodiment of what nightmares are made of. Wasn't this supposed to be an act that was put forth to entertain those two?" Myrno asks. "Wasn't that your original ploy? We meet again, little worms. Face to face. It's been a very long time, hasn't it? I know you remember me by now. I was the one who wanted you dead. The original angel you sentenced to death never really died, but I lived. And I waited for the day where I would finally be able to shred you for your betrayal. Now I know who you are," says one of the Omni Kings. "You were the one who wanted my power and control over creation. condition. Now I remember everything. You really did survive. I never liked your attitude towards me, he says, and I'm starting to get annoyed by your presence here. You will never have my power, says the Omni King, because you won't be alive to take it. How rich coming from you. You should have never have been put into power, Myrno says. The title of Omni King was reserved for a true leader, and you're looking at him. You two have lived long enough, and the longer you stay alive, the more you spit in my face with your worthless existence. Time's up, Myrno says, as the Omni Kings went on to point out, hey, look at his body language. It looks like he's positioning himself. I see it, says the first Omni King. I think he's about to try and do something, which was exactly what Myrno was preparing to do, because as Myrno went on to clench his fist, he then went on to respond, I wonder what the inside of your head looks like. All the reason for me to find out then. I'll just resume my plans by butchering the two of you instead. That little dumpling, the Grand Priest, will fall after. He's depleted himself of power anyway. I don't sense that fighting spirit coming from him anymore. This is it, Myrno says. My revenge to be seen through. It's payback time, Myrno shouts. Now give me your souls! And the moment Myrno was then shown having to dash directly at the Omni Kings, it was within that very moment where Mastered Ultra Instinct Vegito went on to turn towards everyone and shouting, quickly, he's going after the Omni King! Stop him! Now, let's go! But it was only then, to everyone's surprise, including Myrno's, when he saw the Grand Priest then step forward, as the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, that's far enough, boy, you will not proceed any further. Whoever said my energy was depleted and my fighting spirit was exhausted, the Grand Priest asks. I never wanted for it to come to this, but you truly have forced my hand in this. You're bluffing, Myrno says. We fought to a stalemate and you've run yourself down. I'm better than you and I've proved it. But if you want to die first, then why wait, Myrno asks. But that's when Myrno began to notice something very unusual about the Grand Priest, as Myrno went on to ask, you snake, why are you so calm? What is this echo of energy that I'm sensing? There was a good reason on why I told you that you were not ready for my absolute best inside the room of spirit and time, the Grand Priest says. And that came with good reason, as we only then get to see how the Grand Priest was seemingly enough beginning to power up, as everything within space itself was seemingly enough changing. That's when the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, but now you will learn to understand exactly what I meant by those words, Defiler. I tried giving you multiple chances to change, to accept your fate, and to hold yourself accountable for your actions, and yet you spat in my face. And now that the Great Kings are aware of your history and emotionally stable, it is time that I showed you a power that goes far beyond your reach. As you once stood by me as my greatest student and angel, there were just some things that you were just not ready for, and now you will see my all. As a powerful blinding light had then began to overtake everybody there, including Myrno, that's when Myrno went on to shout, what is that? That's impossible. You were hiding this from me the whole time? What unbelievable energy, Vegito says. It's overwhelming. It feels like the entire multiverse is shaking, Beerus shouts. Just what kind of power is this? It just can't be, Myrno says, as with the gigantic light now being shown having to overtake the entire universe, Myrno was from there shown waiting in finding out exactly what lies on the other side, as with the gigantic light now being shown fading with the mysterious aura shown behind it, it was within that very moment where the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, you will now bear witness to a power which was only ever used once before, a power that is truly limitless in its nature. Since the dawn of creation, this power has remained dormant for generations. Its only ever need came from engaging with the Great King himself. This is the ultimate power, the Grand Priest says, an elite power that is without limits, and since the dawn of the multiverse itself, you have now forced me into unleashing it, Myrno. I've never seen this battle form before. What is this? How did you get this, he asks. As with all three of the other angels, Whis, Margarita, and Vados being shown bowing, that's when all three of them went on to say, praise be the Father of angels. We hail in your divine presence. What is that? Jiren asks. I don't know, Beerus responds. I've never seen an angel look like this before. This is it, Vegito says, as indeed it was, because at long last, since the dawn of creation itself, we finally then get to see how through the light itself, the Grand Priest had gone in unleashing his true form now onto the surface. It was only within that moment where the Grand Priest went on to tell Myrno, you were given plenty of chances to quit while you were ahead. Now behold before your very own eyes, child. This is my supreme fighting form, the apex of angelic power, an omnipotent power second to the great kings, with Myrno responding, you had a supreme battle form? So this is your all? The true depth of your power? But that's not possible. I am the peak of strength and divinity. My body is the ultimate vessel of war and power, not yours. So where did this just come from? I intentionally preserved myself in hopes of getting you to change, the Grand Priest says. I searched your heart as well as your soul, hoping I'd be wrong, but my senses did not deceive me. This time I can assure you that you will be annihilated without a trace. Annihilate me, will you? Myrno asks. Well, you and your slaves already tried and you failed, but let me assure you of something. If there will be anyone who is going to be destroyed here today, then it's going to be you! As in a desperate attempt of having to kill his father off, Myrno had gone in blasting the Grand Priest from point blank range, only to then moments later find out that this blast itself had literally no effect on the Grand Priest, with even Myrno now being surprised by this by responding, he didn't even move. Next to the Great Kings, I possess the greatest existing power to ever be seen by a pair of eyes, the Grand Priest says, whether that be mortal eyes, gods, or angels. No matter how much you try and no matter how high you attempt to climb, your fate is already written out, he says, and you will be given a taste of your own medicine for what you've done. And you think that scares me, Myrno says? This only shows me that as a direct descendant, I am also capable of obtaining this Omni power, he shouts, as within the quickness with Myrno shown having to shatter reality in his attempts of having to catch the Grand Priest off guard, without even having to look, that's when the Grand Priest went on to catch Myrno's punch by telling him, I can already read your movements. No attack or tactic will help save you from the execution that you have coming, boy. Does it hurt your pride knowing that you cannot hurt me, he asks. Oh, I don't buy it one bit, Myrno responds. Down you go. You will bend your knee to my will. If conventional attacks won't do the trick, then I'll just crush you to death by using untold amounts of gravity on your body. But despite Myrno having to use this gravity ability to pin the Grand Priest down, that's when the Grand Priest was once again shown unaffected by asking, what gravity? No, Myrno says, this can't be happening. You were so much different when we fought before, so how is this happening? Why isn't anything working, coward? Tell me what you're doing. If this power can be passed down, then it's only a matter of time before I obtain the same thing, he shouts. Oh, if only I was able to siphon this power. He's locked his power in ways where I can't reach it. You spent the remainder of your days since your original exile studying and mimicking all kinds of life forms throughout history in order to replicate their every move. A master of the dark arts you are, but your mimicry is useless against me, Defiler. You assumed that by rebuilding yourself in hiding that you would one day win against us. How wrong you were, the Grand Priest says. As with a casual flick of the wrist, the Grand Priest was then shown having to shatter through Myrno's gravity bind by telling him, your gravity binding technique will not enslave me. Let it be destroyed for good. Did you just see that, Vegito asks? He ripped right through Myrno's gravity bind like it was nothing. Did you just catch what he told him, Beerus asks? Does that mean the Grand Priest has disabled Myrno's ability to use that technique now? He can do that? As we only then see how Myrno was beginning to get very desperate in his attempts of having to strike the Grand Priest, there was seemingly nothing at this point that Myrno could have done to get the upper hand on the Grand Priest, as Myrno went on to shout by telling him, ridding one technique from my vast arsenal of attacks doesn't matter. I will employ every attack I've learned and acquired to kill you. Every trick, every ability, every opportunity that I can get will be used to tear you apart, and every bit of it will be faced with overwhelming resistance and force, the Grand Priest responds. Let this be proof that after millions of years spent rebuilding your broken vessel, that it was all for nothing. Does this frustration you are expressing remind you of anything, he asks? It was what every living creature had to endure when you tortured them to death, he says. Rather than plead and atone for your sins the correct way, you only managed to now dig yourself into a much deeper hole than you can possibly even dream of crawling out of now. As out of nowhere, before Myrno could even react, the Grand Priest had gone in uppercutting Myrno in the stomach with such untold amounts of force that even the Omni Kings themselves, as they're watching this, are losing their minds, as the Omni Kings went on to shout, "Oh my goodness, what a shot! Did you see?" "I did," says the second Omni King. "That's the way, Grand Minister. Show that angel who's in control." And with Myrno now being shown holding onto his stomach and feeling great amounts of pain, it was only from there where the Grand Priest had gone in placing one of his fingers on Myrno's chest by telling him, "Your evil soul will be extinguished by the very one you sought to kill." Let's go back to the very beginning, he says. As with one solid shot to Myrno's heart courtesy of a 1-inch punch, the Grand Priest's attack was in fact so effective that all of space-time and reality itself around Myrno was beginning to shatter, as Android 35 went on to respond, "Hey look, that looks like some kind of a wormhole. I can't tell because the fabric of reality around them is shattering all over the place just like before, but worse. It appears worse this time because it is," Margarita responds. Myrno has been struck with such tremendous amounts of force that it appears as though he is being sent somewhere, not only into a different dimension, but time itself is changing. They don't appear to be moving forward, but they appear to be going back. And so it is, Whis says. Our prayers have been answered. Yes, get him, Father, Vado shouts. The Grand Minister had often spoken about this power and battle form of his, but to see it in action is truly both an honor and a privilege. To where as Myrno's body was continuously shown having to rip right through space-time itself, and now finding himself unable to maintain control, that's when Myrno went on to shout, "I have to stop it! I have to regain control! Come on, stop!" The force of that attack was too great, he says. As he was now finally able to maintain balance and then being shown having to drop down to a knee, invisibly now being shown more exhausted than ever before, that's when Myrno went on to continue, "God, what's wrong with me? How could I have miscalculated something like this? I wasn't even able to see him attack me. That's how fast he's become. He knocked the air out of my body. I feel as though I am dying." "Wait a minute," Myrno then says. Where am I? I recognize this place. This is the Grand Palace, and I hear voices. Can it really be? As coincidentally enough in the distance, we then overhear how an individual went on to comment, "I'm impressed. You did very well to help push your siblings today during their training, my boy." As to the shock of Myrno as he went on to turn his head, he then had gone to notice that the very voices that he was hearing had come from none other than the Grand Priest and himself, as it was from that point on where Myrno went on to comment, "That's impossible. That's me." "If you keep this up," the Grand Priest says, "you will surely reach my status one day as being the next Grand Priest of the Multiverse, young one. But always remember, with great power comes great responsibility, especially when making the right judgment calls, Myrno. It would be an honor if I did," Myrno says. "Thank you for your help today with showing me the proper way to train Whis and Cuss. Mojito was also very impressive too," Myrno says. "They all did great. There is still much for you to learn," the Grand Priest says, "but here, I want you to have this. Your very own Grand Staff used to forge a great many things with. To serve as a righteous and fair angel," he says, "as you continue to grow, allow your mind to be open to see all things in life for what they are. Precious," the Grand Priest says. "Girl, you sent me back in time." "But why?" Myrno asks. "Just look at this. Giving me false hope and comfort. How foolish of me back then. Since I'm here, I might as well kill them both while I have the chance. This was the day you betrayed me, the day that you went and turned your back on me," Myrno says. But out of nowhere from behind Myrno, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "You will do no such thing. Look how much potential you harbored. I brought you here so you can see that even during your final days, I still offered you a chance to change. As my suspicions grew, so did my mercy. I tried showing you what you'd become, a fair and honorable leader, not a monster, he says. Evil goes beyond one's point of view as it spreads indiscriminately with only one bias: pain, suffering, death. And despite me telling you that all life has meaning and should be protected, your mind was already made up. You didn't want to preserve it, you wanted to destroy it. I guess it's easy to make a deal with yourself when knowing that you aren't the one who will be paying the price, now is it? As all angels understood the nature of both good and evil, not a single one of them proceeded with bias. Except you. And because of that, you were judged. As Myrno went on to quickly turn around by responding, and I will gladly continue to do it again, because if I don't, then who will? Who else would go against the hierarchy to call the Omni Kings out for their hypocrisy if not me? Why? Because I was meant to be a better ruler than them, and you know it. You were not groomed to take the Omni King's place, the Grand Priest says. You were given the duties to oversee life by acting accordingly. You were even given control over Universe 13 only to later have it be taken away from you. For as long as I stand in your way, he says, you will never complete your evil acts of genocide and carnage, the Grand Priest says. I will continue to do unto you what you have done unto others. First, I will make you understand the pain you have inflicted onto so many before I wipe you out for good this time. And with Myrno shown getting in the Grand Priest's face, it was only from that point where Myrno went on to tell him, screw you! The hell with your laws and duties! Do you want to know what I think about all of this? Do you want to know what I think about you? This is what I think, Myrno shouts. This is what you mean to me. As once again, in a total act of disrespect, Myrno had gone in spitting into the Grand Priest's face not once, but now twice, as the Grand Priest had taken immediate action by them being shown having to punch Myrno in the face with unbelievable amounts of force behind it, in which resulted in Myrno's body once again being shown shattering through reality, as one could only imagine how pissed off the Grand Priest is now with the Grand Priest shown having to chase Myrno down. It was only from there before having to strike Myrno again where the Grand Priest went on to tell him, I had tolerated your disrespectful acts long enough. Now suffer for them, the Grand Priest says. To where as the sheer force and impact of the Grand Priest attacks were so intense that even our heroes now are beginning to feel the effects of this, as Jiren went on to comment this violent shaking. Their battle seems to be resuming elsewhere. Yeah, but who's winning, Kefla asks. Did Myrno pull another trick out of his hat or what? Whis, are you sensing this sudden explosion of energy too, Margarita asks. I do, but it's all over the place, Whis responds. It's hard to get a good read on what's going on between them since they are well beyond our own reality. Take a look over there, Vados points out. I'm sensing vibrations coming from that direction. Something's coming through the other side, as indeed this was the case, because with Myrno's body now shown shattering through reality once more and now entering the present timeline, it was only from there where Broly and the others went on to comment, look, over there! He's back, Kefla shouts, but where's the Grand Priest? It looks like he's heading right for us, Golden Majin Buu says. No matter what happens, we can't back down now, Vegito responds. To where seconds later, with Myrno's body being shown having to hit the ground below, with all of our heroes now being shown getting into fighting position, Vegito went on to comment, stand your ground, Jiren, we could engage at any moment. I'm ready, Jiren says. But with Beerus then noticing the Grand Priest hovering above him, that's when Beerus went on to say to himself, he's completely unscathed. This war is over. I can feel it. Your thirst for revenge and power is what now became your greatest tragedy, the Grand Priest says. I kept this power from you because I knew, after learning of your intentions, that by helping you reach such levels would it only result in the complete destruction of everything as we know it. You are beyond the point of victory, Defiler, the Grand Priest adds. You are now only acting on your own instincts to survive because you know this war that you have waged has now finally met its endpoint. You are surrounded and outnumbered, and just in case you happen to get the wrong idea by wanting to use your interdimensional portals to escape, just know that I have disabled that ability from your arsenal too. You showered the multiverse with the blood of so many, yet here you are, barely able to cling on to your own life. You came so very close, boy. But to borrow one of your own phrases, you failed, the Grand Priest says. As with Myrno now being shown surrounded by everyone, that's when the Grand Priest went on to continue, how fitting then to be judged by the very creatures who you deem to be unworthy to live. Ironic, isn't it? As with Myrno then shown having to look over his shoulders and noticing how indeed he was surrounded with no other means of escape, that's when the Grand Priest went on to tell him, "It ends here. These will be your final moments before you are destroyed. And unlike before, your ability to transfer your spirit elsewhere has been negated too. Especially now since I know about how you were able to survive the last time. It won't happen again. If a multiversal attack forged through the power of every living life form couldn't kill me, then what makes you think that you'll do it?" Myrno asks. "You're a slave. Break your chains and see the things that I am telling you to be true. You are just a pawn to them," with the Grand Priest responding, "How deceived you are, Myrno." Which surprisingly enough, that was when both of the Omni Kings went on to teleport besides the Grand Priest by responding, "I've heard enough out of you for one day, fallen angel." "Yeah, I agree," says the second Omni King. "Your own delusion is what's driving you to kill." "Yeah, and the Grand Priest isn't our slave," the first Omni King says. "Without him, the entire multiverse would have already fallen apart. He's what brings balance," he says. "That's right," the second Omni King says, "and he doesn't lust after power to do the wrong thing either. And if you really want to know, we actually listen to the Grand Priest's advice more than our own. Yeah, because we know that whatever decision or action he wants to take, it's for the sake of preserving balance within the multiverse," the second Omni King says. "Yeah, that's right, and because of him, we are also able to acquire a similar battle form to his." "You little runts also have a supreme battle form as well?" Myrno asks. "He trained you?" "He didn't train us, but we helped each other," the Omni King responds. "Admittedly, he is a lot smarter with his decisions, which was why the decision was made to throw you out of our kingdom. Yeah, because we knew that if you had received the same level of training and had also acquired a similar form to us, then you would have used it for all of the wrong reasons, and we weren't going to chance it on you. We agreed to get rid of you because you had no understanding of what true balance is," the Omni King says. "If you were allowed to remain, then you would have erased everything," the Omni King adds. "And we weren't going to let that happen, especially since that's my duty, not yours. You should have known your place in all of this. Creating new timelines and universes is our job," the second Omni King adds. "We are the ones who create, and we are the ones who destroy. You were a great angel," the first Omni King says, "but when you saw that my word is law, you rebelled. And you rebelled because you think we aren't fitting leaders because we are so playful. But we aren't so playful once you get on our bad side either, which you just did," says the second Omni King. "Before any action is taken, we first meet and consult with the Grand Priest only because he has the best intuition. He knows how to create balance, and so we just act on it once it's set in stone. You were so jealous of our power and influence that you lost your mind in wanting it. You were ordered to be destroyed because it was what was best to keep the balance of the multiverse," the Omni King says. "And since your return, all you've done was throw it off its course. You are a greedy creature," the Omni King says, "so very prideful and filled with so much hate and rage. All because you couldn't be like us, an Omni King. Once you are erased and gone for good, the balance of the multiverse will return as it was," with Myrno responding, "You talk about fairness and balance, you, a childish, hot-headed creature. You wanted me dead because you were scared of my potential." As once again, in the ultimate act of disrespect to the shock of everyone there, Myrno did not take the liberty to hold back despite having to be face-to-face with the Omni Kings, and from there being ballsy enough to actually go as far as to spit at both of the Omni Kings at the same time. With Myrno visibly frustrated, that's when he went on to shout, "Here's what I think of your balance." "He's crazy," Beerus shouts. "How could he just do that?" As with the Grand Priest now very angry as the Omni Kings were looking down on their shirts in seeing Myrno spit, a deranged Myrno had saw this opportunity as being the one that he was looking for, as Myrno went on to shout, "I didn't waste millions of years rebuilding myself to be lectured by the two of you. No, this is my chance. Let it be known that if I'm going to go down, then you can rest assured that after everything I've been through, the two of you are going down with me." As with Myrno now shown placing focusing his energy into his hand in his attempts of having to strike the Omni Kings. It was only right before having to make contact with the Omni Kings where Myrno's brother Whis went on to step in by grabbing onto his arm and shouting, "You will not! That's enough, Myrno! You again, damn you, Whis!" "I think it's time," the Omni King says. "Should we imprison him for all of time, or should we eradicate him without a trace?" With the Grand Priest responding, "I never wanted to lose any of my children, but the choice is clear. His existence poses too great of a danger to be kept alive. He will be executed right here, right now." As Myrno went on to turn towards Whis by shouting, "You mindless slave, don't you see that you are just pawns that they could destroy at any moment? Let go of me and stand by my side for true liberation." "But they are the ones who gave me purpose and true meaning," Whis says, as it was to be the guardian and attendee of the 7th universe. As out of nowhere we also then see how even Myrno's sister Vados had taken the liberty in punching Myrno in the face by telling him, "First you wanted us dead and now you want us to aid you? Our purpose was already given. We know our duties as guardians and protectors, not destroyers. You were the first angel to learn about the true nature of both good and evil, and what did you do? You tried setting the example of siding with evil when you were supposed to simply understand its effect, not use it to your advantage." With Whis also shown punching Myrno in the face by telling him, "You went from helping us to torturing your own kind. You wanted total command over all life so that it could be used to favor your every liking. We watched as you slaughtered your own siblings in cold blood. I could never side with someone who was willing to turn his back on the very children he's helped grow, only to kill them after. The real traitor is you." As with Myrno's sister Margarita also being shown having to now jump in elbowing Myrno in the back of the neck, that's when Margarita went on to shout, "This is for Lord Belmont and for the Pride Troopers you've destroyed. For all of the blood you spilled in the 11th. You think we don't know what you're up to?" she asks. "Wanting us to help you only to be killed after, that's what you wanted, right? To destroy everything and create a new race of angels who were only slaves to your every command? We didn't forget," Margarita shouts, as it was within that moment where Myrno had finally had enough and beginning now to power up in such a ferocious way that it was seemingly enough now going to be all or nothing, as Myrno went on to shout, "This will not be how my story is told. I'll kill you all if it's the last possible thing I do. Everything that I have," Myrno shouts, "that will be what I will use to kill you all right now." But then, before Myrno could act on his words, the Grand Priest had gone and sticking his arms out by shouting, "Celestial paralysis!" "My body, I can't move," Myrno says. "We have experienced enough," the Grand Priest responds. "The final chapter of your story is written here." As we only then take a look and seeing as to how Myrno's body was beginning to levitate, that's when Vegito went on to ask, "Hey, look, what's happening to him? He just froze in place." "A binding ability," Jiren says. "He's lost complete control over his body and his essence held in place." As from out of nowhere, with chains now being shown having to grab onto every part of Myrno's body, it was from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to address Myrno by telling him, "Let these Omni chains be what hold you in place to witness your ultimate destruction." "This can't be," Myrno says. No, not like this. Not again." As with Myrno's body then shown having to be bounded by angelic chains, that's when Beerus went on to comment, "The great chains of the gods have only ever been used once before, when Myrno was originally exiled. As they now bind him in place and paralyze his power, there is only one other thing that awaits him. Death," Beerus says, and Myrno cannot believe it as Myrno shouts, "Curse you all! Don't do this to me! You can't! How could you have balance without me? You need me!" Myrno shouts. "You are all cowards! Cowards! Release me from these chains!" "There is nothing that you can possibly say to me that will excuse you from what's about to happen," the Grand Priest says. "You had every opportunity to do that before, but you spat in my face instead. The laws which we uphold and the order that we fight to preserve will never be destroyed by corrupted souls like you." "Can we ensure that he won't come back this time?" one of the Omni Kings asks. "Yeah, can we ensure that he is erased forever?" with the Grand Priest responding, "I can assure you that he will never be seen or return ever again. Great Omni Kings, I ask you both to come and assist me in this. His erasure will come from the very ones he was seeking out from the beginning." How could could there be good without evil, Myrno shouts. How could you call for the balance without evil being present to balance it? You know my potential, Myrno shouts. You know my strength. You can't do this to me, you spineless coward. You know that I will be back just like before, and I will do whatever I need to in order to see my revenge through. With the Grand Priest then being shown getting in front of Myrno by telling him, you can never come back. After learning more about your spirit separation abilities, in placing pieces of your soul into other vessels, I made sure that the entirety of your soul is sealed. An eye for an eye, as you would say, the Grand Priest says. Your hate won't set you free, but there's only one thing that can. Death, the Grand Priest says. I'm sorry for this, child. I never wished to fail you. With the Omni Kings then also being shown stepping forward by responding, you were actually so much fun to watch before we found out who you truly were. What a shame that this is what it's come to, the second Omni King says. Mark my words, the three of you, Myrno shouts, that once I break free from these chains, I am going to gut you all like animals. You can never kill the god of all gods. Whoever said you were, the Grand Priest responds. As he was then shown sticking his arms out, that's when Myrno went on to respond, no, don't do it! What you are about to experience comes from the core of who we are, myself and the Great Kings, the Grand Priest says. When you live by the sword, there ultimately comes a day where you die by the sword. As the Omni Kings also went on to chime in, this is what you get. Bye-bye, evil angel. Yeah, bye-bye forever, angel. As it was only right then and there, within that moment, as Myrno had gone and screaming for the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings to stop, that was when all three of them had come together and shouting, Omni Annihilation! As with Myrno now finally beginning to feel the effects of the Omni Annihilation, that's when Myrno went on to utter, no, I'm falling apart! I'm disintegrating! I won't perish without you! As despite Myrno falling apart and literally being erased right before everyone's eyes, in his one and only attempt of doing what he could in reaching out to punch the Grand Priest, there was nothing that could have saved Myrno from what was happening to both his soul and his body. As with Myrno's body now shown falling apart as he is slowly being erased, that's when Myrno went on to utter, how could this be? I was the perfect angel. I was bred for greatness. My destiny was to become the king. And so this is your unity. My vision ripped away. Father, why? And all that I've done, I've failed, Myrno says. As with Myrno now shown having to scream in absolute agony, it was only then shown seconds later how indeed the once fallen angel and governing attendee of Universe 13 had now been completely destroyed courtesy of both the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest, as there had also appeared to be a very eerie moment of silence, as all that remained were the dust particles of where Myrno once stood. It was only from there where the Grand Priest had gone and bowing his head by closing his eyes and uttering, I'm sorry. Unbelievable, Jiren says. How terrifying, Vegito says. I don't sense Myrno's life energy anywhere. Is this it? Is Myrno truly gone? Amazing, Margarita says. Do any of you sense Myrno's energy anywhere? I don't, Vado says. And if there was no way he could have escaped, then is it over for good? With Whis responding, I would only hope so. Grand Minister, was this it? Has Myrno been destroyed once and for all? With the Grand Priest then being shown turning around by responding, the war is at long last over. Myrno has fully been erased for good, with the Omni Kings having to cheer on by responding, oh, that was so much fun, especially when we got to erase him together. Oh, this was the greatest day ever. Yes, I know, says the second Omni King. This was so exciting. I haven't erased someone like that in a very long time. We did it. We did it. The fallen angel is finally gone for good, they shout. Victory, victory. We had so much fun, with the Grand Priest chiming in, indeed it was, sires. What a day this has been for all of us. Thank you for entrusting me by allowing me to use the full scale of my power against him. It was truly an honor. I am very happy to see that you've enjoyed yourselves throughout this event, kings. And now that Myrno is vanquished for good, it is time that we rebuild. Myrno's actions have resulted in a great deal of damage to life itself, the Grand Priest adds. With multiple universes destroyed and trillions billions of life forms dead, there is much for us to do in order to fix his mistakes. Let us begin the healing of the multiverse, beginning with this one, as with the Grand Priest shown having to raise his arm in the air, we only then make our way onto a nearby planet 1 hour later with the Grand Priest having to address everyone by telling them, I cannot possibly begin to express my gratitude to you all. Thank you very much for all that you have done to see this victory through. Without your actions, Myrno would have likely had won. Mighty Warrior of the 11, thank you for your service and dedication, the Grand Priest says. As your reward, I will see to it in bringing back your fallen Pride Troopers and God of Destruction Belmod. And to add to your reward, you will be allowed one wish with the Super Dragon Balls once they are collected. And you, Margarita, thank you for never giving up despite facing such overwhelming odds, the Grand Priest says. For your reward, you will be given a vacation once your destroyer returns. To where as we then see how both Jiren and the Grand Priest shook hands, that's when Jiren went on to respond by telling him, thank you very much, Grand Minister. It was an honor to fight for the survival and victory of the multiverse, as well as having the privilege to witness your true power in battle. I will be seeing you very soon, young warrior, the Grand Priest responds. Thank you. It was an honor, Father. Thank you for everything you've done for us, Margarita responds. Thank you for the amazing battle, the Omni Kings went on to chime in. We can't wait to see you all again one day. Take care now. Until next time, Universe 11. As with Margarita and Jiren shown taking their leave, it was only from there where the Grand Priest went on to address both Vados and Kefla by telling them, and as for you, Universe 6, thank you for showing how tough you were during such dire times and for helping the other warriors in this fight. It was an honor and my pleasure, Grand Priest Vados responds. Thank you for putting your faith in us to see this through. Your universe will be restored along with everyone caught in Myrno's wrath, which includes the Saiyan Kaba, the Assassin Hit, and your God of Destruction Champa, the Grand Priest says. We appreciate you believing in us, Grand Priest Kefla says. Ah yes, as for you, Saiyan Warrior, just like Jiren, I will see to it to give you both one wish using the Super Dragon Balls once I visit planet Sadala. Thank you once more. As with Vados and Kefla now shown taking their leave, Kefla went on to shout, oh hell yeah, right on! Thank you, Grand Priest, we'll see you all soon, especially you, Universe 7. See ya! Well, it looks like our fusion really made a difference, huh? Goku asks. What incredible power, right? Even though that angel had the leg up on us, without you, we wouldn't have pulled through, Vegeta. Thank you for trusting me, with Vegeta responding, you're really annoying, you know that? I told you that I'm never fusing with you again after that, and I mean it, Kakarot. I did what was needed, so that's all you'll get from me. As out of nowhere, Beerus had gone and tugging Goku backwards by the ear by shouting, hey, don't assume that I forgot that you almost got us killed out there, Beerus shouts. You're lucky you're useful, Goku. Otherwise, I would have destroyed you long ago, but I will say this much, he adds. Despite your stupidity and lack of common sense in battle, you did very good out there, both you, Vegeta, and your fusion, with Goku responding, wow, thank you, Lord Beerus. And now that we both have the ability to use Ultra Instinct, Beerus responds, maybe one day we'll find out which one of us can use it better. We would have died if it were not for you, Whis went on to bow by telling the Grand Priest. Thank you for your help and thank you for believing in me. You are truly a noble and brave angel, Whis. Thank you for doing what you could to buy me the time that I needed. And as for the two of you, the Grand Priest says, thank you for being the pillars of your universe. As your reward, you will each be given one wish by the Super Dragon Balls when I visit you again. Oh wow, how gracious of you. Thank you very much, Goku says. Did you hear that, Vegeta? We each get a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. Any idea what you're going to wish for? With Vegeta responding, more than likely for you to permanently keep your mouth shut is what I'll wish for, he says. Or perhaps having the dragon ensure me that no matter what happens, I can never join bodies with you again. Warriors of the 7th, Son Goku and Vegeta, thank you for all that you have done to ensure everyone's survival, the Grand Priest says. You are both extremely gifted and I cannot wait to see what lies in store for you next. Your training with me has paid off, young warrior. I am forever thankful for your service, Vegeta. Count on it, Grand Minister, Vegeta says. It was an honor to fight alongside you. And as for you, words cannot express my gratitude, Goku. Thank you for your service in helping us, with Goku responding, you bet. Thanks for believing in us and for giving us a chance, as the Omni Kings went on to shout, "So long, Goku! We hope to see you again really soon! Take care, Zennies. Maybe one day I'll get the chance to see this ultimate fighting form that you guys have too. Maybe one day soon, Goku. Stop by and say hi anytime," the Omni Kings shout. "Have you lost your mind or what?" Beerus whispers. "What's wrong with you? You want to see the Omni King's fighting form for what? You're going to get us all killed, you idiot! Now let's get out of here before you make things worse than what they already are." "Oh, before we go, so what exactly are you going to do now?" Goku asks. "With all of the damage Myrno has left behind, when can we expect to have everything go back to the way it was?" "A fair question to ask," the Grand Priest says. "Immediately, as a matter of fact. I've safeguarded the Super Dragon Balls in another dimension in case Myrno went looking for them. The Dragon Balls will be used once we return to the Omni Palace," he says. "There, I will summon the dragon and restore all of your worlds along with bringing back all those who were slaughtered by Myrno. The Super Dragon Balls don't have an expiration when used, so I'll be sure to use and gather them back together immediately." "Oh wow," Goku says. "So those things can be used over and over and over again, huh? That's actually pretty impressive. Well, I can't wait. Thank you guys for everything," Goku says. "You really are something else. Until next time, safe travels, Universe 7, the Grand Priest says. "Boo was able to see all of your memories and you stink," Majin Buu says. "You're a really mean guy. Boo never wants to fuse with you again," with Frieza responding, "Good. Now get away from me. I've seen enough of you for one day and so I never want to see you again." "Thank you so much for everything you've done for us, Broly," Goku says. "Planet Vampa will be restored soon, so there you will find your friends waiting for you. I'm very proud of you," Goku says. "Thank you for also helping me, Kakarot. Maybe soon we can have that rematch that you promised," Broly says. "Alright, I think that's everyone. Are we all ready to leave?" Whis asks. "Is there anything keeping you from coming, Goku?" "Yeah, come on," Goku 17 says. "As soon as Earth is brought back, I want to go and see my family and relax," with Goku responding, "Sure thing, but just hold on for 1 second, everyone. I've got one more thing that I need to do before we go." As with Goku then being shown having to approach Frieza, that's when Goku went on to tell him, "Now I know the two of us don't really see eye to eye on anything, but if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do this. You kept your word to me and that's all that matters," Goku says. "I owe you one, and I haven't forgotten about what we spoke about either. You didn't have to do what you did out there, but you bit your tongue and still did it anyway. We appreciate your help and I hope that the two of us can meet again very soon," he says. "I never thought I'd say this, but thank you, Frieza," with Frieza being shown having to swipe away Goku's hand by telling him, "Get your filthy hand out of my face, monkey. I don't need your pathetic praise. I didn't do this for any of you. I did this for me and only me. What's done is done." And with Frieza then shown having to take his leave, he then went on to tell Goku, "Remember, this isn't over between us, Saiyan. I'll be seeing you real soon." "Same old Frieza," Goku says. "You're just like Myrno in a way, never wanting to change. Nevertheless, we couldn't have done it without you, so thank you for sticking by with us until the end. And the next time we meet, I'll keep my end of the deal and give you the rematch that is owed." And as everyone was then shown having to wait on Goku, that's when Beerus went on to shout, "What are you doing, Goku? Are you just going to stand there all day or are you coming? Cause I'll have no problem leaving you behind since you want to take all day to say your piece with Frieza." "I know that bastard Frieza is up to something," Vegeta says. "I can see it written all over his face." "Come on," Beerus shouts. "Let's get a move on, Saiyan. I don't have all day." "Sorry about that, you guys, but I just had to make my peace with Frieza," Goku responds. "After all, he did play a big part in helping us against Myrno," with Beerus responding, Yeah, now let's go." To where as Universe 7 was then shown having to take their leave, that's when Goku went on to shout, "See ya, Zennies! Thank you, Grand Priest. See you around." "Damn it, Goku, you are going to get us killed," Beerus shouts. "Shut your mouth." "Oh, there's always something with the two of you." "You know, I really like Universe 7, one of the Omni Kings says. "They're all so much fun." "Yeah, I agree, especially Goku. I like him. I can't wait to see them again one day," with the Grand Priest responding, "Indeed. What a remarkable and special group they are in the 7th. To where as our heroes are then shown having to make their way home, Goku went on to chime in, "We almost lost that one for good, but we pulled through, you guys. I will never forget this encounter for as long as I live. Despite how wicked he was, the original Myrno is beyond anything I would have imagined him being. No matter what we did, he just didn't want to stay down. And after seeing how strong the Grand Priest is, I can't wait to hurry back and continue training, he adds. There's still a long road, and I can't wait to see what lies ahead, with Beerus responding, not before getting Bulma to make me something to eat, you won't. We battled long enough, and I'm hungry, so unless you want to get on my bad side, then contact Bulma and get her to do that first. This is all your fault, Kakarot, Vegeta says. Besides, once we eat, I'm not letting you get ahead of me by training alone, he adds. I see what you're trying to do. Hey, lighten up, you guys, would you, Goku says? Besides, I'm hungry too, so let's do that first. And don't worry, Vegeta, I haven't forgotten about that primal powers of yours either. It'll be an honor, Goku says. To where as we only then make our way back inside of the Omni Palace, with the Grand Priest being shown having to oversee the multiverse, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, well now, everything seems to check out the way it should, and all of the previously destroyed universes that came from Myrno have been restored. And from what I see, it appears as though each of the timelines that Myrno's clones had also affected are also fixed. Let's make a note of that here too then. Each timeline and dimension affected has been corrected. The amount of damage Myrno has left is certainly impressive for one to do, but I will make sure that there is no stone that is left unturned, especially with all of the destruction he's caused, the Grand Priest says. The angels have returned, the destroyers have returned, and the mortals killed in the process have also returned. Wonderful. And lastly, the Grand Priest says, his name. The work is at last now done. History has been corrected and restored. And to think that it was almost lost, too. We are very lucky to have the Omni Kings grant me the permission I needed to fight. Otherwise, all would have been lost. Normalcy may at last resume, he says. This day will forever be remembered and written in history as being both a dark and glorious moment in time. And now there is much that needs to be done, he adds, especially since the angel laws have now been rewritten. As new angels rise, they must be taught to never follow in Myrno's footsteps. I do recall the Omni Kings now creating 5 new universes for us to mold and forge, he says. As with the Grand Priest now being shown having to put the law of the angels / the Book of Life onto an altar, he was then being shown having to walk away and entering into another chamber by responding, I wish the outcome would have been different, Fallen One. The purpose of life is for it to be lived freely. You succeeded through intimidation and fear, and I will make sure to see to it that this never happens again. Experience is a hard teacher because it presents the test first and the lesson after. A generation which ignores the events of history has no future if there is nothing to learn from, he says. And through your actions of nearly destroying everything, we have learned. A great deal, in fact. And as we enter the dawn of a new day, a new chapter in each of our lives will be written. But how they are written and whom they are written by will remain to be seen. To where as we now take our final look at the Book of Life, which is also known as the Book of the Law of the Angels, it was only right then and there during that moment where the Beyond Dragon Ball Super story of the original Myrno versus the Multiverse manga chapter series then comes to a close. Now what an adventure, what a journey we had in having to pick things up from an originally discontinued story, in rebuilding everything from the ground up, in telling the tale of what things would have ultimately had been like for not just the heroes of Universe 7 coming face to face with such overwhelming odds, but to also have the odds be stacked against the other universes as well, such as Universe 11 and Universe 6, in bearing witness to a threat that was not only universal in scale, but the threat itself had actually gone as far as to threaten the entire multiverse as a whole. This was a story and narrative being told by borrowing perspectives and references from that of the Bible, from that of Harry Potter, even from that of both DC Comics and Marvel, as the fundamental aspect of the Grand Priest versus Myrno was mainly supposed to be something very similar to seeing what things would have ultimately had been like in watching Satan Lucifer versus God himself, in seeing how Lucifer, in this case Myrno, wanted to warp reality in suiting his own ideals, in taking up the mantle in wanting to be the supreme being of all life forms himself, with the Grand Priest taking up the role of God himself in following orders and being able to sustain and maintain balance. What it ultimately boils down to is a clash of morality, a clash of ideals, and the clash of perspectives to see how Myrno had ultimately wanted something that was never truly destined for him to begin with, because ever since opening his eyes and seeing where he fell on the pyramid of hierarchy, Myrno sought it out to reset everything as a means of committing mass genocide, in not agreeing with the Omni King's rules, in not agreeing with the Grand Priest set out for the angels to follow, and from there wanting to do things on his terms, on his own accord, which prompted the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest to remove Myrno from his original position that had from there spiraled Myrno out of control in having to grow such a deep hatred for the gods that it not only mimicked the story of Lucifer and hating God for wanting to be God himself, but by also borrowing elements from the MCU, specifically with Thanos, with Myrno wanting to erase all life as we know it, only for Myrno to want to rebuild from there in creating his own utopia with his own vision. Was this story only inspired by the community along with many other inclusions from several different forms of fiction such as the Bible and of course many other movies, as I do want to thank you all so much for sticking on by since day one of this story, and I do want to thank you all so much for your support, in which we've also now gone out of our way in opening up an exclusive Patreon link to where if you guys want to support the channel further and would like to gain exclusive access to all of our soundtracks, custom-made Dragon Ball fan manga Xenoverse 2 mods, and many of my original fan mangas that I've created and posted onto the channel on my Patreon link, then you guys can go on ahead and find my Patreon link located down in the description box below and in the pinned comment section below if you guys want to support the channel and fund our future projects, to where not only are your contributions going to go towards many other stories that we have lined up in the future, but we are also going to be working on more soundtracks, more fan animations, and tons of more things coming. So if you're a fan of the channel and want to support our work, then be sure to go on ahead and become a member of our Patreon link located down below. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so very much for your time, to where as of course if you guys just so happen to be new to the channel, then I do encourage you guys to go on over and smash that subscribe button and turn on all notifications by clicking on the bell icon to never miss a single video that's posted onto the channel, on top of giving this video a big fat thumbs up right now by smashing that like button down below. Tune back in for more because we have much more coming your way, and with that being said, I will be seeing each and every single one of you down the comment section below and in the next video. Take it easy guys and have a great day. Peace.
Hello. Did you know that you can stay up to date with the latest Dragon Ball content by simply subscribing to UnrealEntGaming?
Also, don't forget to follow on these social media platforms, you sexy son of a bitch.
Roshi.
Silent Cell, me and the fans are having a moment. That's right. I know what you want. Extra long, thick Dragon Ball content. Quality reviews with flawless editing. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You dirty bitch.
Roshi, the fuck?
God damn it, I need them to subscribe, Cell.
And we're demonetized.
Yeah, screw it. Let's cut to the video.